Saint Howard, wake up, Saint Howard. Holiday's consciousness was hazy, and a harsh scream exploded in his ear. If Saint Howard can't wake up, none of you can live today. Well, what are they arguing about? What the hell is Saint Howard called? Holiday lay weakly on the cold and hard deck, and a strange touch suddenly came from his mouth. It made his hazy consciousness appear somewhat clear. So fragrant. Could it be that there is finally a girl who throws her arms at him and he will reach the pinnacle of life in the next second? Then came the feeling of being pressed hard on the chest. After a few more seconds, the lips felt a wonderful touch again. It seems that someone is giving him artificial respiration. Holiday opened his eyes with all his strength. What caught my eye was a blonde girl in a Marine uniform. She was shaking all over, biting her lower lip. While squeezing Holiday's chest, the girl cried out, "Wake up!" Holiday wanted to make a sound in response to her. It's a pity that with all his might he could only make a whimper in his mouth. But panic had invaded the girl's sanity, and she couldn't hear Holiday's faint voice. "You can't even save people from drowning. What's the use of your Marines?" The sharp female voice sounded again. Holiday looked sideways, and it wasn't his mother who made the sound. Two sturdy arms had grabbed the blonde Marine girl's arm. One dragged her away from Holiday. The girl struggled in horror and shouted, "I can still try. I can still rescue it. Throw this useless ***ch down and feed the sea kings." Mom's voice was sharp as if to pierce the eardrum. Another, "I don't want to kiss anyone," the pink long-haired Marine girl cried while being pushed out. "He's already dead. How can he be saved? Teacher Zephyr. Save me." Holiday whimpered softly. "Sea kings? Isn't that a creature from One Piece? The girl who saved her is about to be pulled to feed the fish?" Mom's words don't look like a joke. Menopause has been so bad? And the blonde girl looked very familiar. And this pink-haired girl is also very familiar. I'm an otaku who doesn't know any international friends? Is it the famous Kozer? In the nick of time, an angry voice stopped the person who was dragging the blonde girl. "Let go of Sergeant Domino." A voice said without mercy, "It is your honor to touch the Eucharist of Saint Howard." This kind of thing happened to the escort. If Saint Howard can't be saved, don't even think about living today. Before he finished speaking, Holiday saw it. A big hand held the pink long-haired girl's head and lifted her up. That hand is too big. It was effortless to squeeze the girl's hand. Holiday felt that he could crush the girl's head with a little force. Holiday didn't have the strength to tilt his head, so he could only try to glance over, and vaguely saw a tall figure. It looks like, at least 3 meters high. How high is 3 meters? Is that still a normal human being? The voice of the giant suddenly rose high. Zephyr Admiral, are you going to disobey the orders of the Xiao Lukian Palace? Zephyr? Isn't that someone from One Piece? As an otaku who loves two-dimensional girls, Holiday is born to be One Piece. Inside, Nami, Robin, Vivi, Empress and other beautiful women in One Piece. From boutiques to commemorative figures, he has collected a full set. Empress, didn't you feel dizzy because your mother broke the Empress figure? Where to use artificial respiration? Besides, what the hell are St. Howard and Xiao Lucy Palace? It sounds like they are talking about themselves and their mother. Zephyr was standing in the way of the perpetrator dragging the blonde girl to execution. The other party is also not afraid of Marine Admiral's identity. One by one looked at Zephyr with icy eyes. "Xia Luxi Qiangong, please let me come down to rescue." Even Marine Admiral, who is in a high position, can only bend his spine and plead at this time. On Marine's way to escort celestial dragons, courtesy of St. Howard for violence against untrained slaves, caused the slaves to riot and throw St. Howard into the sea. By the time he arrived it was too late. St. Howard was dead when he was taken out of the water. "Shut up. How could I allow your stinky mouth to tarnish my son's reputation? It's all your Marine's fault. Gaiens, let that little ***ch crawl over to save people." The voice of the mother called Xia Luxi Qiangong suddenly rose. In a fit of rage, he took out the whip and threw it on the ground. The giant who was more than 3 meters tall pressed down the pink-haired girl's head. "What are you still doing? Hurry up, you. Tears of the pink-haired girl fell on Eli Howard's face. "The disgusting celestial dragons are dead. How can it be saved? Get moving." Eli Howard roared inwardly, finally mobilizing all his strength. "Let your lips tremble." The pink-haired girl's hands trembled. Unbelievable to feel the weak heartbeat of this hand. Is this alive? He moved. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. But the increasingly active heartbeat of his subordinates will not lie. He's alive. How is this possible? Even Zephyr Admiral's eyes widened. He didn't have a heartbeat when he pulled the man up from the water. What exactly is this? Tina, what is your devil fruit ability? "I am a cage fruit capable person, Teacher Zephyr," the pink-haired girl Tina replied. "Own devil fruit. How is it possible to have the ability to save the dead? Don't hurry up and continue to rescue," Xia Lucy Qiangong said in surprise. Her fat body ran over, as if to crush the entire floor. When she came to Tina, she stepped on Tina's head with one foot, but I did several rounds of artificial respiration. Saint Howard remained motionless. Tina's tears filled her face. The first kiss in my life would actually be given to celestial dragons, who exudes a scent of erosion and decay under such circumstances. Damn celestial dragons! What is the need to save this kind of scum? Why should I suffer such insults? Zephyr Admiral on the side can't see it anymore. Taking advantage of Xiao Lucy Qiangong did not see it. 1 foot on Khalid's stomach. Horrid was shocked all over. The sea water spouted from the nose and mouth. The body bounced uncontrollably. But fortunately, I can finally move. Bold. Several people with frosty complexions immediately pulled out the knife holder and placed it on Zephyr Admiral's neck. But it was stopped by a trembling arm raised. Everyone looked at this weak arm in surprise. Because this arm is weak. But it belongs to the most powerful celestial dragons. Horrid got up and retched to the ground. It took a long time to relax, and tried my best to say the first sentence in this world, let go of them. My Howard. Xiao Luxiqian rushed to hug Khalid. Mom, what happened? Khalid asked feebly. Xiao Lucy Qiangong immediately scolded, these marine wastes are weakly guarded, and you fall into the sea. In the sea? Horrid poked his head out of the arms of Xiao Luxiqian, only then could he see the surrounding situation clearly. He was sitting on the deck of a big ship. The color and style of this boat are familiar. And above it was the marine flag he was familiar with. Looking out again, there is a sea of Wanyang. Horrid turned his head again to look at the people on the deck. Among the angry people. Is it Marine Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr? And it has been stopped over there. But the blonde girl sitting on the deck trembling. Remember Zephyr Admiral called her Domino? Although he has a garden-like figure in a bungalow, he looks familiar. But I just can't remember who it is for a while. And the pink-haired girl in front of me. Cage Fruit has the ability, and the appearance is also worthy of. Is it the Black Prison Tina? Although now she was crying with tears on her face. But it is indeed somewhat similar to the Tina figure I collected. It just looks a lot younger. Could it be that you have crossed into the world of One Piece? If it's a dream, don't wake up. Finally, his gaze returned to his mother. The funny hairstyle and the face that was a few times bigger than the original are squeezed in a bubble hood. Isn't this image the celestial dragons and the pirate? Consider yourself great. I feel that the same air that most people breathe is a toxic gas. So celestial dragons wearing bubble hoods, boy, me, became celestial dragons? Right, Saint Howard, do you remember? Black Arm Zephyr held back his anger and lowered his breath in a low voice. You insisted on playing a game with the captain of Impel Down, but you were thrown into the sea by the captain of the pirate violently. Captain Pirate? Holly turned his head. On the deck behind him, there was a big man lying in the place that was originally blocked. The blood shed by the big man even spread to him. The head was smashed, let's not say. There are also a few small holes in the heels of women's shoes. Unidentified liquid mixed with red and white is emerging. Wow dash. Seeing this terrifying sight, Khalid couldn't help screaming loudly. He rolled his eyes and fainted. By the time Khalid woke up again, Marine's ship had docked. Saint Howard is awake. Several flattering voices exploded in his ears. Then, as if rushing to claim credit, they rushed out to report. Go away. Khalid weakly pushed away the giant who tried to support him. The opponent flew out in coordination, even leaving a small hole on the wall. It was like how powerful he was at that moment. Horrid gave him a strange look, but immediately understood, because he was celestial dragons. Everything that happened before. It's not a dream. Zephyr, Domino, Tina. Khalid could hardly contain the excitement in his heart. This is really the world that I love deeply. A shrill voice came from the deck outside the door. In such a serious accident, don't you Marine think that you can escape responsibility? Zephyr lowered his head. The fist behind him was clenched. The green veins appeared one by one at the forehead. It was originally the B*************** D celestial dragons who insisted on Domino and Tina to be responsible for the escort. What's more, if you see an ugly face, you will be in a bad mood. If it's not your own ship, follow behind. Came in time to kill the violent pirate captain. Miraculously saved the B************ D again. I'm afraid there is no way to survive this time. In the eyes of these damn celestial dragons, they are not human at all. Even if it saved their lives, they would only say its marine protection is not in place. Don't blame them. Howard's voice rang from the cabin. It's like pressing the pause button on the deck. Everyone was stunned, especially the giant agent named Guy Ensign. He opened his eyes funny first. Then he turned his head cautiously to report to Xiao Ruxiqian Palace. The villain is about to say that Saint Howard has woken up. Howard helped the wall out of the cabin. A piece of marine soldiers was kneeling on the deck. and Domino and Tina were both locked in heavy handcuffs, kneeling on one side foremost. Domino was still crying, and Tina had calmed down. "What are you saying?" The anger on the face of the mother, who is the Xiao Lucian Qiangong, has not dissipated yet. "You almost lost your life, and you fainted because of how they handled it. This group of Marines, it's not a pity to die. Don't blame them," Howard said again, interrupting his mother directly. In the same way, everyone on the deck was shocked again. Zephyr frowned. "How can celestial dragons have good intentions? I'm afraid there will be more later moves waiting. For example, let Domino and Tina be slaves or something?" His eyes fell on the spy on the side. "They have prepared slave collars in their hands. Among celestial dragons, Li Jia is notoriously arrogant in face saving, and it is impossible to take things easy." St. Howard was breathing heavily at this time. He was exhausted just walking over, and now he roared twice. With his weak physique now, it would be good if he didn't faint. There was silence around, until Howard raised his head and spoke. "This time, thanks to you, I will definitely ask 5 elders to commend you." This time everyone present was frozen. That is notoriously difficult to deal with. Not to mention the relentless entanglement, now I have to commend it. This is too unreal. Guy Enns was the first to come back to his senses. "Step forward, a villain looks flattering. Courtesy St. Howard repays his grievances with virtue. This kind of mind is really great. You guys, don't hurry to kneel and thank St. Howard for his grace." The sound of gratitude that sounded around did not eliminate Xiao Luxiqian's anger. "This kind of thing insults your holy name." These two be touched Howard's holy lips with their dirty mouths. "At the very least, you have to make them your slaves." Horrid was almost frightened by how unreasonable his mother was. His name is still given by his mother, Reed. How come she has forgotten everything herself? Enough dash. Holly flushed red and let out a loud roar, so as not to spit out even more unbearable words from Xiao Luxiqian's mouth. Xiao Luxiqian's words made him feel unable to hold onto his face. Horrid never thought about it. The day when dreams come true will be accompanied by such a bottomless setting, in an atmosphere where others dare not take a breath. Khalid finally calmed down. "It was they who saved me, so even if I had offended before, I can never blame it." Xiao Luxiqian came over and looked at Khalid's head strangely. "Repeatedly confirm whether his son's head is broken." Since St. Howard spared you, so be it," Xiao Lucy said proudly. Immediately, he shouted, "I'm exhausted." On the one hand, someone lifted a chair and got off the boat. Horrid turned his head and looked over, and saw a 4 to 5 meter high giant crawling on the ground with his hands and feet. The back is as wide as a car. He was lying on the ground at this time, waiting for Xiao Lucy Qiangong to step on her back. On his broad back, there is also a luxurious collapse, enough to make Xiao Luxiqian lie down and upright in the posture of a queen. After Xiao Lucy walked up to the palace, flicked the whip. The whip of unknown material left a blood mark on the giant. Then the giant got up and slowly left with Xiao Luxiqian palace. My mother. Holly was dumbfounded in his heart. Mom's pomp, even if compared with Cleopatra, it is even worse. After thinking about it, Khalid reacted. He has become the ruling class in this world, the celestial dragons of the common people, and my name has also become Howard. I haven't heard of the name, but it must be a family of celestial dragons, according to the habit of celestial dragons who rule this world. For all men, the word holy should be added to the end of the name when addressing them. The name Gong is added to the female's name. Figured out his identity. Lee Howard's brain has many memories, mixed together. Saint Howard. Zephyr's voice suddenly came, pulling Howard out of his trance. Zephyr Admiral lowered his hand and asked, "The subordinates are grateful for Saint Howard's kindness. Can I release my subordinates?" "Can." Rewards. Howard came back to his senses. Xiao Lucia is gone, and Marine is still kneeling. The Marines dared not look up, but they all showed surprise expressions. But he remained very vigilant. After all, it was a courtesy of Saint Howard. Even if he changes his mind suddenly, it is not surprising that he wants to put everyone to death. Rather, the sudden fortune made them feel strange. Don't talk about them. Even the servants and secret agents of the Lee family could not believe it. That gift, Saint Howard, even forgiven the other party in this way. Eli Howard stretched out his hand at the spy. "Give me the key." Then he came to Domino and opened her handcuffs personally. It's a pity that the other party was shaking and didn't look up. I don't know if it was out of fear or excitement. And, Domino, who is it? Lee Howard looked at the blonde girl in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. Perfect figure, delicate face. It doesn't look like a cannon fodder at all. And he became a sergeant at such a young age, at only 15 or 16. Should be an important role with a promising future. If you put on her sunglasses, isn't it the beauty of the head of the impel down? No wonder it had to be recognized. I was fortunate enough to see Domino's makeup, and it was Domino in her teenage years. I am so happy. Eli Howard couldn't help but take a few more glances. Domino bowed his head pitifully, with a pure beauty that he didn't have when he watched One Piece. As for Tina, I have Tina's figure, so I can recognize it naturally. Eli Howard walked up to Tina, looking at this beautiful girl who was rated as the most popular Marine in another world, although now the younger version, but it can be seen from the eyebrows that this is the black prisoner. Long pink hair, pale complexion, hot body. Eli Howard swallowed hard. Only, Tina, is this too high? Tina, who was standing in front of her, was 1.8 meters tall. This is not the same as the small and delicate feeling of the figure on the shelf. Standing face to face, Tina was a full punch higher than herself. Eli Howard suddenly realizes, so I'm so stupid? Take another look around. Domino was about the same height as Tina, and they were the shortest among the Marines. Zephyr Admiral said nothing. There are many big men around 2 or 3 meters tall. Back to God time. Eli Howard saw a trace of hatred in Tina's eyes. The goddamn celestial dragons, hesitant to open the handcuffs. What the hell must be going on? Do you suddenly want to be a slave now? Tina can't wait to tear the celestial dragons apart and kill herself. But it's not just me that's having trouble doing this. Teacher Zephyr and the other Marine companions all suffered the worst punishment. This is a consequence that my own selfishness cannot bear. I'll open it for you. Eli Howard looked apologetically. It's so rude to think things are fascinated. However, being short also has the advantage of being short. For example, when opening the handcuffs, it is possible to openly observe the ravines of Ti Nami. When he raised his head, he accidentally met the corner of the other's mouth. Is it the artificial respiration this little mouth just did for me? That wonderful touch, delicate aroma. Suddenly, a murderous aura pulled the swaying Eli Howard back from his memory. I saw that Tina in front of her had raised her eyebrows. This be asterisk 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 D has his handcuffs half open and doesn't move? Can't find the keyhole for a long time and then take the opportunity to stare at it? Believe it or not, I killed you and then committed suicide. Anyway, this life is not clean. Oh, sorry. Eli Howard apologized awkwardly. Quickly removed the heavy handcuffs. The all-black sea stone handcuffs clattered to the deck, nearly hit Eli Howard in the foot. He was startled. Under the veiled contempt of Marine around him, Eli Howard picked up the sea stone handcuffs with some curiosity. But I could barely carry the handcuffs. This is the sea stone that can suppress Devil Fruit's power? Devil Fruit's ability. Ability to use incredible power. There is something called Devil Fruit in this world. If you eat it, you can gain incredible power. And handcuffs made of sea stone. It conceal the power of Devil Fruit. Specially used against demon fruit power. Miss Tina. Eli Howard got excited. Excuse me. Coming. Tina immediately drew a knife from her waist and placed it across her neck. Let me be your slave, I'd rather die. Can you show me your abilities? Huh? Eli Howard was dumbfounded before he could finish his sentence. I can understand any dissatisfaction cut. Can't you just wipe your neck by yourself? Show my abilities. Tina was also stupid. Are you just showing off your abilities? What is there to show? Cage fruit is not strong. Yes, I'm curious about Devil Fruit's power. Eli Howard said seriously. Sensing the doubts and fears of the people around him, Lee Howard put on a friendly attitude. Don't worry, everyone, I salute Saint Howard will not forget your life-saving grace. There was silence all around. The Marines looked at each other. Since Eli Saint Howard woke up, it was like a different person. Celestial dragons actually started to make sense. And Tina. After hearing the grace of saving life, his face quickly turned red. Only this time there was less anger. Tina looked up at Saint Howard in front of her. Fat body. Even more bloated due to wearing the celestial dragon's robe. Adding an ordinary face would have been stupid. But the other party actually started to reason. So it seems, not too annoying. At least compared to most celestial dragons. The gift in front of Saint Howard is pleasing to the eye. In this world, the commoners cannot refuse all the demands of celestial dragons. Irresistible, irresistible. Otherwise, it is a dead end. And in the eyes of celestial dragons, all people in this world except them are slaves. So even seeing the celestial dragons in front of me makes me want to throw up. Tina could only choose to obey or die. Tina gritted her teeth and took the thought out of her mind. There can be no good celestial dragons in this world. This gift of kindness to Saint Howard. It's just a walk from the brink of death, and it's just an accidental germination. Tina waved her arms. 2 dark iron fences. It stretched out from under her arms like black wings, stopping Howard in the middle. Wow! Howard let out an awe-inspiring voice. From the dark prison to the condensed. No matter it is watching the video or the figure, there is no direct impact. This is the power of the real Devil Fruit. A fence harder than steel. In this way, it breathes from under Tina's arms. And control its shape as you like a living branch. Can I touch it? Lee Howard actually asked for the consent of the other party before reaching out. This is absolutely unique for celestial dragons. Tina clenched her lower lip. Cursed in my heart for a round. Then he nodded in the weird eyes around. Please. But the next moment, Tina regretted it. This S***T stroked the black prison like a girl's arm. Tina regretted her disgusting touch. Ha ha. This is amazing, Eli Howard said excitedly. The agent on the side offered a steel knife and flattered, courtesy St. Howard, it's fun to chop with a knife. Tina had no expression on her face and sneered in her heart. Relying on the physique of celestial dragon's waist, no matter how you cut it, it is impossible to destroy the black jail. That agent's eyes twitching constantly at him is sick? Wouldn't you still want to cooperate with me to make St. Howard enjoyable? Tina snorted coldly. She just wanted to raise the hardness of the black prison to the highest, enough hardness to break the knife. However, Eli Howard did not pick up the knife. I will not swing a knife at my benefactor. Eli Howard looked content, even with a grateful look. Okay, Colonel Tina. Zephyr next to him coughed sharply. Tina put away her ability and said with a slight embarrassment, I'm just a sergeant. Zephyr said, Sergeant Domino and Sergeant Tina are just recruits. Howard was careless. The Tina that I am familiar with grew up. Tina was already a colonel at that time. But now, Tina was only 14 or 5 years old. Still a little cute Marine. Howard gave a big wave. The sergeant is too low. For saving me St. Howard's credit, I have to be promoted 2 levels anyway, right? That won't make the colonel either. Zephyr was speechless, and at the same time he was surprised and afraid of Howard's kindness. Celestial dragons is not a day or two. It's better to be careful when you can't figure out what sinister intentions the other party has. Zephyr said patiently, please, St. Howard, rest assured, Marine relies on strength to speak, and his subordinates will do their best to train them. So a tumbling storm ended unbelievably. When Marine Marshal Kong received the report, the frown brow was deeper than before. He had already picked up the 5 elders' phone bug and was about to intercede in a low voice. To know, a celestial dragon's died, and it was the gift of St. Howard. As a matter of course, the whole ship Marine heads down. He even made it. In order to keep Domino and Tina preparing for early retirement. Promotion. So when I heard what Zephyr said on the phone, Kong's first reaction was that he had a problem with his ears. The second reaction was that Zephyr had a brain problem. That St. Howard, who was already dead, was rescued by Domino and Tina. Yes. Zephyr's determined tone made Kong think that his mind was out of the question. Both people breathed a sigh of relief. But Kong's brows never loosen. Don't let your guard down, let Domino and Tina hide. Marshal Kong didn't believe in such good luck. Because everyone in the Lee family is not a good thing. Lee St. Howard's father is the head of the Lee family, Lee ERD. He was a very cruel man who was good at torturing slaves. Good. Zephyr Admiral agreed. With a promotion order, both Domino and Tina were promoted to ensign. Domino was transferred to Impel Down to guard the criminals. And Tina, transferred to Marine Sergeant Academy for further study. These 2 places can be said to be very safe. Even celestial dragons can hardly make any impact. When they racked their brains to think about what St. Howard had made, reward St. Howard is actually simply trying to thank them. Ligia was originally a relatively strong clan among celestial dragons. And the mother of St. Howard is Xia Luxiqian Palace. Originally the eldest daughter of another world nobleman Charles Rose. How powerful is the strength of this marriage? What kind of influence can it have on the world government? Only high-level officials of the world government can understand. Lee Howard can't take care of himself now. Not to speculate on the thoughts of the Marines he is grateful for. After resting for 2 days, Reward St. Howard has returned to the world of celestial dragons. But it's far from adapting. Holy Land Marie Joys. This is a place that has become accustomed to cruelty as fun. 800 years ago, the celestial dragons were descended from the 20 kings who founded the world government. And the holy place where they are stationed is Marie Joys. Every country under the world government has to pay an astonishing amount of heavenly gold every year to support these nobles of the world. As celestial dragons, you are born to be the master of this world. The only thing to worry about every day. Just have fun. Ligia is a direct descendant of the 20 kings who created the world. After the marriage with the same powerful Xia Lu family, the power of the Lee family is even more amazing. Lee Howard was born with endless power. Woke up early in the morning and finished washing under the service of a beautiful maid. Lee Howard saw a girl lying on the ground with hands and feet, already crawling under your feet submissively. Asterisk. What's this for? Howard was puzzled. This is the slave you reserved. It was here the day before yesterday. You can take her to the restaurant. The maid dressed Howard as a gift and spoke sweetly. in the eyes of the maid with a sweet smile on her face. This seems to be a normal thing. Slave. Lee Howard was stunned, then looked down at the girl lying on the ground. Although he lowered his head, he couldn't see the whole face. But you can still see that it is a beautiful face. It looks like he's only 11 or 12 years old. When I hear other people talking, my body trembles in fear. A sturdy slave collar was worn around his neck. If you escape without authorization, it will explode. Looking down from above, you can see the long legs curled up under the body, and very slim waist. Is this a slave? But think of Celestial Dragon's general hobby. Howard is not surprising. I carefully recalled the memory in the body. It seems to be dissatisfied with the former slave. So Xia Lucia ordered a new slave who fits her size as a birthday gift. Yes, young master, please come to have a meal. The maid said respectfully, just give it a try, the height is not right. Can this hold me? Howard feels a little sorry. Don't worry, this is not an ordinary slave, it's very powerful, the maid said with confidence. Eli Howard knew that the slaves not needed by the Celestial Dragons would not end well. Only stepped on the girl's back blankly. Feeling the girl shudder, Howard slumped back on the bed. Little lord, the maid exclaimed, this damn slave. I'll clean it up for the young master. Shut up. Go and call my former slave. This slave stays as a footstool for me, Eli Howard roared back in a louder voice. He has also known Celestial Dragon's behavior in these 2 days, although not used to it yet. But this arrogant method can definitely save the girl's life. Eli Howard sat on the back of the original slave and moved towards the dining room. The young girl was led by an iron chain, crawling behind her hands and feet together. Howard sighed secretly. Celestial Dragon's life is truly luxurious. In this way, you can go directly from the bedroom to the dining table without even getting up. If there is such a thing in the original world, just sit and wear it directly. Eli Howard also thought it was a bit fun at first, but then I remembered stepping on the girl. The girl was struggling and desperately restraining her deep breathing. Eli Howard's heart was stabbed deeply. Isn't this all right? But he said nothing, because he knows the world of Celestial Dragons very well. A useless item. Perhaps the next thing to wait for is death. Eli Howard suddenly started to hate himself a little bit. How can you sigh with emotion? The banquet hall finally arrived. The huge long dining table can accommodate hundreds of people to join the banquet. But at this time, because it was morning, only a few people came to eat. Lee Howard looked at the people who yawned and rode slaves of various races. These strange beasts are his family? Looking at it this way, I can say that I am a handsome man. Howard, I heard that your bubble hood was broken and you were injured by the slave violently, ha ha ha. A tall and fat body sits on the back of a burly man, with the flesh on his body piled together. The big man moved around like a pug. There was a cold sweat on his head. And this weird picture is just the tip of the iceberg of Celestial Dragon's extravagant life. It wasn't until the big man came before Howard that Eli Howard found out. That fat guy like Roshan. The thick leather chair cushion under the buttocks was fastened to the man's back. Some places are simply sewn into the meat. Roshan sitting on it is his father Li Erdashang. This big fat man who is close to 2 meters tall. Move his A** on the slave's back every time. The cold sweat on the head of the big man under him has increased. I heard that you received artificial respiration for a long time before you came back to life. Have you disinfected your mouth properly? With a mocking smile on Li Erdashang's face, the vicious words kept blurting out. Those Marines are dirty, maybe they will have that kind of disease. Eli Howard suppressed the urge to smoke him. This face is somewhat similar to the father in the previous life. When I stretched out my hand and stuffed something into my mouth, I didn't forget to talk. You also want to express your gratitude to Marine. It's really a shame to our family. They are already magnanimous if they are not held accountable for negligence. During breakfast, Howard basically kept stepping on the girl's back, but sit awkwardly without force. The girl's silent panting calmed down a lot. What's the matter, Howard? Are you dissatisfied with the new slave? Xiao Luxiqian noticed that Howard was not sitting with a new slave, and frowned. New slaves, you always need a lesson to ride well. This kind of slave can be used for after show. It's uncomfortable to sit on it watching you lose weight, Liddon said, taking the whip in hand to demonstrate. He slapped his A** at his slave. Lower. See it, like this, if it doesn't work, just change it. It's good to be a little slave on a footstool, Eli Howard said quickly. He knows what cause show means. The previous life has been fully understood from the animation of One Piece. After show is basically torturing slaves to death and admiring the tragedy of the other party's struggle and pain. Lee Howard hurriedly adjusted his sitting posture, stomping his feet firmly on the girl's back, with an expression of enjoyment. I like this new slave very much. Thank you for your concern. The girl let out a strenuous muffled moan, panting with her head down. She can understand what Celestial Dragons are talking about. Desperately supporting Rei Howard's body. Why can't I even lift my head? This is the first-class product that is specially requested, it shouldn't be so durable. Xiao Lucy Qiangong turned her head and cursed at the tall black suit agent behind her. Guy Enz, have you checked the quality of the slaves? Warning Stussy, it costs 10 times the price of an ordinary slave. If I can't use it, I will ask her to settle the account. Guy Enz is the tall spy I've seen on the ship before. That is, the exclusive bodyguard rationed by the world government to the gift house. Guy Enz gave a humble smile. How dare Stussy violate Xiao Lucy's request? As a slave captured by Combelt, he is very young, but his strength is much greater than that of ordinary slaves. Didn't St. Howard require that he must be good-looking and powerful, preferably his peers? This is the best item in Stussy's hands. It may be used for 5 years. No, 10 years. That's what Stussy said. Okay. Xiao Lucia nodded with satisfaction. After eating, he stepped on the hand of the slave who was acting as a stool under his body. The stool swallowed the screams back into his stomach and crawled away obediently. Go back to the house. Howard didn't want to step on the slave's palm. Wiping the corners of his mouth pretendingly and gracefully, dropped the napkin and ordered. Guy Enz followed nervously. The words "can't raise her head" that Xiao Lucy said just now made him scared. So he gently lifted the girl's chin with his fingers, forcing her to raise her pretty face. The girl had difficulty breathing, but raising her head like this made her blush. Her body twitched, almost falling down. Guy Enz was horrified, because he is now facing the unhappy expression of St. Howard. Although St. Howard's height is not as long as his legs, that is also celestial dragons as his master. And Eli Howard was looking at the spy in front of him. He knew that this Guy Enz was CP0, among the top nobles of celestial dragons. Every family has at least one such top spy. They come from a secret cipherpole, abbreviated as CP, formed by the world government. CP agents are divided into 10 levels from 0 to 9 according to their strengths. Among them, CP1 to CP9 are driven by the world government. But the strongest CP0 does not obey the orders of the world government, but only obeys celestial dragons. It is said that the combat power of every CP0 can be compared with the Marine Admiral like Zephyr. Guy Enz is the CP0 of Lygia, and has been in Lygia for a long time, when Howard fell into the sea before. Since Guy Enz is a capable person of devil fruit, he cannot go into the sea, can only watch and worry. Guy Enz has been sleeping and eating these days too, for fear that he will be punished. Guy Ensign. Eli Howard asked, who is that Stussy? Seeing ceremony, Howard didn't entangle with the new pet. Guy Enz breathed a sigh of relief. Answered hurriedly, it's the Queen of Happy Street. Of course, in front of you, it is a despicable servant. She is also CP0, but she is under the command of 5 elders and has been busy outside. Is St. Howard a bit of an impression? It's the Stussy who has been looking for slaves for you adults. I remember, it was Stussy who was a slave trader. Eli Howard snapped his fingers and checked. Queen of the Pleasure District, one of the kings of the Dark World. If it's a great route outside the Holy Land, it's a big shot. But in front of celestial dragons, it was just a dog. Howard continued the conversation, and Guy Enz rubbed his hands and followed nervously. Therefore, ignored the girl who was crawling behind with her head down and was about to faint. Guy Enz, why is this pet so expensive? Lee Howard got a lot of useful information from the small chat, and he deliberately spoke with a slight dissatisfaction. The price of 10 slaves is too high. Guy Enz was so frightened that cold sweat broke out. Explain quickly. I bought 3 bound slaves for the price of 10 slaves. How to say? Guy Enz explained, because it is the 3 sisters, the price is a bit more expensive, which is also very reasonable. 3 sisters? Triplets. Eli Howard didn't understand. Guy Enz patiently continued to explain. Slaves bought by relatives are safer and more obedient. In order to make the family live well, they will work harder. So mother and daughter, sisters, father and son with strong bonds, this combination will be much easier to use than a single slave. It's really a beast. Eli Howard cursed in his heart. Asterisk, it means that as long as there is any one of them in hand, the other person will not run away because of fetters, let alone disobey. Those tall mounts in the banquet hall. It is probably because there are family members who are also slaves. Even the pain must be patient. Obviously those pirates who offer hundreds of millions of rewards. With a slap you can beat the high celestial dragons into meatloaf. But for the family, I can only endure like a dog. The time to speak has returned to the door of his room. Howard glanced casually at the girl behind him. The girl's face was as pale as paper. But for the sisters, he didn't even dare to straighten up secretly to relax. The relationship between their sisters must be good, right? Where are the other 2? Eli Howard asked. It's closed down here. Guy Enz rubbed his hands and flattered. Follow St. Howard's orders at any time. But I think she's dying? It's not as good as Stussy said. Lee Howard glanced at the girl who was crawling to his feet. Has completely collapsed on the carpet. He reached out and touched the girl's forehead. The hot ones are almost ready to fry eggs. This is a high fever. This. Guy N's eyes widened, and suddenly remembered. Is it because of the branding? Brand. Every new slave will be branded with his own family after being tuned, harmoniously, taught, hee. Guy N's hurried forward with a smile and tore the clothes behind the girl directly. A scary brand appeared on the girl's back. It was as big as the mouth of the bull, occupying more than half of the girl's back. There was still dried blood on it. Even blood beads continued to emerge from the wound. I don't know how it was burned, the wound was glowing red, but what Eli Howard can imagine is, when the soldering iron falls, how terrible and painful the process is. Now it is because the wound is inflamed that this caused the girl's high fever, and he stepped on this huge wound just now. At this moment, Lee Howard's face sullen down. Guy Ensign. The gift St. Howard in Guy Enz's eyes was even a bit hideous. Cure her. Yes, the giant who was more than 3 meters high was so scared by Howard's expression that he immediately went to find someone. The girl knelt on the ground happily. The gasp has become louder. But seeing Rei Howard reached out to touch himself, he immediately lowered his body and was about to lie down on the ground. Do not move, Rei Howard ordered in a cold tone. The girl looked at Howard's getting closer and closer, her body trembling. When the hand reaches in front of you, he tilted his head and fainted directly. Am I so scary? Howard tuts, but it saves trouble. Showing the girl's back, and looking at the bright red mark, Howard was lost in thought. Logia's branding pattern. It is the shape of a dragon's claw, which can also be understood as a huge bird's claw. This pattern is called Flying Dragon's Hoof, marked as a slave owned by celestial dragons. The stigma cannot be removed in a lifetime. Even if the whole piece of skin is dug out, it will grow back. The bright red light will be like a ghost, and it will never disappear. The maid gave a weird expression. Is St. Howard interested in this slave? I am interested in this brand. Eli Howard gently touched the festering wound. Do all the slaves have this? Of course. The maid answered. Do you have it too? The maid raised her head proudly. I have half of the celestial dragon's blood in my body. How can I be able to serve St. Howard personally like these dirty maggots? Lee Howard understands a little bit. Recognize the position of celestial dragons again, and own status. My head. Eli Howard suddenly had trouble breathing. He now has a headache and nausea as soon as he tries to recall the past. Probably because this body's past memories are too disgusting. Your own soul can't accept it at all, right? The maid immediately rushed over to support him as if she had lost her soul. St. Howard, you are really terribly scared, so stay in bed. No. Eli Howard waved his hand repeatedly. I think I need to move more. The maid clapped her hands. Come on, bring St. Howard's pet. Lee Howard rubbed his forehead without stopping, opening his mouth like angrily. Presumptuous, you have to go beyond me to make your own decision? I have to go by myself. The maid replied with a pale face, and stepped aside. Guy Enns finally rushed over with 2 doctors at this time. The doctors checked the girl's injuries and showed disapproval expressions. Don't worry, St. Howard, the slave's body is very tenacious. There is no need to accommodate them at all for such small injuries. Treating them is a waste of medicine. A doctor squeezed the iron chain around the girl's neck. Don't hurry up. Soil St. Howard's bed. You can't atone for it even if you die 100 times. The girl whimpered. His arms trembled and supported the ground, but they slumped to the ground again and again. Seeing this, another doctor took out a leather whip. Present it to Howard like a treasure. St. Howard, just a few lashes are enough at this time. It can definitely stimulate the potential of the slaves. As he said, he whipped the girl. I can't get up yet, even your 2 sisters will smoke together later. The girl's body trembling suddenly shook, sobbing, struggling to get up. Rely Howard felt the blue veins on his forehead jumping up and down. Is this the doctor who treats people? These are 2 veterinarians at all. To say that they are veterinarians insults the veterinarian. These are 2 beasts. Lee Howard grabbed the whip and slapped the 2 beasts fiercely. She died, can you 2 pay? You 2 * various harmonious greetings spewed out. Special whips hit people with blood. The 2 beasts kept wailing, but there was a very respectful expression on his face. Just one purpose, let Eli St. Howard have a good time. 2 blind bastards. Guy Enns echoed loudly on the side. If St. Howard's new pet dies, you 2 will replace it. Eli Howard was so angry that he held his chest and gasped loudly, waving his hand to tell them to quickly drug the girl. Glancing sideways at Guy Enns, he suddenly found that Guy Enns's expression was much more relaxed, as if his own viciousness was normal in Guy's eyes. Guy Enns. Eli Howard caught the trick all of a sudden, and spoke in a nasty voice. I can't remember a lot of things now, and I'm in a very bad mood. Guyan sees Eli Howard recovering his old arrogance and cheering him up. The subordinates feel that St. Howard looks like he is about to recover, and I believe he will get better soon. I have a lot of things I want to ask you, you have to help me recall. Eli Howard looked grim. Guyan's looked glorious. This is an honor for my subordinates. Let's start with the surroundings. Go, take me outside to reminisce. Eli Howard has figured it out. Some things from the past are useless to escape. Even if you don't want to accept it, you will have to face it sooner or later. Now, start by learning to be a vicious celestial dragons. Holy Land Marie Joys. A magnificent paradise without celestial dragons. All houses are made to show greatness. It was built as tall as a temple. Each gate is at least 4 or 5 meters high. Here, not even the slightest bit of dirt can be found in the corners. There are gorgeous gardens and majestic palaces as far as the eye can see. Eli Howard sat on Guy Ince's shoulder, looked around, and couldn't help smacking his tongue. It's too extravagant, rather say. It would be a waste to live with disgusting celestial dragons. Lee Howard is also 1.75 meters tall, which was normal in his previous life. Now sitting on the shoulders of Guy Enns, who is 3.5 meters tall, like a pendant. St. Howard. This subordinate should crawl, Guy Enns said with sincerity. Even at a height of 3.5 meters, he is very good at crawling. After all, it's Celestial Dragon's bodyguard. I'm used to these servile behaviors. But Eli Howard asked him to stand up straight and walk. What stupid words are you talking about? I have to stand tall to show my status. Eli Howard proudly said, looking down on other people's feelings, even if you want to come here, you, a commoner, will not know. Salute St. Howard is right. But, some people might get mad. Humph. I'm just taller than those scumbags. Eli Howard grinned mockingly, then cast his icy gaze on Guy Ince. Or, you don't want to obey my orders. The subordinates naturally obey the will of St. Howard. Guy Enns was ridiculed, but looked rather happy. Why, didn't I like the feeling of being on top before? No. St. Howard was of course a noble man from birth to deed, but, because the slaves in the Holy Family of Charles Rose who played together are very high, since they can't compare, just forget it. Guy Enns quickly explained. After all, a slave is still more decent lying on the ground, and standing up like a person. Oh, Eli Howard keeps learning about his past from Guy Enns. Memories also popped up in my mind little by little. I have to say, it's really a sinful childhood that doesn't treat people like people. What happened over there? Eli Howard suddenly saw a ruined palace. Unlike other splendid palaces, this palace covers a huge area, even right next to the Lee family who has a stellar status in celestial dragons. But this time it was covered with moss and vines, like ancient ruins long forgotten. The gate hangs precariously on the pillar, and weeds grow freely. Statues that symbolized their former glory were smashed. The head of the huge stone statue was also half buried as if it had been beheaded. This is Don Quixote Huo Mingu's house. Guy Enns followed Eli Howard's gaze and reminded him, it was 10 years ago. Oh, the one who gave up their identity as celestial dragons and left the Holy Land. Eli Howard responded quickly. Guy Enns nodded. It seemed that he was still impressed by these famous events. Just a little reminder, St. Howard remembered. Guy Enns naturally wouldn't know. Eli Howard's memory comes from the One Piece animation in his previous life. Eli Howard stared at the ruins in front of him with a chill when he got the answer. Is this the result of betraying the Holy Land? Don Quixote, how is that family now? All dead long ago, except for one kid. Guy Ence's tone was icy cold with a hint of imperceptible pain. Betraying the Holy Land will naturally be punished by heaven. After the family heard about the Nether, they were told by the commoners that they used to be celestial dragons, and then they were burned alive by those people. Eli Howard just felt like the blood was frozen. He knows. What happened to the Don Quixote family was far more cruel than these understated words. It is because of this incident that all celestial dragons feel humiliated. The ruins of Don Quixote's house are like a sore in a holy place. Also a warning to all celestial dragons. Behold, this is how sympathetic slaves and commoners end up. Eli Howard is sure. If you show the slightest sympathy for slaves in this place, would be treated more cruelly than the Don Quixotes. The collar of the slave is the shackle of the slave. The Holy Land is a curse to celestial dragons, like dodder flowers. Seemingly unremarkable, but far from being so easy to get rid of. Howard, isn't that Howard? Suddenly, two voices sounded from behind. It is a man and a woman. Even Eli Howard, who had just come here, sounded familiar. Guy Enns has turned quickly and saluted. If Eli Howard could see Guy's face, just look at the helplessness and worry on his face. Saint Guyon of Charles Rose, Guyon of Zayluria Palace. The Palace of Zayluria and Saint Charles Rose are brothers and sisters. The Charles Rose family is his mother's family. Simple relatives, Lee Howard can still figure out. Eli Howard as Guy Enns turned around. I recognized that idiot face that had a deep impression on him in his previous life. The man on the back of the ferocious slave mount is tall as a mountain at this time. Nothing has changed except for being younger. It was the same short, snotty man with a perpetual snot and a musket attached to his waist. Brother Howard, are you all right? Xiao Lulia Palace looks like a beautiful and pungent girl. Wear sunglasses and cover your face with a scarf. If it weren't for Celestial Dragon's pot-bellied bloated clothes, this person should also be a beauty. Xiao Lulia Palace said hello after saying hello. Come and see the captain's slave that my father and I borrowed. This one is super fierce. I heard that there is a reward of more than 100 million. Xiao Lulia Palace said, the whip in her hand raised high. With a cruel smile, he slapped the mount under him fiercely. Her mount is a giant, wearing a captain's coat with a huge captain's hat on his head. Eli Howard frowned quietly. He really admired the beauty in pirates, but I couldn't appreciate the beauty of Xiao Lulia. The so-called beauty of Zeluria Palace is accompanied by cruelty. It is no longer the little girl's willfulness that can be explained, and the captain's slave under her feet looked quite ferocious. I am afraid it is also a big pirate who is all-powerful on the Great Route, now humble to the point of being used as a horse to ride. Although as a wanted criminal, he deserved it, but it was really sad. Taming this vicious murderer as his mount is something celestial dragons are passionate about. Naturally, it is not easy to get a captain-level felon as a slave. Speaking of which, I would have fallen into the sea a few days ago. It was on the way back from buying the captain's slave from Impel Down in the Great Prison. The actions of Zeluria Palace at this time, it's like he's mocking him for not being able to tame even a mere pirate captain. The pained cry of the giant below her sounded like a sideshow to Xiao Lulia. She laughed arrogantly, waving the whip even more wildly. What if it's a ruthless character with a reward of 100 million? It is not yet to be a mount under her hands. There was a fierce red light in the eyes of the captain and slave. The continuous torture had already left him on the verge of losing his mind. Ow, ow. The strings of reason finally snapped. The captain's slave jumped from the ground. However, strong iron chains bound his hands and feet, let him not be able to make a big move, not to mention standing up. Even in the next moment of the violent explosion, he was firmly held down by the tall guard holding the iron chain. Xiao Lulia was almost thrown off. There was a moment of surprise on her face, but never any fear. She drew a long sword from the waist of the guard and stabbed it into the neck of the captain's slave. Despicable people! How dare you disobey my Zeluria Palace? The screams were even lower than Zeluria's reprimands. Xiao Lulia, who was covered in blood, was as excited as if she had been beaten with chicken blood. Do not use the sword to pierce the opponent's body. This is a criminal act called punishment that is actually delayed. At the same time, the corners of Charles Rose's mouth also grinned in a disgusting arc. He drew his musket and banged at the head of the captain's slave. A big hole was blasted in the head of the pirate captain. Blood exploded all around, adding a touch of lust to Holy Marie Joy's. But the pirate captain didn't fall right away. One piece. The pirate captain raised his head high. Like a proud lion, facing the far end of the world, it roared wildly. St. Charles clenched his teeth in anger. Sparks kept coming out of the musket. Only the sound of gunfire could be heard around. The pirate captain who was shot one after another. Finally, under the pressure of being tightly bound by the iron chain, he let out a cry. Slammed to the ground. Eli Howard's heart was suddenly touched. Yeah, that's the world of One Piece. Charles Rose was sweating profusely, and then proudly raised his head and blew the blue smoke from the muzzle. Then they danced with excitement with Xiao Lulia. Asterisk. Haha, did you see it? Dared to disobey the fate of my Zeluria Palace. The pirate captain with a reward of 100 million, but that's it. St. Charles, you were so brave just now. You're not bad. Zeluria Palace. Ha ha ha. Brother Howard, did you see how brave I was just now? Eli Howard's mind went blank. I just feel like my body keeps falling in freezing hell. Slaughter slaves bound in chains. Is this called bravery? Haha, Howard, wouldn't you be frightened? Charles Ross looked at Eli Howard with contempt. Xiao Lulia looked at Eli Howard smugly. Brother Howard, are you so timid? It seems that we are indeed disrespectful, and should not be shown in front of the cowardly Brother Howard. After all, we killed pirates with a bounty of 100 million. Charles Ross looked up at Eli Howard, suddenly getting upset. What do you mean by riding so high? Do you deliberately look down on me, St. Charles Rose? By the way, your bubble head broke outside and was rescued by 2 Marines women. It's that kind of mouth, yes, mouth artificial respiration, vomit. It's disgusting to think about. The act of blowing air into the body through the mouth will definitely leave a lot of saliva from those women in the stomach. Xiao Lulia faded her disdainful look, and silently took a few steps away from Lee Howard. Please stay away from me. The new slave I originally bought is here, and I want to invite you to a sideshow. Charles Ross pretended to be regretful, but his eyebrows and eyes expressed the word contempt. No, it's dirty. Xiao Lulia answered exaggeratedly. The two of them pinched their noses and walked away with the appearance of staying away from the plague. Guy Enns thought Eli Howard would get mad. But now, there was still peace on his shoulders. Guy Enns breathed a sigh of relief, but was stumped hard by Eli Howard. When he looked over, he was met with his angry expression. Guy Enns. In. St. Howard. Guy Enns was terrified. I'm very upset right now. Eli Howard's eyes lit up and he spoke viciously. If I catch up now and beat them both up, what will happen? Not so much, but. Guy Enns' tall frame timidly greets Howard, looking hilarious, but no one else can do anything to the three, so, well, St. Howard, maybe a little bit at a loss. Guy Enns tried his best to be euphemistic, but his heart was already beating. Those two brothers and sisters were both guns and knives, and St. Howard's combat effectiveness was simply not enough. If something goes wrong at that time, he is afraid that the head of the item will not be guaranteed, even relatives. St. Howard takes the initiative to provoke, and once the fight starts, the two of them can beat you alone. This word fell in Lee Howard's ears, but got another message. In other words, if you fight, you will fight, right? Eli Howard let out a hideous laugh. Get me a mace. Guy Enns widened his eyes. St. Howard, do you really want to do it? Not long after, in a neat garden built with weeds somewhere in the Holy Land. Do not want. A young and beautiful woman struggled in panic, but she was still dragged over by the spy in a black suit. Charles Ross spoke to celestial dragons who didn't care. Saint Chermac, lend me your new wife. Oh, a game of artificial respiration? It seems to be very interesting. Saint Chermac became interested and instructed the spy beside him. I also want to play, and bring all the first to 20th ladies. You guys are really funny. The blood on Xiao Lulia's body has not been wiped off, or it has not been wiped off on purpose. For her, it seems that this can add to her charm. Then, let me rescue you. Hey, come here. I fainted, come and give me artificial respiration. Charles Rose was lying on the grass, his eyes round and squinting at the woman who was caught by the spy. Urge the woman to come quickly. The woman's face became paler. She's not some new wife of Charmaka. She was robbed. But, for the safety of her family, she did not dare to resist at all. Charles Rose's mouth was pouting like a fat pig courting, and there was a string of snot that sparkled. The woman felt breathless. It was not easy for her to hold back her nausea now. I wish I could die at this moment. Fighting with the idea of protecting her family is in her head. Xiao Lulia laughed while watching. He even raised his head proudly and threatened the woman. If you can't save St. Charles Rose, you're going to die. Oh, not only you, but also your family, don't even want to live. St. Chermac, who had already lied down side by side with Saint, flashed a malicious light in his eyes. Good idea. You, go and tell the first to 20th ladies, whoever saves us can go back and be her pariah. O. Charles Ross immediately realized Chermaco's thoughts and smirked. But it's hard to save us, right? Haha, you're so smart but you don't have friends, St. Charles Rose. Cherma laughed. There was laughter in the garden. It contrasted sharply with the pale paper face of the woman. But soon, the woman made up her mind. Kneeling beside St. Charles Roth, launched a fierce first aid. The woman tried desperately to give Char Roth artificial respiration, and Char Ross played dead on the ground just like that. But pretending to be too tired for a long time, so Chalrose reached out and dug his nose. The woman was overjoyed and shouted, "He's alive." What silly thing to say. Charlrose continued to pouting, "It's not too far away, Charmako Saint, your new wife is very nice and naive." Ha ha, naivete is also my favorite point of her. Chermakeshan looked at him impatiently, lying on the ground impatiently urging, "Haven't the first 20 ladies brought them?" At this time, a huge mace hit the ground beside his head. A shocking spirit jumped up from the ground by Saint Charmako, rolling and crawling ran to the side. Ceremony Saint Howard. What are you doing? Lee Howard appeared in the eyes of everyone with a malicious smile on his face. I heard that you are playing artificial respiration games. Why don't you call me such games? After all, I am also the most experienced among the few present. You can lie down together if you want to join, so what's the matter with such a surprise? Chermakeshan was frightened, and his mood would naturally not be any better, reprimanded. Can't let him participate, his bubblehood broke outside before. Charlrose suddenly stood up, looking at the garbage with an expression, he may have the kind of dirty infectious disease outside. Xiao Lulia helped out, he is very dirty now. We don't play with him, but my palace is very clean. After that, he waved the knife in his hand, or do you have the guts to fight with us by carrying that thing? What? Charlrose seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, he is a trash that even slaves dare not kill. Dirty? Lee Howard silently looked at Xiao Lulia, who was covered in blood and showed off. Does this B asterisk asterisk CH really know what cleanliness means? But then Howard laughed loudly. I'm dirty? Can I still be dirtier than you? Howard jerked his mace. The mace brought a strong wind and directly hit Xiao Lulia's knife. Xiao Lulia couldn't stand this strength. The knife flew directly out of her hand. The back of the knife hit her arm. Do you dare to hit me? You, don't come over. Xiao Lulia fell to the ground with her arms in her arms. Watching with horror, Howard approached step by step, yelling to the other two celestial dragons. What are you doing lying on the ground? Don't hurry up and help me teach him. What do you want to do? Both Charles Rose and Charmac got up from the ground. This gift Howard clearly wanted to fight with them. The secret agents around were terrified, and kept dissuading them. St. Howard, calm down. 3-1, how could St. Howard ever be able to play? Is the brain flooded with problems? Persuaded, but no one dared to come forward and stop it. Disputes between celestial dragons can only be resolved by celestial dragons themselves. Guy Enz and the other CP0 looked at each other. Everyone stood by with helpless expressions. Unless someone is killed, one cannot intervene in the battle between celestial dragons. Otherwise, the other party's anger will be transferred to oneself. And celestial dragons basically won't play any money. Only, it seems different this time. Rely Howard, with a sharp smile, grabbed his mace and gave a mess. In the blink of an eye, Charmaco Saint and Carulia Palace fell to the ground. Charles Rose got up and shook his head at Howard's head with a musket. This is really that cowardly gift, Howard. After a one-sided crush by Howard, only the back of her hand was lightly scratched by Xiao Lulia's knife. The wound on the arm was bleeding outwards. So even if Eli Howard was pointed at by the musket in Charles Rose's hand, he just glanced indifferently. He licked the blood from his arm with his tongue. Cowardly gift, Howard? That kind of guy drowned long ago. It's 3-1 right now, but these three stupid pigs can't beat him alone. The celestial dragons on top of it might never have thought that someone will actually beat them one day. Guy Enz and the other CP0 were so panicked that they didn't dare to move forward. They can only persuade them to stand on one side tremblingly. St. Charles, you can't shoot. Respect St. Howard, be merciful. Charoth, who had been beaten by a mace, had a bruised nose and swollen face, panicked. Although he was holding a musket in his hand was shaking constantly. It is one thing to shoot a slave with a gun. Salute Howard. That's another completely different thing. What's the matter with these wastes? Don't stop talking about it. Howard, why just persuade yourself? In that impression, I have always been stubborn, and I can't lift my head in front of them. Howard, why is it suddenly hitting me with a mace now? Unexpectedly, what he said casually before would make him so angry. Howard slowly raised his head. Staring at Charles Rose's cold gaze, even CP0 couldn't help being surprised when he saw it. Since the gun was drawn, Howard took a deep breath and straightened his back magnificently. Charles Rose, then you must be ready to bet your life, right? Guy Enz and the other CP0 couldn't help being stunned. Ignoring the musket, and even said such rhetoric, is this still the gift, St. Howard? No, I'm not prepared. I don't want to bet on my life. Charles Ross was completely frightened, crying, and threw the musket to the ground. He crawled up to Howard's feet. Don't kill me. Brother Howard, it's my fault that I am wrong. Get out of here dash. Eli Howard struggled to hit Charles Rose's A** with a mace. Charles Rose immediately rolled away. Don't, please, Brother Howard. You guys. Stop him for me. Stop him. At this time, a group of special agents rushed to the front row of the adult wall as if they were waking up from a dream. They kowtowed to Howard and stop him. Guy Enz hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded at St. Howard, be merciful if you are relieved. Lee Howard snorted coldly, turned around and saw Zalia, who was still sitting on the ground. Xiao Lulia opened her mouth wide at this time and looked at Howard in surprise. And his face was flushed for unknown reasons, with an admiring expression on his face. Brother Howard, what you said just now is so handsome. Can you say it again? Xiao Lulia's appearance has completely turned into a nympho. As if completely forgot, it was Howard who hit her just now. Humph. Lee Howard snorted coldly and left without looking back, leaving her a stern figure. That sentence seems to be said by the red-haired Shanks in the story of learning One Piece. Musket, what? I am not one of those celestial dragons fools. The bullets of the musket had been burned out on the captain's slave long ago? He understands that Charles Rose is just for the aura. The shout of One Piece was still surging in my heart. The temperature of Howard's boiling blood has not diminished. Indeed, in this world, the present ceremony Howard does not have super martial arts, nor incredible power. The only thing there is, but the identity of celestial dragons. But it happened to be celestial dragons. Can do Marine Admiral, New World's big pirate, Shishibukai. Things that even the protagonist Luffy can't do. That is beat celestial dragons without worrying about being punished. Brother Howard is so handsome dash. Xiao Lulia's nympho voice came from behind. Howard walked away proudly carrying a mace. Guy Enns looked like a dog, hunched over and followed Ray Howard. Saint Howard, please ride on your subordinates. Guy Enns, I have decided to become stronger. So I have to go on this journey by myself. Howard continued to pretend. 2 minutes later, is this mace too heavy? There is also Marie Joy's, the shattered sacred place, which is too big, right? Looking around, there are repetitive streets and repetitive palaces. When is this ahead? Guy Ensign. Howard took a deep breath and stopped. I think I still have to ride you before I become stronger. Guy Enns. CP0. These powerhouses nodded and bowed their heads in front of him and showed their diligence, which made Lee Howard's mood quite comfortable. So, being celestial dragons is still good. Can dominate the world government and use CP0 as a horse. If you feel uncomfortable, you can beat other celestial dragons to achieve your own justice. Of course, there is the most important benefit, Boa Hancock, as my favorite in One Piece. Lee Howard naturally remembers that before Boa Hancock became the Queen of Hydra, he was captured by celestial dragons and worked as a slave for 4 years. Although I don't remember the specific time. But as long as the plot hasn't happened yet, then you can rescue her, and then the Empress promises her. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of the pride, Howard let out an evil laugh. Although my thoughts were so shameless, I felt a little disgusting. But this is what I want most when I come into this world, right? Not only Boa Hancock, but also Robin, Nami, Vivi. Those who are their favorite figures, each one wants them to be their own wives. No, you must get them. Otherwise, the pain of watching them and others is not something that my fragile heart can bear. It seems that Saint Howard is in a good mood. Guy Enns complimented him as soon as he heard Howard's laughter. I always feel that after this incident, Saint Howard is different from before, even greater than before. Lee Howard was imaginatively proud, and said it smoothly at this time. It's really different. Guy Enns, believe it or not, I can dream of the future now. Guy Enns giggled. I thought that the master's mind was really flooded. On his lips, he was very serious and complimented. Saint Howard's dream is the mission that his subordinates are about to complete. It's good to have this kind of awareness. Eli Howard said solemnly as he remembered. In my dream, I saw 4 beauties. They are my destiny. Do you know what destiny means? Guy Enns shook his head fearfully. Stupid. The meaning of my fate is that getting them is more important than my fate. Guy Enns thought to himself, in short, you must get their meaning, so why do you say it so secretly? Eli Howard clenched his fists and made up his mind. I must find them all, Guy Enns, your mission is to help me find them. Asterisk, it really is that kind of dream. Guy Enns sighed in his heart. The woman in the dream doesn't say where to find it. Whether it exists or not is one thing, but think of the beauties that Chermako Saint had searched around. This is also normal. Celestial dragons have different tastes for slaves. Chermake Shang is very fond of collecting all kinds of beauties, and not in the name of slaves, but let them be wives. But in fact, after this kind of slave girl became the wife of celestial dragons, status is no different from slaves. Charmako Saint gave them numbers, and couldn't even remember their names. Perhaps it is the reason why Saint Howard and Charmak Saint are 5 or 6 years old in age. Comic can distinguish between dreams and women seen on the street anyway. On the contrary, Saint Howard is in troublesome teenage years. Actually believe in my dream. I can only suffer myself, not to find some illusory people. Can't find and wait to be punished. My first destiny is from Hydra Island. Eli Howard shared his dream without reservation. Her name is Boa Hancock. I believe that I came into this world because of her. Saint Howard turned out to be such a man of affection. Guy Enns looked in admiration. But I thought it was celestial dragons. Can speak so grandly about shamelessly wanting to rob others. As long as you know where it is, your subordinates will immediately look for the whereabouts of the First Lady. Guy Enns sighed silently, sweating for the future encounter on Nine Snake Island. It doesn't have to be immediately. Unexpectedly, Howard did not give such unreasonable orders. I even asked a few questions logically. You tell me first, which year is it now? See Circle Calendar 1504. Guy Enns added, February 1st. Guy Enns is not surprised that celestial dragons can't remember the days. It's better to say that celestial dragons that can remember the day are fake celestial dragons. Lee Howard was a little helpless after hearing this. After all, even if he knew which year, he wouldn't be on account. But Zephyr is still in Marine. Later, the famous Hilao Tina just debuted. Then the approximate time should be about the same. You don't need to go to Hydra Island, just help me to check it quietly. Who has the slaves of Hydra Island in the Holy Land? Lee Howard has a serious face, he must treat me as a major event. If you accidentally miss it, then Hancock will have to suffer a lot of inhuman torture. Forward. Guy Enns kind of understood. Is the First Lady of St. Howard someone's slave? Wouldn't it be where St. Howard liked it after meeting someone's slave girl? Seeing Eli Howard nodded, Guy Enns hurriedly asked, "Are the other ladies also slaves?" "No," Eli Howard solemnly announced. "My second natal girl, named Nico Robin, is about 7 or 80 or 90 years old now." Guy Enns took a breath. Unexpectedly, the taste of St. Howard is so heavy. St. Howard, that's an old lady, not a girl, right? Idiot. Not 70, 80, 90. It's 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't know the time for a while. Oh, Guy Enns hurriedly responded. She is destined to become a historian. Her mother was also a historian, but the entire island she studied was destroyed by Buster Call. This is the O'Hara event at the end of 1500 in the Sea Circle calendar, right? Guy Enns tried to explain how Eli Howard had this kind of dream. This happened more than 3 years ago. You still went to admire the fireworks. You will see it in your dreams. You may remember it. What? Howard's eyes widened in astonishment. I used to look at the fire that destroyed O'Hara as firework. Eli Howard once again realized how jerk he was in the past. The guilt for Robin spread silently in his heart. The girl who loves herself still hasn't been spared from misfortune. But thanks to this news, Howard has a better understanding of time. If O'Hara has been destroyed for 4 years, Robin is about 12 years old this year, and Boa Hancock is 13. At this time, Boa Hancock should have been captured as a slave. After all, West Blue is our own territory. Guy Enns analyzed it and felt that there was a trace of this dream. Lee Howard may have left a deep impression while playing, so the so-called O'Hara girl appeared in the dream. However, Lee Howard's next words left him a little confused. According to this timeline, Nami and Vivi don't know whether they were born or not. One of them will appear in an orange orchard in East Blue, and the other will be Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Lee Howard continued to introduce his dreams unscrupulously. Guy Enns grinned, already cursing in his heart. This piece dream. Can you be more reliable? Just find someone who is not sure whether it exists or not. Now I don't even know if he was born or not. Even the wish of celestial dragons. But what would you tell me to find a woman who hasn't been born yet? And Alabasta is a big country. Now I am thinking about the princess of that country. Isn't it where you fell in love with the desert style? What the hell is East Blue's Orange Grove? Guy Enns, I'm pretty sure my Boa Hancock is now a slave here, Howard said excitedly after clearing his thoughts. Now, check her whereabouts now. Her name is Boa Hancock. From 9 Snake Island, I was arrested with my 2 younger sisters. Hurry up. Yes. The subordinates look for it immediately. Guy Enns thought to himself that the dream might be fake, but the search task assigned by celestial dragons must be taken seriously. This is also an opportunity for St. Howard to see his loyalty. The gift of finally returning home, St. Howard's spirited appearance, surprised everyone. Howard. Oncoming came the new daddy, whom Howard didn't like very much. It was rare for Lurd to walk on his own at this time, carrying a whip in his hand. Lee Howard is really curious. How did this fat pig, who spends a handful of time walking on his own every day, grow so tall? However, it seems that he might grow to more than 2 meters tall in the future. But right now, facing such a tall dad really makes people feel unhappy. And Lurd's son rushed over and punched Lee Howard in the stomach. Eli Howard was surprised but was hit. With a muffled snort, he took a few steps back, clutching his stomach. Lidshen's height of more than 2 meters and the size of a pig's accumulated power made this punch very powerful. At least for Eli Howard's small body now. It's hard to eat. The secret agents all around looked at all this blankly. I laughed at myself secretly. The nemesis of celestial dragons is naturally another celestial dragons. I heard you beat Charles Rose and the others? Liard's torch asked earthly. The old man just called to inquire about the crime, and scolded him violently. His mood is naturally not much better. Sympathize with Marine, treat slaves kindly, beat cousins. CP0 has already reminded him that St. Howard's recent performance is very strange. That damn fat pig dared to say that I'm dirty. How could I swallow it? Speaking of it, you are also responsible? But Howard straightened his spine and said frankly, but a drop of cold sweat couldn't help falling in my heart. Things like phone worms make the transmission of messages amazingly fast. Ha ha, good fight. Lily stared at Howard for a moment, then laughed. I was a little worried when I heard that you used precious medicines on slaves. I have always been afraid that you will become a weak idiot like Don Quixote Huomingo. Don Quixote's house. This Don Quixote Hanagu is not weak. He dared to sympathize with and contain the escaped slaves in this sacred place, Marie Joy's, where corruption is the main theme. Later, he even gave up the identity of celestial dragons with the whole family, in order to only pursue peace in the bottom of my heart. In this way, he has the courage to betray the aristocracy of the entire world and insists on doing the right thing till death. How can such a person be a weak person? But Howard didn't dare to say what was in his heart. Before he has no power and strength, he still needs to be cautious in his words and deeds, so as not to end up in the same way. After all, the tragic story of Don Quixote's family tells everyone, the worst in this world is definitely not the third generation poor, but celestial dragons that fell into the world. No trouble, right? Lee Howard asked tentatively. Someone must have sued. What can be the trouble? Lidson didn't care, even in a good mood, patted Howard's juniors. Actually, I am very happy to hear your performance. What do you say? Since the gun is drawn, you must be ready to bet on your life, right? Wow, okay, dash. That's great dash. Lily was happily jumping back and forth, while waving the whip in his hand. It's like a neurosis. A blood spattered directly from the whip, splashing Howard's face. Okay? Howard frowned. How come there is blood? Oh, I'm so happy, I forgot that I have one more thing to tell you. Reed Saint remembered something and threw the whip in his hand. Did your slave use expensive drugs? Wouldn't it be a waste not to take the opportunity to adjust, harmoniously, and teach? I was playing with those new slaves just now. They are indeed cherished varieties and won't die so easily. Come with me. Now is the time to teach you the essence of tune, harmony, to teach slaves. Howard's heart tightened. Quickly followed Lily to the courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard, a young girl fell dying to the ground, covered in blood. At this time, even the ups and downs of the body are very weak. I am afraid that he has lost consciousness. It was not the black-haired girl he ordered someone to take good care of before he went out. There are two little girls beside the girl. He looked less than 10 years old, covered in blood. At this moment, he was hugging and crying and facing a vicious dog who was taller than theirs. The dog was barking, and the two little girls hugged. The sight in front of him made Howard's eyes dark for a while, and his face turned pale. All of the talents just now disappeared. How could this be? The drug was given to the other party, but it caused more torture. Even the person in front of you can't protect it. Where is the hero of the Shanghai King of Thieves? And how can I protect my natal girls if I am so powerless to change? Lily did not notice the change in Howard's expression behind him. He flicked the whip and snapped, and the dog immediately calmed down. Lil Chen said viciously to the two little girls, "Stand up." The two little girls shivered, but stood up obediently. Li Erdesheng pointed at the fainted girl, grinning in a harsh arc. "You said your sister did not finish today's work, what should you do?" "We." The green-haired little girl had completely lost her look in her eyes, lifted her foot, and kicked her sister. "Do not want." The blonde girl rushed over, stood in front of her sister, and cried, "I would rather die than do this." Asterisk. Laird St opened his mouth angrily. "Hey, what's the matter? Don't you understand what I said?" The dog barked immediately. The little green-haired girl shivered and pushed the blonde girl away with all her might. While kicking and beating at his eldest sister, he let out a piercing cry. "Do you think I will? But if you don't do this, the punishment game will never end. Not only eldest sister, even Sunda, you will be punished. In this case, it's better for me to do it." Eli Howard's face became very ugly, and he wanted to stop it. "Stop now," but immediately a spy picked him up and took him back to St. Lild. "St. Howard, it's not over yet." That spy, Lee Howard's fist, always had a smile on his face. Eli Howard felt that the opponent's face was like steel wrapped in rubber, and his own strength could not hurt the opponent at all. Why is it still so useless? St. Lild gave Lee Howard a slap in the face, quieting him. "Give me a good look and study." Eli Howard was held by the agents and stood beside St. Eliter. It was like being locked in an iron cage that could not escape him no matter how hard he struggled. Without the chance to resist, he could only helplessly watch the tragedy unfolding in front of him. The blonde girl jumped up to block it again, and the green-haired girl slapped her in the face. While fighting, he let out a terrifying cry, "Whoa! Ha ha ha! Look, this is the most interesting place to buy biological sisters." St. Lead looked relieved, but he was still a little unfulfilled. Then the whip slapped the dog, and the vicious dog immediately bowed its head and stopped barking. He sat with his tail tucked in front of St. Laird. "See, Howard, the slave must be trained to be like this dog. As long as the master has an order, he will follow it without hesitation. This green-haired is almost there." St. Lead handed the whip to Lieutenant Howard. "Let them be afraid of you enough, or they will make all kinds of excessive demands. Try it, Howard, get your whip up." Eli Howard was dark-faced, but couldn't resist. He whipped his whip and made a screeching sound on the ground. He avoided hitting the girls. But even so, the sound of the whip hitting the ground made the two little girls tremble. They stood up straight in a conditioned reflex. Even standing next to the vicious dog he just feared, he even forgot the pain in his body. The two little girls stood neatly in a row with the dog, waiting for their master's orders. The mocking scene made Lee Howard's eyes go black. St. Lilder was satisfied and laughed. "Did you see it? the fear in their eyes. No matter what you ask them to do at this time, they will do it. Howard, you remember, once there is no such expression in your eyes, you must punish them well. Let me go, beat me if you want, spare my child. Haha, it's too ridiculous to be fooled easily by such words, but slaves dare to say any excessive demands, Howard said in a hoarse voice. But I still think it's so boring to do this kind of thing. Then he threw the whip and stood quietly between the girls and Letter Saint. He racked his brains and thought desperately, how could he let the enthusiastic Ritter Saint let them go? No, you don't understand yet. For these slaves with relatives, the most interesting thing is when they push the limit of patience one day. Liard's eyebrows spoke with joy, with a proud look as if to show off his great achievements. Is the family relationship stronger, or is it more important to survive? Trample their struggles and see what choice they will make. This is the most interesting and worth looking forward to. Howard shook his head persistently. No, that's not interesting enough. Father, in fact, I also think that it is the kind of powerful murderous slave that matches your identity. For example, the kind of pirate who kills people like hemp. Is it interesting to teach harmony? Harmony. Besides, this is my slave. I should adjust, harmony, and teach it what I like, right? You still don't touch my slave in the future. This is my toy. Lily was in a good mood after hearing this. Okay. If you can teach them well by yourself, harmoniously, I won't worry about it. Even if this kind of little girl struggles is fun, it's just the basis for getting started. Now it's just to train your temperament. After all, the fierce pirate is the graduation course. You reminded me of what you said, and it's not bad to let you see it today. Come here, bring up that super fierce Murloc pirate. Murloc pirate? Howard was taken aback. He wanted to say that the Murloc pirate, who had also been a slave to celestial dragons, was not Fisher Tiger? Could it be that? Regardless of the identity of the Murloc pirate, it is a good opportunity right now. Howard winked at Guy Enns, pretending to be arrogant. Guy Enns, take my slaves back for a good look, and if they die, I will settle the account with you. Guy Enns took a peek at Reed Saint and took the three sisters back with a look of embarrassment. Listen to what Saint Howard means. He must be wasting expensive drugs on slaves again. Even those expensive drugs are not rare. It's just for Marine and their agents. Even if celestial dragons were used to rescue slaves, it was for the slaves to take a breather. Only in this way can we endure more torture and bring them more happiness. So Guy Enns is not a distress drug. It's because if it were known to Li Erdesheng, it would be unhappy again. Of course Howard would be scolded and beaten. But the real bad luck is that he is not a human being caught in the middle. Saint Reelder didn't have the time to pay attention to Ray Howard's little gestures at this time. He's all about showing off his giant Murloc slaves now. Even dragged Eli Howard in front of him. Passing on the experience of teaching the slaves with tune, harmony, with great interest, he said with great excitement. Eli Howard can only pretend to love to listen, keep flattering. The agents quickly dragged out a very tall red-skinned Murloc slave. Nearly 5 meters tall, the iron chains connected to each other and made a slamming sound. With the sliding of the chain, the huge body of the Murloc was hung up. It was for this reason that the imprint of the flying dragon's hoof on the chest was more clearly exposed. The Murloc gasped weakly, and Lee Howard finally saw his true face. Fisher Tiger. Eli Howard's eyes widened, holding his breath as he stared at the Murloc in front of him. In the animation he saw in his previous life, it was the Murloc who escaped from the heavily guarded holy place of Marie Joyce. Later, there is no hesitation to lead someone to kill Marie Joyce back by surprise. Freed all slaves at that time. But Eli Howard saw Fisher Tiger hanging up in front of him, and his heart was desolate. In this situation, unless a miracle happens, it is impossible to get rid of it. There, Saint Lead had already whipped his whip against Tiger like a chicken blood, and Tiger always looked at Saint Laird with the same eyes that he looked at ants. It was as if the body felt no pain at all. Are you afraid? Please. Laird St was so tired that he kept yelling, as if he had been beaten. It takes 2 long whips to whip Tiger, and it is very tiring to wield. But the Lords are in it, and the celestial dragons are in it. Hello. Fisher Tiger said suddenly, can you give me a sip of water? Water. Saint Lild was startled when he heard Tiger's question, and then ecstatic. Ha ha ha, you can't take it anymore. But why should I give you water? Well, you seem to like doing some sideshows. Fisher Tiger licked the blood dripping from his forehead, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Give me some water and I'll put on a show for you. Ha ha ha. Leeds was very happy. Okay, I knew that it would be a matter of time to give in. Lee Howard looked at Light St with pity. His father's IQ in his previous life was not so low. The character is even more noble than the one in front of him. Eli Howard can be said to have no empathy for his father's status. Therefore, there is no word to remind anything. After all, it is rare to see the excitement of celestial dragons. The spy poured a bucket of water into Fisher Tiger's mouth, and the other party didn't know what to do. Some more. For Murlocs, a bucket of water is not enough to quench their thirst. No, just give it that much. Saint Lilder, that idiot, only wanted to show his authority. Let's talk about what kind of show you can perform. How about Murloc karate? Fisher Tiger smiled and showed shark-like teeth. Karate? Are you going to relax your hands and feet? The holy way of Lild. I'm not that stupid. You're not obedient enough. Aren't you stupid enough to give him water? Lee Howard sneered inwardly, his eyes almost unable to hide the gloating over Lild's misfortune. Don't let go, I'll show you right away. Fisher Tiger said. This show is called Wulegwin, Water Cannon. Fisher Tiger suddenly gathered all his strength and shouted loudly. A water bomb suddenly spewed out of Fisher Tiger's mouth and slammed straight towards St. Lild. A guard who had already been alerted immediately blocked in front of St. Lild. At the same time, another CP-0 flew a punch and bombarded Fisher Tiger's head, knocking Tiger out on the spot. After a loud noise, the red mist slammed into the wall, along with the body of the guard. The water cannon blasted through the guard's upper body, and the back wall and doors and windows broke open a large hole. St. Lild fell to the ground by the scene in front of him. A trembling voice of fear came from the depths of his throat, and it took a long while to calm down and shouted and roared. Take it away. Thirst it. Starve it. Fisher Tiger had fainted by this time, unable to hear the pathetic whimper of the stupid celestial dragons. He had a smug smile on his face before he fainted. Ha ha ha. There was a sudden burst of laughter, accompanied by applause. Eli Howard was happy, not surprised or frightened at all. Instead, it was like watching a good show that had been expected. But he still spoke with false respect. As expected of my father. Such a fierce pirate, I have never seen it before. St. Lild gasped, slowly regaining his confidence in Lee Howard's compliments. Yes, he is fierce, right? But me. Sooner or later, he will be tamed, Eli Howard said excitedly. It's really challenging to tame this kind of slave, but I'll start with a young slave first. St. Reed watched Lee Howard with great satisfaction as he walked towards the slave pen, then slumped to the ground. He cursed at CP0 who had just saved his life. What are you still doing? Why don't you help me to rest? I thought with fear in my heart, I almost died today, and I have to pay more attention to safety in the future. He didn't mean to reflect on his own stupidity at all. In the dark dungeon of the Leaf family's palace, Eli Howard saw countless cages. What's here is just the slaves that the family uses for collection and consumption. When it comes to the number of slaves, the Leaf family dares to say second, no one dares to say number one. Guy Enns said this with pride. Eli Howard's face inevitably turned black. Do people in this ritual family like to collect slaves so much? For celestial dragons, slaves are capital. They are not only toys, but also commodities, consumables, and labor. They have to serve celestial dragons day and night, and they have to work day and night, build palaces, mine mines, and use them as experimental subjects. There are many unimaginable sad things. In front of the countless number of low iron cages, Howard finally found the three girls. At the suggestion of Howard, Guy Enns had found someone to bandage their wounds. At this time the three sisters were hugging each other, crying in a low voice for their tragic fate. Sister, I'm sorry, the little green-haired girl was crying. It's okay, it doesn't hurt at all. A smile struggling to squeeze out the face of the black-haired girl. Well done, the only way to end it quickly. It will be the same in the future. The moment they saw Howard, the three sisters shook together, and drew back from the cage without life. Could it be said that the celestial dragon's game will continue, and their torture today is not over yet? The girl with long black hair stretched her arms desperately in front of her. The two younger sisters hid behind her lifelessly. Howard bent down. He didn't speak yet, just got closer. The black-haired girl fainted again. Howard was speechless for a moment, and after thinking about it, he thought it was justified. After all, the girl had been smeared with medicine, but she was beaten tragically during the high fever, and she was on the verge of collapse in both her body and will. But at this time, Howard had the opportunity to carefully examine the appearance of the three sisters. Although the black-haired girl has fainted, but the fair skin and delicate face that appeared in the dark can be seen as a little beauty. Behind her, two younger girls screamed because of Howard's approach. One long green hair, one long blonde curly hair, looks good. But the black-haired elder sister who was selected to serve her was the best looking. But the two younger sisters are already beautiful women. The premise is, if you have not been severely beaten and bruised and swollen, they are really the three sisters? Is the color of this hair related to half a dime? Is it really biological? Seeing that all three of them were still alive, Howard was relieved. At least it doesn't seem to be a big deal, although there have been many encounters. He even couldn't help but speak with a ridiculous tone. Should be. Guy Enns said. Stussy dare not make a mistake in this kind of thing. After all, most of the value of such high-priced goods is due to this so-called blood kinship. The blonde girl coughed up blood in horror. There was also a terrible wound on the arm that had been bitten by a dog, bleeding beads constantly oozing. The green-haired girl was covered in whip marks, every piece of flesh was beaten deep into the flesh, and her skin turned out. She shrank into a ball at this moment, looking timidly at Howard outside the cage. It took a long time to gather up the courage and speak tremblingly. I have a lot of strength, I can work for the elder sister for the master. Please use me tomorrow. Eli Howard's heart suddenly twitched, but it didn't seem to be as cold as it was at the beginning. It's because I've seen a lot, it doesn't seem to be a big deal anymore. The world of celestial dragons is just like this. This is not something that you can change with a snap of your fingers. Besides, if you don't have the courage to face all this, let alone change something, don't be afraid. Eli Howard's words only started, and they couldn't go on. Behind him was Guy Enz's scrutiny gaze, and in front of him was a girl who had been scared to lose her soul. Also, even if they show kindness in this situation, it's impossible for them not to be afraid, right? Eli Howard fell silent. Today's things will never happen again, there is no way to spit it out of my mouth. Because of Guy Enz's sight behind him, and because of, that's a deception. Today's things will happen again and again in the Seoville Holy Land. It is precisely because this is the Holy Land Marie joys. And he was just a teenager who could not even be called the patriarch of the Celestial Dragon's family. At this time, the phone worm on Guy Enz rang. Beep 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 beep. Guy Enz picked it up and listened. Only the slaves who own the island of Hydra in the entire Holy Land, the 3 Amazon sisters? Are they really sisters? Are you sure? There was the sound of turning over the paper on the phone worm, and then the other side spoke casually. Yes, the 3 sisters captured by 9 Snake Island are the only group. I can't make a mistake. Specific names? No. Who cares about the names of those slaves? Saint Howard cares? Yes, I'm sorry. The phone worm was filled with sincere and fearful apologies, but they didn't make much sense anymore. Think about it, too, how could a slave trader care about the name of the goods? The name can be worth a few dollars on the slave, and he will not be asked for a ransom, but will be sold directly. Guy Enz hung up the phone, bent over to Saint Howard, and spoke respectfully. Saint Howard, Stussy said these 3 are from Hydra Island, and they are indeed sisters. For the first time, Guy Enz had a heart for Saint Howard's dream. Just riding a lap will dream of the connection of 9 Snake Island, which is indeed a bit weird. Boom! Guy Enz suddenly heard a violent heartbeat, coming from Saint Howard's chest. The heartbeat was so violent that even he heard it. Saint Howard's face instantly turned pale, and then he was bloodshot and purple. The 3 Amazon sisters from the Calm Belt Hydra Island. Eli Howard also noticed that his mentality was too abnormal. Even after the huge heartbeat, the whole world was dead silent. Guy Enz's voice seemed to appear on the horizon. Saint Howard, although I don't know the name, Stussy said this is the only Amazon slave caught in 20 years. Open, Howard said in a deep voice. Open the cage? Now, Guy Enz didn't react for a moment. I told you to open it. Eli Howard has put his foot on Guy Enz's leg. This is already the highest place he can kick. Rewards Howard's face was very grim at this time. Even when beating other celestial dragons during the day, it's not as good as 1/2 of the degree of honor and hideousness now. Guy Enzi shed cold sweat and immediately opened the cage door. Eli Howard crawled in like a dog desperately. In the trembling eyes of the 2 sisters shrinking in the corner, Howard picked up the unconscious black-haired girl. Shaking away the girl's hair, she looked at this face carefully. Boa Hancock. Howard suddenly yelled out of silence. You are Boa Hancock, right? Both sisters were shocked, the blonde girl said in fear. Why do you know your sister's name? The green-haired girl hurriedly tugged her and told her not to talk. But Eli Howard already understood, and slapped his face hard. It's so stupid, why didn't you recognize it? It's already so obvious. 3 sisters. Black hair, yellow hair and green hair. Although Boa Hancock in front of him was just a little girl who was taken away by slave traders. Even the timid was frightened several times in front of him. The impression and temperament are completely different from the grown-up. Now, her 2 sisters are also very beautiful, and they have not yet become ugly snake girls. Therefore, Howard never connects them with the 3 Boa sisters. Howard hugged the dying Hancock tightly, and his eyes were pitch black. If it was just a pity for the tragic encounter of a young girl, then the one who has one's fate now is beyond remorse. Hancock's encounter turned out to be caused by himself. He has no way to forgive himself. Lee Howard gritted his teeth, his face pale, and his whole body convulsed violently. A cruel start after he had seen celestial dragons. The question that had been circling in his head finally broke out at this time. Why should I like this world? Even a past life. I clearly saw the cruelty of this world from the animation. Why do I like this cruel world now? Shouldn't this world and this corrupt mechanism be destroyed? The reason why I came here is to personally experience the pain of this world. Is it to destroy the world with your own hands? The 2 younger sisters have already rushed forward. Let go of sister. Let's fight with you. Guy Enns had long been frightened by Howard. Howard had beaten himself and stayed in place, speaking helplessly. Saint Howard, what's the matter with you? Do you want me to call someone? A crazy haki burst from Howard and swept the cell. The guard who rushed over was shocked by the invisible haki, rolled his eyes on the spot and fainted. The same goes for the two little girls. Conqueror's haki. Guy Enns felt the huge breath surge like a flood for a moment. And it is pouring from the present gift Saint Howard. Under the shocking coercion, even Guy Enns, who is CP0, needs to work hard to keep him from fainting. Conqueror's haki. This is the proof of becoming the overlord. And it's a natural conquerors who awakens without any training, worthy of being the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government. When he was squeezed by Conqueror's haki, his body couldn't move. Guy Enns' mind has clearly determined the owner for whom he wants to lay down his life. Awaken Conqueror's celestial dragons, right in front of my own eyes. Reward Saint Howard, will definitely become the lord of the world. This idea took root in Guy Enns' heart in an instant. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. Lee Howard's expression became extremely distorted, and he smiled savagely and wildly. He held Boa Hancock and stood up slowly. It was like whispering to Hancock in his arms, and it was like announcing to the world. It turns out that the despicableness I have seen is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. Get used to it first and pretend that you can also be a trash, waiting to slowly become stronger before changing the world. That's really naive. He has been dazzled by the intense anger. I just thought that I was an idiot who wanted to dormant a few days ago. It took him a long time for this distorted anger to calm down. Boa Hancock, I didn't expect you to come to me in this way. Eli Howard said seriously. I don't know how to be forgiven for everything you have done. I swear I will protect you, and I will have the power to protect you because, if I can't even protect you, how can I like this disgusting world? It is precisely because of you, Robin, Vivi and Nami that I love this cruel world. At the same time, in the center of Marie Joy's 5 elders, the supreme authority to rule the world government, was taken aback. Their old faces turned their heads abruptly together. If there are others, I'm afraid they won't worry about their aging necks. And the place they looked at was the direction of Ligia. If my feeling is right, is it Conqueror's haki? Exactly. This Conqueror's haki has the arrogance of destroying the Holy Land. It seems to be the Ligia. Go and check. Yes. Hidden in the darkness, countless figures of secret agents rushed towards Lee's house. Meet 5 elders and report directly. Even the top 10 masters in CP0. Guy Enns has never had such a glorious moment. But can the Saint Howard story really be told to 5 elders? Guy Enns couldn't help but face choices. The former is 5 elders, which represents the supreme power of the world government. The latter is the master he wants to be loyal to. However, he was not embarrassed soon, because he is determined that Saint Howard will definitely become the master of the world in the future. Conqueror's haki is from Saint Howard? Who is from? You should be clear about it. Together, the 4 of 5 elders turned their eyes to the remaining one. It was an old man with a bald head and glasses, wearing a robes, and holding a long knife of amazing length. And the 5 elders was silent for a while, and he couldn't say with certainty. My youngest grandson is the child born to the daughter-in-law of Xia Lu's family. After hearing this, several other people looked at each other for a few seconds before tacitly becoming silent. This blood relationship is too strong. The Li family and Xia Lu family, both of these families once served as 5 elders. All are the direct descendants of the 20 kings who created the world, and the Orthodox royal family. The blood of the twin kings, awakened conquerors, is this going to be heaven-defying? So what's the reason for awakening? 5 elders with red suit and golden beard tapped their chin. Guy Enns asked. When I was teaching the slave, I suddenly became angry. When Guy Enns said this, his heart was pounding. Reward Saint Howard had ordered before he left. It is absolutely forbidden to let people know about the 3 sisters of Boya. This is obvious. If anyone knows, Lee Saint Howard got the inspiration in his ethereal dream, and he was keen on marrying a slave girl as his wife. This will definitely cause trouble. There are lessons from the Don Quixote family. Even if Saint Howard hasn't put in practice yet, he will never get through it. Well, what is Saint Howard doing now? After that, I fell asleep. Guy Enns took a deep breath, still trembling in his exit. What are you hiding? 5 elders have a torch. They are not fools. One after another observation haki shrouded Guy Enns. Even the slightest lie could be detected. No, it's not. Guy Enns squatted his head repeatedly to hide his cold sweat. At the same time, clearly sort out the information that can be said. Started to save his life with mixed gibberish. I just thought it was a bit ridiculous. Saint Howard had hallucinations at the time. He said he saw some future. What future? Guy Enns swallowed. I can't say anything about the 3 sisters of Boya, they are slaves. What about Nico Robin? No way. The Devil's Son, the destruction of O'Hara, this is a taboo topic. By the way, there is another one. Saint Howard said that he saw that he would marry Princess Vivi of Alabasta in the future. Guy N said as if he had caught the straw. This is definitely a qualified dream for celestial dragons, with arrogance and whimsical. Fortunately, I remember it. The 5 elders froze for a moment, then laughed. Princess Vivi, do you look good? It is said to have blue hair like the sea, very beautiful. Alabasta, ah. There seemed to be a lot of information in the 5 elders' size. Superpower Alabasta, home of Naphi Ritali. It is also the only family among the 20 kings who gave up their settlement in the Holy Land of Marie Joys. However, there is no princess in that country. King Cobra has only one queen and no heir. The 5 elders all shook their heads in amusement. This is indeed a dream that young people would have, and even a powerful family was transferred. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. The chunky CP0 on one side suddenly opened, providing more accurate important information. However, Queen Neferutali has been pregnant for some time. Really? Check again. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, the phone worm rang. 5 minutes ago, Queen Neferutali died in childbirth, but she did her best to give birth to a princess. Blue hair, call it Neferutali Vivi. Princess Vivi. Immediately, the eyes of the 5 elders and Guy N's all widened. They couldn't believe that the young man's dream had come true. Let's all go out. Although they had tried to keep their voices low, they couldn't hide their excitement. All but the 5 elders were well aware of current affairs and left the room immediately, seeing and hearing about the future. And conquerors. The flat voice of the 5 elders had begun to tremble. The other 4 looked at the old man in the robe together. Saint Reed, there has been no such record for 500 years, right? Actively awaken Haki's celestial dragons. More than actively awakening Haki, the 5 elders in dark blue suits, with white beard and hair hanging to the ground, said movingly. Conquerors is not uncommon, but it can predict the future. Even, this is not an ordinary observation Haki that can only foresee the future for just a few seconds. It's Haki who can be compared to listen to the voice of all things. No, this should be the most suitable talent for the king. This gift to Saint Howard. Even the celestial dragons before today were a little kid that the 5 elders wouldn't care about. Both incompetent and cowardly. Just a few days ago, there was a little accident, but it was after that, what seemed to have changed. Just now, he beat up a few bastards who angered him. It was only at this time that Saint Reed discovered the report. He picked up the surveillance phone bug sent by CP0 and released the video. The spy phone bug's eyes shone brightly on the wall. The entire passage of time is displayed very clearly in front of the 5 elders. All 5 looked a little surprised. 1 on 3, still quite imposing. You know, even they have heard about the cowardice of this gifted Saint Howard. Although the fight of several people in the video seems to them to be just a nonsense child's fight, but it feels very unusual. Are you risking your life? Several people showed kind smiles. Holy Land Marie Joys, but has not produced a decent descendant for hundreds of years. It must be taken seriously. 5 elders reached a consensus together at this time. This is a miracle, but it is also inevitable. This is proof of celestial dragon's bloodline as the master of the world. Send a gift to King Cobra of Alabasta to save a year of heavenly gold. At the same time, pay more attention to Alabasta's situation. It's better to talk to Cobra Wan Ming. This Princess Vivi's marriage partner must be Saint Howard. If things go in the desired direction, perhaps the Holy Land Marie Joys will accept the return of Neferutali's house. Tell King Cobra, cherish this opportunity. Lee Howard sat leaning against the window. He didn't faint like Guy N said. At this time, he was looking sullenly at the brightly lit palaces in the Holy Land. No matter how beautiful the building is, it cannot prevent darkness from falling. The 3 sisters Boya were sleeping soundly on the big bed not far away from him. It has been half a year since they were caught. Traveling across the ocean, endless torture. Being sent to Marie Joys in the end means that all the possibility of escape was cut off. This was the first time they slept in bed after becoming slaves. Wipe clean the body and treat the wound, their body will soon return to health. But what about the wound in my heart? Eli Howard doesn't know. Howard stared at the sleeping 3 sisters on the bed, feeling extremely peaceful. I didn't expect to see you in this way in the end. From now on, I will protect you. However, I still don't have the strength and status to protect them. He is not even the head of the Lee family. When Reed Shang Yao was arrogant, he could only be grasped by the spies and watched eagerly. Once, Lord Don Quixote was able to take in many slaves. Can finally leave Marie Joys with the whole family. It's all because he is the owner of the house. Nevertheless, in the end, everyone knows how terribly he died. Saint Howard. Guy N's is back, both excited and worried. 5 elders summoned. Let you go to Panga City as soon as you wake up. The 5 old things. Howard sneered. It looks like they are starting to doubt. Well, that's fine, I'm going to be serious too. Then, Saint Howard, Mrs. Hancock sighed. Guy N's looked embarrassed. Shall your subordinate go through the procedures for entering the Holy Land? Marie joys. It's not easy to take Boa Hancock's identity directly from slaves to madams. After all, slaves are not the same as civilians who are directly plundered. If St. Howard really decides that way, it will definitely cause an uproar in the Holy Land. No, even if I get married, I don't want to be in Marie Joy's. Eli Howard almost immediately thought of the wife of St. Charmac during the day. That miserable appearance is no better than a slave. What's more, Howard knew it himself. It is not a smart decision to let people know that they want to free slaves now. That, Guy Enns hesitated. Howard rubbed his chin. Well, you declare to the public that they will be my exclusive slaves in the future. Send them back first, the same as before. But you find me a better solitary cell and don't allow anyone to hurt them. It's best to hide them where others can't find them, and don't attract the attention of those idiots. To hide the 3 slaves, the best way is definitely to hide in a large group of slaves. Guy Enns breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he is also very easy to do. Just need to give some care secretly, and St. Howard won't attract any criticism. Guy Enns immediately understood Howard's growth. Even the logic of thinking about things has begun to mature. Howard walked to Boa Hancock, who was unconscious. The movement gently held up the hand exposed outside the quilt. He leaned over and dropped a kiss on the back of her cold hand. Hancock's long eyelashes trembled. She woke up a long time ago, just pretending to be dead. The soft bed is like an unconvincing sweet dream. Now the other party's behavior makes her feel even more confusing, and more fear. Although Howard gave her some care from all aspects, it was celestial dragons after all. My beloved Hancock, I'm sorry. Lee Howard put her hands in the quilt, and said with guilt, the slave imprint on your back, I will find a way to erase it for you. So, before I gain the power to save you, I ask you to be patient. Be sure to hold on. I'm going to gain strength now. Panga City, even the tallest warrior of the giants would feel magnificent when they came here. Standing in front of the city gate, Howard felt that he was just the smallest ant under the sky. World government. A behemoth built by more than 170 participating countries. And his headquarters is the Panga City entrenched in Marie Joy's. Among them, the ruler who represents the highest power is 5 elders. However, 5 elders were in their advanced age when they reached more than 100 years of age. The candidates for 5 elders have not changed much in the past 100 years. In this way, we can see the dominance of the current 5 elders, and the level of waste of celestial dragons now. However, few celestial dragons are interested in positions at 5 elders. After all, after becoming 5 elders, you have to work 3 hours a day. 3 hours. The door of the hall was closed, and Howard realized that this was a huge hall with no one. In front of him is a wide and majestic staircase leading to a huge and incomparable throne. The back of the throne's chair pointed straight to the sky like a sword blade. If you can sit on it, there must be a feeling of the world is the only one in the sky. However, just below the throne, there are many swords inserted. The sharp weapon shining with cold light seems to be shiningly refusing everyone to set foot on the throne. Eli Howard stepped up the steps, step by step toward the throne that made his blood boil. He had an urge to sit on 5 elders before he got up to see what happened. In the plots known in previous lives, there is still a real master hidden behind 5 elders. He is also the true king of this world, the person who masters the fate of all people. His name is Yim, but nothing about him is known. Because the story is not over, the author disappeared. This makes Yim's identity even more mysterious. Now, Eli Howard came to this world. It can be said that apart from becoming 5 elders, there is no chance to touch the secret. The height of the steps made Howard felt that he had climbed a steep hill just as he climbed up. This made Howard panted with exhaustion. Finally ran to the top, only to see. Not only is the lower level of the throne filled with knives, forks, swords, and halberds, all kinds of weapons were also inserted around the throne. And the throne in front of him, the height of the seat alone was higher than the top of his head. Lee Howard looked up and wondered if he could climb up with his weak body. He tried to climb over these weapons and climb to the throne. At the same time, a disappointing voice rang immediately. Want to sit on it? But that's not a throne that anyone can sit on. The 20 weapons that guard the throne are the vows made by the first 20 people who created this world 800 years ago. That location is the center of the world, a symbol of peace. Just as the pinnacle of world power is at the same time in the hands of 5 elders, the highest of celestial dragons, there is no unique king in this world. The vacant throne means that all kings are equal to each other, and there will never be a dictatorship. 5 elders said a word and walked in through the gate. They all looked at Howard with interest. It's just a chair, it doesn't matter just to sit down. Eli Howard ignored the 5 old things below and crawled towards the throne. But the throne was too high. Even if Howard jumped up, he couldn't touch the chair. Lee Howard can't help muttering in his heart, what is this chair doing so big? Is it for the giants to sit on? If you sit on it, you can become a unique king? then this king is easy to be. Eli Howard thought to himself, the 5 old men would definitely not be able to make it for a while. This trick of his own, if he can force him out, it would be great. Junior, who doesn't understand the rules, come down. I'm going to be the unique king. Who can stop me? Howard yelled deliberately. Can you protect the throne by inserting a few broken weapons? What a symbol of peace. Boring. With so many swords stuck under the throne, I think the symbolic war for the throne is pretty much the same. Suddenly, a gust of wind hits unexpectedly. Lee Howard only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and the next moment he fell to the feet of 5 elders. What happened? Eli Howard was taken aback by the change in vision. The fall was solid, and Howard only felt the hot pain in his butt, but there was nothing serious about it. But pain is not a problem. The key is, 5 elders actually have such a strong strength? His brain reacted quickly, and instead of waiting for 5 elders to speak, Howard was the first to yell at him. You 5 old things called me over, and I can't see anyone when I come. If that chair is not allowed to sit on, can you put up a sign to remind you? To make such a big chair and put it in such a conspicuous place, it is clearly for people to sit on. The old man with a flat hat and a scar on his face twitched. No one can sit on that throne. The bearded old man in the blue suit said sternly. Pull it down. Howard got up and snorted coldly. The chair is made for people to sit on, and the bigger chair is the same. Furthermore, even if you let me sit for a while, if you don't go out and talk, naturally no one will know. Why don't I believe you don't go up and sit down when no one is there? Oh, you old bones can't get up at all. 5 elders were all speechless by the younger generations. The old man with bald glasses wearing a white robe suddenly smashed Howard's head with the handle of a knife. Remember it. This matter is not even a joke. It hurts to death. Who are you? Lee Howard hugged his head and rolled. Although he only tapped with a scabbard, there was an illusion that his head was split in half. The other 5 elders were speechless again. Li Desheng had blue veins violent on his forehead. Little b asterisk 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 d, don't you even know me? Lee Howard took a closer look. Who are you? Who? Li Desheng roared, I am your grandpa. Lee Howard slapped the palm of his hand. By the way, it seems to have heard of such a thing. He thought it was a lie, but he didn't expect it to be true. But let alone memory, Lee Howard had never seen him at Lee's house. Li Desheng almost vomited blood in the pitying eyes of the other 4 people. Ahem, speaking of it, I'm not good. Li Desheng coughed slightly. But, even if I haven't been back to my home for many years, you should know who I am. After all, the portrait at home. No, the portrait has long been replaced by that guy Lid. Lee Howard has no respect for Liard Sanatur. Even in front of Li Desheng, there is no need to conceal this point. Anyway, the more b asterisk 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 d, the more in line with the true nature of celestial dragons. The statue in the courtyard. No one is like yours. Rewards Howard is blunt. Even if it was Eli Howard received all the previous memories. However, in the memory of Howard since the birth of Howard, there is no shadow of the prominent grandfather of St. Orid. Reason? Even if it is not said by Li Desheng, Lee Howard can guess 1 or 2. After all, anyone who has the ability to give birth to a rubbish son like Li Erdesheng will look upset. Stop talking nonsense about working hard for the work of the world government. Howard didn't believe a word of those words. Li Desheng gave a light cough. It's really been a long time since I cared about my family. Then his expression changed, and he said sharply, I'll talk about housework later. I am calling you today to see what you can do. Ability. A few things flashed quickly in Howard's head. Conqueror's haki? But I should not know that. Rely, Howard said proudly with his waist stuck in. If you want to say this, I won't be sleepy. It's me who can pick 3. Don't talk about their record in defeating Charles Rose. Li Desheng didn't want to waste any more time. What we want to see is your haki. Lee Howard said in his heart. He thought about it for a moment, and then said, Haki? I want to be the master of this world. It's not such a dream joke. 2 bright lights shot from Li Desheng's eyes, shining sharply on Lee Howard. The tyrannical haki swept across the world in an instant, violently hitting Howard's mind. Eli Howard only felt a suffocating aura enveloping him. It looked like a sharp blade was rubbing his neck. His consciousness was constantly cut to pieces by these swords. The brain was chaotically falling into Mangekyo, unable to piece together half a complete idea. I just feel dizzy in front of my eyes, and my sobriety keeps collapsing. Howard tried his best to stay awake. 5 old immortal things are so powerful. No, he can't fall here. I want to go to Alabasta to rescue Princess Vivi. Let Boa Hancock return to the island of Hydra and become the Empress. Go to the Orange Garden to find Nami. Then live a happy life with everyone. The strong desire actually induced Howard's willpower at this time. Haki seemed to have been deliberately guided out, spewing out from his body, fighting against the surrounding haki. But his haki is too immature after all. In front of haki, who was as sharp as a knife, it was getting more and more difficult for him to barely maintain his consciousness. Finally, everything around gradually faded away. The fragmented world finally came together again. Eli Howard's vision returned to normal. Only then did he realize that his body was already sweating profusely. 5 elders exchanged glances, and the old man with the golden beard in a red suit spoke. No fainting. Very talented indeed. It's weak, but it's conquerors. Yesterday's awakening was just an accident. The holy way of right. But the potential of this kid is okay. Give me some time and I will make this power stronger. After all, it's hard to find a successor. The other 4 nodded together. Successor? What successor? Howard stayed for a while. Reed Shang squinted his eyes to see Howard Furry, and then said slowly, "Boy, have you ever thought about becoming 5 elders in the future?" Eli Howard was startled by the sudden question. He has many imaginations about his own full power in the future. But becoming 5 elders, I haven't really thought about it. It should be said that he has thought about the highest point of grabbing power from the class, and only becoming the head of the Lee family. Then, the incident 3 years later. The Murloc Fisher Tiger escaped and returned to Marie Joy's, freeing the slaves including the 3 sisters of Boya. At that time, he could sneak to 9 Snake Island and live a happy life with the Empress. I never thought about it, I don't want to be. Eli Howard said solemnly. Becoming 5 elders requires working 3 hours a day, which is boring. I still want to travel the world. The world is so big, I want to see it. Not immediately, you can talk about it when you are interested. Li Desheng understood the celestial dragon's boy in front of him very well, especially after listening to Guy N's report and learning about Howard's foreseeable dreams. What's more, their 5 old guys have no plans to retire in the near future. You are going to Alabasta, right? Li Desheng spoke slowly. And, Amazonian Island? Orange Grove. Howard was taken aback. Guy Enz told him what he had said to 5 elders, and told him everything. Guy Enz didn't say in such detail at all. Why does this old man know? This is observation haki. Li Desheng smiled. I have felt what you thought just now. Lee Howard's face changed immediately. Is observation haki so outrageous? Don't you know everything? Lee Howard even thought of running away for a moment. But the next moment I was stupid by my own ideas. He is not a handle to give people a door. And this must not even reach the door. Don't be nervous. The holy way of right. I just can feel a little bit of the sight, not as good as your observation haki. So these are the future you dreamed of? You have a greater talent for seeing, hearing, and coloring than conquerors. Eli Howard breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's okay just to see these. At least I didn't see anyone wanting to rebel, just burn Marie Joy's. The powerful observation haki can feel the opponent's thinking and affect the opponent's mind. Li Desheng took a bit of pride. But this kind of advanced knowledge is innate, and I have this kind of knowledge. Eli Howard realized something vigilantly. Are you trying to say, I should inherit this kind of haki too? Eli Howard scolded the old man shamelessly. This is not just showing off his genetic strength. Li Desheng nodded. Not bad. But your talent for seeing, hearing and coloring may be more advanced than mine. Maybe it's because you inherited the blood of Xia Lu's side at the same time. Howard thought for a while, the corners of his lips curled up. I see, Marie Joy's is in flames. After that, Howard was secretly refreshed. You guys who don't die, pull me over. It's haki and threat again. Don't let Lao Zi make you scared. Moreover, in the impressive plot about the Holy Land, that is, the slave riots 3 years later, 5 elders are all startled. This is not a good dream. Li Desheng frowned. You mean, my home is on fire? No, I mean there is a sea of fire everywhere. Howard laughed. The whole Marie Joy's is on fire. Someone has attacked, and all the slaves ran away. When? About 2 or 3 years from now? 4 or 5 years from now. Lee Howard looked nonchalant, thinking I can tell you this. How can I know so clearly? Then what? Then I woke up. Howard said frankly. It's so terrible to die everywhere. Those untouchables will kill a lot of celestial dragons. Anyway, I'm not having a good time, so don't think about sleeping well. I will scare you first. 5 elders all frowned, pacing around. These don't necessarily happen. Now that we know it, it can be changed in the future. After a while, Li Desheng spoke solemnly. The future that is foreseen by seeing, hearing and color is just the key to a high probability that will happen. What's more, in such a long future, the possibility will not be too high. No dash. I think it's the opposite. Whitebeard's 5 elders has an ugly face. Because what happened in the future is clearly seen, it also shows that this matter is not easy to change. It must be those from the Revolutionary Army. The 5 elders in the red suit had a bad temper, and his already angry forehead was violent. The order must be passed on. Strengthen the power of Marine, and not let this weed grow into a climate. Several people exchanged glances and raised their hands in agreement. Then, let's enlist in the world. Whitebeard's 5 elders proposed. strengthen the defense forces, and step up the elimination of the Revolutionary Army. Agree. The other four nodded together. Heaven's gold can no longer be abused, so that those prodigal sons spend less. Howard silently apologized on the side. It didn't take long for the Revolutionary Army over there to take their heads because of a big scapegoat on their backs. I'm really sorry. But Marine, because of himself, got the opportunity to enlist in the world in advance. How do you say this is a good thing, right? And Howard squinted. Unexpectedly, these old men believed in their dreams so much. Even if you talk nonsense about what kind of dream you have now, wouldn't it be able to influence five elders' decision? This is too interesting. Anyway, they said that the future style can be changed. So even if it didn't happen, it has nothing to do with me. Just when Howard fell into his own fantasy, thinking about it happily, Howard felt a chill on his back. Afterwards, a strong aura of lifelessness spread quietly throughout the room. The death energy gathered and turned into a tall man wearing a golden wolf head mask. Lee Howard felt his scalp numb just by looking at his body. And the other person kneeled respectfully in front of five elders. Howard took a breath. Could it be said that this is the power of devil fruit? If so, then there is no doubt that the person in front of him has eaten the fruit of the beast level. Is it Shinigami Anubis devil fruit? Will Pirate World have that kind of fruit? Newbies. Read Saint ordered, from today you don't need to follow me, you will be responsible for training Saint Howard. What? Lee Howard cried, did I say I'm going to get stronger? Didn't you even think about asking me? In the bottom of your heart you want to become stronger. Li Desheng looked at Lee Howard's eyes sternly. No need to ask. I can feel a strong desire to become stronger in your body. Lee Howard hadn't spoken yet, the five old men shouted together. Got your life. You bear the future of the world on your shoulders, the proof of the Celestial Dragon's King bloodline. This is your destiny. Howard was taken aback by the sounds they made together. At the same time, I couldn't help but complain in my heart, these old men plagiarized. Bet on your life I thought it was easy to copy after I heard it. Saint Howard. Newbies stood up, 5 meters tall. The golden wolf head mask on his face is huge, but Newbies' body is tall and thin. It seems that the agility and intensity cannot be underestimated. A model of swiftness and strength. Just like a dormant wolf. Howard kept raising his head as he stood up, swallowed dryly, and asked, Are you the strongest CP0? Newbies said calmly. I am not CP0, I am one of the patron saints of Pangu City, but I am definitely better than all CP0. Otherwise, I am not qualified to teach Saint Howard. Howard asked, Did you eat devil fruit from Anubis? It's a secret. Newbies' eyes did not fluctuate, even Saint Howard, a secret that can't be told. Howard choked silently. The celestial dragons are all overbearing, how come my own celestial dragons is hitting a wall everywhere? The patron saint of this ancient city does not respect celestial dragons other than 5 elders. Alright, it doesn't matter. Rely, Howard said, when shall we start? Lee Howard can't see the change of Newbies' expression, but he always feels that Newbies' aura is happy after he asks. Newbies replied. From that moment, it has already started. Please Saint Howard come with me to the shrine of our 12 gods. Howl dash. What? Eli Howard heard a wolf howl before he could express his disapproval. Immediately Newbies' body turned into a dark whirlwind and rolled him up and hit the wall directly. Lee Howard watched the wall getting closer and closer to him, until a head slammed into it. The panic in my heart was about to overflow, and I didn't have time to scream. Then I saw my body turned into black smoke and went straight through the wall. While he was relieved, Howard noticed. After the wall is a pillar, and then a wall. Eli Howard is very capable of accepting this apparently unnatural force. This is the world of One Piece. Anything can happen. Eli Howard was excited about this supernatural power instead. He even assumed the classic posture of the Titanic, opening his arms to feel the wind. Although the color of the whole world faded slightly in the black mist, but his body can penetrate the wall directly like a ghost. As long as the fear of becoming inhuman can be overcome, this experience can be more fun than a roller coaster. The potential of Saint Howard is truly extraordinary. In the black fog, Newbies' golden wolf had suddenly condensed, and his tone was somewhat approving. Can adapt to my underworld so easily. The future of Saint Howard is not vectorable. I look forward to how amazing you can grow. I am the descendant of the 20 kings who created this world, Eli Howard said proudly. The latter's expression was completely hidden behind the mask, so Howard could not know. Howard showed a dissatisfied expression at this ceremony. No matter how powerful you are, as long as it is not celestial dragons, I must cooperate when I pretend to be forced. Nothing, Howard said. A valley surrounded by hills and temples appeared. This is the practice field dedicated to 5 elders. This is. Howard became excited. 12-star palace? You are Saint Seiya, aren't you? Eli Howard felt that the black mist seemed to stagnate for a moment. The expression under Newbies' mask shouldn't be considered pretty. Although wearing a mask, he can feel his sudden cold aura. It's the 12 gods. Newbies replied in a muffled voice, the 12 gods. A group of 12 gods who also wear masks are already standing on the steps waiting for newbies. When they saw Howard, they bowed their heads in salute. Although it is not as grandly as those outside, but it is also very respectful and decent. Lee Howard's gaze swept across the 12 gods. Suddenly there was a subtle sense of violation. When he watched them, he felt like being swept away by a gust of wind and falling into a cliff. Howard's eyes flickered, his eyes lowered, and he waited until his mind settled before raising his eyes to look again. But he only felt that the figures of these people in front of him were as tall as the impassable mountains. But their stature is distinctly high and low, fat and thin. The only thing in common is that they wear golden masks full of sacredness on their faces. God, are they really not humans, but gods? Lee Howard's body trembled uncontrollably when he had this thought. He even wanted to kneel down and mobike. But no. Lee Howard struggled to gather his spirits, gritted his teeth to withstand it. I am celestial dragons. I want to be the ruler of the world, the man who marries the empress. Even if it is a god, if it is for the empress, he can still pull it down. The scars on the bodies of the three Boya sisters, the expressions of crying and collapse flashed in front of her eyes one by one. Thinking back to the culmination of power, something that celestial dragons could not stop. The kind of regret that was not even recognized the first time. This kind of strong emotion can only be understood by Howard himself. I was determined to say what to protect the other party. If you don't even have the power to protect them, how should he save them? Lee Howard's face twisted, gritted his teeth, and roared. You people! Enough! The invisible coercion dissipated, and the world before him returned to normal. Although the 12 gods still looked very tall, they no longer thought of worshipping. Please forgive me, Saint Howard. A man with a height of over 8 meters and a mask on his face was a colored flower larger than the tabletop. He bowed to Howard. The command from 5 elders to the 12 gods is to make Saint Howard a strong man in haki in the shortest time. So, I'm sorry to offend Saint Howard, but we need to understand Saint Howard's talent. Newbies stood among them and spoke blankly. After all, the best way to inspire haki is to feel haki. After the test, let's start with the most basic 6 forms, said a 12 gods holding a knife in his arms. Marine 6 styles. Lee Howard is no stranger to 6 forms. He was ashamed of the horror physical training he had learned in the previous life animation. It should be said that my small body can't even meet the entry requirements for learning Marine 6 styles. Of course not. Newbie's words made Howard a daze. How can Marine master the true 6 forms? The 12 gods sneered in unison, as if they were disdainful of the advanced skills in the Marine. We are talking about the 6 forms of God. The 20 kings who created the world, each one is the most powerful hero of that country. Under the guidance of the gods, they united. And the 6 styles they worked hard to create in order to defeat the enemies of the gods have the power to kill the gods. Marine 6 styles are just the fur of God's 6 styles, in order to simplify the moves that ordinary people can practice. The true 6 forms of God, only 5 elders and celestial dragons recognized by 5 elders are qualified to practice. The cultivator must be the descendant of the king. This is the reason why the celestial dragon's bloodline is noble. Howard heard the 12 gods answer sentence after sentence, completely stunned. Unexpectedly, Marine 6 styles is just a simplified version of God's 6 styles after castration? But I want to come too. It's so easy to get a training method. As long as you make a contribution in Marine, you can use your military merits in exchange for the opportunity to learn the 6 forms. This, not what surprised him the most. I saw Newbie's body exudes a thick black mist. At the same time, the other 12 gods all scattered and surrounded him. Together they exuded a thick mist from their bodies. But the colors vary. Gold, red, green, purple, blue, white. We will recast Saint Howard to fit the needs of the practice. The energetic voices of the 12 gods rang from all directions. But it seems to be spoken from only one mouth, as if the mouths of these people are the same. The mists of various colors gathered together and condensed into a whirlwind. Roll up Lee Howard's body. Lee Howard hadn't had time to sigh at the unease of his body vacating. I felt the pain of being torn apart by soul and body. He couldn't restrain the roar from his throat, but his desperate roar only lasted for a short second. The storm has crushed it with destructive momentum, crushed together, along with the body of Lee Howard. He has been decomposed from human flesh and blood into cells and even finer tissues. Now it's being swept away by the wind like gravel, in the vortex mixed with the mist of the 12 gods. But his consciousness is still immortal. The voices of the 12 gods sounded from all directions, and they converged into one. Life is given. Only the true celestial dragons, the descendants of the king, can have the power given by the gods. Lee Howard felt his consciousness gradually dissipate after his body disappeared. He held up the stubbornness he had when fighting haki, and kept a little clarity in his heart. Then he couldn't feel the wind. No, he was starting to feel all kinds of things. Those fogs turned out to be pure air. More precisely, it is the existence that can be called the origin of life. And the reason why it looks like fog is because the concentration is too high. Lee Howard's body was destroyed, it was forcibly crushed into the source of life. At this time, it is merging with the surrounding air. Different colors of chi represent different meanings. Black is full of death and end. Golden is full of vitality and is the energy of the soul. And the blue air is full of the power of nature. White air represents purity and will purify everything. The more Lee Howard got to know him, the more he felt like he was getting closer. God. If he can master every power completely, he will have the power of God. 12 gods, the power of each existence is enough to destroy all life in this world. In this ethereal state, Eli Howard suddenly understood something. The reason why the 12 gods can become the 12 gods, and master one of them, precisely because they have part of the bloodline of celestial dragons. And the rituals that Howard is doing right now are even the moves he's going to learn next. If there is no bloodline of the 20 kings who created them, let alone learning, their lives may be ruined. And these celestial dragons now may not be able to obtain all 12 kinds of chi. Even if you inherit some of them, there will be a difference in strength. Some of these forces are antagonistic. Just as there is no omniscient and omnipotent God in this world, so how much those powers can absorb depends on their innate physique and perseverance. Life is returned. Eli Howard knows from animations in previous lives. Marine 6 styles exercise to the peak. There is a chance to awaken life return, and return of life can completely control their own body changes. Your appearance can be reshaped, and your bones, muscles, and blood vessels can be controlled at will. Even if you are seriously injured, as long as you still have a breath, you can make up for your energy by eating a lot and recover quickly. Broken limbs can be attached at will. Even if there is a hole in the chest, as long as the internal organs are removed beforehand, it can be completely ignored. People who practice life return are basically monsters. But I didn't expect that return of life was not the highest realm. How can people who are monsters imagine what else is on top of monsters? Now, Eli Howard knows. The true return of life, the original power, can even be reversed. To give back the life of others. Physical strengthening, bone strengthening, spiritual awakening. The chi pulse is condensed. In the thunderous shouts, the 12 gods all held their heads high. They are reinforcing Howard with their own source of life. In order to make every cell of Lee Howard fully absorb the original energy of life, Eli Howard felt his ethereal consciousness becoming clearer. Feel that every cell is absorbing energy. However, severe pain followed. But this pain is not physical, but spiritual. This escalating evolution must draw energy from conflicting sources of life. Therefore, it must suffer the damage of energy repulsion while evolving. There is always something to pay on the way to gain strength, and pain is just the simplest of them. But it also intuitively told Eli Howard that as long as he could bear more, the more he could get. You have to get as much as you can, chances like this won't happen again. Eli Howard struggles to maintain self-awareness. Although the pain of the soul is getting deeper and deeper, it is like being pierced by thousands of needles. This kind of body has obviously been shattered, but it can feel the pain from every cell. I have to say it's amazing. I can feel the pain from even the tiniest bit of powder. The shortest is the saint of courtesy, Newbie said after a moment of contemplation. The empowerment ceremony can only last 20 minutes at a time, but he will feel that 20 years have passed. Ha ha ha. Howard laughed. It turned out that there was an old man at home. So the 12 gods are very surprised that they can hold on for so long, right? Speaking of it, every time? Isn't it more than once? Newbies nodded. Li Desheng has received 133 empowerment ceremonies so far. Every time it's 20 minutes. He said, it hurts too much. Wow ha 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 ha. Lee Howard was already limp on the ground, but now he laughs so much that his whole body hurts. Then is he weak? No, he is very strong. Newbies had a certain respect in his tone. It can be said that it is the strongest 5 elders of all time. Howard's laughter stopped abruptly. Think about it too. Will unconditionally obey this ritual that hurts one's own life. And it is held repeatedly for one person more than 100 times. It is obvious that the 12 gods absolutely recognize the saints of rituals and virtues. Therefore, his orders will be executed unconditionally. When Saint Howard can stand up, he can go home. Newbie's tall body once again turned into a black spiritual wind. What Saint Howard has to do afterwards is to exercise hard so that the body can absorb those strengths as soon as possible. Then, come find me again. How long does it take? Maybe a month, maybe a few years. Newbies' voice gradually drifted away, and the black mist gradually disappeared in the air. Howard lay on the ground for a full day and night. But I didn't feel bored because I couldn't move. Although the body is bare, it does not feel cold. There is no feeling of hunger either. Feeling it carefully, I just feel that every cell is full of tremendous energy. The feeling that keeps coming from the body is so novel. Lee Howard even indulges in perceiving changes in every part of his body. The subtle perception of cells does not rely on nerves, but on the spirit to perceive and communicate. Absorb it all. Howard silently gave orders to his body. At first, it was likely that each cell took the lead. Then there are slices of cells. Lee Howard's body was as lively as a piece of light was lit. When the pain disappeared, Howard recollected it for a while before standing up. Then he found out that he had grown an inch taller. The body has also become much stronger. It's just that this is just the surface. The real difference is in the body. Rich energy fills every cell. The body is almost like an urban square lit up everywhere and becoming extremely dazzling. After being full, every cell glows. So hot. Howard said to Guy Enns, who had just arrived shortly after, with his mouth wide open, "Give me the clothes." "Oh, all right." Guy Enns held the new clothes he had prepared. He didn't expect to see St. Howard get up so soon. After all, when newbies told him, he said that he could go back and come back in 2 days, at least 3 days. Now, it's just a day? Too hot. Howard told Guy Ensign, "You go back first, I'm going to run." "No, St. Howard, your subordinates must follow you to avoid accidents." Guy Enns looked at Howard's eyes with awe. He can feel it. The inside of St. Howard is completely different. The present Howard is like a melting pot. Earth-shaking changes are taking place. What he didn't know was, newbies also looked at Howard in shock from a distance. What's happening here? The faster you get up, the higher the conversion rate will be? And, in the past, the master returned his life. It is possible to take the initiative to absorb those endowed energy and speed up to get up. Courtesy St. Howard. Newbies felt a slight sweat from the tip of his nose under the mask. What an amazing talent. Is this the real celestial dragons? First generation celestial dragons has been passed down to this day. 800 years have passed. Now, even the descendants of the king, the pedigree is often no longer pure. Only a few celestial dragons are descendants of the royal family and the royal family, still maintaining a pure bloodline. The Five Elders family is such an existence. Lee Howard didn't know how much fear he brought to the 12 gods. He quickly put on his clothes and ran outside with his legs open. Although the speed has not changed much, but is this tireless feeling the reason for being full of power? Eli Howard ran all the way to the outside of the Holy Land, fortunately, following Guy Enns by his side. No matter whether it is the gate of Pangu City, or the barrier leading to the Holy Land outside. If not, Guy Enns explained, Howard couldn't pass the gift that had changed drastically now. There are no celestial dragons traveling with a large number of spies and slaves. It's not like celestial dragons at all, okay? Howard can control this. He ran all the way out. I just feel that there is an endless fire in my body. If you don't run desperately, you can't make this flame go out. All the Marines passing by looked silly. Had it not been for Guy Enns to testify, they can't believe it. This is the thin young master of the Lee family. No see in a few days. Not only ran out by himself, and it has grown a lot taller. Lee Howard has been running after leaving the city of Pangu. After running wildly for 200 kilometers, finally saw the sea. Under the cliff of red line that is 8 kilometers high. It is the Grand Line. If you keep diving into the bottom of the sea, it is the Murloc Kingdom. Eli Howard ran all the way here. Standing at the top of the 8,000-meter red line, looking out at the sea, there was a crazy roar. With that shout, he felt that the heat in his body gradually disappeared. The humid sea breeze cannot pass over the holy place Marie Joyce, not even the cloud. Looking from the top of the cliff, there is a sea of clouds underneath. Eli Howard suddenly remembered, in the storyline of the previous life, it is this red line that is 8 kilometers high. After 3 years, he was conquered by the Murloc Fisher Tiger. After he escaped from the Holy Land Marie Joyce and returned to the Murloc Kingdom. From here, I climbed the red line, which is 8 kilometers high. He was setting fire everywhere in Marie Joyce, and took advantage of the chaos to liberate thousands of slaves of all races in the Holy Land. Although 1/10 of the slaves died on the way, 90% of the slaves were free. Even if it was courtesy of Howard, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. Fisher Tiger is a well-deserved hero, no matter how he did it. Lee Howard is now just overlooking the 8-kilometer cliff. You can feel the blood in your body boiling. Amazing feat, St. Howard. Guy Enns appeared behind him with a flattering look. Not enough. Lee Howard knows that the 12 gods expend so much power, but in fact they just changed themselves into a good foundation. Next, it depends on personal efforts. Guy Enns, lead the way, let's go to the sea. Yes, St. Howard. Then, we will go west. Guy Enns has a tall body, but he runs as fast as an arrow that leaves the string, and the footsteps are as light as feathers, without even leaving a trace of footprints on the ground. Eli Howard knew that it was because he was running too slowly, and Guyans didn't need any effort at all. There are roads to the four seas from the east, south, west, and north directions of Marie Joy's. The 8-kilometer drop is not a joke. The circuitous mountain route of more than 1,000 kilometers is guarded by the army. There are also several beautiful villages on the way, and dozens of palaces have been built for celestial dragons to rest. At this time, everyone along the way looked at Lee with ghostly eyes. Howard panted and ran down. Go straight to the sea. If it is not a bit, CP0 is open in front. They also notified all levels and teams to give way one by one. Who can believe that celestial dragons, a nobleman in the world, will run off the red line on their own legs? Eli Howard ignored everyone's suspicious eyes. He rushed straight into the palace along the way and chewed. After eating, he wiped his mouth immediately, got up and left, and continued to run towards the sea. Guyans is a large table full of meals prepared in advance. As the standard banquet of celestial dragons, it is enough for 20 people to dine together. In the past, celestial dragons was just a bite or two of each dish. This time, Howard gobbled up all the food for a table. All other celestial dragons who happened to be passing by were looking straight. What a vulgar taste. Hurry up and put on the bubble hood. Everyone at Celestial Dragons is at risk. After all, this gift St. Howard was in the nether when the bubble cap was broken. There was even close contact during the rescue by Marine. Is it because of that? This is crazy. An infectious disease must be an infectious disease. Lee Howard didn't know what those celestial dragons were thinking. He ran all the way to the sea. When he came to the last platform, saw the very magnificent base built by Marine here. It is the familiar Marine color scheme, with bunkers and forts everywhere. The port 5 miles away is the gateway to West Blue. Each of the 4 Tonkian avenues in the nether is guarded by such a Marine base. Similarly, there is also a huge port to accommodate fleets from all over the world. Lee Howard stood on the edge of a 100-meter high cliff. Looking up, I found that the sky was divided into 2 halves. Half there are clouds and half are not. There is no cloud on the side where there is no cloud. Even the sea below is calm as a mirror. The weather on the side with clouds is not so good. It looks like it is going to be a storm. It is the turbulent weather. It is precisely because the contrast is too obvious that it looks like there is a knife that penetrates the sky and the earth. The sky is directly divided into 2 halves. St. Howard, 50 nautical miles away, is the calm belt. Guy N saw Howard was a little interested, and quickly contributed his knowledge. Marie Joy's is the center of the world. There is a calm belt on each side of it. The width of the calm belt is 5% of the latitude, which is almost 800 kilometers. The Grand Line is sandwiched between the 2 calm belts, and there is the whole world outside. We are now facing the port of Vaza to West Blue. Because it is closer to the calm belt, you can see this wonderful scene. Howard listened blankly. But mental calculations are actually another matter. The majesty of Marie Joy's is beyond doubt. The width of the residential and defense areas outside Panga City alone has exceeded 200 kilometers. The width of the barren forest outside Marie Joy's is equal to the width of the Grand Line. In other words, it is almost 2,000 kilometers wide. The 2 sides are clamped by the calm belt, and you must cross the calm belt to enter the world. So here comes the problem. Want to free slaves in Marie Joy's. Set fires everywhere in a huge capital of tens of thousands of square kilometers. These alone can do it by one person. Then the slaves who needed to open the shackles had to run dozens of kilometers by themselves. This is out of the residential area. Run another 1,000 kilometers. This is out of the woodland. Run another 800 kilometers. This is past the calm belt. Along the way, you have to cross the walls that giants can't surpass, to kill the solid Marine base. In the end, it will arrive at the port. For the vast majority of slaves, they can only go home if they enter the bounds of the 4 seas. The more Howard thought about it, the more he felt that this was impossible. It should be said that I did not run through this road. Eli Howard has already come to this conclusion. Even if they were given 100 carriages, it would be impossible to escape from this sacred place Marie Joy's. Even if the strong Murloc hero Fisher Tiger can climb an 8-kilometer cliff with his bare hands, but ordinary people can't, let alone slaves who have suffered inhuman abuse. Just smashing the cage and letting them escape by themselves is simply impossible. What's more, there are slave collars. What about this life-threatening thing? That thing will explode when it escapes from the Holy Land. If it is forcibly taken down, it will explode. The power of the slave collar is not small. It will directly blow the neck of the thin slave. So to escape, you must first remove the slave collar. It can be said that trying to liberate slaves from the Holy Land is an almost unsolvable problem. A thunderbolt fell. Big raindrops fell from the sky. The sea also began to roll and howl. However, Lee Howard's heart is more intense than this stormy sea. What you know in previous lives are just stories. Only know the antecedents and results. Now there is a bloody reality in front of me. The reality is not only very heavy, but it will also change. Lee Howard watched the thunder hit the ground, only feeling heavy shackles on his shoulders. But this future must be made a reality. Because if Boa Hancock can't escape in this slave emancipation incident set off by Fisher Tiger, then she will not be able to become the empress, but will become a slave forever. What to do? Do you want to secretly send the three sisters out? Or wait for Fisher Tiger to escape? The inner thoughts can't be sorted out. Eli Howard just feels his body is getting hotter and hotter. Then in Guy Enz's surprised eyes, Lee Howard jumped from the top of the cliff into the rough sea. Guy Enz could hardly restrain the scream from his throat. This is for an ordinary person who hasn't practiced 1.5 tricks. Is it too dangerous? What's worse, as a user of devil fruit, Guy Enz couldn't jump into the sea to save people. But Guy Enz calmed down immediately. He could feel that St. Howard's heart was originally not at peace. But as he struggled in the stormy sea, his heart gradually became calm. A huge wave came. Howard sank to the bottom of the sea. But Guy Enz was not panicked, because this is his ability. As the capable person of dog fruit, he can feel the master's heart and even all the physical changes. Lee Howard sank to the bottom of the sea, and he didn't struggle. It's even less likely to faint because of this. He wanted to do this deliberately. As the depth increases, the tumbling waves gradually become calmer. Lee Howard floats in the sea. As the mood became calm, the energy of the body began to gradually merge. Guy Enz did not understand the specific content of the empowerment ceremony, but by feeling alone, he knew that there was a lot of energy in St. Howard's body. And now, St. Howard must transform this energy into his own bodily functions. Only in this way can we have these powers forever. I don't know how long it took. A huge sea king appeared not far away. Maybe just by accident. Maybe it is the delicacy of the sea. But Guy Enz, who has been waiting at the top of the cliff, will not do what he wants. Just listen to Guy Enz's loud shout, and cut off the crown of a big tree with one palm. Then he used the big tree as a sharp spear and threw it down. The trunk of the tree blasted fire in the air like a cannonball. With a slight sneer, it pierced into the sea and hit the target accurately. The Sea Kings with a body length of several tens of meters was cruising in the sea. It doesn't even know what happened. The skull was pierced. Howard, who was immersed in his own world, was taken aback. He opened his eyes in the dark water. At this time, he finally felt bored and swam to the surface of the sea. As soon as he surfaced, he was breathing fresh air. The storm is over at some point. The sea on the west blue side is also clear. Lee Howard finally felt tired and swam towards the shore. Guy Enz jumped off the top of the cliff. He took a few steps in the air, as if stepping on a step. Just a few steps. He came to the rock in front of him. Drag Howard out of the sea. Congratulations, St. Howard, Guy Enz felt. The energy in Howard's body, like a volcanic eruption, has subsided. Guy Enz, how long has it been? Howard gasped. St. Howard, it's been 5 days, Guy Enz said. Eli Howard was taken aback. He stayed in the sea for 5 days without breathing? This is the power of life return. As long as there is power in the body, the energy can be directly converted into what the body needs. This force can mobilize every cell in the body and directly absorb energy. But the problem now is, obviously, the energy injected by the 12 gods in the empowerment ceremony has been used up. The power that his body can produce is still very pitiful. Howard wanted to sigh slightly. Looking up, I saw Guy Enz's red eyes. Eli Howard suddenly realized. This competent spy has accompanied him since he ran out of Panga City. Just keep looking after yourself intently. Didn't turn his eyes. Guy Enz, I'm hungry, did we eat that one? Howard pointed at Sea King's corpse. How can St. Howard eat such unpalatable things? Guy Enz hesitated, but it was celestial dragons after all, but he still suggested euphemistically. I heard that there is a well-known restaurant in Vasaport. Does St. Howard have any ideas? Oh, I forgot you can't go into the sea. No 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 no. Guy Enz waved his hand repeatedly. It's just the subordinate's cooking level. I'm afraid it won't make it into St. Howard's mouth. And St. Howard is already hungry? Eli Howard thought about it carefully, too. You have to make a fire to roast a Sea King's, and there is no condiment on it. It will take time and effort to make it at that time, and it will definitely be unpalatable. Howard looked at Guy Enz's shoulder. Suddenly there was an impulse. Celestial Dragon's waywardness in front of Guy Enz made him put it into practice immediately. He jumped up with a swish. With a shoulder height of more than 3 meters, he jumped up without thinking of it so easily. Lee Howard suppressed the excitement in his heart, and pointed towards the harbor. Pippy shrimp, Guy Enz, let's go. Port of Vaza. The link between all the countries of West Blue and the Holy Land Marijois. It is also an important port for transporting Tianshang gold and trading with other 3 seas. Because of West Blue's wealth and goods gathered here, the prosperous degree of Vasaport even exceeds that of capitals in many countries. At the barbecue stall on the side of the road, people passing by couldn't help but look sideways at the two people who were gobbled up. St. Howard, eating this kind of food in the public arena has lost your identity. Guy N skewered into his mouth while lowering his voice to persuade Howard. We can go to the high-end restaurant over there and let the boss take it for you. How come there is so much nonsense? Lee Howard took a vicious bite and pushed the whole bunch of meat from the drill into his mouth. This is to eat while guarding the stove. Do you know what stove gas is? One more thing, Guy Ends. From now on, I will not allow you to reveal my identity outside of Marie Joy's. Yes, St. Howard. Guy Ends was talking though, but the speed of stringing is not slow at all. This is a kebab from Hana no Kuni, very popular in West Blue. Howard looked around as he ate. The boss is wearing a green robe. The man is in a white coat with a blue vest. This dress looks a bit like an ancient costume from a previous life. When I first arrived here, far away, Howard was attracted by the smell of kebabs. Tears flowed down from the corners of his mouth. Gene Lee Howard immediately decided to eat this. Boss, 200 more strings. Lee Howard thinks 100 skewers is just a taste. Boss, we have all the things you have here. The words of Guy Ends directly use Celestial Dragon's shopping method. Buy everything is reserved. Let everyone else go, lest you cause trouble. The 2 lamb chops are all grilled. There are also side dishes, drinks, and keep on the ground for me. Sir, this, isn't it? The boss was sweating profusely. Although I often encounter edible ones, but it's rare to see it so edible. Guy Ends stared. The asterisk 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 D. It's in front of you right now, but St. Howard, your lord. The boss took a look at Howard, gobbled it up. This image has nothing to do with celestial dragons at all, but this attitude must be a big man, so he had to wave his hands to explain. My lord, I think too, but some guests have booked in advance. Especially those 2 lamb chops have already been ordered. I can't cancel their reservation just because you are here. Doing business is about credit, sir, don't you think? Unreasonable. Guy Ends glared. I think you are living impatiently. The height of 3.5 meters looked down on the boss and the guy, and everyone was trembling with fright. Guy Ends. Howard stopped his hand. It's just a small matter, sit down. I am already very happy to be able to eat meat skewers today. Lee Howard said. 3 or 2 people smashed all the meat skewers in their hands. Guy Ends sat down. Since Master Howard said so, you still knelt down and kowtow without gratitude. Hurt, I don't have to kneel down and kowtow or something. Lee Howard said helplessly. It's better to get busy roasting. Yes, thank you, sir. Both the boss and the guy were so excited, they filled all the stoves with meat skewers and grilled them desperately. Even if it is grilled together on 3 large 2-meter-long stoves, it can't keep up with the speed of eating by these 2 people. The boss is almost impatient. This appetite is simply a monster. Forget the 3-meter and 5-meter giant. He looked like a follower. Mainly this young little man is eating. The boss wondered, this mouth doesn't look big, and the belly isn't big. Where did all the food go? Seeing that this has already killed 20 caddies of meat. What they mean? This is just the beginning, can you keep eating? Anyone who opens a restaurant will be very happy to meet a big belly guy. The boss was happy to see someone spending it first. Now it feels like a catastrophe is imminent. Because it is not the crews and military attaches of the West Blue countries that are going to and from Vashaport, or the domestic servants of marine and celestial dragons. The military attaches of West Blue are often the royal families and generals of various countries. You can dominate in your own country. But when I arrived at the port of Vaza, there was nothing in front of marine. The marines of various branches can also dominate in various countries. But Vassar Port is the headquarters of the West Blue branch, with the warlord of naval headquarters. The branch marine all have to puck their tails up here. And I booked those 2 lamb chops. It is the naval headquarters stationed here as an overseer. Admiral Nelson Roy. Really? It didn't take long. A large group of marines came surrounded by a huge sedan chair. In front of the huge sedan chair, those marines who are tall among ordinary people are extremely thin, especially the 4 marine soldiers who were half dead by lifting the carpole. Above the sedan chair, sitting a Roshan-like person, wearing a tall hat with the marine logo on his head. The clothes on her body were stretched to the sides due to the fat belly. A huge chubby belly was revealed. People on the street showed fearful expressions and were squeezed to the sides to make way for this Roshan. When the sedan chair landed, it made a dull loud noise. The marine soldier carrying the sedan chair was so tired that he lay on the ground and panted. This is not because they are too weak, but because the Roshan is 3 meters high while sitting there. Bake the lamb chops. Admiral Nelson smelled the aroma of barbecue and moved his index finger. Staying in the port of Vassar is a fat man. Rajan Dujan did not say. Life is still very comfortable. There is no need to go to the sea to drift away. and there are countless delicacies from all over the world. The boss carefully ordered the lamb chops to be grilled. Then he glanced at Howard and Guy Enns without leaving a trace. Seeing that they didn't have any expressions, they were just concentrating on stringing, and he was relieved. Admiral Nelson's stomach was smoked by the aroma, and he immediately groaned. He proudly raised his chin, which didn't know how many layers of meat were stacked, and pointed at the meat skewers on the stove. "Those grilled skewers, bring me 100 first. The boss suddenly sank in his heart and thought, "It's over." The voice did not fall. Guy Ensy's eyes were already fierce, and he gave a cold snort. "These skewers belong to Master Howard." "What?" Admiral Nelson squinted his eyes, which were barely visible by the flesh. For the first time here, he lost on brutality. Could anyone really dare to be right with Marine here? The local hillbilly don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. A Marine soldier was already staring at cold sweat on his forehead and yelled, hole. "In front of you, Marine Admiral Nelson Lord." Rely Howard's string movement stopped. Looking back at the Roshan, frowned at Guy Ensign. "Something affects my mood for eating. Subordinates will share the worries for the adults." Guy Enns immediately put down the meat skewers in his hand, got up and wiped his hands. Then came to Nelson's gang with a smile. "You are so bold." The Marine soldier in the lead didn't speak yet. Guy Enns kicked him in the stomach. Guy Ensy's kick directly caused the opponent to fly into the sky like a meteor. Bold. Seeing this, Admiral Nelson became angry. F***, catch them. Guy Enns saw the Marine swarming up, and the corners of his mouth opened wider. After a scream, Marine tumbling crookedly all over the floor. Admiral Nelson even fainted on the collapsed sedan chair with a swollen nose. Eli Howard clapped every now and then while watching Guy Enns perform. Guy Enns kicked the tall Marine soldier like a ball, not too easy. With one punch and one kick, one move, it was almost impossible to see clearly. Although Lee Howard had already learned a little bit of the master's knack for returning his life, but his eyes still couldn't keep up with Guy Enns's movements. A Marine soldier was about to raise his gun. In other words, when he had just thought of raising a gun, Guy Ensy was immediately beaten on the ground and lost consciousness. In their eyes, Guy Enns moves as fast as a bullet. No one present has the slightest ability to resist. Solve these people easily. Guy Enns returned to his seat. It was quiet all around. The people watching the excitement were all stupid, and suddenly someone screamed and fled in all directions. The stalls and small shops nearby were all closed. The bustling streets became empty. The boss was so frightened that he spoke tremblingly. "This, my lord, you are fighting Lord Marine Admiral Nelson." Lee Howard happily pointed at the lamb chops. "That's not right. Now he can't eat it, so he can bake it for me." Being able to eat is one of the characteristics of life returned. By converting food into your own energy, you can heal quickly even if you suffer a serious injury. For Howard, who had just consumed the energy of the 12 gods that had overflowed into his body, the sense of emptiness that urgently needs energy to fill is really uncomfortable. The hungry stomach is a bottomless pit, but as long as there is something good to eat in the mouth, it feels good. When watching anime in the previous life, I would feel envied when watching Luffy and his gang eat their stomachs chubby. Now I can eat it like this, and it feels super cool as expected. On the other side of the street, there was the sound of footsteps of the brigade and gunfire. Someone yelled, "Grab her! Don't let her run away!" In the darkness, a teenage black-haired little girl rushed forward carrying a tattered school bag on her back. She held a large book in her arms, finally panted and escaped. As soon as he looked up, he saw the terrible situation of Marine all over the floor. The little girl was taken aback. Immediately, his eyes met Howard, and both sides were taken aback. "Robin!" Howard couldn't help but blurt out. "Nico Robin." O'Hara survivor who was offered a reward of 10 million at the age of only 8. To be able to call this name, to Robin, it was like a reminder. After all, the only possibility to know her name now is to see a wanted order. All her relatives and friends have been either arrested or killed, but now the floor was fainted, Marine, and Admiral Marine, who was beaten and swollen to the ground. This makes Robin keenly aware of a way to survive. The sound of chasing and killing from behind was getting closer, and the shout of Marine was also heard from the opposite street. Robin, desperate, ran to Howard without hesitation. The little girl got under the table where he was sitting and pulled the tablecloth down. Guy Enns didn't stop, because he felt that Howard's heart was forcibly suppressed with shock and excitement, and immediately remembered that important name, one of the true loves in St. Howard's dragon dream, Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara. When he was only 8 years old, he was offered a reward of 79 million berry, and is called O'Hara's Demon. As a CP0, Guy Enns still knows the inside story very well. Her nominal charge was destroying 6 Marine battleships, but in fact, her only sin is that she is the youngest doctor of archaeology in the world. It seems St. Howard's dreams are real. The shock and excitement in Guy Ensy's heart are no less than Howard's. It is precisely because of this encounter that proves how true St. Howard's prophetic dream is. Nico Robin was 11 years old and met Howard at the skewer's stall in Port Vaza. Lee Howard handed the skewers under the table, and a trembling hand took the skewers away. She ate very carefully, not daring to make any chewing noises. A team of people with live ammunition rushed over. But the visitor was not Marine, but a spy in a black suit. The leader is Spandane, the chief of CP9, a guy who looks very strong. Seeing the scene of the skewer's stall, Spandane couldn't help being stunned. The Marine Admiral Nelson of Vaza Port was beaten into a puddle of mud, and the dozens of Marine soldiers he brought all fainted to the ground. There are two other guys swaggering around. This situation. No need to ask. It must be those two people. Sponda was interrupted by Marine who rushed out because he had no room for his fierce cheeks. It's them. Marine's brigade rushed across the street and yelled at the two people. ****. Guy Enns stood up. Dared to disturb St. Howard's meal. Seeing more and more people gathered. Guy Enns knows. It is impossible to solve the problem without revealing one's identity. Howard. Saint. All people immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. It's a gift, St. Howard. And the Lord Guy Enns of CP0. Put down all your guns. Spandane quickly recognized it. His vicious face collapsed in an instant, his face turned green all of a sudden, and he immediately knocked his head to the ground. The subordinates really deserve to die. As the chief of CP9, Spandane is also considered to frequent the Holy Land Marijoys. For the powerful celestial dragon's nobles are very clear, and those CP0 who serve the big families, each one is a top master. It is also above CP9. He was the object of Spandane who had to fudge. Now CP0 Guy Enns, who serves the concierge, appears. Then the person next to him, in terms of age, must be St. Howard, the young officiant of the Lee family, undoubtedly. Coincidentally, when he was ordered to launch a buster call to destroy O'Hara a few years ago, there used to be some celestial dragons who wanted to see the excitement. Among them is the gift of St. Howard. At that time the other party was still relatively young. He also recalled between a few breaths. After all, Spandane is most proud of his price of eyesight. Now I just hope that the two adults didn't see the ferocious face he showed in a blink of an eye. All kneel down. Sponda went on the road incomparably. Haven't waited for a gift, Howard or Guy instead say something. He immediately yelled at the dumbfounded Marines opposite him. Nelson, who was awakened with his big mouth, was completely messed up. What happened? Grab meat from celestial dragons? Nelson's brain is still unclear. But the three-word seal Sial dragons are enough for him to knock his head and knock his forehead. Every time there was a loud noise of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. Okay, go away, don't disturb my meal. Howard deliberately uttered an evil voice that matched the arrogance of celestial dragons. Robin's uncontrollable shaking came from between the thighs under the tabletop. Can imagine her fear at the moment. Howard quietly handed the teapot under the table. It can be considered the first good sign for Robin. Anyway, everyone around was kowtow, and they couldn't see anything. Eli Howard is worried now that he accidentally called out Robin's name. Fortunately, the owner and the guys of the stall are far away and can't hear them. The only Guy Enns who heard it immediately understood what to do. Robin took the teapot, the fear gradually disappeared, and the shaking stopped. Celestial dragons. Why would celestial dragons help themselves? Are there any kind celestial dragons in this world? And he knows his name. Then you must know that you are a wanted criminal with a reward of nearly 80 million. The subordinates are chasing the wanted criminal. Please forgive me, St. Howard and your excellency Guy Ensign. Spandane carefully took out Nico Robin's wanted warrant. Above that is a little girl holding a book. The skirts they wear are exactly the same as Robin, who is under the table. This wanted criminal is a little girl, but a very vicious criminal. Sponda gritted his teeth, then humbly said to Guy Ensign she had eaten devil fruit and destroyed 6 warships in a blink of an eye. The subordinates are a little worried about St. Howard's safety. I wonder if Lord Guy Enns has seen it. No. How could Guy Enns disobey the master's idea? 5 elders have concealed it, and Spandane is a fart. You must have hid in a private house. Hurry up, you guys are scattered, searching from house to house. Spandane immediately led people to and fro search. Marine panicked too. Such an important wanted man escaped into the port. If he can't catch it, it just happened to disturb Celestial Dragon's mood for eating, it might die. Spandane couldn't help being a little messy. But think about it and know that there are experts like CP0 present. If that Nico Robin ran over, it would never be undetected. The only possibility is somewhere to hide. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of it. Robin is hiding under Celestial Dragon's table. Lamb chops came up. Courtesy Howard while eating. 2 lines of silent tears flowed down one side. Not only because of touching, but also because of Robin's tragic experience. More. I can't help myself more than that. Good to eat. Eli Howard to stun bosses and guys, it's really delicious. At this moment, how complicated it is in my heart, probably only Guy Enns around him can understand a thing or two. Guy Enns empathized with Howard's mood, thinking that the adults are not protecting Robin for their own power at this time. Don't even worry about knowing that he has anything to do with Robin. He couldn't help but sighed in his heart. To know the secret of O'Hara is the truth that World Conquer will not hesitate to launch a buster call to destroy the entire island, even the 5 elders. Nor can it be tolerated that survivors know anything about it. So even Guy Enns, who is loyal to his master, can't think of any way to share his worries at this time. After the meal was over, it was almost dawn. Eli Howard has been sitting in the chair for a long time and refused to leave. When he stood up, there was nothing under the table. All that was left was an empty teapot and some leftovers. Robin took care of his troubles on her own, and she had fled in the chaos. Celestial dragons are dangerous beings that cannot be trusted in any way. Robin comes and goes like a gust of wind, but Eli Howard knew she had come. When she was full, she slept wearily against Eli Howard's leg, on the inside of the leg. I always felt that Robin's body temperature was still there, so solid. This is fate. The appearance of Robin made him feel at ease for the first time since he came to this world. I came into this world just to meet you. My wish. It is so that you can gather by my side in an open and honest way. Guy Enns. Home. Eli Howard raised his face happily, feeling the comfort of the morning sun. After a few days, Eli Howard returned to the Holy Land of Marie Joy's. The palace of the Holy Land is so grand, but the celestial dragons inside are so hideous. Except for Eli Howard himself, of course. Eli Howard went into the bedroom and saw the maid who had been serving him. Undeniably, this is a beauty. Confident and proud. Proud to be part of the celestial dragon's bloodline. Proud to serve Howard. Age is also similar. But Eli Howard didn't like such a woman. Even said, after the words and deeds of this woman before. Eli Howard even thought she was in the way. This maid's position and ideas, because of her childhood, have become celestial dragon's values. What's this man's name? Eli Howard thought about it for a long time, but still didn't have the slightest impression. Howard was a jerk before, who didn't even ask the name of the maid who served him. Who is that over there? That's what it's been called before. Eli Howard scratches his head. You go out and call my stool. The servant girl's mood changed. With an imperceptible arrogance on her face, she said, Sorry, St. Howard, those 3 slaves need to be retrained. I didn't expect you to come back suddenly, so it is temporarily unavailable. Eli Howard was taken aback. Retune and teach. Why? Didn't I say no one can hurt them? Eli Howard turned to look at Guy Enns, just about to get mad at Guy Enns. Seeing the red blood in his eyes, he suddenly thought that Guy Enns had been following him these days. So it's clearly not Guy Enns' fault. Eli Howard had a bad feeling and got up immediately. Guy Enns, show me. The smell of burnt flesh was everywhere in the slave pen, because of Lil ST's troubles in taming Fisher Tiger, caused him to be very angry. A lot of slaves who made mistakes, and even slaves who didn't make mistakes were implicated, all became punching bags and were beaten to death, in a smaller cage than before. Eli Howard met the 3 Boya sisters. Scarred, not a trace of good meat. In a rice bowl like a dog food bowl, there is sloppy swill, and the 3 sisters just lay there motionless, looking like they were dead. How is this going? Eli Howard was furious, and immediately went into a rage. Where does Guy Enns know what's going on? He was stunned for a second, and quickly opened the cage. With rare movements, the 3 sisters were dragged out one by one. He frowned and explained. Subordinates have indeed changed them into a more comfortable environment. Eli Howard growled. Who beat them? I should have said that they are my exclusive slaves. I did it, the maid said proudly. St. Howard was too lenient with them. As a slave, you should have corresponding self-consciousness. I heard that they dared to sleep in St. Howard's bed and be lazy in the name of St. Howard. We must teach them to recognize their duty. Afterwards, they dared to go on a hunger strike. If it wasn't for the precious slaves that St. Howard explained, they would have been dealt with directly. Eli Howard picked up Boa Hancock, his hands trembling slightly in distress. I saw that Hancock's swollen face was full of scars drawn from the whip. This is the face that will grow into the #1 beauty in the world. A frantic rage burst out from Eli Howard. He looked viciously at the damn it maid. I can't see the person who can't recognize the duty. It's you, Eli Howard growled. You dare to disobey my orders. My duty is to take care of the young master's slave. The maid was not afraid, but flushed with grievances. She gritted her teeth and looked at Boa Hancock with resentment, her voice echoing in the slave pen. I have served the young master for 10 years. The young master has not even called my name. But these 3 be *************. They are just lowly slaves, the young master actually let them rest on your bed. Treat them so kindly. Be kind to these sluts who don't know how to be grateful. Young master, look at me. I have the blood of the noble celestial dragons on my body. Why am I inferior to these sluts? Eli Howard was so angry that Ultimate calmed down. He walked slowly to the maid and squeezed the maid's fair neck. His face was expressionless, but he pinched his fingers deeply into the flesh. The maid's face was twisted, but she didn't struggle. She closed her eyes and shed 2 lines of tears. Eli Howard was taken aback by this, his hands loosened, and he pushed her away absent-mindedly. The maid coughed and fell weakly to the ground, but quickly got up and tried to stand up straight. She looked proudly at Eli Howard. Even if the young master doesn't remember my name at all, it doesn't matter. I am the most reliable person around the young master. Send her away. Eli Howard said to Guy Enns with his back to the maid. I don't want to see her anymore, let her go back wherever she came from. Then he turned to the maid and said coldly, I think leaving here is the best reward for you. The maid was stunned, and finally panicked when she saw Lee Howard looking at her with no emotion in her eyes. She suddenly jumped up and hugged Eli Howard's thigh. No, young master. I dare not. Young master, you need me. Don't drive me away. Eli Howard looked at the woman coldly. What a strange and twisted person rendered by the sins of the Holy Land. I would rather be strangled to death by myself, but I am afraid of being driven away. But it didn't work. Guy Enns picked her up and threw her out. The cries gradually faded away. What an ordinary sound in this slave pen. Can't even evoke sympathy. Lee Howard sighed inwardly when Guy Enns came back and asked again. That person, what will she do with her? Did you say baby 5? Guy Enns explained. Generally, the maids who are driven away will be sent back to their biological mother's house. After all, the woman who used to be the young master will not be too bad. Wait, what did you say her name was? Baby 5. Eli Howard was a little stunned, and his head suddenly went big. Yeah, the 5th illegitimate daughter of St. Roswald. So-called Baby 5. Where did her biological mother get it back then? I have to check it out. But don't worry St. Howard, it's all documented. Guy Enns looked at Howard with a confused look on his face, very puzzled. St. Howard, do you need to get her back? Never mind. Eli Howard came back and said, it's really good for her to send Baby 5 away. At least the outside world can make her twisted outlook on life kind. This is happiness without a doubt. See you in the future, Baby 5. Eli Howard sighed, then turned his attention back to the 3 Boya sisters. After some cleaning up, the 3 Boya sisters were sent back to their comfortable room. Although they ordered people to scrub their bodies, medication and clothing were also changed, but the 3 sisters remained motionless on the bed. St. Howard, they've been on a hunger strike for days. Guy Enns went to find out the details and came back to report. Although he couldn't bear the lady chosen by St. Howard, but he can feel it. The 3 sisters have absolutely no idea of continuing to live. Amazon is a proud fighting nation. The humiliation suffered here has exceeded the limit of their pride. If it weren't for the other sisters, I believe I would have committed suicide long ago. Now, I am afraid that the 3 sisters have reached a consensus and are determined to face 40,000 together. Anyway, living is an endless insult. Okay, let's go out. Eli Howard hung his head so that his expression could not be seen. Guy Enns hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak when he saw Eli Howard raised his head and said to him word by word, I said, get out, Guy Enns. Yes, St. Howard. After everyone was out, Eli Howard held a spoon of porridge. He carefully blew a little cool. Wanted to put it in Hancock's mouth. But Hancock's mouth was tightly closed, and the porridge came out. Hancock opened his eyes weakly, glanced at them, and closed them again. The celestial dragons are back. But nothing will change. She has understood. Even the accidental kindness of this celestial dragons, nor can it change the fact that they are slaves. Hancock's eyelashes trembled slightly, then said in an inaudible weak voice, okay, let's die. Her proudest face is now full of scars. It destroyed what little pride she had. No, for Marigold and Sandersonia, you must stick to it, Howard said softly. Eat it, they will eat it only after you eat it. The 2 Boya sisters have remembered such slurred names. They are absolutely sincere. Sandersonia is the name of the green-haired second child. Marigold is the youngest sister. Although Marigold has always seemed sensible, outsiders thought she was older than Sanda. We don't want to live anymore, Hancock said painfully. Eat it, Eli Howard said seriously. Although I dare not boast about going to Haikou to make you believe me, but persevere, there will be hope tomorrow. Hancock turned his face in pain, refusing to eat it all even if his lips were chapped. Compared with death, endless torture is more terrifying, but death is liberation. Maybe you can't believe it. Howard is not discouraged. He carefully wiped off the porridge that came out of the corner of her mouth. Refilled a spoonful. One day I will send you out of this hell. If you agree, I also want to go with you. Your back hurts, isn't it? The wound caused by the branding is the wound called the wyvern's hoof. Maybe you don't believe me. I have the same brand and the same wound on my body, but I can't see it, Lee Howard said leisurely. I don't want to be celestial dragons by myself. The brand may be able to cover it, but the blood of celestial dragons is like a curse, and it can't even be covered. But I will work hard to become stronger, and one day I will get rid of this curse and put the Master of Destiny in my own hands. For my sisters, you must cheer up. Boa Hancock, I believe you can. One day, I will not only save you, but also liberate all the slaves here. Eat, eat, there will be hope again tomorrow. Unconsciously, the porridge in the spoon drained into the trembling lips. Hancock ate in silence with tears. In the silence, Howard heard Hancock's voice for the first time in so long. No matter what idea you have, if you lie to us, you won't be let go of being a ghost. Howard happily shook Hancock's hand, too excited to say a word. Early the next morning, Howard hurried to the 12th temple of Panga City before dawn. Finished? Newbies was no longer too surprised by Howard's changes. But Celestial Dragons, who got up so early, was the first time Newbies saw him. When Howard walked in, he could feel the very harmonious energy in Howard. Newbies knew he was ready. It's not just the body. From the look in his eyes, you can see that even his heart has become very tough. Then let's start. The 6 types of spiritual practice. Which one do you want to learn first? Shadowless footwork, with fast footwork that makes the body flash in an instant, to the enemy as if it has disappeared. Diamond, Qigong, makes the body full of strength and has the hardness of a diamond, and it can be used to beat people even if it is purely practiced. Flurry, physical skills, can control the body to perform incredible movements, eliminate breath, avoid attacks, and change body shape. Stepping on the wind, light work, can move at high speed on the surface of any medium, including the sky and water. Vacuum, knife skills, bare hands to create a vacuum blade, flying flowers and leaves can hurt people. Missiles, boxing methods, take offense as defense, and are all invincible. These 6 styles are both offensive and defensive, and one move is enough to dominate the world. Each style can derive many tricks, such as Shadowless Feet, Vidra Palm. After learning about it carefully, Howard couldn't help taking a breath. Marine 6 Styles is more than a simplified version after castration. The simplification is only the skin. To put it bluntly, Marine 6 Styles can be practiced by individuals. It is hard work. As long as you are not afraid of hardship and practice hard, you will be rewarded. When you reach ultimate, you can derive changes and turn decay into magic. And the 6 forms of God. There is no need to turn decay into magic. It is a magical skill in itself. Not only does each style have 10 important points of entry, and a variety of moves, and according to the individual's quality and understanding, each layer also has detailed cultivation methods and breakthrough methods. Cultivating all Marine 6 styles can greatly increase the possibility of awakened life return. However, the 6 forms of the gods must be awakened and returned to life before practicing. In fact, the 6 forms of God was at the time of its inception. Because of the 20 heroes who created the 6th form of the gods, everyone already has the ability to return their lives. So the return of life is the basis for cultivation. This is why it is necessary to have the existence of the 12 gods to carry out the empowerment ceremony. Only in this way can the cultivator first return the essentials of Master's life. Choose wooing first. Eli Howard quickly decided. In fact, it is not difficult to make a decision. Now Howard has not practiced in other areas. Among the 6 forms of God, wooing is the simplest and the easiest to master. The most important thing is to be the most practical after training. Can save lives. After all, even if the introduction is more mysterious. To put it plainly, wooing means fast, hiding fast, and beating people fast. As soon as the speed increases, you can take advantage of it when you start. But if you can't beat it, you can at least escape. In the following days, every day, Howard spends his time under Newbies' guidance. But actually, Newbies will not supervise Howard's practice process. Once you know how to practice, go home and practice. Feeling that you have practiced, or if you don't understand, go to Newbies. All the cultivation is entirely on his own. Newbies just answers questions. The good news is that Eli Howard therefore carves out a corner in the house. Except for the 3 sisters Boya and Guy Ensign, no one is allowed to disturb. Some of the Lee family is land, and there is a forest of 10 li in a radius with just a finger at the back. Naturally, there is no shortage of a treasure place dedicated to Howard's practice. Howard, you must practice hard to let those idiots know that our Lee family is the noblest nobleman in the world, ha ha ha. Lee Erdeshang laughed arrogantly. Although he and Carulia Palace don't know the reason, but 5 elders took a fancy to Howard, appoint him to train as his successor. This is enough for them to be proud of. Boa Hancock finally lived a decent life with his 2 younger sisters, responsible for serving the daily life of Howard and cleaning the courtyard. Master eats. Master drink water. Master, I'm going to carry water. Master, I'm going to wash the clothes. The scarred faces of Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia were filled with smiles. They are working hard now. After nearly a year of slavery, their faces finally smiled again. This makes Hancock feel that Howard can be trusted. This kind of trust also made her full of expectations for one day to escape from the Holy Land. With this expectation, Howard redoubled his efforts and practiced hard day and night. Wooing is the true attitude of Marine 6 Styles Razor. When Marine practices shave, he keeps practicing left and right jumping. Until you can jump more than a dozen times in 1 second, there will be an instantaneous disappearance effect. The whole cultivation process is very skillless, just hard practice. And wooing is training on the basis of the return of life. First, strengthen the flexibility of the legs and increase the elasticity. Every cell must be full of tension. In this way, the feet can easily produce the anti-shock effect like a vibrating ruler, although it looks like it's stepping in place. But in fact, the exercise is a whole set of footwork. It seems simple, but it is enough to deal with all angles of action. If shaving means pulling green onions on dry land, wooing is equivalent to Lingbo's microstep. Even this is only the first in wooing. Only initially achieve the effect of evading attacks in an instant. When you reach the second level, you can practice more subtle moves, cat feet. Then the sound is required to be more subtle and close to silent. The toes are more elastic and more flexible. Master, take a break. Hancock waited with his wash basin eagerly. She has been watching Howard practice all morning. Just keep jumping on the ground without knowing that I have jumped tens of thousands. The shoes were broken long ago, and the soles of the feet were bleeding, but Howard didn't care. Lee Howard took the towel and wiped it, panting, and smiled at Hancock. Thank you, it's not working right now. I still have 10,000 days to rest before I can rest. Afterwards, Howard concentrated on using his life return ability to control the injury on the sole of his foot. The foot hurts because of lack of concentration. Rather than heal the wound, it is better to practice hard and improve the ability to return life as soon as possible. Hancock's beautiful eyes stared at Howard, feeling a little moved in his heart. She knew that Howard had practiced so hard to take them away as soon as possible. But at the same time she had another feeling, perhaps a woman's instinct. In Howard's plan, it's not just about taking them away. She won't ask another question. Now that she would rather believe that this person would never lie to her. What's more, he is the celestial dragons. 3 little slaves, why bother to coax them? Every day, the 3 sisters of Boya worked hard, because if you can't finish it, the head of ritual who comes to inspect will send slaves to help. There will be a steward intervening, and then you will be punished. When you have to face other people, the 3 sisters will be very cautious and fearful. Whether it was the tragic experience after Howard left, it's still their discovery these days. Let them understand. Rewards Howard's kindness to them can only be done secretly. At this place, the laughter of the slaves will not only bring harm to themselves, but also cause great trouble for the master who treats them kindly. The most frightening thing is that when Howard is not at home, the butler will never let the slave idle. And Zalialia Palace and Li Erdishang also come to check it out from time to time. So, even if Howard feels bad for them, he can't hide. Sometimes the ceremony of going to Panga City to practice Howard will take several days. Howard is loyal to Howard, and the only guy Enz who knows the inside story is often absent. No one can protect them at that time. The smartest thing to do is to accept it, and the eyes must be full of fear. For them, it is the best protective color. 1 month later, a series of deep footprints appeared on the ground of the training ground. Lee Howard took a deep breath, focusing his energy on his legs. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Only pattering footsteps were heard in the court. This proves that he is moving at high speed. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened, because she couldn't see where Lee Howard was at all. The master has disappeared. Marigold and Sandersonia also exclaimed. Their eyes followed the sound of footsteps, but they couldn't see any figure at all. Suddenly, a hand flicked the corner of Hancock's skirt. Hey! Marigold and Sandersonia touched their heads together. They found a small flower on their heads. The flowers are far away. Lee Howard has not only been to the flowers, and have been behind them separately? Eli Howard panted, but his face was full of ecstasy. This is the first time that I have completed wooing Yizhong perfectly. Before Hancock could still see the afterimage, this time it was truly invisible. And this time the speed has exceeded the speed of sound. Because when I heard the sound in front, I had actually been somewhere else. It's too much. Why am I the only one? Hancock said, dissatisfied. Because you are the most beautiful flower in the world. Those flowers cannot adorn your beauty, Lee Howard said solemnly. Master, hate it. Sisters Boya cried together. And Hancock blushed all over his face. At night, the Boya sisters held the withered little flowers in their palms. And Hancock covered his face, crying all night. There are now several scars on her face. It's not as beautiful as before. but that person would say that he is beautiful every day. Just like, she is really the most beautiful woman in the world, but in fact, she knew it was to coax her. Even when there are no scars on the face, it cannot be said to be the most beautiful. Even baby 5, who was driven away, was more beautiful than her. At least she felt that way. But it's really different when someone coaxes it, isn't it? Because every day I hold a little hope. Just because there is hope, I will not feel how painful every day. Even if he was sent to work at Zalilia Palace, together with the other slaves, lie down like a dog on the lawn out of sight, picking up thorny grass and stones. The hands and feet are all bloody every day. They won't feel unbearable anymore. Marigold once wanted to protest. She felt that if she told the housekeeper they were the exclusive slaves of St. Howard, they should be able to avoid these jobs. But Hancock and Sandersonia dismissed her immediately, because Eli Howard and Guy Enns can't protect them without blinking. This kind of protest will only end up worse. What's more, that would cause trouble to Howard himself. 1 year has passed in a flash. At this time, in the Palace of the 12 Temples in Panga City, Lee Howard is under the inspection of the 12 gods. There was a rustle like fallen leaves in the wide square in front of the temple, but no one can be seen. The eyes of the 12 gods are always focused on one point, with the rustle drifting back and forth in the field. Are they human? Eli Howard cursed secretly in his heart. No matter how hard you move, you can't get rid of the other person's gaze, but it is only natural to think about it. One's own combat effectiveness may be less than that of the opponent's. The golden masks of the 12 gods looked as merciless as the gods, and so did their eyes. But when Howard finished the drill, he nodded collectively. In 1 year, wooing has reached triple level, which is pretty good, said the headed newbies. Then next, ask St. Howard to show the King Kong. Before the voiceover there was a warning sign in Howard's heart. He immediately blocked his arm in front of him. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, Newbies' figure had disappeared. The next moment, a violent wind blasted Howard with a fierce haki. Let him fly backwards. Howard didn't have time to adjust the landing posture, so he tried to focus haki on his stomach. In the next moment, Newbies' figure flashed in the sky again. He kicked Howard's stomach, causing him to smash into the ground like a cannonball. Howard hit the ground, raising clouds of dust. When the dust cleared, Howard panted and got up from the hole in the ground. Before he stood up, he spouted a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a golden light fell from the sky. The golden light shone on Howard's body, stopping his injury from getting worse. However, this golden light brings more than just the gospel, because immediately, there was a sharp pain. Howard hissed in pain. But after that, he was covered with shut-eye, his injuries were all healed, and he was full of energy. The advanced form of life return, life endowment. This skill is like making a deflated balloon be blown up forcibly. Lee Howard's wound was actually still spraying blood. Howard felt painful no matter how many gifts he received, but it was this pain that told him clearly. What a huge difference in strength between the two sides. The other party's casual breath is enough to make oneself explode. Eli Howard couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. No one in the outside world has heard of this terrible power. But for the outside world, this should be a good thing. At least there are people who dare to resist and will not be too desperate. The more I understand the strength of celestial dragons, the more terrifying I feel. If the world government wants to come true, the ability of the 12 gods to act together can definitely destroy the 4 emperors, right? No. Each of them can definitely tie the 4 emperors. It feels like they are really gods in this world. And this kind of superior existence has already bowed its head to celestial dragons. Can. Newbies expressed satisfaction. King Kong also barely broke through the 2nd level. Then next, practice an offensive skill. Among the 12 gods on the sidelines, some people began to express satisfaction with Howard's practice progress. Even take the initiative to dial up. Lee Howard thought for a while, both have their advantages and disadvantages. Knife is actually the skill of using weapons. Of course, not only with a knife. After learning the sword technique, as long as you have a weapon in your hand, you can exert extremely powerful strength. The advantage of boxing is that it can exert powerful strength without weapons. Generally, whether it is marine or pirate, even 5 elders, 80% of them will choose to practice boxing, because the sword technique has a greater impact on the character. Not everyone can meet the qualifications for cultivation, but Lee Howard has a different idea. Anyway, you can practice, so you can practice whichever works sooner. Is there any style that can be awakened first after practicing? Eli Howard asked. If the purpose of practicing all Marine 6 styles is to awaken the return of life, so the true power of the 6 types of God should be the ability to awaken the life endowment, right? Pursue a crash? Said a 12 god wearing an eagle head mask. That doesn't need to practice all the 6 forms of the gods, just practice one of the last 2 forms. Since you want to aim for life-giving, then try vacuum first. If you are talented, the sword technique has improved the most in the early stage, but if you don't have the talent, you will get nothing, and you may damage your mind. Okay, practice the vacuum first. Howard made his decision immediately. Today, his mind is as firm as a rock, and he doesn't believe that he will damage his Xingxing at all. Then, I will teach it, said the 12 gods wearing eagle head masks. My name is Baal, the sword god, and behind me is my sword, Canary. At the end of the practice, you can see the canary, even if you are qualified. As soon as the words fell, newbies and the other 12 gods, whom Howard was most familiar with, disappeared and left. Only the sword god Baal remained in place. Howard's eyes widened at the words of the sword god Baal. Generally speaking, swordsmen will carry their favorite swords with them, not to mention anything else. Just collecting a famous knife and flashing it out is cool enough. But Bear, the sword god in front of him, couldn't see the temperament of any swordsman at all. Even his sword is on his back, and he can't even see the hilt. Babel saw Howard's doubts, and began to explain Howard briefly. Marine 6 Styles does not have knife skills, but has Tempest Kick. Roll up the vacuum with the limbs to form a wind blade, and slash at the opponent. It sounds like a castrated version of vacuum. The vacuum is not limited to the human body. Instead, they learn how to use weapons to create a vacuum. Take the Tempest Kick of Marine 6 Styles. It is a slash formed by supersonic compressed air. Therefore, if the master shaved first, it is easy to have the master Tempest Kick. It can also be regarded as a shave upgrade technique. As long as you can reach the corresponding speed, you can naturally learn. And the vacuum of the 6 gods. The essence lies in the transmission and isolation of power. How to create a vacuum on a substance of any density. Doing so can cause damage inside the object, but also make the weapon indestructible. This concept has involved how to extend the energy in the body outwards in the form of waves. Therefore, it is completely different from the previous 4 formulas. If it can be practiced, it will have a qualitative impact on the return of life. It is also the field that began to involve life-giving. Another attack technique, missile, is about wrapping and bursting. If you are trained, you can also get involved in the field of life endowment. But the missile does not emphasize talent and character like a vacuum. It is more about cultivating and consolidating Xingxing under ordinary circumstances. Although a little guilty of suspicion, but Howard still thinks he is a talented person. So the first step he needs to do is to pass the trial of cutting iron. Saint Howard, you who have never held a sword before slashing people. If you want to practice kendo, there will be a test for granted. Bear flew into the field, opened his arms, and yelled to the sky, sword domain. As he tore his hands, a red trace split in the sky, and suddenly a torrent fell from it. Eli Howard was taken aback, because that torrent is just a series of weapons. Countless swords rolled down from the sky like an avalanche with the hum of collision and the smell of blood, inserted into the ground all around. Lee Howard was fortunate at this time that he was not within the envelope of the sword domain. People are as small as an ant under the torrent of sword rain. Just watching from the sidelines, the sword aura that rushes over is enough to drive ordinary people crazy. Baal spoke slowly. There are probably 10,000 swords here. If you can't cut all the iron, then you go to practice missile. You never have to think about the practice of vacuum again, because there is no Jingxin. What? Howard asked foolishly. Sword pillar. Bear stretched out 2 fingers and waved casually. A huge iron pillar crashed to the ground from the air and inserted in the center of the field. The violent vibration set off a gust of wind. The swords on the ground buzzed in unison, echoing endlessly. Then the sword domain in the sky disappeared. This iron pillar is very weird. I don't know what kind of material it is. 3 feet tall, one person embraces roughness. Howard was still a little dazed, watching Baal leave with eager eyes. Then I remembered that he said that he was carrying his beloved sword canary on his back. But no matter how you look at it, there is only a pure white cloak behind him. Can't see any weapons on his back. Could it be that this sword is very small? Is it so small that it will be covered by a cloak when you are behind your back? Then Howard turned his attention back to the various swords all over the floor. These swords seem to be left over from previous wars. According to Bear, there are as many as 10,000. Lee Howard was so far away, he could feel the smell of blood on his face. Eli Howard drew a long knife casually. This is the most common knife with a radius, the same as the Marine standard. Maybe its previous owner was a Marine, but most of them are dead now. In the blood tank of the knife, there was still a slimy bloodline. Howard suddenly felt. There seemed to be a trace of warmth remaining on the hilt. There are even sweaty hands. In the hand, there is a strange feeling, as if he was still fighting the enemy with this knife last moment. The practice this time may take some time. The failure to explain to the 3 Boa sisters in advance made Howard a little worried, but Guy N should take care of them. Lee Howard was thinking about their affairs, but suddenly a sword light slashed from the sword pillar head-on. Eli Howard was taken aback. Wait until subconsciously greet him with the knife in his hand. one step too late. That sword had already been cut on his face, and it hurt fiercely. Howard quickly cleared all the distractions from his head. He took 2 steps back in an instant. With lingering fears, he touched his cheek with his hand. But there is no blood, only the pain is real. And it is pain from the soul. What happened? Lee Howard straightened his face solemnly, and swung his sword to face the sword pillar. This pillar attacked yourself? But this is just a pillar? Howard didn't dare to relax. With a loud shout, struggling to slash towards Jianzu with a knife. At this moment, a human face on Jianzu came alive. A fierce pirate with a scar on his face suddenly appeared in front of him. Roaring loudly and waving his sword, he slashed towards Howard. A croak of crisp metal collision. Howard's knife broke. The pirate's knife cut Rei Howard in half, and the blood burst into the sky. But the next moment, the phantom disappeared. Howard lay on the ground and gasped desperately. Only half of the knife in his hand is left. The feeling of being killed is so real. When looking at the sword pillar again, Lee Howard even knows it is an illusion, even if he desperately suppresses instinct, but still feel terrified. The faces and skeletons on it all came alive. They are making all kinds of sounds. The pirate's crazy cry. Marine's roar. Woman's crying. The child's begging for mercy. The sound of the weapon cutting into the bone. There is even the appearance of a flying head. Howard suddenly realized. It turns out that the entire venue has become a sword field at a long time ago. It was shrouded in the smell of blood and death. There are people fighting to kill everywhere. Pirates slaughtered the village. Marine and pirates fought hard. There are troops who do not know where they are fighting. There are giants and monsters. Various scenes of fighting are intertwined to form a hell-like scene. Everyone is fighting for their lives. If you lose, you have to die. Lee Howard drew a knife from the ground and rushed towards the sword column frantically. However, the face on Jianzu suddenly became a woman holding a child. Her crying face was vivid, as if begging desperately to Howard. Eli Howard was stunned for a moment. But what followed was suddenly countless spears stabbed behind him. At that time, his body was pierced. Howard wailed frantically, brandishing a knife and hacking, with unwillingness, remorse of being deceived, and annoyance of their incompetence. But in the end, he fell feebly in a pool of blood. When the phantom faded, Howard felt he was going crazy. He couldn't stand up, but he just wanted to escape this dead place first. The tall sword pillar stands in the center of the field. Like a bystander, a Shinigami who has nothing to do with him. With a mocking smile, he waited to take away Howard's life. There is also his insignificant dignity and desire in Shinigami's eyes. I'm leaving here, I won't practice anymore. Howard crawled out a few steps. But the next moment, he stopped. The 3 sisters of Boya lying miserably in a cage wearing a slave collar appeared in front of them, and the scar on Hancock's face. And Robin. Nico Robin was holding a book in the dark, panting for his life, the little shadow. All the sights appeared before his eyes one by one. Lee Howard not only stopped his back movement, but also slowly stretched out his hand to the knife on the ground. What dash? Howard got up from the ground and grabbed a knife. He rushed towards Jianzu frantically again. A tall and fierce pirate greeted him with a big knife. Howard confronted calmly. His sober head has reminded him to use his skills. Wooing, King Kong, fill haki with his sword, then dodge the attack, and finally attack the opponent. It's just a pirate, how could it be so fast? Even with his almost disappearing footwork, his opponent can actually keep up with the changes. Every knife he cuts can be blocked by opponents. And on the tall steps not far from Howard, the 12 gods were drinking afternoon tea with interest. It seems that this view is very suitable for the atmosphere of refreshment. With the golden masks behind them, no one can see their faces. No one can see their expressions. 300 years, right. The mask is a huge 7-color flower, the man said. Since Li Desheng, the first vacuum cultivator to enter the state so quickly. No. The sword god Baal shook his head. It was only after Li Desheng escaped 3 times before he entered this state. Newbies, do you count? No. Newbies shook his head. I became a missile first. All people are missiles to practice first. So, it's the first person in 500 years. After Baal, the only one. All the 12 gods were excited. The king's bloodline finally has something a little bit like. Don't be happy too early. Baal was quite calm, did not forget to add in a deep voice. This is just a test of whether it is suitable for cultivating a vacuum, and whether it can be passed depends on the result. So how do you feel? About 10,000 is not enough. Baal grabbed it casually. There is an extra sword in his hand out of thin air. Then with a wave of his hand, these swords turned into sword rain with a gust of wind and plunged into the field. Add these and it's almost the same. Bear said in a deep voice, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Is this cheating? Newbies asked. No. Baal said. St. Howard seems to have a lot of obsessions in his heart, so I increased the difficulty. In the smoke and dust covering the sky and the sun, Lee Howard kept rushing towards the sword pillar. Get up and fall down, and get up again. The opponent is getting stronger and stronger. But every time, in their final ending, Howard was mercilessly beheaded. This is a matter of course, because every sword in this sword domain was left on the battlefield by the dead. Even if he killed countless people in his lifetime, he would eventually die. The same goes for the life of practicing kendo. Even if you reach the peak, one day you will die under someone's sword. Even if there are countless murders, countless people will one day be killed. Howard gasped. When he got up from the ground again, he started to understand a little bit. For those who practice kendo, this is a very pure matter. Reason: who is the opponent? It doesn't matter. Because every opponent killed by the sword is just the denominator of all his records. And one day, the greatest swordsman will die by the sword. He was not killed by a certain person. Whether it's 1,000 people or 10,000 people, even if it was a little girl who had been killed before. It is also part of kendo and ultimately leading the result. The sword that is obsessed with troubles and trapped by the 7 emotions is easy to break. And all the causes and effects in the world are the stones for honing the kendo. The truth of this sword pillar is Kanyan of 10,000 defeats. Those broken swords and the remnants of dead souls. In the end, such a sword pillar was formed in the sword domain. A tall giant struck with a sword. The whole earth is shrouded by sword light. This sword of light is simply inevitable. The sword in his hand was broken, and the man was chopped into several pieces. Howard got up and took a deep breath. Most of the swords in the field have disappeared, but the feeling in my heart is getting more and more solid. He drew a knife. Next, he flew up before the giant's sword struck. He rushed towards the shoulder of the giant with a huge blade. Wuing gave him the ability to run on the blade that was swung like lightning. He fought hard for a sword. Then, as expected, he severed the giant's throat. But at the moment he landed, a sword light like a bird flew against the ground. Silently, he cut his legs in the moment he landed. It's not finished yet. Eli Howard gasped, and didn't die. He is using the life return to adjust his injury. He rolled on the spot. Then he immediately dragged his half-cut legs to stand up. With the adjustment of the return of life, the bleeding blood quickly stopped flowing out. His wound closed automatically. There is a swordsman standing on the top of a high mountain. The moment he shot, the sword light soared from the sky like felide. Eli Howard's eyes suddenly saw what was going to happen. After the earth-shattering blow, the sword light he blocked was just a false move. Then he was chopped down to the ground by a note that fell from the sky. Lee Howard yelled, and the figure fled from the light of the sword in an instant, and then slashed towards the sky. That shocking blow is the real killer move. With a bang, the ultimate move was shattered. But the 2 sword lights that followed were hit from the back like a bone-attached maggot. Howard, that is not a false move at all. Mito stream, once dead, get up again. Howard finally sees the truth. It's not just a 3-sword style. The length and radius of each of the 3 knives are different. Therefore, the strength and characteristics of each knife are different. Eli Howard chose a long broad knife from the ground. The range of the swordsman's attack means everything. No matter how many knives there are, it doesn't make any difference if you miss it. Haki covered the blade, making the blade pitch black. But it is not enough, it must continue to be extended. No, it's not an overwrite. But to penetrate and condense haki into sword energy. Eli Howard no longer ran wildly, but step by step towards his opponent. Bird-like slashes hit from all directions. Eli Howard just waved it, and smashed the 3 swords together. No matter how many swords there are, there is only one goal. There is nothing unbreakable. Countless sword lights came from the sky one after another, becoming more and more unreasonable. Howard slashed out, cut down your opponent from the top of the mountain. The thought in his heart at this moment is that he can't use such a big knife at all. With a bang, the blade slashed on the sword post. A human face was cut to pieces at that moment, but the blade also cracked immediately. Lee Howard looked at Jianzhu. This is the only damage he has caused. But there are 2, and this test can already be passed by oneself. Eli Howard drew the knife, 2 at a time. Jianzhu was angry, and 2 huge auras rose from the Jianzhu at the same time. I don't know how long it took. The Jianzhu burst suddenly. Howard gasped. He carried a tattered knife in his hand. The blade had cracked like a jagged knife. Have you passed the level? Howard looked at the 12 gods with a slightly confused look in his eyes. How do you know that they were applauding as soon as they turned their heads? It should be said that except for the sword god Baal, everyone is applauding? Could it be said that my grades are very good? Don't get excited, it's not for you. Newbie's eyes did not fluctuate, and his voice was imperceptibly pleasant. We are applauding for something else. The sword god Baal can estimate how many swords are needed at the beginning of Howard, and Howard's judgment was accurate to the last one. Even the 12 gods are something worthy of applause. It's so interesting. The sword god bear couldn't tell whether he was happy or disappointed. It seemed that there was nothing unexpected. It looks a bit like a swordsman, and the color of seeing and hearing has improved accordingly. Bale's voice didn't fluctuate and said, "Then you can start practicing vacuum." Bear turned his back to Howard. "Tell me, now, do you see the canary?" Howard looked at the white cloak behind the sword god Bale, speechless. "Nothing at all, right? Until a breeze blows." The cloak flicked slightly. Howard suddenly saw it. Under the white cloak, among the sunken folds, there is a canary. Howard's eyes widened suddenly. It turned out to be a golden sword aura, condensed into a canary. Although it was formed by sword energy, the canary was alive. It even screamed in the cloak. The cloak made waves with the wind. The canary also flew out with the waves. But that is not a gentle bird. See the moment it flies out. Howard's hairs stood up all over his body for a moment. "Keep the knife in front of you quickly." However, with a crisp bang, the blade was shattered into powder. Not an illusion. Eli Howard felt his body wet with sweat. He still insisted on holding the knife in his hand. In fact, the knife had already flown away. It should be said that when being touched by a canary, the knife was beaten to powder. The canary flew back again, like a harmless little animal still in the cloak. The whole process is just a few breaths. If it's for people who don't have Jiangxin, this is simply the wrinkles blown out by the wind. Now, do you know what vacuum means? The curvature of the corners of Bale's mouth kept rising. Randomly suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was arrogant. "Saint Howard, will it be you?" A light of excitement flashed in Bale's eyes. "In the distant future, will it be you who will draw the perfect end to my kendo? Keep your life well." The sword god bear raised his finger. "He has long nails on his hands. Put it on him like a devil's claw." The horrible fingers pointed directly at Howard's eyes. His tone was cold and slowly. "Don't die before you can fight me. I have high hopes for you." A strong suction sucked Howard's body directly from several feet away, until Bale's fingers stayed between his eyes. Eli Howard saw, at the fingertips of Bale, it was a vacuum formed by haki. It swallowed like a sword blade. Obviously it's just a little bit of sword energy as small as bean grains, but he can pull his body from a distance. Lee Howard was restrained by sword energy all over. Not even a little finger can move. And all his thoughts are like being exposed. His obsession, his desire, hope. There was nothing to hide under the shroud of this sword energy. Could he see that I hate this place and want to destroy Marie Joy's? Rely Howard's fear at this moment was beyond him, but immediately became calm. What if you know? What's wrong with a secret? What happened to the idea of destroying the Holy Land? I am celestial dragons. After figuring it out, Howard raised his head high. Haki burst out of Howard's body, and the figure of the 12 gods turned into smoke and dust like a collapsed sand sculpture. Only a slightly satisfying voice was left in the air. "Continue to practice." Lee Howard seemed to open his palms. A black uzumaki is spinning in the palm of his hand. The next moment there was a crisp sound, which burst open. Eli Howard's clothes were torn to pieces in an instant. Everything around was violently pulled towards the palm of an invisible force. "This is a vacuum." Eli Howard remembered. That day, in the court of the throne, 5 elders drew himself from far away. It seems that at that time, the vacuum was used. There is never nothing in a black hole. It has everything. Nothing can escape. Lee Howard couldn't help thinking of what a monk had said in the monastery in his previous life. All the complexions in the world are tempers. What color, armed color, conquerors. There are clouds in the Buddhist scriptures, and form is emptiness. What infuriating, haki, reiki. All are tempers. The strongest is not a temper, but a lack of temper. There is a sword in your heart, no sword in your hand? Or do you have a sword in your hand without a sword in your heart? It doesn't matter at all, because there can be nothing. Out of nothing, it is a vacuum. Eli Howard looked at the messy grounds. He sighed lightly. The practice this time will be very long, especially for the 3 sisters of Boa. Every day Howard can't go home is long. Eli Howard is not at home. They have lost the big tree that can protect them. The feeling of trembling in my heart will keep accumulating in my heart, becoming more and more fearful. At the same time, in Lygia, a very important thing happened. Reed Saint tamed the Murloc Fisher Tiger. Wow ha ha ha. Wow ha ha ha. Almost the entire Marie Joyce could hear the triumphant laughter of Lily. He was after taming Fisher Tiger. Riding Fisher Tiger through the streets of Marie Joyce. Almost visited all the celestial dragon's nobles. Used this despicable show-off to show his bravery. See it, what a really strong slave. What is taming? It won't die like this. Have you seen it? If I do this, he won't resist. Wa ha 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 dash. Lurdson excitedly showed his achievements to every respectable nobleman in the world. Fisher Tiger's body was studded with knives, large and small. It's just that he was tall and could not cause fatal damage to him, but whoever it was, saw such a tall murloc full of knives, even as a horse ride for others, they all exclaimed in unison. This is also the effect that Lierdchen wants. It's really amazing. Lierdchen, the Rosvard paladin, rides on an equally tall captain slave. The two people just stuck in the middle of the road, complimenting each other. These two families are also notorious in celestial dragons. It's also relatives. Rosvard Saint is the elder brother of the Palace of Charlesy, so it naturally turned into a reason for celebration. It's worth celebrating. This is the fiercest murloc Marie Joyce has ever gotten. How about letting them fight? Is the murloc good or the captain good? Fight. Let them also have knives in their bodies and compete. Let other people come too. Good idea. Tell them, open the arena and place a bet. So a bloody event began. A large number of celestial dragons took their most powerful slaves. Go to the courthouse's arena to enjoy a feast. Every slave is very tall. Before leaving the field, they were filled with the same number of knives as Fisher Tiger. Fight to the death with the crazy shouts of celestial dragons. In the end, Fisher Tiger won the game without any suspense. Murloc's tenacity and inherent strength are far above humans. Through this brutal duel, Tiger finally drank plenty of water happily. He threw his opponents to the ground one by one with the water cannon spitting out of his mouth. The corpses in the arena piled up like a mountain, and blood spread throughout the arena. In the stands, the celestial dragons laughed happily. That laughter resounded through the sky. But it's not fun yet. Celestial dragons, who have never shown mercy to slaves, immediately began a long celebration banquet and a sideshow. And Charles Saint and Carulia Palace come to greet Charlucy Palace. Lie, a long time no see, she's getting more and more beautiful. Xia Lucy Qiangong was very happy. Saint Charles, you have become a man too. Saint Charles Roth has a gun on his waist forever. He sniffed, seemingly inadvertently glanced behind Xia Luxiqian Palace. He snorted without seeing Saint Howard's figure. Auntie, I haven't forgiven Saint Howard yet. After all, he was too much last time, and Chermic Saint was beaten up for more than half a year. I didn't say anything about that little injury. Xia Lulia immediately blocked Saint Charles Rose. Then she twisted her face to Xia Lucy Qiangong. Auntie, why isn't Emperor Howard coming back? Howard, I was called to practice by 5 elders. Xia Lucia looked proud. Howard will become 5 elders' successor in the future. Hey, really? When 5 elders, you have to work 3 hours a day. As the most standard celestial dragons, St. Charles Roth is this reaction. Even as punishment for hitting me, it's too heavy. Brother Howard is so amazing. Xia Lulia's eyes were full of stars. If you like, you will marry Howard as your wife in the future. Xia Lucy Qiangong was very happy. After all, Xia Lulia, who usually has eyes above the top, would actually favor her son. What's more, it is more conducive to the common interests of Xia Lu family and Li family. You can also get closer to Riswald's house. Hey, Auntie, I hated Zalia Palace showed a rare shyness and joy. Brother Howard doesn't know if he will like me. Ha, no way. Charles Rose was a little upset. Zaluria, aren't you afraid that Howard beats you every day? Xia Lulia snorted and resolutely said, I just like how imperial Brother Howard is. Brother Howard is the real man. Charmako Saint suddenly emerged from one side. He glanced at Xia Lulia helplessly. It seems we were beaten for nothing. Although I am generous enough, but it's still hard to accept. Originally, he came today to discuss the matter of being beaten. Why not? I will give you Howard's favorite slave as a gift. Xia Lucia laughed. Anyway, Howard hasn't been home for a long time. What's more, how the 3 sisters feel awkward. It doesn't mean that there is less work, but that look, it's different from the other slaves. There was a sound of knocking over the plate. Turning his head to see, it was the 3 sisters Boya who were completely scared. Charmako and Charlerose see the 3 sisters, their eyes light up, even jumped up happily. This is fine. We like it. Guy Enz appeared in time, rubbing his hands cautiously in a cold sweat. Persuaded St. Howard will be furious when he comes back. What nonsense. Xia Lucia, where can I hear Guy Enz's words? She had heard that Howard had taken too much care of the 3 sisters. If this rumor is confirmed, isn't it suspected of sympathizing with slaves? Xia Lulia was keenly aware of something, raised his chin and asked Guy Ensign, you mean, Emperor Howard might treat me for these 3 slaves? Carulia Palace. Even Aunt Sissy Palace loses her temper. Guy Ensi rubbed his hands, the cold sweat on his forehead was dripping, and he cautiously persuaded him. If Carulia Palace does not want the relationship with St. Howard to deteriorate, then it is best not to take away the slaves he likes. Unreasonable. Xia Lulia was furious. What is taking away? Am I someone else? Brother Howard could be angry with me because of a few slaves. His is mine, and mine is his. Subordinates fail to speak, please forgive Zalilia Palace. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Guy had to slap himself hard. In order to express his sincerity, he rattled. However, the face has been strengthened into iron body with armed color anyway. No matter how you hit it, it won't hurt. Guy looks like this on the surface, but thinks in his heart, have to think of a way to quickly notify Howard. Charles Rose reminded on the side. Hey, Zaluria, have you considered yourself Howard's wife so soon? You two fools don't understand. Brother Howard will be angry. It's definitely not because you feel sorry for these slaves. It's because someone violated his majesty. Zalilia Palace had an expression of only I understand him. That's great, Leah. Xia Lucia's heart was immediately happy. I thought that the marriage of the two was so decided. After all, Xia Lulia is also a famous beauty among the juniors. Celestial dragons, who are more beautiful than her, have not been born yet. According to Howard's character before, there is no reason to object. But it's a pity. What Xia Luxiqian knew about Howard was the previous ceremony. Xia Lucy Qiangong agreed with satisfaction. Not bad. You pick these three sisters as you like, just as an apologize for the unpleasantness of the previous one. By the way, the black-haired one is what Howard has been using. Laya, you can pick that one. Thank you, Auntie. Looking back, I also sent my favorite slave to Brother Howard. Xia Lulia was very happy. Charles Rose has rushed to grab Marigold's blonde hair. Aunt, I like this, I want this. Marigold cried helplessly, holding her hair. Sister, save me. On the other side, Chermak grabbed Sander Sonia, who was struggling. Green hair, it's pretty good. Xia Lucia is so sincere, then I don't forgive Saint Howard, it seems I am stingy. Tisk. The *******D, don't you dare to defy my Charmako saint. Sanda, who was struggling, made Chermak irritable. As soon as he finished speaking, he gave Sanda 2 loud slaps. Don't resist. Hancock bit his lip tightly, resisting is a dead end. And it will also cause trouble to Howard. All they can do now is patience. Everything has to wait until Howard comes back. That is the only way to get out of trouble. Hancock suppressed the fear in his heart. He looked up and calmly looked at Zalilia Palace. This female celestial dragon seems to be a relative of Rei Howard. And you want to marry Howard? Humph, but Eli Howard would never like her. Because he said that his favorite woman is me. The domineering and pride of the future female emperor had already begun to take shape at this time. Hancock straightened his spine, a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. What's the matter with this disfigured one? Is it punished by Brother Howard? Zalaria looked at Hancock. This is Howard's favorite personal slave girl? The other person's eyes don't know why, makes her very upset. But at the same time a new idea came up in my heart. Wait a minute, don't take them away yet. Anyway, we haven't got the consent of Emperor Howard after all. But as a family, Brother Howard must also feel guilty for hurting us. Why, let's use their 3 sisters to play entertainment shows, right? Xia Lulia smiled confidently. I have a good idea. After Emperor Howard comes back, he will be very happy. Soon, 3 devil fruits were taken and placed in front of everyone. After all, I don't want to leave a bad impression on Brother Howard because of a little thing. Carulia Palace now cares very much about whether she can marry Howard. There are not many excellent objects to choose from in the Holy Land now. Then, these 3, you can choose. If you don't obey, all 3 will die. Xia Lulia stroked 3 devil fruits with her fingertips. The head raised up as a smiling face comparable to a devil. I have 3 devil fruits here. 2 Zoans, 1 Paramecia. If you eat it, you can completely change your destiny. The fruit of the python, the fruit of the king cobra, and the sweet fruit. St. Charles Rose had a runny nose and listened to the 3 fruits introduced by his agents. Do you know devil fruit? Xia Lulia asked the 3 sisters of Boya. The 3 sisters shook their heads in fear. Xia Lulia saw their gaze revealing a hint of contempt unexpectedly, then said proudly, devil fruit, but the most amazing thing in this world. If you eat it, you can get magical abilities. Ordinary like you, can't make Emperor Howard happy, right? The spy on the side immediately flattered and added. The python fruit, worth 70 million berry. King cobra fruit, worth 75 million berry. The sweet fruit of Paramecia, worth 500 million berry. Not bad. It's a big deal. Xia Lucy Qiangong was very happy. Although celestial dragons often use devil fruit to reward slaves or for fun, but taking out 3 pieces of such a precious thing at a time is definitely a bit extravagant. Why is this sweet fruit so expensive? Will it be sweet? Hamak St still understands the market very well. Even Paramecia's devil fruit is generally worth between 100 million and 200 million. Haha, then I'm going to eat the slave that turned into dessert. Charles Rose Saint was immediately interested. Turn a slave into a delicious dessert. Then we all eat together. Wrong, because this sweet fruit is said to make ugly people beautiful. Charlie laughed. It's not the sweetness that becomes delicious, but the sweetness that looks good. But the other two are snake fruits, although you will gain strength if you eat them, but also become a monster, not bad. Charmarco's saint came interested. So, how will they choose? Ha 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 ha. A sinister smirk appeared on Xia Lulia's face. You three sisters can have a good negotiation. If you get the snake fruit, it's not ordinary ugly. It will become that no one wants to see you. Ha ha ha. But if you get the sweet fruit, that scarred face will be saved. Xia Lulia glanced at Hancock proudly. In an instant, the faces of the three Boya sisters turned pale. This is not a question of who can help. It's a matter of two of the three sisters becoming ugly. If it becomes ugly, everyone will be sick of seeing it. Then who will pity them? It's quite possible that St. Howard was willing to pity them before. After this, I will despise them for this. The three fruits are not difficult to distinguish. This pink one is the sweet fruit. The other two, forget it. It's all the same and will become disgusting anyway. There's not much difference. Xia Lulia pointed at two animal fruits of indistinguishable species. After hesitating for a moment, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. As expected of Xia Lulia, her methods are really clever. Saint Laird and Saint Roswald also came to hear the news. Almost all celestial dragons are now interested in this sideshow. Saint Roswald was the father of Saint Charles Rose and the Palace of Shalelia. He likes to tame ferocious slaves very much, and has a soft spot for collecting slaves that pirate captains have turned into. As expected of the beloved daughter of Saint Roswald, she is much stronger than my Howard. Saint Lild smirked and flattered. Whatever they choose, it's going to be fun in the end. If you eat snake fruit, you can only be locked in a cage or sent to the Colosseum for the rest of your life. After all, a slave who chooses to betray his relatives can become the most useful slave. Saint Roswald applauded excitedly. Is it collective death or betrayal? Transform. If you low-level worms don't want to die miserably, become useful. At least, let's have fun. Come on. Give them weapons. Guy Enns looked at the three Boya sisters with pity. Just relying on him, there is no way to stop it. It's a celestial dragon's extravaganza. There were more than 20 CP0s present, but there is no one who can stop them. The three Boya sisters were pushed into the arena. They were dressed neatly and in armor. Everyone had a knife stuck in their hands. A loud bang. Xia Lulia struck the huge gong with her own hands. She excitedly showed an ugly expression and shouted, "Let's go!" Three Boya sisters from Amazon. Among them, those who get the sweet fruit will start a new life. Using beauty to combine the master's thousands of pets into one, Marigold took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Sister, you need sweet fruit. Sander Sonia and I eat snake fruit. Sander Sonia was pale. I don't want to be ugly. What are you talking about? Don't make up your own mind. Hancock shook his head. Do you think I can accept you two sacrificing your looks? I don't need sweet fruit, you two decide who eats it. Sandar, Marigold said, didn't we just say that the sweet fruit will be eaten by the eldest sister? That's what you decide. I'd rather die than be ugly. Sanda shook her head desperately, screaming. The celestial dragons were as excited as they saw it. The infighting finally started, and the three sisters really had infighting. This is what they want to see. Xia Lulia yawned and spoke slowly. Do you think you can negotiate slowly? Where the rumbling gates opened, a pack of hungry hounds was released. The three sisters screamed in unison and were chased by the dog and ran away. Don't be afraid. Seeing the expressions of the two younger sisters, Hancock stood up. She fought hordes of hounds with shields and knives. Even if her arm and one leg were bitten, she screamed desperately. Mary, block the dog with me. Sanda, go eat sweet fruit, that's all. Sander Sonia left her two sisters behind and rushed towards the table with devil fruit. Sanda, come back to me. Mary was furious and threw her shield at Sander Sonia, knocking Sander Sonia to the ground. Mary, help me, Hancock cried out in pain. I can't take it anymore, I'm sorry Mary, just let Sanda go. Sander Sonia ran to the front of the stage, followed by several dogs. What Sander Sonia picked up was not a sweet fruit, but a snake fruit. You animals have absolutely no way to understand, right? Sander Sonia looked at the celestial dragons around him in disgust. Biting devil fruit with big mouthfuls. The disgusting smell unique to devil fruit made all the hounds chasing her scattered. Well Sander Sonia pinched her throat and fell to the ground and rolled in pain. No, Hancock understood it all at once. Sister, this is what I discussed with Sunda. If you are directly asked to eat sweet fruits, you will not eat them. At least, one of our three sisters can be saved. Marigold turned around and ran towards the stage, suddenly tripping under her feet and being swept to the ground by Hancock. You are my favorite sister. Hancock ran toward the stage desperately, and had to eat another snake fruit in front of Marigold. Marigold suddenly knocked the back of the knife on Hancock's head and shouted, Snake fruit is mine. Hancock's head was bleeding, tears mixed with blood slid down his cheeks. With a yell, she tore off a dog that was biting on her body and smashed it to the ground. Then another dog's head was chopped off. She rushed over her body covered in blood, ringing with Marigold. Marigold had already burst into tears, but for the sake of her sister, Marigold actually fought hard and kicked Hancock into the air. She waved the knife high and screamed, "Sister, don't stop me." The vicious dogs around are barking ceaselessly. Celestial dragons are full of enthusiasm, and they all give out evil cheers. The sisters are fighting. Knife light bursts, desperate struggle. However, it is not robbing sweet fruit, but snake fruit. This is so fun. Only loved ones with deep feelings can perform such a drama. Woo, it was like a cry of some animal, and it was like a crying sound. Hancock and Marigold looked back, and they both froze in shock. It turned out to be Sandersonia, but she has lost her human form. A face alone is bigger than a whole desktop. The part below her waist became a snake's tail. The huge long tail whipped the ground like a steel whip. The eyes that were originally blue sea became oil-green snake eyes. She has a long, forked tongue in her mouth. Changed. Finally changed. Ha ha ha. A group of celestial dragons were excited. That was the excitement they brought when they watched the beautiful girl turn into a monster. The girls also have the desperate and wanting look in the eyes of their relatives. These all made them laugh harshly regardless of etiquette. Sandersonia's pupils shrink. All the dogs were barking at her, turquoise hair surging like waves. In the end, it condensed into the terrifying shape of a giant snake. However, the more frightened she became, the more uncontrollable her snake hair danced. "Sister, I'm so uncomfortable." Her body convulsed violently. The long tail was clumped together, ringing in pain. Just between her fears, her snake hair has been dispatched. In an instant, he bit the dog that was approaching, and even raised it above his head and danced wildly. This spectacle caused the celestial dragons around to exclaim with excitement, "Python fruit! Ha ha ha, it looks great." Xiao Lulia jumped up with excitement. The head of a little girl has grown so big. The body has grown dozens of times. Roughly speaking, it must be more than 10 meters long, and it can actually turn into snake hair, looking extremely ferocious. It's so exciting. This is an effect that ordinary people can't achieve. The dogs all screamed at Sandersonia. With a wave of Sandersonia's long tail, a gust of wind blew. The tail of the snake like a steel whip drew the dogs in front of them to the ground. The maddening dog barking disappeared in a blink of an eye. "Sanda!" Hancock let out a scream, his heart broken. Sanda, who loves beauty so much, has now become like this. "What are you doing looking at me like this?" Sandersonia looked at the shadow on the ground in confusion. Then he lifted the giant snake's tail and shook it, and then reached out his hand to touch his face. The expression changed from confused to collapse, and finally screamed uncontrollably, "Sanda! No, Mary!" Before Hancock had time to comfort Sanda, he suddenly found Marigold rushing towards the stage. When she tried to stop her, the giant snake's tail fell heavily between the two. Sanda blocked Hancock's way. Although Sandersonia was in pain, she persisted in her previous determination and stopped Hancock. Marigold ate the king cobra fruit without hesitation. She gave a bitter but relieved smile. "Sister, all you know is that you have to regain your beauty. You are our only hope, that's enough." "Mary dash!" Hancock screamed in pain. The beautiful body of the lovely blonde girl bulged up like a balloon. After a painful struggle accompanied by tweets, the beautiful girl once turned into a fat monster. The one who always inadvertently shows how good his figure is in front of St. Howard Marigold. The body shape now resembles a big-bellied snake after swallowing a cow. As her body swelled up, it turned into a long snake tail from the waist down. Her swollen upper body is like the swelling neck of a king cobra when attacking an opponent. The remaining dogs barked at Marigold in fright. Suddenly a violent purple venom sprayed out of Marigold's mouth. None of the hounds that were sprayed were spared, and they all screamed and fell to the ground. In just a few moments, it was eroded by the venom to the point of no bones. Celestial dragons exclaimed in unison, then cheered. It was so exciting. "Eat, sister." Sundar holds the sweet fruit in his hand. Obviously it is a green snake eye belonging to a cold-blooded animal. At this time, there was a warm light flashing. She uttered a long tongue and smiled. "Eat it, and tomorrow will be full of hope." Asterisk both Sanda and Mary knew it. As long as Hancock can keep his beauty, he won't be disgusted by Howard. Only in this way, the three sisters still have hope. This has always been the case, and they put all their hopes on Hancock. Hancock cried, and weakly took a bite of the fruit in Sundar's hand. The smell of shit hits her forehead, making her desperately nauseous. Lily looked at the scene with regret. "That's the end? It's boring. The high tide is about to begin now," Xiao Lulia said suddenly. All people were taken aback. In the arena, Hancock covered his mouth and fell to the ground. After that, a layer of pink light appeared all over his body, and he kept twitching like he was poisoned. "Sister, what's the matter with you?" Sanda and Mary were panicked. "I'm fine." Hancock raised his head, the scars on his face peeling like snowflakes, but Sanda and Mary couldn't reply to her anymore. Because at this moment, both Sanda and Mary were frozen. Their bodies quickly turned into gray stones. The face that had become extremely ugly still had an expression of concern for Hancock. "Wow!" Hancock screamed frantically. "What happened?" Sanda, Mary, Saint Charmac screamed in surprise. "My God! Become a rock!" Lily's tongue was so startled that he couldn't find his tongue. "Petrochemical? Is this sweet fruit, a petrified fruit?" "Ha ha ha!" Xia Lulia laughed. "Sister love? But you sister! You turned your sister into stone." Hancock stared at Zalonaya blankly. "How can I change them back?" Without an answer, she turned to the auditorium. She looked completely stupid, and successfully pleased celestial dragons. However, under the molted skin with scars, delicate skin that can be broken by a bomb was exposed. The already pretty face was firmer, exuding a pink halo. She is so helpless. The eyes are so innocent, as if every inch of skin was whispering to the crowd. "What a nice view." Chermakeshan suddenly moved in his heart. Immediately afterwards, his body made a strange noise. Afterwards, he kept the heartbeat posture and turned gray, becoming a stone statue. All around suddenly screamed. Hancock also recovered at this moment, and she would flick her long hair, desperate to growl angrily. "I ask you, how can I change them back?" In an instant, an invisible haki burst out of Hancock's body invisibly. Her young body straightened her spine. Haki's long hair is blown up like a peacock and it's amazing. Although his eyes were still filled with tears, but it was those eyes that were shining with tears, and at this time they showed a jewel-like luster in anger. Her skin was white and translucent, with a pink halo. But no matter how beautiful the skin is, it can't compare to her proud temperament. Even if she is a slave, she is qualified to stare at the sky. There were bursts of exclamation from the stands of the arena. Countless people couldn't help blurting out, "It's so beautiful." The next moment, it was like a silent bomb exploded. All the people who were still praising the moment before turned into stone statues. Bold. How dare the slaves speak to celestial dragons in such a commanding tone? But this is really exciting. Saint Laird grinned and stood up, his expression gradually becoming wretched. If you kneel down and beg me, I." Before the words fell, the voice became stiff. Then the body gradually became ashes and turned into a stone statue. "Useless guy." Saint Roswald snorted coldly. He smiled and said to the panicked Xia Luqian, "Don't be afraid, sweet fruits are useless to us." Then he glanced at Hancock again. He also suddenly felt that this female slave was really of the highest quality, and she was really amazingly beautiful. It's only a young age now, but a careful one. She's prettier than any woman I've seen before. Saint Roswald can't even move his eyes away now. Her skin was so radiant and flawless, and with a pink halo. Oops. The power of this female slave is extraordinary. Saint Roswald seemed to feel it immediately. Awakened from beauty, with vigilance. But it's too late. He was already numb from the heart. In just a short while, it eroded the whole body, and the body turned into stone. The people around were panicked. The celestial dragons, whose eyes were higher than the sky, were all hiding behind the guardrails and chairs regardless of their appearance. Coddling with them will only command someone else's voice to keep screaming. After all, it doesn't matter if it is a powerful CP0, or the prestigious celestial dragons, or a slave with a plate and a bodyguard with a gun aimed at it. Almost everyone who faced Hancock turned to stone, but there are exceptions. Don't you think it's fun? The experience of being petrified into a statue is rare. Xia Lulia Palace's laughter seemed extremely harsh at this time. The people around him calmed down a little. Hide behind the petrified sculpture and take a closer look. It turns out that not all people will be petrified. Especially women, the probability of being petrified is very small. But the males, especially the celestial dragons, were almost petrified. Among them, even the powerful CP0 was petrified. Don't be afraid. This is the most interesting part. Xia Lulia smiled to calm everyone's uneasy thoughts. Sweet fruit can make ugly people beautiful. But at the same time, anyone who thinks she is beautiful will be petrified. If you don't have self-confidence, as long as you don't look at her, there will be no danger. Xia Lulia laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, you have indeed become very beautiful. But it's a beauty that people around you don't dare to look at. Ha ha ha. No one will like you. Everyone will be afraid of you. Not only will I not dare to look at you, but I will also hate you and stay away from you. Ha ha ha. Hancock burst into tears. You lied to us. It turns out that from the very beginning, no one could be saved. If Mary and Sanda knew that sweet fruit was such a thing, are you still trying to make yourself eat? Xiao Lulia raised the corners of her lips with malicious intent. Cheat? No. In the presence of the noble celestial dragons, there's no need to cheat, you slaves. Slave. It's just for fun. Don't you want to know how to get your sister back? It's easy. Hancock was stunned. Seeing this, Xiao Lulia raised her head and gave a cruel smile. However, you have to think clearly. Does your two sisters really need to be rescued? Anyway, they have become like that, even if they are saved. It's also two ugly monsters, hahaha, no one will like them anymore. By the way, even if you die, they will be able to dissolve petrification. But when they wake up and find that you are dead, they will become monsters in vain. Will they hate you? Or, desperate suicide? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Lulia became mad the more she talked and laughed. Those in front are just appetizers. Now, that's the most interesting part. Xiao Lulia, don't play now. Xiao Lucy Qiangong was already shocked and panicked. CP0 around now is half petrified, which is terrible. It's okay, Aunt. Xiao Lulia said triumphantly. I have played this game twice before. Anyway, as long as you kill her, petrochemical will naturally be relieved. After the person dies, devil fruit will appear in a certain corner of the world. Anyway, when the time comes, you can find sweet fruit to continue playing. You, kill her. Xiao Luxi Qiangong glanced at Xiao Lulia helplessly. He kicked the bodyguard and pointed his finger at Hancock below. Suddenly, several dark shadows rushed towards Hancock. Hancock looked up in despair, closed his eyes and waited for death. But at this time, her resentment towards these spectators and celestial dragons was not the deepest in her heart. She was blaming the man who swore to heaven that he would save them. Lord Howard, why haven't you come back? Sure enough, those sweet talks are deceptive after all, right? All celestial dragons look like this. A momentary kindness that will be forgotten as soon as you turn your head. It is ridiculous that he is really used as a life-saving straw. Of course it will end up like this. Just when the blade of the bodyguard was about to hit Hancock, a rustle of dust suddenly lifted up from the ground. There were a few crisp bangs and the sound of fists and fists. Hancock opened his eyes suspiciously. I found a tall figure in front of me. He blocked in front of him and blocked all the CP0 he had attacked. Those CP0 exchanged a surprised look at each other, and then they got serious. The person who broke in was very fast and kept flashing. Looking at the moves and postures, it seems to have practiced Marine 6 styles. And he is a master who has practiced Shave to Ultimate. Is it Marine? A CP0 took a deep breath, and his body suddenly soared, becoming a Tauren more than 2 feet tall. His whole body was covered by pitch-black haki. He exhaled a strong breath and let out a loud roar. The CP0's fist became harder than iron. He punched the person who was in the way. Bang! The outsider's arm was beaten and broken inward. Despite this, the opponent did not step back. The fist wind exploded backwards from both sides of the opponent's body. It's like two open wings. The stone statues of Hancock and her two younger sisters were perfectly protected behind him. Howard gasped. It was the first time that he really worked with people. And when he came up, he faced CP0, who had the strength above Marine Vice Admiral. It is equivalent to an elite who directly hit the 30th level in the first level start. It's a bit overwhelming, but he can't retire now, and he doesn't want to retire. The anger in his heart was surging violently. Now we are missing an outlet for venting. With his arms hanging down, Rely Howard shook his hand again, and his life returned was fully activated. The broken bones are automatically connected instantly. But Eli Howard was also aware of this blow. If a fist of this level had to be hardwired, it would still be unstoppable. There are 6 CP0s around just coming to besiege. There are also several guarding above the stands. There is really no chance of winning in a fight. However, this is not a fair battle. CP0, who didn't know the seriousness of the matter at this time, grinned together. Because they have seen each other's weaknesses. In order to protect the 3 sisters of Boya, the kid who appeared suddenly couldn't even hide. No matter who your kid is, how did you get here? Since you want to find death, then it will fulfill you. CP0's arrogance skyrocketed at the same time. Fists and feet were raised from all directions at the same time. The center of their attack, Howard was still standing there like a rock. It was as if the attacks from all around him weren't a threat. I will never let you touch them again. Howard roared and fought back frantically at the surrounding CP0. Even if the bones were broken, he couldn't stop his storming attacks. If you break it, stop it. As long as you can continue to attack him, it won't stop. Someone wants to take the opportunity to kill the 3 sisters of Boya. Eli Howard's figure flashed past. He lifted up the sky full of fist shadows, blocking all the attacks. ****. It is impossible for one person to block the attack of so many of us. This guy's speed is really amazing. A CP0 murmured in surprise. Can shaving achieve this speed? Almost out of sight. Don't worry about him. As long as you hit the 3 female slaves, he can't hide, someone said with a grin. The next moment, he was kicked a dozen feet on his face, and the whole person flew out. His smile solidified on his face. After getting up, he stared at Howard, who stood in front of Hancock in shock. Kill him! Iron hoof! The beastly Tauren roared and raised his iron hoof. Hit Hancock viciously. The attack that rained down was as cruel as beating a sandbag. Howard flew forward immediately, kicked several feet at the Tauren. A violent air current burst into the Tauren's chest. The damage was fatal, but the opponent didn't care at all. Eli Howard had to go head-to-head with each other again. Use King Kong to strengthen his fists and feet, and collide with iron hoofs. But it was too much to deal with just a few strokes, because CP0 is constantly besieging it all around. With fists and kicks, every blow hit Howard's body heavier than a cannonball. But Eli Howard didn't feel the pain. Because of his experience, he felt the sorrow in Hancock's heart. That kind of pain is 100 times more painful than physical pain. Life is returned. Howard took a deep breath. In the next moment, all the wounds are healed, and the bones are connected. The shadowless step brings out a phantom, supplemented by the defensive power of King Kong. Eli Howard stubbornly blocked all CP0 attacks. At this moment, Gaiens ran in panting. Stop it to me dash. This is Saint Howard dash. Suddenly, all the shadows of fists and legs came to an abrupt end. Xia Lucia poked her head out from behind the bodyguard. Seeing the person in the middle, screamed. Howard, Howard, are you hurt? Xia Lulia had her eyes straight. Brother Howard has become so amazing. How is this possible? St. Charles Roth never knew where to get out. He dragged his nose with a look of disbelief. How can St. Howard be so tall and strong? His body is full of muscles, vomit, ugly. Howard rolled his eyes at the sky. While speechless, he also understood why Charles Rose was not petrified. Because this guy has a problem with his aesthetics. Eli Howard kicked the tall Tauren across the air into the air. The other party let out a long howl, turned and fell heavily to the ground. St. Howard looked very satisfied with this landing position. Howard squeezed his fist and glanced around him viciously. Who did it to me just now? Screams continued to sound in the court. These powerful CP0s were kicked hundreds of feet one by one and fell to the ground. Every face is covered with shoe prints. All lie on the ground and enter the pretending to be dead mode. Howard, kill your slave. Xiao Luxikian was relieved when she saw Howard had spare time to teach CP0, then screamed again. Look at the good thing she did. Lee Howard slapped the last CP0 to the ground and clapped his hands happily. Then he raised his head and looked at the petrified celestial dragons and agents around him. It can be regarded as a breath of malice. After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, he knew that the 3 sisters had become familiar to him in the animation. However, he didn't know how the 3 sisters of Boya ate devil fruit and became familiar to him. Prior to this, he had been worried in his heart how things would develop. In a sense, he should also thank Zalialia. After all, if this tragedy hadn't happened, Hancock will not become the Empress in the future. What an interesting sideshow. Lee Howard just feels that every pore is very relieved. Looking at Li Desheng, who turned into a stone statue. It's turned into stone. It suits him well, like this. Ha ha ha, you are finally back. Hancock's voice came from behind. A pair of soft hands trembling gently hugged Howard's body from behind. Hancock silently sticks to Howard's back and weeps. If you really liked me, kill me. I just hope Marigold and Sander Sonia come alive. They weren't dead. Howard said solemnly. Calm down, why are you shaking? Are you scared? Afraid that I will turn around and turn me into a stone statue? Do not look back. Hancock whimpered, using his hands a little bit harder, as if to stop Lee. Howard turned his head. Don't look at me. I can't control myself. Calm down, Hancock. Eli Howard's voice is full of confidence. You can definitely control your strength. As long as you calm down, you can do it. I don't know what to do, no dash. In Hancock's horrified gaze, Howard had already turned around and stroked her face happily. It's beautiful, Howard said softly. Let me refuse to see your beauty, it is very difficult for me. Wow. Hancock turned his head in fear, and it took a long time before he came back slowly. Petrochemical did not happen. Lee Howard said, look, you can do it. A knife was stuck in his thigh, dripping blood quietly. As long as the pain is used to distract, petrification can be broken. After all, the condition for petrochemical occurrence is color center, and regardless of gender. As long as he is moved by Hancock's beauty, he will be petrified. But conversely, people without beauty and women with jealous hearts are less likely to be petrified. Hancock was finally able to calm down, and Howard was also secretly relieved. Now you want to lift the petrification of Mary and Sundar, Howard said softly. As long as you believe in yourself, you can do it. Hancock was taken aback. Don't I need to die? Of course not. Lee Howard said. For Mary and Sundar, you can definitely do it. Try it, for example. There must be a way to breathe to them or something. Howard's hand brushed Hancock's face. Then he turned Hancock's body to her sister's. Remove petrification. Remove petrification. Then, blowing from the palm of the hand in one breath, Marigold and Sandersonia gradually began to pick up colors. Slowly regained his breathing. The two fell to the ground together, shouting in fear. Elder sister, Hancock and his two younger sisters cried. No matter how much suffering you endure, there is no tomorrow. It's worth crying at this moment. Wait a minute, there is me. Howard suddenly waved helplessly. Remove my petrification. Hancock was taken aback, then looked back at Howard. Then he saw a dagger stuck in Howard's leg. The blood is flowing down the thigh. The feet below him have been petrified. That said, it was not all right just now. This move is too risky. Master Howard. Hancock was moved to tears. At this moment, no matter how many questions had been in my heart, they all disappeared. She has decided this man, and Howard could give her a knowing blow when she was so moved. How can I resist your charm? Of course I will be petrified. Eli Howard said with a smile. I said, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Hancock flushed. The heart is not under her control, and it keeps beating. She almost fainted. Fortunately, before he fainted, he finally managed to get rid of Howard's petrification. But what's wrong with her body? He was hot and weak. Howard hugged Hancock, who was limp. Feeling her hot body temperature and heartbeat, she wanted to scream for happiness. He knows why this is. This is a manifestation of an Amazonian woman having lovesickness. With that said, Hancock has truly fallen in love with himself. Coming into this world, suffered so many sins. But as long as there is this moment, everything is worth it. Xiao Lulia looked at all this, but was stunned. Can petrochemicals be controlled? The two slaves she used to play games. One was caught after eating the sweet fruit. An iron mask is always on his head. The second is that she bought back the regenerated sweet fruit with a lot of money. The female slave who fed it. At that time, she was crushed by playing and committed suicide. How did St. Howard know that petrochemicals can be controlled? Moreover, why would he ignore himself and hold that female slave? Xiao Lucy Qiangong on one side was also very angry. Howard, what are you doing? Don't hurry up and lift the petrification of you all. Why? Lee Howard raised his head with a rebellious and unfilial face. Why? Xiao Lucy stayed in the palace for a while. Howard got up and shouted loudly. This is my person. Even a slave is my beloved slave. Even things are my beloved things. Love. Hancock, who was about to get up, was suddenly soft and unable to move. The two snake girls on one side were also very excited. The master was angry for them. For them, get angry at the other celestial dragons. The people who moved me indiscriminately without my permission, but you are not right. Howard gave a bad smile. So, why should I lift their petrification? I haven't calmed down yet. Too shameful. St. Charles Rose jumped up, pointing at Howard and cursing. St. Howard, you would be angry for a few slaves. You are too stingy. The slave in my house, you can use whatever you want. Playing with your slaves, you are so unhappy. Fortunately Xiao Lulia wants to marry you. Humph, marry me? Eli Howard was taken aback. Was I so attractive? Or is it that Zaluria's fierce appearance actually has a nasty character? I beat her before, but she likes herself? Yeah, Howard, why bother to upset Laya for a few slaves? Xiao Lucy Qiangong persuaded. This matter is not good for me, but just a few humble slaves. If you like, just buy a few more you like. It seems that I am not clear enough. Howard sighed deeply. Seeing his posture, there was silence around him. Howard raised his eyes and paused. I hate someone touching my things. Not to mention my favorite woman. No, I don't like it enough to describe it. She is my favorite woman. Woman. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened and exclaimed. Both Xiao Lichisai and Xiao Lulia were shocked that their jaws were about to fall to the ground. I am Master Howard's favorite woman. Ah, such a strong and direct declaration. Hancock fainted directly. Howard, what are you kidding? Xiao Lucy Qiangong was furious. That's a slave, the most humble slave. You said this. You really ruined Ligia's reputation. Come here, kill those 3B****** for me. Guy Enns holds the remote control of the slave collar. The movements were slow, and the gesture had to be handed to Xiao Luxiqian Palace. However, the figure flashed in front of him. Eli Howard has handed Hancock to his two younger sisters, and leisurely catch up to stop Guy Ensign. Take the remote control away, and smash it in one go. Which of the CP0 present cannot be seen? Guy Enns did it on purpose. But celestial dragons quarreled, and the others pretended to be dead is the wisest choice. Thinking about it this way, Guyans is so witty. All CP0s that have been beaten are lying motionless on the ground. Their acting skills pretending to be dead can be said to be quite superb. CP0, who has not been beaten, regrets it very much. Why didn't I take the shot just now? But I was responsible for protection here. Now I have no chance to pretend to be dead. Just look at each other, then look up at the sky one by one. It's you who is too much. Lee Howard slammed into the corner tightly against Xiao Luchisai. Just give away my slave. Use it as a sideshow. Not even my participation. These are clearly your faults, right? I like these three, how about? To move them is to bow to me, St. Howard. Even if it's you, it's still you, it won't work. Lee Howard's eyes swept over everyone from Karachi's palace. The tone was very firm, and the eyes shook all those who were swept. You are really mad at me. Xiao Lucy Qiangong was forced to retreat into the chair and yelled, but all she could do was sit there and yell. Oh, and shaking his legs with fright. Suddenly there was a bang. It turned out that St. Charles Rose shot Hancock in the corner. In an instant, a figure flashed. Eli Howard has appeared in front of Hancock. He coldly stretched out his hand and pinched the bullet. Although the palm was cut to leave a blood stain, it quickly healed. Eli Howard looked at Charles Rose coldly. It seems that you have forgotten the taste of mace? Charles Rose, Saint? Charles Rose was so angry that he smashed the rifle to the ground. But thinking of the feeling of being beaten, his body shook suddenly, then screamed loudly. Howard, you won't be my friend anymore. Laya, let's go. That fellow Howard likes slaves, it's so dirty. It's up to you. Howard snorted coldly, not looking at the back of Charles Rose leaving. When did you treat me as a friend? Xiao Lulia bit her lip and clenched her fists. The neatly trimmed nails were caught in the flesh. She gritted her teeth and asked unwillingly, Brother Howard, tell me the truth, do you like me or not? As long as you say you like it, I will marry you. There was silence all around. Everyone knows how arrogant Shailulia Palace is. And now, she even risked losing face in the public to pick out the words. It seems that I really like the gift of St. Howard. Since you have asked sincerely, then I will tell you compassionately do not like. Lee Howard ruthlessly tore Zalialia's pride in front of everyone. Instead, he took Hancock's hand. Zalialia, in my eyes, you can't even match a little finger of her. Xiao Lulia's tears burst all at once. She howled and ran away from the arena. Thinking of her dignified Zalialia Palace, she was said to be inferior to a female slave. This is simply the thickest stain in her life. It was the great shame of her life. CP0 following Chow Rose reminded cautiously. But the Lord Rosvard is still petrified? St. Charles Roth didn't turn his head back and walked straight outside. Petrochemical will not die anyway. Just let me play with his slave for a few days. By the way, I can still be the owner of the house for a few days and enjoy it. Hearing all CP0, a voice rang from the bottom of my heart. It's really brutal. St. Charles Ross passed by the petrified Charles. His eyes lit up. I'll go to Hammock Saint's house for a stroll, consoling those wives for him. Even CP0, who was lying on the ground, almost jumped up. The beast among the beasts. Xiao Lucy Qiangong shouted without knowing the current affairs. Howard, it's just a few slaves. It's just an apologetic to you for beating Charles Rose and Leah last time. Last time you heard Laya, she wasn't angry. What else do you want? You killed a few slaves immediately, and persuade Charles Rose and Leah to come back. Forget about this way of apologizing. Eli Howard actually knew what happened from Guy Enns, who was whispering the news. What's more, I don't want to be friends with them, Xiao Lucy exclaimed in anger. Hurry up and lift the petrification of your father and Uncle Roswald. I reject. Howard sneered. If the petrification is lifted in this way, where do I put my face? Howard raised his eyes and shouted at the celestial dragons around him. Listen well. I am Saint Howard. I don't allow anyone to ignore my existence. I don't allow anyone to take my words to ears. I said that no one is allowed to touch my things. If it violates my bottom line, this is the consequence. Speaking, walked to the stone statue of Li Erdchen, reached out and broke off Lily's beard. Celestial dragons all around took a breath. Are you so cruel to your father? Xiao Lucy Qiangong is already stupid. Is this still her baby boy? Go back to me. The show is over. Reward St. Howard arrogantly looked up to the sky and laughed. Wait for me to receive the gift. When the mood becomes good, they will naturally be relieved of petrification. Otherwise, let them be statues here. Ha 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 ha. If one day I am unhappy, just break an ear and kick a dog leg. The celestial dragons looked at each other in an uproar. Is this to blackmail them openly? Unacceptable. A celestial dragon shouted. We are here to play. If something like this happened, it was originally your fault as the host. Now you actually want us to apologize? Eli Howard smiled and shook his fingers. Oh, St. Charles doesn't necessarily go to the holy house of Charles Mark. After going to his house, I might not go to another house. Suddenly, all celestial dragons' faces turned black. Soon, this matter got to 5 elders. This kid doesn't even dissolve the petrification of St. Lild and St. Rosvar? 5 elders asked what happened. They looked at each other, then couldn't help but smile. This is not a big deal in their opinion. Since you ran to the party and used his slaves without the consent of St. Howard, it is of course for him to be angry. He is cultivating to become 5 elders. Suddenly there was a fire in the courtyard, and anyone who cared about being touched by someone else would be angry, right? It's better to say that people worry about not being angry. Another 5 elders said with a smile. For a long time, everyone has not taken courtesy Howard too seriously. It's better to say that this time is to give each family a chance. With scars on his face, 5 elders nodded affirmatively. Clean and neat, but also established majesty. How about this? Let one pay him 100 million berry. Go over and talk to the Howard kid too. This thing, let's do it. As a result, this matter ended simply with 5 elders' unconcerned attitude. It's not so much calling the shots, it's a naked guarding of St. Howard. Celestial dragons only realized at this time. Reward St. Howard is now the successor of 5 elders. Even in the Holy Land, it has an extraordinary status. Even said, before long, his status in the Holy Land will be second only to 5 elders. Even 5 elders' favoritism is obvious. But many clueless celestial dragons still can't understand. The results are even more unacceptable. Especially the Saints of Lurd and the Saints of Rizwad. Both of them were furious. It took 3 full days for Howard to lift their petrification. The petrified people are miserable. When I was petrified, my thinking became rigid, and the fear before being petrified has been retained. What made them even more furious? The slave who gave them this humiliation is still alive. It seems that St. Howard deliberately used the existence of these slaves to remind everyone, he is no longer the cowardly boy of the past. Wait until the anger subsides. It's almost time to enter the branch house state, and this is what Lee Howard wants. To be honest, every time I saw the palace of Lurd and Xia Lucy, Lee Howard felt sick. Lee Howard began when he came to the world. I don't think they are the parents in their previous lives. I can't accept their existence from the bottom of my heart. Not to mention, only the branch house can avoid seeing these people as much as possible. Only in this way can you implement your own plan. However, before leaving, one person must meet. In the dark cell. Taking advantage of Li Erdishang is still in petrification. Howard took Hancock with him, came to the front of Murloc Fisher Tiger. Although not afraid of that guy Lid, but it will be very troublesome to be discovered. It will even affect his follow-up plan. That's why Eli Howard came to see Fisher Tiger at this time. Hancock, who was with him, had a steel helmet with spikes on his head. This will lock the face completely in the helmet. This plain helmet actually contains sea stone on the surface. Once touched, the capable person will be powerless. Neither Hancock nor other capable people can destroy the helmet. Sea stone can cover Hancock's face, and conceal the ability of Devil Fruit. Hancock is no stranger to Fisher Tiger, but it was the first time I saw it face to face like this. The tall red-skinned Murloc has been fastened by chains in such a blinding place for more than 2 years. Having been tortured for so long, he still stayed strong, not only because of how tenacious the Murloc's vitality is, more because of the evil taste of celestial dragons. When celestial dragons won't let you die, it's hard even if you want to die. Fisher Tiger. Howard raised his voice and asked, "What made you persist until now?" Fisher Tiger looked up at the celestial dragons in front of him. He glanced over Hancock, who was wearing an iron helmet on his head. Recall the big events of these 2 days. I immediately realized that this was the St. Howard that shocked the whole Holy Land. Although this news is impossible to spread from the Holy Land, but word of mouth in the slave enclosure is no problem. After all, even the slave guards kept talking, even if he doesn't communicate with others. With his ear power. I have heard a lot of news about this in the past 2 days. It can also piece together the whole story. This is St. Howard who is favored by 5 elders. Why would you come to see yourself? Fisher Tiger looked up and down Howard. Remember, they have met once. When this gift St. Howard was still a completely different rookie from now. At that time, he faintly felt a little different. He seemed very happy to comment on his father. That reed deflated. Although the rebellious teenager is happy to see his father's luck, this kind of psychology is not difficult to understand. But the courtesy of St. Howard is more obvious. That kind of performance seemed to be under the steps of deliberately not giving himself to his father. But what does this have to do with me? Fisher Tiger didn't believe that the other party could just let him go. He looked into the depths of the cell with difficulty and said, "For them." It was a water prison. Some iron cages can be seen in the water prison. There are several Murloc children inside. When they saw themselves approaching, they all covered their mouths and looked at themselves with fearful eyes. It was as if he would be executed if he made a sound. At first glance, these Murloc children look more like ordinary people. The webs between the fingers and the gills on the neck can only be found if you look closely. Some have fins on the back. The faces are also oddly shaped. A Murloc boy with a ponytail and sharp teeth was hung on the hook. He had the stench of slave marks on his body. Dying to look up at Eli Howard, tears kept flowing in his eyes. There was also an octopus-like boy with an iron chain around his neck. He was mopping the floor silently with his mutilated sucker arm. The blood of slaves seeped into every crack of the floor tiles. Where water has been splashed, blood will come out. The entire cell reeked of blood, rust, and decay. Octopus juvenile tentacles are missing too. It's not hard to see from the grill by the fire and the spice pot. The boy's tentacles were sliced and roasted and eaten. "What's your name?" Eli Howard asked the Murloc boy on the hook. "Aladdin." The other party answered weakly. "See, catfish man. I'm delicious. If you want to eat grilled fish, just eat me. They are very unpalatable." "Aladdin." Several Murloc children covered their mouths and cried. They were obviously trembling with fear. But there was still light in Aladdin's eyes. "I see." Eli Howard understood. That's how Laird St tamed Fisher Tiger. For Tiger, who has no relatives and friends to threaten, must find a bond for him to tame. People who don't care about their own lives. They tend to care about the lives of others, especially the life of his benefactor. These Murloc children are a heavy invisible chain. Finally, Tiger raised his head to the sky and hit the ground hard. Hancock tried to cover his mouth with his hand, but he covered an iron helmet. In fact, this is the condition that Xia Luxi Qiangong finally compromised and allowed her to survive. But the key was in Eli Howard's hands. Eli Howard turned her head and gave her a handful and hid it in her own hands. Eli Howard returned to Tiger. He played with the rope under the pulley. There are buckets under the rope. With a little force, Howard poured a bucket of water over Tiger's head. "Are you going to let me go?" Fisher Tiger got a little more spirited. Even if he knew the story of celestial dragons in front of him, he didn't intend to trust them. "If you let me go, all I can do for you is tear your whole family to shreds." Eli Howard snorted softly. "It's quite possible to say. Unfortunately, with your strength, you can't do it at all. Come on, great gift St. Howard, what do you want from me?" Tiger's face had a painful look on his face. "If you don't want to use me as a horse, I don't know what else I can use for you." The young celestial dragons in front of him was a little bit different from his father in the use of slaves. At least not much interest in riding him as a horse. Tiger is clear about this. Eli Howard said seriously. "You can try to escape from this Marie Joyce and come back." Tiger was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Escape from the Holy Land Marie Joyce is simply impossible. No slave has ever done it." The second half of what the celestial dragon's boy said was even more absurd. "Who will run away and come back?" "Impossible." After Tiger laughed, he sneered. "Even if you let me go, it's impossible for me to escape. Maybe as you said, I don't have that ability. And even if I can escape, why should I come back?" "Oh, I get it." Tiger stared fiercely at Eli Howard and said with red eyes, "You also want to blackmail me with these Fishman Street kids. Right, it's another game, like walking the dog, right? It's just that the dog walking venue has been replaced by Marie Joyce. See if you can let yourself out and see if you can come back alive. Kill these Murloc children if they don't come back." That's right, these celestial dragons always think of this vile and cruel game. Rude people. Hancock couldn't help but speak. "Lord Howard really wants to help you." "No, it doesn't count as me helping you." Eli Howard stopped Hancock and smiled comfortingly. He turned his head and said to Tiger very seriously, "I need you to help me. Please set this place, this whole holy place of Marie Joyce, on fire. Fisher Tiger, in order to free all the slaves in this holy place, please." Fisher Tiger was stunned. He seemed to hear the most absurd thing in the world. Celestial dragons, come to plead with a slave of his own family, or even doing something like this that would ruin the Holy Land and ruin the dignity of celestial dragons? What a joke. This must be another trick played by despicable humans. "Do you want to use Murlocs for your own purposes?" Tiger couldn't believe Eli Howard, and he yelled at Eli Howard, "How much do you humans want to play with us Murlocs? Tiger, this is your only chance. It's also the only chance for these Murloc children." Eli Howard let Tiger roar. After he calmed down a little, he spoke patiently. "You should know better. How slim are your chances of surviving? You might as well think about it." Fisher Tiger was silent for a while, then closed his eyes and said, "I would run straight to the edge of the red line and jump into the sea. 8,000 meters high, you will die even if you are a Murloc. I can slow down in the air with Murloc karate. I can also make a hole in the cliff with my bare hands to rest. Just jump into the sea and I'll be free." Fisher Tiger is confident in his physical strength and the power of Murloc karate. Climbing off an 8-kilometer cliff is no problem. After all, even if it is a glacier, he has climbed it. So, how many people would you take with you? Eli Howard pointed at her from Hancock's invisible perspective. He still hopes to send the 3 Boya sisters out as soon as possible. This is safer. Tiger pondered for a moment. If only they were as strong as me, but people who have eaten devil fruit will definitely not. Even me, it's impossible to take people who can't swim alive. You as celestial dragons probably didn't care about terrain. Red line is a vortex underneath. Even ships can't get close easily there. The intruder will smash into the mountain wall. And Marine Ford there. There are so many warships in the Marine headquarters that no one can escape from the sea. Only strong Murlocs can do it, dive straight to the bottom of the sea to the Fishman Island. Eli Howard fell silent. Not only Murlocs, but also human slaves. Eli Howard spoke slowly after a long silence. My purpose is to free all slaves in Marie Joy's. If you want to escape with thousands of people, among them, there are not only women but also children. With a strong slave like you, it's more of ordinary people. If it were you, what would you do? How many thousands? Tiger couldn't help but widen his eyes. He couldn't even take a few people with him, not to mention thousands of people. Impossible. Even escaping Marie Joy's won't get you very far. Tiger recovered from his shock and shook his head. Marine Army. There is no road within 1,000 miles that leads to freedom unless they can fly. Tiger still couldn't believe Eli Howard. His long-term torture had made him unable to trust celestial dragons. I can't even believe humans. The reason why the celestial dragons came back to find themselves. Want to make myself do this. It's nothing more than wanting to blame the Murlocs. Humans, who can neither fly nor breathe in water, how can they be saved? If you want so many people to be saved, there is only one way. Get out. Tiger laughed gleefully. Aren't you celestial dragons? You can use your own army? It's just that more people may die than are saved. Including yourself, you can't be spared. Ha ha ha. Eli Howard frowned and gave a helpless and weak smile. Even celestial dragons have things they can't do. I beg you to, please abandon the racial views between humans and Murlocs, because the people locked up here have only one identity, slaves. Nice to say. It's just that you don't want to be hunted down, so you want me to take the blame. You don't want to suffer the sins of human beings yourself, so you want the Murlocs to be responsible for it? Tiger looked at Eli Howard with disgust. This is the so-called human conscience? Look at Eli Howard's increasingly ugly expression. Tiger felt very happy. This is the first time I have felt so happy since my arrest. The troubles of celestial dragons, the suffering of mankind, they deserve it. Because of his uneasy conscience, he wanted to let him, Tiger, to solve the problem. I don't want to pay any price. This kind of thinking definitely won't let him get his wish. Fisher Tiger was never afraid of death. But this move will undoubtedly affect the Murloc Kingdom. Tiger himself can die. But it is absolutely impossible to cause the Murloc Kingdom to suffer along with him. All this is human sin. He also walked to the land with curiosity about the land and longing for a peaceful life with human beings. However, he was immediately betrayed, sold, and tortured. Burn the Holy Land, Marie Joy's. Celestial dragons dare not bear such a big sin. Why let him bear it? Why should the Murlocs bear the sins of mankind? Eli Howard sighed inwardly and stood up. The Fishman Tiger's disgust and hatred for humans has made it difficult for him to help himself willingly. You think about it slowly, Howard said solemnly. Remind you, this is a secret between us. If I were you, start waiting now. All I can do is fiddle with your slave collar. I can also find you a way out of Marie Joy's. Wait, I didn't promise you. I don't need your promise. Because of you, I was destined to do this. Eli Howard said so, and left without looking back with Hancock. For in staying in Tiger, it is undoubtedly a problem to leave behind. Is it hope or a new game? Tiger is not yet known. Not long after, someone came over and packed all the Murloc children into cages and took them away. They said it was going to be a gift to St. Howard's Palace. Where are you taking them? Tiger roared loudly, only to fall powerlessly into silence. Eli Howard took all the Murloc slaves here. He was left alone in the cell. Tiger suddenly felt unprecedented fear and loneliness. A day later, Lee's branch house movement reached a climax. Freed from the petrification, St. Lurd saw his beard cut off. He also found that his collection of Murloc slaves was taken away by Lee Howard. Then he went to fight Eli Howard angrily. The result was, of course, being pressed and beaten by Lee Howard. And Roswald Saint, after the lifting of petrification, angrily took people away. The relationship between the two families who were once close was at a low point at this time. In order to maintain the precarious relationship between the Lee family and the Charles Rose family and even the Xiaolu family, St. Reed immediately made the decision to drive out St. Howard, the unworthy man. Everyone is out of sight and out of mind. Meanwhile, the name of Saint Howard shocked the Holy Land Marie-Joys in one day, because more than 30 world nobles and more than 120 celestial dragons were petrified. The total amount extorted by Saint Howard reaches 12 billion berries fortune, and strangely enough, courtesy Saint Howard has taken those 3 grotesquely ugly slave women everywhere since then. Among them, there are 2 ugly monsters whose bodies have turned into snakes. There is also a female slave with a spiked iron helmet on her face. The helmet shape is very scary, except for the horror pattern of the snake demon. The surface is full of sharp nails containing sea stone. It seems to be to remind everyone who sees it not to open it. The uninitiated celestial dragons felt that this female slave was ugly and invisible, except that the face is completely covered up. Hancock also had to wear some ugly heavy armor to hide his figure, lest anyone seeing her figure would also arouse curiosity. Marigold, transformed into a giant king cobra, is the new mount for Saint Howard. Eli Howard rode a giant basilisk through the Holy Land every day, still pretty cool in the eyes of many celestial dragons. Within 2 days, the entire Holy Land Marie-Joys knew the man riding the basilisk. It's the shameless filth of Saint Howard. It's best to stay away from him. After all, Lee Howard's dirty name is quite famous in the Holy Land. A group of spies, led by Guy Enns, are assigned to Eli Saint Howard as guards in their new home. His new home was assigned to an estate on the edge of Marie-Joy residential area. "Master, why don't we take those automatic paths?" Sandersonia asked curiously, shaking a huge head. The automatic road refers to the main road in Marie-Joy's. There are magical pavements all over the place that can move automatically. As long as you stand on it, the road will move like a conveyor belt, taking people away. Because you walk slowly, you can enjoy the surrounding scenery. Eli Howard said loudly, somewhat deliberately. "Come down, Sanda." Hancock jumped on Sandersonia's back. He leaned into his sister's ear and whispered the truth to her. "Are people pushing down below?" Sandersonia was horrified. This is a road that is dozens of miles long, countless moving walks in the Holy Land. The following are actually slaves pushing desperately, and these slaves could not make the slightest cry. Marie-Joy's is not without advanced technology. Not that it is impossible to use machinery to achieve this. Just those celestial dragons who enjoy stepping on top of someone else's head. They use this to demonstrate their detached status. Sanda saw a few celestial dragons kids bouncing hard on the moving walk. They even let out a good laugh. Several of the celestial dragons held their noses, looking at the passing procession of Saint Howard. They all hummed in disgust. Then he turned to look elsewhere. In short, refused to greet each other with him. Of course Saint Howard didn't care. They even point to their high buns presumptuously. "Just tell the truth, isn't that bun super ugly? Ha 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 ha, and all the people are so tall, and they all look the same. It's really ugly, ha ha ha." Guy Enns glanced at the face of celestial dragons, pointed it with a dry smile. The other agents all lowered their heads and twitched. No one dared to answer this question. "Shut up." A celestial dragon's kid rushed over. "You are so brave, you, what are you? How am I?" Eli Howard picks up the booger. Play on the kid's bun. "You hit me? Wow dash." Booger hits the bun like a bullet. The kid screamed, because his bun was instantly broken. Even the hair was tugging at the scalp. The most important is, booger. That guy bounced booger in his hair. Celestial dragons, who had raised their heads high and ignored them, ran over immediately. He pulled his child away and scolded Eli Howard. "Saint Howard, don't go too far. You freak. I just think this hairstyle is ugly, aren't you happy? If you think I'm dirty, do you want to cut off the bun that's stained with my booger?" Eli Howard spoke nonchalantly, continuing to pick his nostrils. Suddenly, the celestial dragon's child burst into tears. The other party wanted to get angry, but as soon as he looked up he saw Eli Howard picking his nostrils again. When his face changed, he immediately took the child to escape several feet. "Who asked you to come over when I played booger? You still want to run? Can you run away?" Eli Howard gave a wicked smile. With a flick of his finger, a piece of booger flew out a few meters away with a swish sound. Then a crunch hit celestial dragons in the face. Immediately, the other party was almost fainted. He kicked and kicked the undercover spy next to him. Eli Howard looked at the other and jumped with rage, but he seemed helpless to himself. Eli Howard can't beat 5 elders and the group of CP0 now, but it is easy to sanction these stupid pigs who are also celestial dragons. He can do everything in Marie-Joy's. If it was before the contact with 5 elders, Howard still has concerns. Now Howard understands it. Although 5 elders represents the interests of celestial dragons, also the leader of celestial dragons. But I don't like these scourges of not enterprising. These guys have 5 elders to wipe their A** every time something happens. It's just a bunch of rubbish that can only cause trouble except spending money. Eli Howard was not punished this time. Some problems have already been explained, although it's just a matter of a few slaves. In the eyes of celestial dragons, it is too small. However, it can be seen that the attitude of 5 elders is willing to indulge Howard. By the way, beat those children and grandchildren who make trouble all day long. Especially Howard's training progress was quite satisfactory to them. It is very likely that there will not be a second child who is so hardworking and talented in the next few hundred years. Who is not used to him? After Howard and his party arrived at the new mansion, a CP0 directly under the spy agency took pictures with a camera phone worm. This is to report the living environment of St. Howard to 5 elders. Needed living supplies will be delivered immediately. Guy Enns approached Howard and asked, "Do you want to apply for the construction of an automatic trail?" But this is only a formal inquiry, at least based on Guy Enns's knowledge of Howard. The master didn't like this product that abused slaves at all. There is a high probability that they will refuse. Yes, why not? Lee Howard said unexpectedly. Automatic trails are a status symbol. I honor St. Howard's mansion. Of course there must be a direct walkway. To repair nature is to repair. And I will not only fix it, but also keep it in the yard. Like my family, no, it's longer than my family's, ha ha ha. Howard's domineering speech has profound meaning. The automatic trail is essentially a tunnel. It may have unexpected uses in the future. Guy Enns was a little surprised though, but it also relieved a lot. Okay, the application will be down tomorrow. This scene was also recorded by the video phone worm, and it's very naturally stored in CP0's file. This can be clearly seen. Although Lee St. Howard likes slaves, even special care for the slaves he likes, but obviously not all slaves are liked, not to mention sympathy. This is just because of the different personalities of celestial dragons. It is St. Howard's personal preference and casual stubbornness. Celestial dragons can do whatever they want. It's just that St. Howard's personal hobbies are not too popular. The next thing even more dispelled the doubts of the CP0 spies who were secretly investigating. St. Howard assaulted his 3 female slaves. 5 elders received this report during afternoon tea. Yes, it was used as a sandbag for exercise. Although I was not beaten to death, but heavily beaten. The secret agent's respectful report. So, St. Howard applied for a lot of controlled drugs at the home in need. I always feel that this kid is thinking about something interesting. Li Desheng took a sip from his teacup. High-quality slaves should be used in this way. Someone at 5 elders expressed support. A good slave needs to be tuned and taught. In this way can it become a better thing. Now those idiots, I don't know what they are after. It's not that he has no money, another 5 elders said. He just pays for it. The rules can't be broken. The rules cannot be broken. The secret agents clearly had another meaning. That is, as long as the rules are met. Reward St. Howard can do anything. Although every celestial dragons is extremely domineering, but celestial dragons also has a hierarchy, especially after the incident where the Donquixote family left the Holy Land because of sympathy for the slaves. For the purchase of slaves, as well as devil fruit, powerful healing agents, weapons, and other controlled materials, all have stricter regulations. Like the head of the family who has only 20 direct descendants of kings, only then are eligible to buy powerful criminals as slaves. In addition, there is a limit on the number of slaves purchased by each celestial dragons. In this way, it is possible to avoid the possibility that Hanaga would accept hundreds of fugitive slaves because of his sympathy for the slaves. One of the strictest points is, slaves can be killed but not let go, but everyone is branded with the slave brand of Flying Dragon's Hoof, then be a slave for life. Once outside the Holy Land, I saw someone carrying a slave mark on his body. It must be killed, or grab it and send it back to Marie Joyce. Be stronger. In front of Howard are the 3 sisters of Boya who are stumbling. As long as you can awaken your life and return it, you can remove the hoof of the flying dragon. Only in this way can we completely forget this painful day. You won't wake up in a nightmare. The faces of Hancock, Marigold, and Sandersonia were all full of hope, because of Howard's words. No matter how badly you are injured, you have to get up as hard as you can. Master, Sanda's face can also be restored, can't it? Mary asked. Mary's figure, the big belly, can also be put away, right? Sanda asked. The concubine doesn't want any changes. Hancock looked so shy that he couldn't lift his head. As long as I can be with St. Howard, I won't leave even hell. When I am shy, I can't help but want to hold my face. As a result, the hand was pierced by the spikes of the helmet. According to Amazon's custom, once a girl recognizes the person she likes, she will call herself a concubine. This is to express one's admiration clearly. If the other party does not object to this title, Hancock, you own Conqueror's haki. Howard took Hancock's hand and wiped her palms of blood. Hancock's hands are so beautiful. Such white and slender fingers. All are born. Sweet fruits are strong though, but it just magnifies the inner beauty of people. Fix the defect. Therefore, not everyone who gets the sweet fruit can become as beautiful as Hancock. Master Howard said I am so beautiful, then I have it. Hancock looked so happy that he was going to faint. Almost put his hand on his face again. You need to practice hard to control your abilities, Eli Howard reminded. After all, sweet fruits are also dangerous. If you are not careful, people around you will be petrified. So we must develop this ability to ultimate. Yes. Hancock cheered up immediately. In order to take off this mask as soon as possible to serve the master, I will definitely try my best to cultivate. Your sisters will eat these 3 devil fruit. It may be the will of heaven in the dark. Lee Howard looked at the 2 Boya sisters with pity. Anyone who has seen their original appearance will feel pitiful. After all, it was 2 beautiful girls who became such ghosts. Boya, the original meaning was an anaconda, a snake. You are from 9 Snake Island, and you have a very close relationship with the snake. And sweet fruit, I don't think it is as simple as the surface, Eli Howard said. Its ability reminds me of Medusa. Medusa, she is a mythical figure with a human head and a snake body in the legend. A goggle with lion majesty hair. In the legend, Medusa was once a beautiful girl. She is sought after by many men. She is also proud of it, boasting that she is prettier than the goddess. But the goddess was very angry when she heard that, and turned her into a Gorgonian in her anger. Anyone who has seen her will become a stone statue. Only Medusa's tears can be restored. Wow, there is such a legend. The 3 sisters of Boa have never heard of the legend of Medusa. But it sounds like Medusa has the ability to petrify and is the most beautiful girl in the world. Hancock Sundara snorted. Even gods must be jealous of the beauty of the concubine body, Eli Howard and the 2 younger sisters thought. You are Medusa, you can't be wrong. Is this the meaning of the right fruit being eaten by the right person? Haha, I just wanted to say that you all actually got the power of a snake. If you connect with Medusa, sweet fruit also has the attributes of a snake demon. Maybe its true power is far beyond ordinary paramecia devil fruit, Eli Howard said. Maybe, all of this is destined to happen. What the master said makes sense. Sanda said happily. We are from Hydra Island. There are snakes as weapons on our island. Our last name Boya means giant anaconda, which means big snake. Mary nodded, saying that might really be God's will. Perhaps, you can ask Guy Enns more about the use of snake fruit ability. Howard hooked his finger at Guy Enns, who was guarding in the distance. Hey, me, Guy Enns rushed over immediately. Guy Enns is also a user of Zoan fruit, but he will not lose his human form now. The reason is that he is strong enough now. He has controlled the abilities of the dog fruit to the point where he wants. Howard snapped his fingers. Is that so, Guy Enns? Can you demonstrate it? And, even I have never seen your ability to use devil fruit. In general, the upper class among celestial dragons will give the CP0 of the family eat the dog fruit as a reward. There are many kinds of dog fruits, just like there are many breeds of dogs, so there will be a little difference in ability, but the common features are still obvious. That is loyal to the master. Therefore, CP0 has never experienced such behavior as being punished by the owner and holding a grudge. So far, there has been no betrayer. Ashamed, Saint Howard. I am a user of Doberman fruit, Guy Enns explained. In fact, showing the characteristics of beastization, it is only the power of the lowest level devil fruit. You can't control any part of the animalization like you are now. It can be said that there is no master's own power at all. Guy Enns said, his head suddenly turned into a black dog's head. This is the head of the beast. Guy Enns pointed to his head. It's also the simplest form. It can strengthen the senses of the beast, including abilities that humans don't possess, like the sixth sense. Users of dog fruits have a strong sense of smell and hearing, very good at tracking and hunting tasks, so it is basically impossible for slaves to escape CP0's pursuit on land. Guy Enns hinted to them inadvertently. Eli Howard and the 3 sisters Boya nodded together. It seems that this also needs to be considered in the escape plan. The dog-headed Guy Enns looks pretty cool. The head of a Doberman is very similar to that of a wolf. Speaking of it, there is a bit of the meaning of the underworld god Newbies, of course, but when standing together, Guy Enns can be regarded as Newbies' servant at best. Next is the animal body. Guy Enns lay down on the ground. The head regained humanity. The body became a huge dog body. Howard stayed for a while, immediately laughed into a ball with the 3 sisters of Boya. It's so interesting. A sturdy man with a rough face has a dog body. Guy Enns wasn't angry, he seemed to get used to it. He smiled helplessly and said, "This form is still very useful. Suitable for long-term high-speed running, and can also be used as a mount. In this form, you can stay comfortably in bad weather. The ability to recover from wounds is much faster than usual. Next is partial and individual strengthening. Guy Enz regained his human form and stretched out his palm, dog's paw. Howard and the three sisters Boya both wowed. This kind of pad feels really comfortable to hit. It's like wearing a trap. It's hard to hurt Guy Ensign, but it is very bad for the enemy, because the meat pad can be armed at any time to become very hard. What's more, there are claws sharper than a sword blade. With such claws, Guy Enzi bends over. A hole was dug in the ground in a few strokes. Digging is very powerful. Is it just used to dig holes? Lee Howard and the three sisters Boya vomit in unison. And this, dogtail form. Guy Enz turned around. But mine is invisible. Because Doberman dogs are usually docked. Invisible. Eli Howard and the three sisters Boya are dumbfounded. Can't see, what's the use? I will pretend it exists. Guy Enz looked serious. Howard covered his face and laughed sullenly. Unexpectedly, Guy Enz, who is usually very serious, has such a funny time. Dog-legged form. Guy Enz's legs spread apart. Suddenly it became a looped leg. The long sole stretched out from the shoes. He jumped into the air with a sudden build-up. Dog's jumping ability is very strong. Its speed is the same. Guy Enz finished speaking and disappeared. Eli Howard and the three sisters Boya were stunned. Is this too fast? Can develop dog legs to this level? The speed is almost the same as the peak speed of Marine's hard-working Razor. This does not require repeated leg shaking. It can be done only through Devil Fruit's ability enhancement. When Guy Enz reappeared, it was restored. The three sisters Boya came up to watch with excitement. As long as the master gains power, the appearance of the beast can be eliminated. Only show up when you need it. But these are just fur. Guy Enz lowered his body slightly, making the three sisters a little further away. Next I want to show you the ultimate power of Zoan fruit. More. Howard and the three sisters were surprised. Guy Enz suddenly leaned down, his chest bulging. Immediately there was a low animal howl from his throat. Woo dash. Suddenly, a feeling of horror hits his face. The three sisters Boya were so scared that they turned their heads and ran away. Even Lee Howard's heart was beating wildly, unable to restore his calm. This ability is called bullying the soft and fearing the hard. After Guy Enz let out a long howl. Anyone who can hear this creepy howl will be covered by fear. Even everything that the eyes see is distorted. Damn, Eli Howard has no way to calm himself down. He just felt his heart beating faster. The body is as uncomfortable as being eaten by thousands of ants. Difficulty breathing. Even if I have any ability, I can't do it at this time. If it was sparring, wouldn't it be equivalent to being sentenced to death now? Stop. Stop. Hancock let out a groan. Suddenly, a force burst out from her body. She opened her arms to block in front of several people and forcibly regained her senses. Under the impact of this force, Guy Enz's howl was also briefly suppressed. Conquerors. Guy Enz stopped the ability to bully the soft and fear the hard. Sure enough, conquerors. Amazing. Eli Howard felt a little sour. What's happening here? Hancock's conquerors is better than his masters? No one has practiced. Only with a strong determination to protect his companions. Made it again. The reason for this helmet. Guy Enz's dog fruit can also sense the owner's heart, he quickly explained. This helmet seems to have sea stone in it. It blocks most of my abilities. So she's less affected than you are. Eli Howard was even more confused. I didn't expect this sea stone helmet to have such a function. More than just keeping up with daily actions. Also burst out Conqueror's haki? Is this too strong? If the ordinary demon fruit power touches the sea stone, it will collapse directly to the ground. Could it be that? Long torment and patience and struggle make Boa Hancock's willpower far beyond ordinary people? Sure enough, Guy Enz also spoke approvingly. Great. You have a powerful fighting talent. Eli Howard nodded convincingly. The Empress is the Empress. My eldest wife is so awesome. Anyway, you should understand what I want to show you. Guy Enz looked at Marigold and Sandersonia, who were still limp on the ground. It's no use being big. No matter how huge the body of the beast is, it is only the lowest level of ability. What really matters is the beast soul. Every species has its own characteristics. What you have to do is to master the biggest characteristic of their survival. Make it your own ability. In my opinion, the biggest characteristic of dog fruit is the feeling of human heart. Dogs are good at grasping human psychology. They can sense human hormones through their sense of smell, feel the human heartbeat and pulse through hearing. You can even feel changes in people's body temperature. Even through the wall, you can feel the heat of the human body. These are things that the human senses can't do. After strengthening the Doberman Pinscher's character, the final move I developed was to bully the soft and fear the hard. A 2-month-old Doberman will give a terrifying howl. If you're scared, don't make it obey. Turning this feature into an ability and bringing it to the ultimate level is my trick. Do you understand? Understood. The three Boya sisters were greatly encouraged. Mary and Sanda answered in unison. Eli Howard and Guy Enns also started special training for the three Boya sisters together. Lee Howard also secretly contributed some of the essence of the Six of the Gods moves, but sure enough, without the bloodline of celestial dragons, there is no way to take much. However, the three Boya sisters also had their own understanding of the six forms of God, because women's bodies are naturally softer. 2 months passed. It's time to report to 5 elders again. Lee Howard stood on the moving walk in the courtyard and felt it, said rather dissatisfied. Too slow, then just swipe it and disappear. In this regard, the secret agents have become accustomed to it. They don't wonder if St. Howard has any special purpose. St. Howard is still relatively simple, other people have it, and I have to have it too. St. Howard is St. Howard. The spies and even many people felt proud of it. After all, to say that he is now in this holy land, in addition to 5 elders, which celestial dragons is the most famous, that is without a doubt St. Howard. 5 elders doesn't necessarily hit people, but St. Howard will. St. Howard went crazy, but even his own father dared to fight. Just ask if you are afraid? In the tunnel under the moving walk, the slaves were relieved instead. They have also learned about St. Howard's temper for so many days. So moved tears left. At least you don't have to push hard. This is the mansion of St. Howard. Some slaves have secretly recorded this place. This lord, maybe he is a good person like Hanagu from Don Quixote's family. The square in front of the 12 temples. 5 elders and the 12 gods gathered together, just to check Howard's practice progress. Eli Howard took a deep breath under everyone's gaze. He held a sword in his hand, his eyes condensed, and he shouted, "Vacuum dash!" The sword body was immediately wrapped by the pitch-black haki. What followed was a sudden air current. The air current sucked up the dust on the ground. Sword light flashed. There is an invisible vortex that is circulating quietly. Yes, this is indeed a vacuum. Li Desheng was very satisfied. Then he shook his shoulders and threw off his cloak. He went down to the court with the sword in his arms. He stood in front of Howard. Looking at Howard, he gave a soft sip. "Use your best to shoot," Howard shouted. Overlord Shadow Song. Guy Enns' moves gave him a lot of inspiration. Lee Howard thus developed such a sword skill. For an instant, haki swallowed violently. The sword gas turned into a whirlpool of true air, tearing everything apart. There was a loud noise like Hong Zhong. Li Desheng didn't intend to draw a sword, but after feeling this momentum, his eyes suddenly widened. The sword in his arms flew into his hands automatically, invisibly brought out a series of sword shadows. Accurately in the center of the vortex of Bawang Shadow Song, there was a loud bang. The sword chi bursts like a flood crossing the border. Li Desheng's Taoist robe kept swinging. Very good dash. Li Desheng put away his sword and said with satisfaction, "The king's swordsmanship with the overlord's majesty is in line with the sword skills of celestial dragons, although it is still very immature. But as someone who has just set foot in kendo, it's okay too." Lee Howard just wanted to collect the sword. The whole sword was turned into fly ash and disappeared. Howard couldn't help but stun to himself. This is not because of how devastating his own moves are. It was caused by the erosion of Li Desheng's sword aura. Li Desheng meditated upon seeing this. "It seems that it's time to equip you with a good sword. Baal, pick a sword for this kid. Then, this one is good." The sword god Baal was non-committal about Howard's performance. A round of sword domain like a blood moon opened above the head, reached out and drew a golden long sword from it. "Feel free to throw it to Howard." Jin Kunlun. Baal showed an awkward mood. "Enough for you. It doesn't sound very good." Eli Howard picked it up pretentiously. "It was really stingy to think that you gave me so many swords." Jin Kunlun's appearance is very simple. The long sword shape of the flower country. The hilt of the jasper color extends all the way to the blade. The tip of the sword gradually showed a peculiar golden yellow. There is no such thing as extra handguards. The shape is simple and atmospheric, but the start is extremely heavy. The average person may not be able to handle it at all. Lee Howard's power is different now. He would also feel an unusually heavy sword. It is a strange thing in itself. The blade doesn't look sharp. It's the kind of decoration that ordinary people will look like without a blade. But only after the kendo cultivation reaches a certain level will he understand it. Whether the blade is fast or not does not depend on whether the blade is sharp or not. Eli Howard swung his sword twice, unexpectedly, but Baal didn't give the scabbard stingly, so it needs to be held in hand for the time being. The name is Jin Kunlun. If you look closely, it is a very beautiful sword. Natural lines. The color combination of jasper and golden is not unobtrusive. And, Kunlun? What's so special about the name of this sword? Li Howard asked Li Desheng, but his eyes looked at the knife in the arms of Li Desheng. Reed Saint Haha laughed twice. He took the knife in his arms and said proudly, "The kid has a good vision. My knife is called Golden Tian Yuan. It is one of the golden holy swords. With this one, I have to say something special. That is, a weapon for the king. Oh, that's okay too," Eli Howard said as he held up the sword. It can be regarded as a reply to Li Desheng's comments on his sword skills before. "So, now is the time to test your haki." The other 4-5 elders are also eager to try. The purpose of practicing the 6 forms of God is to improve Howard's haki level as soon as possible, especially in terms of seeing, hearing and color. Will help improve his foresight. Lee Howard thought these old men were still thinking about it. If they know what they call dreaming of the future. It depends on the memories of cartoons in previous lives. Will they vomit blood? 5 elders and the 12 gods have released their haki together. Eli Howard suddenly felt the horror of the end of the world. There seemed to be a weight of 10,000 tons on his body. The whole temple square in my eyes collapsed in an instant. Howard tried to stay awake. Perceived the original appearance of everything in a distorted world. Gradually, the distorted world calmed down. In the gray world, there are many tall figures. Their bodies exude a breath of different colors. Asterisk, a dark wolf-headed figure with the smell of death. It is Nubes, the god of the underworld. It is also the one that Eli Howard is most familiar with, so it's best to admit it. That is how the matter? Holding the sword is like a god's residence. Muscles swelled all over. A figure twice as tall as Nubes. Read St. That Jin Tian Yuan, which he was showing off just now, exudes a strong golden arrogance. It's like holding a cloud of fire in your arms. On the other side, there was a man with 7-colored light all over his body, like a colorful sunflower. He is also one of the 12 gods, although in reality his body is more than 8 meters tall. At this time, in the world of seeing and seeing, his face alone is 8 meters long, but the body is small like a bean sprout. Eli Howard is still worried that his head is crushing his body. Afterwards, Eli Howard identified the figures around him one at a time. Each of the 5 elders and the 12 has its own aura. Even the colors presented are different. The only thing the same is, everyone has a powerful aura. In front of them, he is like an ant, and in the eyes of the 5 elders, Eli Howard gradually relaxed from his shivering, tense state. It didn't even fall to the ground. That's already pretty good. Standing in front of him, but 17 of the most powerful people in the world, haki released together. Someone else might have gone crazy. After putting away haki, the 5 elders and the 12 gods said nothing. In fact, I secretly praised Lee Howard in the bottom of my heart. Li Desheng thought for a moment and suddenly shouted loudly. Then, the figure flashed towards Lee Howard, and Eli Howard's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment has appeared in another place. Just as soon as he landed, another 5 elders suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind. At the moment when his hand is about to touch Eli Howard flashed again and disappeared again. Figures flickered in the field. The 5 elders pat Eli Howard on the shoulder from different angles. The speed of several people is getting faster and faster. To the end. When the trial of seeing and hearing is finally over, Eli Howard is exhausted. He planted his sword on the ground, bent over and gasped. Can't even run a step. This is much more tiring than suffering from haki before. The haki in his body is probably drained. The 5 elders surrounded him, all with happy smiles on their faces. Nice. The 5 elders laughed together. Eli Howard gnashed them inwardly. You 5 immortals are shameless. Is it fun to bully me? Don't you think it's funny when you bully Charles and the others? St. Reed shook his head and asked. Even if it's those rubbish, when you play booger on their faces, I think you're happy too. Eli Howard was speechless. In the eyes of the 5 elders, those celestial dragons that are not good are all trash. He was just the one who just stood out from the trash heap. It's still a pleasure to be bullied now. Any new dreams? The 5 elders finally got to the point of the day. Eli Howard thought about what to explain today, and said perfunctorily, "It's all a mess. Tell me." For example, Eli Howard thought about something. I dreamed of some strange square stones covered with strange writing. Then he looked at the expression of the 5 elders, who was quietly observing. But I don't understand it. Sure enough, the expression of the 5 elders changed slightly. St. Reed asked immediately, "Where?" Some look like they're in a hole. Some seem to be in the room. Oh, there's another piece on the cloud, in the base of a golden bell. Looks like, I'm looking at them, but I can't read the text on them. It seems that you will be dreaming of sometime in your future. The 5 elders listened to Eli Howard and figured it out for him. Everyone thinks this is reasonable. The square stone you see is a historical text stele, but no one understands those words anymore. You shouldn't be interested in that thing. Eli Howard thought that these old men would not reveal more, so he played it perfunctory. Especially the island on the cloud, very interesting. Everyone there has wings behind their backs. There are 2 small balls above the head. There is also a man who can turn into thunder and lightning, claiming to be a god in front of me. Could it be Shandia's golden bell? It will become a thunderbolt. Is it thunderfruit? No wonder I can't find Sandia. Thunderfruit never showed up either. How long do you think the appearance of this god will be? Eli Howard thought about it. It will take a long time, about 10 years or so. 10 years. The 5 elders had an indifferent expression. Anyway, the moon people don't understand the words on the stone tablet at all. It's just right for them to look at the steel. The Shandians may have been wiped out by the moonmen long ago, right? That being said, it's fine to leave it alone. After all, even if they wanted to, they didn't know where it would be. Did you still dream of anything? I also dreamed of a train. It's the kind of long transportation. It can travel on the sea. So interesting. Is there really such a thing? Is it the sea train experiment in the capital of 7 waters? The eyes of the 5 elders lit up. This is a project hosted by Enice Lobby, and it's still experimenting. If successful, it will connect the Enice Lobby and the 7 waters. How long will this take? Soon. Courtesy Howard Road. This is only a matter of 2 or 3 years. This is not bad. The 5 elders are very happy. Sea trains can enhance Marine and Enice Lobby's management of the surrounding waters. They don't care much about whether those islands can become prosperous. But the dream was enough to prove the accuracy of Eli Howard's foresight. What about when you said Marie Joyce would be on fire? Did you dream again later? Have. Eli Howard looked pained. I dreamed again. This Marie Joyce is full of fire. Many people died, even celestial dragons. Time, it will probably happen in a year. Only to talk to the 5 elders perfunctorily. This trial is finally over. The 12 gods simply taught Howard some basic moves of the 6 gods. It didn't take long, because 5 elders arranged a more important meeting. With your current strength, if you don't meet a Master of Marine Admiral or CP0 level, few people can take your life. I will cultivate myself in the future. 5 elders said. We intend to use it for you. Eli Howard sensed something was wrong. The alarm bells in my head are loud. He immediately expressed opposition. Why? Don't say I have to work 3 hours a day like you do. I don't want to do it. I'm very busy. Let's not talk about their conspiracy. Lee Howard can accept cruel practices to make himself stronger. The work 5 elders said is definitely for others' work. Lee Howard must be too lazy. 5 elders could guess Howard's thoughts. Because celestial dragons is such a brain circuit. Busy talking about love with your female slave? Shoot booger on people's heads? Li Disheng said. We didn't care about you bouncing booger on people's heads, nor did we care about you wasting precious medicines on slaves. You should go and meet the world. What world have I never seen? Howard looked disdainful. But since 5 elders mentioned so many places with one eye open and one eye closed, he must be acquainted. Early the next morning, there was a roar of engines at the door of the house. Howard whizzed out and jumped out of the bed to the door. Unexpectedly, it would really meet the world. This is a car. Rewards. Howard opened his eyes. Isn't this a convertible Jeep? Although it looks a bit different. The tires are replaced with tracks. It is conceivable that after changing the track, it has a strong driving ability. World government undoubtedly possesses quite advanced technological power. It's just that this thing is not used at sea, so it rarely appears. A very strong old man appeared when the window rolled down. The hair is completely white, but it is actually Mexican hairstyle. Honk the horn there like a soldier. If it weren't for wearing a coat of justice, Lee Howard would think this arrogant man is celestial dragons. After all, people who dare to be so arrogant in the Holy Land Marie Joyce will die except celestial dragons. Ah, subordinate Kong is here to ask for a gift, Saint Howard. What dash? The one in front of my eyes is Saint Howard? Wait a moment for me to dig my nostrils. The old man had a very respectful tone, but in fact he didn't even mean to get out of the car. The tone was prolonged, pretending to be surprised, and he looked down upon others. Hole. Are you here to fight? Eli Howard is determined to snatch his car. After all, I don't want to take an automatic trail in this big outrageous holy place. Having a car is very important. With a flick of the old man's fingers, the big tree at the door snapped. Oh, I'm sorry, the old man is the army commander Kong. The strong old man let out a soft cough. As usual, Celestial Dragons was already frightened by this time. Then there will be a lot of CP0 running out with his men. Apologize for nothing, but the one at hand is obviously an exception. A fist had hit Kong's face. Hit Kong directly and flew out of the car. Then Howard skillfully got into the car and put into gear, gave gas, drove the car and rushed to 100. Kong got up. CP0 at the door and Guy Ens who came over after hearing the sound were both stupid. Guy NC saw that it was Marine Marshal Kong, and stepped forward. "Marshal Kong, what are you? I came here to get beaten?" Kong wailed. "It's hitting. Robbery." Then he rushed to chase his car. Reward Howard just got a bit of fun. "I saw a figure chasing up from the rearview mirror. It is the old man Kong." The old man surpassed the car with a swish, then simply lied down in the middle of the road. Eli Howard rolled over him without hesitation. The car rolled on Kong and took off directly. It turned off and fell heavily to the ground. Howard poked his head out of the car window and yelled, "Die, old man, touch porcelain? Can you afford to break my car?" Saint Howard is really extraordinary. A line of track prints on Kong's coat of justice. The corners of his mouth twitched and smiled dryly. This is the old man's car. Lee Howard had a face more like Lao Lai. "What? You said it was your car? You call it, does it promise?" "Kong," Lee Howard said, "is there anything you old man shit? Then I'm leaving." Unexpectedly, when I stepped on the accelerator, the car stopped moving. "Okay?" Lee Howard looked back and forth. "Why is the pointer of the fuel tank meter so straight to the end? And this doesn't seem to be a sign of gasoline? Isn't it powered by gasoline?" Haha, the old man thought St. Howard could drive. Kong has an old cunning but honest face. It really scared the old man, haha. After a few minutes, switched to Kong and drive. Eli Howard sat in the co-pilot boredly. The two swiftly drove toward the outside of the Holy Land. It turns out that this thing relies on the compressive force of air. Once the compressed air is exhausted, it needs to be recompressed. Kong's foot underneath is like stepping on a clutch, making a shaven continuous step with a high speed that is difficult to discern with the naked eye. The compression of the air was completed in the blink of an eye. The car has been maintaining a fully stressed state and sprinting forward with all its strength. This is something most people can't use. The higher the foot strength, the faster the speed. "You said, pay me a new one later." Lee Howard agreed to go to a meeting with Kong because of this. 5 Elders requirements. It is to let him participate in today's World Government Military meeting. Make it clear that the Holy Land Marie Joys may be attacked. Asterisk in the lobby of the Army headquarters. All the top military leaders of the world government are here. Headed by the Armed Forces Commander-in-Chief Chester Nimi Este, an old guy who looks too old to walk. The Celestial Dragons, Howard, didn't pay attention at all. Even though Howard is a different kind of Celestial Dragons. He wears a tall hat on his head. There is a long white beard under the jaw. The long one can almost hang down to the toe. The comb is gleaming and looks very loving. Saint Howard. The other party made a heavy gasp that seemed to be unable to come up in the next breath. Although you are also a nobleman in the world, but the military's affairs still have to be decided by the military. You only need to speak when you are asked to speak. After all, the old man's beard represents justice. If someone wants to break through the old man's defense and attack Marie Joyce, it is absolutely impossible. Seeing this look of being old-fashioned, Rely Howard scooped up his nose unhappily. Then take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness when seated. Snap it on the other's beard. St. Chester Nimai didn't notice it at all, and was still talking about it. A child's dream talk is actually taken seriously. In the words, all kinds of unwillingness to engage in the 3 armies because of such a nonsense reason have spent a lot of time. The Marshal and Admiral and Vice Admiral all around looked at the booger hanging on Chester Nimai's white beard, very uncomfortable, but no one dared to show it. Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku, Black Arm Zephyr. Marine Hero Garp Vice Admiral. There are also Field Marshals and Army Admiral. CP Police Agency. And CP9 Commander Spandane as a secret spy. There are always dozens of people. In the Vice Admiral crowd at the back, there are several young and beautiful women. They were all disgusted by the booger, frowning tightly. Chester Nimai Saint finally realized everyone's gaze. As soon as I lowered my head and saw the nose hanging on my beloved Justice Beard, he suddenly yelled, "Wow, it's Dirty Dash." Just as if he had been shot, he was completely panicked. Eli Howard looked out the window, whistling as if it had nothing to do with him. Chester Nimi-san pushed aside his seat and ran away in anger. This kind of meeting is totally unnecessary for the handsome guy to attend. There was silence in the conference room, with black lines on everyone's faces. So the responsibility of presiding over the meeting fell on the head of Marine Chief Marine Kong. Vice Admiral and above are basically here. Kong is a very different and very courteous posture. He knew well that he pulled the big chair beside him and asked Howard to sit down. This is the first time St. Howard has participated in this kind of meeting. "Please tell me." As the host of the meeting, Kong gave a light cough. Howard stared at Kong wide. "What nonsense you old man are talking about? Why didn't anyone tell me before and still have to talk?" Cough. Kong coughed and warned in a low voice. Before the meeting, let the person with the highest status give a lecture to emphasize what justice is. This is the consistent tradition of the 3 services. In the past, the speeches were given by St. Nimichester, but now that he is absent, Naturally, it was Saint Howard who spoke. Lee Howard saw the treacherous in Kong's seemingly loyal expression. There is no doubt that the military is also reluctant to be mobilized for inexplicable reasons. After all, because someone dreamed of the Marie Joyce fire, the whole army had to be on guard or something. That's nonsense. This is like a blatant humiliation to military defense. Therefore, the wishes of most of the military are unanimous. That is to hope that Howard retreats in the face of difficulties. Don't interfere with the military's specific defense. Eli Howard scanned the long conference table. They are separated by rank, as it sits on the Marine side under the Commander-in-Chief. The closest person to him is Marine Admiral Buddha Sengoku. Sengoku, the Buddha, did not squint, sitting upright and looking at Howard, very serious. Opposite him is the Marine hero Garp, an overly strong man. His head is a bit small because his shoulders are too thick. At this time, he was dozing off, his head was shaky. Although Madara was white on the temples, he was only wearing the rank of Vice Admiral, but sitting with Admiral. And no one will question this seat. Then came Black Arm Zephyr. As he had dealt with before, he was looking at Howard with complicated eyes at this time. After all, who can think of it? It was also due to the Saint Howard of drowning before. It turned out to be what it is now, tall and strong. In less than 2 years, the comparison between before and after is really too great. Is it because of that accident that you were frightened? Black Arm Zephyr is also puzzled. Behind them is a group of Marine Vice Admiral. It is also the backbone of Marine. It is a group of people headed by Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. These people focused their sharp eyes on Howard. To put it nicely is to concentrate. To put it bluntly, he was staring at Howard. These guys are all about 3 meters tall. At this moment, he stared at Howard condescendingly. It's definitely not respectful. The army's eyes are much more peaceful. They see celestial dragons a lot and they have long been used to it. In addition to the Marine and Army, the 3 services are CP agencies. From CP1 to CP8, they are well known as the World Police. The loyalty to celestial dragons is naturally extraordinary. CP9 is a spy who works in the dark. It is equivalent to a special task force such as the Intelligence Agency, and Spandane as the commander of CP9. As he happened to meet Spandane in the port before hunting down Nico Robin, it's also a person you know. Eli Howard just picked up the microphone. Suddenly, I felt an invisible coercion coming from under the table. Eli Howard slapped the table and took a stance. The military generals in the audience also stared one by one, being meddled in military affairs by celestial dragons, the result of pointing fingers and directing a pass. Most of them have been taught. Eli Howard slapped the table and let out a loud roar. What justice is there to talk about without eating enough? Today's meeting is very important, sir. First. Sir, the audience was shocked. Yes, I haven't had breakfast yet. Eli Howard looked serious. Everyone eats and talks. Marine hero Garp is suddenly refreshed. Booger is not digging, not drowsy anymore. Followed by a slap on the table and shouted, "Good dash. Serve the food." The Justice of St. Howard, this old man is the first to support it. Then, serve the food. Kong's eyes twitched a few times. I can't wait to poke Garp a few times with my eyes. Garp, you traitor. The head chef of the whole army headquarters showed amazing strength. As soon as the door opened, a team of cooks walked in with a dining cart. The first to come are burgers, fried chicken, and snacks that are made quickly. Immediately after that, he went straight to the kitchen to prepare a big meal. Eli Howard caught a roast chicken. A few times even the bones were chewed and swallowed into the stomach. While chewing, the ******G on the table and yelling, "What justice do you talk to me about on an empty stomach? Can there be justice on an empty stomach? Chew, chew, chew." There is no hungry justice in this world. The surrounding officers immediately shouted in unison in conditioned reflex, "There is no hunger for justice." They just follow the tradition and repeat the teaching maxims of the superiors. But in the bottom of my heart I was thinking, is this okay? But think about it carefully. And they all think this statement is true. Immediately below the chewing sound connected into a piece. The majestic atmosphere of before is completely gone. The vigilance against Eli Howard was also silently dissipated. Spandane got up first to thank him. "We CP9 will never let St. Howard down, as long as St. Howard orders it. While expressing his loyalty, he cursed inwardly. Unexpectedly, the first chance to show loyalty was stolen by that idiot from Garp. Who says Garp is stupid? This guy isn't stupid at all. Eli Howard looked up from the pile of food. She glanced at him unintentionally, suddenly interjected and asked, "Did that Nico Robin get caught later?" Spandane's face turned black, and he almost fainted. "How can you be asked the most embarrassing thing in front of everyone? As a result, I couldn't catch a little girl for several years. This is one of the most humiliating things about CP9. Not yet. Spandane looked at the mocking eyes around him and wanted to die. Wait a minute and you report to me the information about Nico Robin alone. Lee Howard didn't take it seriously, and didn't mean to reprimand. I finally got a good impression of this one. This meeting was really good. Kong was a little surprised and asked, why was Saint Howard interested in Nico Robin? Eli Howard grabbed a roast chicken and looked at him like an idiot. Because, chewing, you know what? The veins on Kong's forehead protruded. What do I know? And let me teach you a lesson. Sit down and everyone starts to eat. What kind of teaching? Everyone eat, you're welcome. Chew and chew. I'll say something serious, Eli Howard said as he kept stuffing his mouth with roast chicken. About that the Holy Land will be set on fire in a year. Who is the chef at the headquarters? Many people put down their food. Did the chef actually set the fire? This roast chicken is not ordinary. Eli Howard has taken down too. The veins on Kong's head kept jumping. I just want to strangle Eli Howard to death. But no, because the other party is celestial dragons. And it's very likely that the 5 elders have carefully nurtured the successor. Maybe one day he will become his immediate boss. The chef escaped, and everyone present continued to eat. Sengoku, the Buddha, chewed and swallowed softly as he looked at the salute Saint Howard in front of him. This is really the most offbeat celestial dragons since the Donquixotes. But this gift Saint Howard is not the same as the Hanagu before. The origin is even more prominent. And it seems to have done some training. Has good strength. This means, this gift Saint Howard can run wild as no other celestial dragons can beat him. But it was a blessing and a curse for Marine. Not yet known. Buddha Sengoku has a very discreet personality. Therefore, it quickly entered the mode of eating more and talking less. And the same goes for the Black Arm Zephyr. In the previous accident, Tina and Domino, who are women, suffered some grievances. Unexpectedly, a reward order actually came after the event. Rewarded them and myself. Although it's not uncommon for a commendation from celestial dragons, but for promotion, it is a real achievement. This leaves Zephyr under surprise. For the ceremony Saint Howard had a considerable favorable impression. I've heard of good celestial dragons, but never seen one alive. They worried for a long time afterwards, for fear of what would be a headache follow-up. As a result, almost 2 years later, Eli Saint Howard has not been harassed. And it looks like he's been training himself. Chapter 64, on speculation, it's Spandane. Watching the sunset with Hancock, seeking flowers, rewarding, advertisement Zephyr Admiral, can you please give me some tips to chew and chew? Eli Howard swallowed the 5th chicken. I am very interested in joining Marine. Puff dash. All the Marines on the scene sprayed. Some people spouted food from their nostrils. Yeah, what is that? Chicken wings. Lee Howard clearly saw the tip of a chicken wing popping out of Zephyr's nostril. Zephyr calmly pulled the chicken wings out of his nostrils, even put it back in the mouth and started to mouth. He was now confused by a sentence from Howard. He was completely unaware of what he was doing. I just felt that I had auditory hallucinations. Celestial dragons want to join Marine? This is no ordinary joke. The Buddha Sengoku silently kicked Zephyr's foot underneath. The corner of his eyes twitched. Garp was quite straightforward, and he pointed his hand directly. Zephyr, you are so disgusting. Zephyr reacted, his face panicked. Subordinates dare not be. Marine has always been loyal to the world government. How can I let Saint Howard join Marine? It's not appropriate. Marshal Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Zephyr can also be considered a wise man. If celestial dragons enter Marine, even if they are superiors, celestial dragons want to point fingers. Who listens to whom? Garp pointed to the chicken leg and stood up. What's wrong? That's great, I agree. It's better to let me be responsible for the guidance. Sengoku and Kong were irritated by Howard. The blue veins on the forehead violently rose, almost crazy on the spot. I scolded Garp inwardly. I can't stop your mouth from eating. Sengoku rushed to strangle Garp's neck. You don't have the right to talk. Sit down. It's shameful. Garp protested. I haven't played Celestial Dragons. What a great opportunity. It's a fair word to play Celestial Dragons. Sengoku's face was turned into pig liver with anger. Hurry up and shut up, you. I actually said everything from the bottom of my heart. I know you have this plan. The surroundings were all in a sudden. A chance to fight celestial dragons, as expected of Garp. Everyone else thinks, this is simply looking for death. Spandane opened his mouth wide. After regaining consciousness, he immediately jumped and shouted, It's rude, come here, grab Garp for me. Kong was so angry that he fainted. The scene was out of control so far, he lost all face. It's okay, everyone is quiet. Howard suddenly patted the table impatiently. I want to talk about business. You guys, let go of Garp Vice Admiral. The venue is quiet. All of them raised their ears and stopped chewing. Howard spoke slowly. After 1 year, within 2 years, the Holy Land Marie-Joys will be invaded, setting fires and killing people everywhere. This is what I dreamt of in my dream, no more. This is also Howard's rare articulation after he started eating. After all, most of the time is blocked by food. Kong said quickly. To gather everyone today is to discuss countermeasures. Lee Howard was shocked, thinking that he was all right, got up and said, I absolutely trust all of you here, and I will teach you later. Forward? Kong said in his heart, you haven't said any detailed information? Saint Howard, there should be a lot of details. Can you describe as much as you can? What do you describe? This is a dream. I almost forgot when I woke up. Howard rolled his eyes and looked impatient. Then again, who will die by then? What does it have to do with the book? Blame the 5 old immortals. I said it was just a dream. As long as no insurgent can hurt this saint, what does it matter to me whether other people are dead or alive? But it has something to do with the safety of the Holy Land. Saint Howard, remember the details again. Kong didn't know why he was so cheap. Originally, I didn't take it seriously, planning to dismiss Howard in a perfunctory manner. Now I didn't expect the other party to be more perfunctory than myself. There are fires everywhere, and there are many people setting fire everywhere to kill people. Almost all areas of Marie-Joys have fires. Oh, some idiots died. It means that celestial dragons were killed in the dream. Many people are aware of the seriousness of the matter. Exchanged glances. Lee Tsud simply dismissed his responsibility. I have said everything that should be said, you can discuss it, and I will continue to eat. Kong just felt that his hair was going to be lost. This will be really difficult. Then start discussing countermeasures now. Kong pondered for a moment and cleared his thoughts. From the perspective of dreams, hello, and intelligence. Talking about intelligence, Kong is also secretly cursing in his heart that this is also intelligence? There will be a major invasion of Marie-Joys in 1 to 2 years. The enemy, unknown. The number is huge. Strength is expected to be quite strong. Maybe it has something to do with the Revolutionary Army. They adopted a strategy of arson everywhere to attack the loopholes in defense. Saint Howard, is that right? Kong turned his head to look. Eli Howard had already ran to Zephyr at this time. He was holding Zephyr's hand, recounting the past, intentionally or unintentionally. Zephyr Admiral, why do you call, don't kill Admiral? Does the enemy claim to have the rank of Admiral? Aren't you going to kill it? Zephyr felt cold all over, wanted to draw his hand but didn't dare to draw it out. There was a sound of rice blowing all around. Are Yuna and Domino here? Long time no see. I also want to express my gratitude in front of them. No, Zephyr had no idea what he was talking about. They have hidden. Ahem, in order to avoid being found by you. Oh no, what am I talking about? They are not at the level enough to attend today's meeting. They have their own tasks. Zephyr felt all sweat coming out. Finally made it clear. Although it has been exposed a lot, it's okay to say it straight. Why are you hiding from me? Howard heard the question marks. Where did you hide? Is there any misunderstanding between us? Not hiding. They volunteered. Zephyr said sorry 100 times in a row in his heart. But now I have to sacrifice you to stop this topic. He can't stand it anymore. Yuna Ensign's ideal is to become the backbone of Marine, so I participated in the Naval Headquarters Special Training Camp. She is currently in a state of actual combat. Which sea area is it now? I don't know. Check it out, because it will be more liquid, so I can't find it. Zephyr was on the verge of collapse. Domino Ensign is currently performing guard duties at Impel Down. Zephyr breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He is confident in his careful arrangements. Humph, even if it is stated clearly, there will be no problem, because no matter how troublesome celestial dragons are, it is impossible to continue to harass them both. Spandane suddenly leaned in and said diligently, Saint Howard, if you can use CP9, your subordinates immediately order to investigate. An overbearing aura burst out from Zephyr's body in an instant. The goal was directed at Spandane. Spandane stared at Zephyr with a killer gaze. I don't know that I'm only a minute away from death, and I'm still pleased. With the strength of our CP9, Marine Inspector can immediately find the information Saint Howard wants. Isn't this just a phone worm thing? Where did Marine go for actual combat? Can the Marine Inspector still know? Zephyr is unwilling to say. I would also like to thank Spandane for his ignorance of current affairs. After all, in this way, I can give myself this opportunity to please celestial dragons. I remembered something when you came over. I really have an important thing to discuss with you. Eli Howard pulled Spandane. Let's talk to a place where no one is. Kong thought he wouldn't fix another moth. I want to stop when I reach out. But Spanda waved his hand and said excitedly, you discuss it first. Our CP9's opinion is, everything is based on the safety of the adults. There is nothing else to worry about. General Kong and Yugan Marine's eyes twitched. Eli Howard took Spandane and left like this. At this time the chef entered again with a team of food trucks. The formal meal is served again. Garp smiled immediately when he saw it. Then you discuss it first. Then he grabbed the huge shizy and started chewing hard. Kong looked at the commander-in-chief with helpless eyes. The army chief exchanged glances with Admiral under his command. He said in a deep voice, "We believe that what Chief Spandane of CP9 said was actually correct." Advertisement Eli St. Howard repeatedly stressed. As long as you keep yourself safe, nothing else matters. Isn't that the case with the other celestial dragons? So far, the meaning has been vaguely but clearly expressed. Although Spandane has no fighting power, but trying to figure out what you like and smack your A** is very good. This was a ridiculous thing to do. You don't know where or when the enemy will attack. So now the most important thing to be determined, just after it's been confirmed, can quickly secure all celestial dragons. In fact, this plan is somewhat difficult, but celestial dragons are not at all obedient and out of trouble animals. So being able to kill some stupid celestial dragons is the point. At the end of the day, it was just a dream of Eli St. Howard, maybe in Oolong. It doesn't happen at all. Therefore, it is unreasonable to take it too seriously and make a fuss about it. So everyone here is nervously discussing. Garp over there, still clutching the meat in his hand, snored and bubbling from his nose. Wait until the discussion is almost over. Eli St. Howard and Spandane are also back. Spandane had a look of favor. I don't know how to be so proud. My subordinates will definitely find Nico Robin as soon as possible. Leave it to St. Howard. Spandane's footsteps were brisk enough to fly. St. Howard is so great. With this big backer, his Spandane career has stabilized. Fu, the chair of the chief division of the 3 armed forces. It won't take a few years to sit on your own. The discussion is over here. And Lee Howard also came back. Naturally it turned into a potluck. The Reed Saints had no objection to their plan. They came up with several ideas. First, add a level to Marie Joy's. All parties search for news. Once the Revolutionary Army is found to be moving, it will immediately increase its vigilance. Secondly, the ancient city of Pan is unbreakable and absolutely safe. So a plan can be created. In the event of a fire, immediately transfer all celestial dragons to Panga City for shelter. It is all for the safety of all celestial dragons. Not bad. Eli Howard applauded in satisfaction. Certainly not because of how indestructible their plans are. Rather, these decisions just happen to fit his plan. Everything is going according to his plan and going in a good direction. After all, in the event of an accident, celestial dragons will be immediately transferred under heavy protection. The entire force of Marie Joy's will be used to protect the celestial dragons transferred to Panchinj. Then there is an opportunity for the collective escape of slaves. With more specific plans, show me immediately. Eli Howard seemed concerned about the safety of his home. Everyone cursed inwardly. Don't even think about it. If the deployment of troops does not protect the Lee family perfectly, that's definitely not going to pass. So after the afternoon military parade, base visits, and a series of messy activities, after finally satisfying the curiosity of Eli St. Howard, the day's meeting finally ended with the sound of St. Howard screeching away in an air car. Ha ha ha, I like this St. Howard very much. Compared with those beasts, this Kui Desheng is more like a person. Garp is holding a big round belly that eats, and he shook his iron fist contentedly. This is the fist that has beaten celestial dragons. The 3 major forces of the new marine generation, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru. When he saw it, his face twitched. Really hit. The so-called Garp Vice Admiral, the Iron Fist of Love. They were all taught. Just now, that fist hit celestial dragons in the face. The St. Howard was knocked upside down and flew out. But then he ran back happily with the swollen half of his face on his face. He even asked with dark circles about the secret of this punch. Ask yourself, they would never be so happy being hit. Does that St. Howard have a tendency to like being abused? Dark circles from Garp's Iron Fist of Love. It will take a few days to clear up. Even the return of life cannot be eliminated. And the pain will last until the dark circles disappear. Kong looked distressfully at his new car that disappeared into the horizon. Somehow this kid is so interested in picking up a marine hero Garp's Iron Fist of Love. However, this is kind of a joke. It will definitely work in the future. Actually, he was after careful investigation. It was only determined that this newest air vehicle developed by the War Department would be of interest to Eli Howard. The reason is also very simple. Eli St. Howard is not very fond of riding slaves. Getting around in the monstrous shrine of Marie Joy's is bound to be problematic. Lee Howard would not have thought that this is also part of Kong's routine. It should be said that I don't care if I know it. In the speeding new car, Howard touched his face excitedly. I sighed that the harvest this day was really great. The first is to mention the new car. From now on he can easily go around Marie Joy's. Survey the roads around Marie Joy's to determine possible escape routes. Second, he got information about Nico Robin. Spandane was very positive to flatter himself. Round up, you can protect Robin secretly. St. Howard is such a noble existence. Why are you interested in Nico Robin? At that time, in the little garden of the headquarters base, Spandane immediately regretted asking, does St. Howard need a reason? Do you need to hand over the agent to a small character like him? Because Nico Robin stole something important from me, Lee St. Howard answered casually. At that time 5 years ago, I was in O'Hara, on Marine's boat. I went to O'Hara to enjoy the fireworks. Ah, Spandane quickly applauded. He remembered this. He even arranged it for him. The fireworks of Buster Call, but a scene not to be missed. So, at that time, the island on the way back Spandane tried to remember. Already justified it, Howard met him. Robin suddenly appeared on a boat sailing out of an island. Bring Nico Robin in front of me intact. Eli Howard said to Spandane. I want her to know the consequences of stealing my things. If Marine wants to kill Robin, he must help Nico Robin escape. In short, I give you rights. Make sure that this credit must belong to CP9. Yes. The subordinate is now revising the wanted order and Nico Robin must be captured alive. Spandane had no doubts at all. St. Howard clearly favors a nice lobby CP9 led by Spandane. This made the Spandane laugh. Later, when I like to mention the new car, Lee Howard also visited the headquarters data room by the way. Zhao Qinhao, I didn't expect to see some precious battle videos and Devil Fruit ability development tutorials with my own eyes. He also took away a Devil Fruit illustration book. The only regret is, only a few Devil Fruits can be seen in the Devil Fruit library at the headquarters, because except celestial dragons will come to ask for it from time to time. The useful Devil Fruit has given the army an enhanced combat power. The Devil Book can identify most Devil Fruits, but it may not be completely accurate, because the name of Devil Fruit depends on the ability displayed by the capable person. There are countless Devil Fruits that are unknown. A few days after Howard likes to mention the new car, the entire Holy Land Marie Joy's is accustomed to St. Howard's car. The man was running rampant everywhere in a particularly dishonest manner. The rather rude man honked his horn. The most annoying thing is, he also took female slaves in his car, even deliberately made the 3 female slaves laugh happier than celestial dragons. Such an arrogant person, the whole holy place is only gift St. Howard. The complaints of the celestial dragons made 5 elders heady again, but Howard is still sensible. After being called by 5 elders, do not do this kind of thing anymore. After all, this kind of thing is boring, even for celestial dragons, as long as the purpose is achieved. Eli Howard doesn't want to do this kind of thing either. Now, St. Howard only needs to show up in the car. Celestial dragons on the street just swiped and hid. Who won't hide after hitting the white? The air car only needs to be close to the level. Beat the horn in rhythm. The guards immediately banged and opened the gate. Master, it's so fun. The 3 Poya sisters were sitting in the car. They have never experienced driving Kabuto before. Hancock still wears a sea stone helmet on his head. On the back seat is the tails of Sander Sonia and Marigold. The long tails filled the wide carriages. Lee Howard took them all the way to the end of the world with a laugh, overlooking the sea of clouds. Bang! Hancock dropped the spiked helmet on the ground, showing long hair and a charming face. The armor took off. The long snow-white legs made a stand on the front of the car. Spread out long hair. The evening breeze blew the hair tips, and the flowers and moon were reflected in the clouds and sky. Master, what a beautiful sunset. No matter how beautiful the sunset is, it is only used to set off your beauty. Howard feels numb and doesn't need money. He lifted Hancock's face, staring into her eyes. Whenever this time Mary and Sanda pretend to be petrified. Can't see, can't see. After brutal training, they are no longer the weak little girls they used to be. Hancock is free to control petrification and release. Now her haki is also improving rapidly. I also learned a lot of skills from Lee Howard Shadowless, practiced his own stunt fragrant legs, and Mary and Sanda have been able to control the degree and position of their snakes as easily as Gaien's. It's just that it's not yet possible to completely eliminate features, although the snake tail can gradually shrink into legs, but Mary is also a fat figure after transformation. I have a big belly that is 10 months pregnant, and Sanda's head is bigger than her shoulders. The pupils of the 2 people are still the same as snakes. And with one mouth, a long tongue in the shape of a snake letter will spit out. Master, can the return of life really be solved? Mary and Sanda almost cried every time. Real. Eli Howard jumped on the front of the car. Look. Eli Howard begins to launch the return of life. Control your body to make changes. First the stomach. Under the gaze of the 3 Boya sisters, the stomach gradually bulged. got bigger than Mary's belly. Eli Howard can't see his feet when he looks down. Mary was happy when she saw it. Master, can it be bigger and bigger? It's even bigger, haha. Eli Howard smiled, and then his head began to change. It grew bigger and bigger. Sanda also laughed happily. Master's head is bigger than mine, haha. Eli Howard jumped to the ground twice. A big head and a big belly. Eli Howard imagined that he suddenly became a chinchilla. It's kinda cute to think about. Mary and Sanda did find it funny and kept laughing. Practicing the return of life may be the only way to eliminate the hooves of flying dragons without leaving scars. We must practice. Time to play outside is always short-lived. Even if 783 is reluctant, it will be dark. Mary and Sanda turned back into serpents. The tails clumped together to wrap the two of them together. A few people huddled together. Soft and comfortable. Mary and Sanda are hopeful about restoring their beauty. She fell asleep in anticipation. Hancock snuggled against Eli Howard's chest. Happy road. If this is a dream, please don't wake up. I'm sorry to ask you to wait another year. Eli Howard was full of apologies. To free the slaves of the whole Marie Joyce together, I need your strength. If you can get the favor of Lord Howard, even if you let Shen die immediately, there is no regret. Hancock put his fingers lightly over Eli Howard's lips. Eli Howard kissed him. The giant snake tail gently wrapped them like a quilt. There is a slave arena in the settlement of Marie Joyce. It's where celestial dragons hang out. Kui Desheng threw his female slave into the arena. The 5 elders were surprised to receive this report. Yes, the record is quite good. Special report. Haha, he's still a playful kid. The 5 elders smiled at each other. 3 Gorgon sisters. This is the code name of the 3 Boya sisters in the arena. When the name first appeared, it was not taken very seriously. After all, it's just 2 snake princesses and a girl wearing a thorn armor. Not very eye-catching in an arena with many devil fruit slaves. However, just after they played a few games and became famous, it's completely different. Before they came on stage, cheers erupted in the arena. Gorgon! Gorgon! At the same time, there is another large group of celestial dragons shouting, "Kill them! Kill them!" St. Howard's dogleg ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* sky, wields a huge snake tail to send hordes of opponents flying. Sandersonia sprays venom. With a series of phantoms, he brought down the tall opponent like a mountain in an instant. Aromatic legs. Hancock kicked a cannonball head into the wall at a glance at an opponent who was covered in iron armor and holding a shield. The shield, which can't be penetrated by bullets, shattered into pieces in the sky. It kept falling like raindrops. Countless people were stunned by this brutal leg. It's hard to imagine that such slender legs can have such terrifying strength. Especially the girl's head was locked by the thorn helmet. Logically speaking, the line of sight should be very narrow. Many celestial dragons still have the amazing feeling when they were petrified last time. Many people think so. Even with a terrifying spiked helmet, Hancock also has a very outstanding temperament. And oddly enough, though, with a hatred of Eli St. Howard. But I can't hate Hancock. St. Howard's Gladiators 10 straight wins. The host shouted excitedly with a microphone. Many large megaphone bugs spread the sound of the broadcast to every corner of the stand. Among the gladiators on the field now, there are many who have devil fruit ability. But still no one can match the three Gorgon sisters. Ha 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 ha. Eli Howard stood on the railing of the VIP seats, put on a very arrogant look. I earned it again, and I really thank you for your generosity. A frenzied bunch of celestial dragons dropped their chips on the ground, yelling unwillingly. Some people laughed. It's obvious that the three Gorgon sisters will win, so you still have to bet. Isn't this sending money to St. Howard? No, I will die and St. Howard won't win. Many people shouted with red eyes. Before being petrified, everyone paid 100 million to remove petrochemicals. As a result, he lost almost 100 million in the arena betting market. Thinking about it this way, I really kept giving gifts to Howard. They won't be able to breathe without killing them. Whose family still has slaves that can be beaten? Borrow it soon. Look over there. Zalulia Palace is here. And Charo Rose St. Char Marco Este. Haha, now St. Howard can no longer be arrogant. With a height of 8 meters, wearing a captain's coat, a giant slave mount wearing a pirate hat climbed over. There was another cheer in the stands. Holy Riswald is here. A parasol was inserted on the back of the slave mount. The umbrella was inserted directly into the flesh of the slave's shoulder. The giant captain endured the pain and crawled. Did not make any painful calls. Be obedient like a dog. And St. Rosvard and Carulia Palace sat together on the backs of the spacious slaves, looking proud. Zaluria said to St. Rosvard, "Dad, you must have such a bad breath today." St. Riswald replied with a big smile, "Do not worry. I have bought the most ferocious gladiator. Those old things hit me hard. This time a full 500 million berry was spent, but as long as you can breathe like this, you might be able to make it back. Really, can it work, Dad? Xiao Lulia was still not at ease. I must have those 3 female slaves die. This is a gladiator worth 500 million. Never defeated. Saint Reswald laughed. It was a ferocious pirate, a big criminal who killed more than 1,000 people. A reward of 150 million is offered on the wanted order. I also found a great role. Once a criminal of the gang leader, hee. Charmako Saint came over and gave Zalialia a ticket. Can it work? Especially able to fight, and the woman he likes is in my hands. Chermak Saint looked smug, carrying a golden high-heeled shoe in his hand. Used to shake off on the finger. For this, let that kid do whatever he wants. That kind of despicable and cruel posture really makes my heart. This is my favorite wonder boy. Dirty. Don't come here. Don't worry, sterilize. Chermako-san just tossed the shoe indifferently. Let the shoes spin in circles on your fingers. An expression of love. Very well, then we will have 3 people. The Rosvard Saint came down from the slave's back. Sit down in the VIP seat. Pointed to his mount slave. Bring him in. The director of the arena brought people over. And extend greetings to Saint Rizwad. He also wears Celestial Dragon's hairbun, with 2 CPOs as bodyguards. So, you guys are going to launch a 3-on-3 challenge? The supervisor gave Xiao Lulai a special explanation. You must know in advance that only Saint Howard can decide the life and death of the 3 sisters. In other words, in accordance with the agreement between Saint Howard and the arena, even if you defeat the 3 sisters of Golgon, you can't kill them. Otherwise, you have to pay. And Gift Saint Howard paid the insurance money to the 3 sisters of Gorgong, but up to 1 billion berry. If the 3 sisters of Golgong die, the other party and the arena will have to pay 10 billion in total. How come there are so many? Xiao Lulai yelled elegantly. Dad, I must have those 3 slaves die. Then discuss terms with Saint Howard. The supervisor is very clear about the relationship between them. Although they are relatives, they have grievances. Since he couldn't do it directly, he had no choice but to breathe through slaves' gladiatorial fights. When the supervisor thinks this way, he always feels. Elegant Saint Howard threw the 3 sisters of Gorgong into the arena, just waiting for them to come. Here Xiao Lulai Yayan made a request. After a while, Howard appeared carelessly in front of them. I heard that you are going to change it to a death match? Litsud looked at the challenge book handed over. Oh, Captain Days, the Mafia Gilder Tetsura and the captain of the pirate group who once offered a reward of 150 million, Marger the Yeti Butcher? Good. Xiao Lulia blushed with anger when she saw Howard. I want those 3B****** to die. It's not impossible. It looks like a qualified opponent. Howard was unexpectedly easy to talk, but it is natural to raise the bet. After all, it is a death fight between us. Yes, kid. Rosvard Saint I raised his head proudly. How much do you say? After all, we are relatives. As for me, I don't want to speak loudly anymore. Lee Howard Eli Adao. If you lose, the slave will be at the disposal of the other party. Readily. Speaking of it, something is wrong. Lee Howard worries about the shoe dangling in Charmako's hand. Charmako Saint. I'm not interested in your mafia. Good at using guns? It's not even a demon fruit power. It's not worth money at all. What's the matter with your shoe? Is this? Chermakeshan said triumphantly. As long as I take out this shoe, Wonder Boy will do everything for me. Actually, I bought a woman who is his lover. In order to find this woman, he himself became a slave before entering Marie Joy's. This is really a big profit. Buy one get one free, haha. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this guy. It's a woman killer. I found the woman who killed you specifically. Chermakeksan is a very honest man. In other words, the head is not working well. Not only is it necessary to bet on his woman, but also all your wives. The St. Howard Lion opened his mouth. Otherwise, even if I win this guy, the chain is still in your hands. Do you think I'm stupid? You. Okay. Chermakeshan could think too much. I'm tired of playing anyway. Charmako-san is actually a very generous celestial dragons. The 2 sides negotiated and pressed their fingerprints. The host announced in public that the next highlight. It is the first life and death fight of the 3 sisters of Golgong. Suddenly, the dirty celestial dragons in the stands were as excited as a chicken blood. The holy capital of Rizwad is so powerful. They can't fall behind either. In order to vomit, hundreds of millions of dollars were thrown in. The bettor has a cursory look. Now there are not many people who can win the 3 sisters of Gorgong. Howard's money alone accounted for half. There are 5 billion in total. As long as you can win, you can make Howard vomit blood. There are too many people here, hundreds of millions of people per person. It doesn't matter if you lose. The battle began with the cheers of celestial dragons. After sufficient rest and adjustment, the three Golgong sisters entered the field. Then came the challenger's entry. The first is the daily mount of Saint Rizwad, Captain Days. The 8-meter-high strong body carries a giant axe. Walked out of the huge gate that was 20 meters high enough to hold the giant to stand upright. This axe is already bigger than ordinary door panels. The shadow alone was enough to cover Hancock's body. Bending down, Days knelt down on one knee. He spoke apologetically to the three Boa sisters. Although there is no hatred, my brothers are all in the slave farm now. So I'm sorry, little girls. I won't be merciful. It's okay for you to treat me as an animal. We are the same. Hancock stood bravely between the two younger sisters and answered. Mary and Sunda are incarnations of tall snakes. The long tail snaking on the ground is also 7 or 8 meters long. Mary is holding a heavy mace, and Sanda carried a big knife. These are huge weapons that only tall gladiators can handle, and Hancock's death fight this time also carried weapons for the first time. It turned out to be a bow and arrow. Tizalo, who played next, was completely different. A handsome man with a height of 2 meters, wearing a pink suit, dragging a microphone with a stand in his hand. He suddenly tapped, "Go straight ahead" while dancing, and very gentlemanly, he stopped in front of the three sisters and saluted gracefully. Everyone was stunned. What is this guy doing? This song is dedicated to you, three beautiful ladies. Tizalo snapped his fingers. There was immediately exciting music in the venue. Tizalo suddenly began to sing, tap dance while singing. The singing voice is very charming, and the dancing posture is also very cool. There was a burst of cheers from the stands. Several old women came to ask, "Can you buy this kid? Or don't fight it at all. What a shame if I hurt my face." The three sisters of Boya had never seen such singing and dancing. Sanda and Mary's snake waist unknowingly twisted with the beat. The tail patted the ground lightly. Even Hancock looked very engrossed. Lee Howard's face was very solemn, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Shermako-san couldn't help laughing when he saw it. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, but I told you all, this kid is a heartthrob." The song is over. Tizalo took the opportunity to take out 3 roses from the cloak behind him. "For you. Although the next moment we will fight life and death, but at this moment I am still your Tizalo." Both Boya sisters happily took it. After all, since becoming the snake girl, there are fearful eyes everywhere. No one would compliment them except Howard. Hancock arrogantly refused. "Sorry, I will not accept gifts from anyone other than the host." At this time, the ground trembled slightly. Suddenly cheers erupted from the stands. This trembling means that Marger the Snowman Butcher is coming out. That terrible wanted criminal who killed more than 1,000 people. The first step out of the door was a huge soul. It turned out to be as huge as a small boat. Then came the huge furry palm. The whole body was covered with white fluff. This man is wearing sunglasses. It is a full 15 meters high. After appearing in the sight of everyone, the cold wind blows immediately. This pair of feet alone is 4 meters long. It's impossible to hide from being stepped on. Howard was taken aback. Unexpectedly, this is not only a real snowman, and he is also a capable person of devil fruit. However, Howard has sufficient confidence in the three sisters of Boa. After all, Amazon lilies are not a vegetarian race. What's more, their three sisters also got the power of devil fruit. As soon as the gong rang, the battle began. Tizalo suddenly yelled. At the same time, the roses that Hancock had not picked up were beaten towards Hancock. There was a loud bang. 3 roses burst at the same time. The burning petals splashed all around. A wave of air actually blew a big hole in the ground. However, the three sisters of Boya were unscathed. The scales on her body protect Mary and Sunda's bodies like a strong fortress, and their crossed snake tails firmly guarded Hancock behind him. The scales are strengthened. The scales, after strengthening with haki, coupled with the strong defensive power of Marine 6 Style's iron body taught by Guy Ensign, Lee Howard also racked his brains to point out some of the skills of King Kong. It became the unique defensive skills of the 2 Boya sisters, and the scales were strengthened. "How beautiful the flowers were just now," Mary sighed. "I haven't seen enough yet." Sanda opened her mouth to reveal 2 big sharp teeth. The long tongue was swallowing, was considering whether to use venom to destroy Tizalo directly, but Lee Howard explained, "Don't kill Tizalo." Do not know why. Eli Howard has a good impression of Tizalo. Want to win over. Tizalo didn't know the gambling in the stands. As long as it is for the woman he loves, he can use any despicable means. Captain Days has also launched an attack at the same time. With a loud cry, he slashed the giant axe in his hand at Mary. Although the snake monster's body is unusually strong, but his power of Days is not a joke either. Moreover, if you can't kill her, The more than 20 brothers who were arrested will all be heads down. Lightning. Mary's seemingly fat and clumsy figure disappeared in a flash. Immediately, swinging a huge mace, slammed it from behind towards Deus. Dees, struggling for a moment, was able to keep up with Mary's speed, cut back immediately after avoiding. The knives and sticks intersected, smashing into a spark. Dees, struggling to chop down with the giant axe, roared angrily. Sorry, little girl, now is the time to compare strength to decide victory or defeat. It's time for the contest between us to end, because when it comes to strength, my Deus has never lost. At the same time, Tizalo picked up the microphone stand in his hand and smashed his head towards Sanda. Sanda squeezed it. The microphone stand actually exploded again, and accompanied by an explosion, a puff of yellow powder spread out. Poison powder. 0, look for flowers. Sanda, who was fooled again, suddenly felt a little flustered. This is the snake powder used specifically for Lion Majesty. The sound of a machine gun sounded from the yellow fog. Sangda was swayed by the competition. The excited laughter of Chermakost resounded from the stands. Ha 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 ha, I gave him Marine's most advanced armor-piercing bullet. Even if the iron plate is hit, it will become a honeycomb. Hancock just stood far behind, looking coldly at the tall snowman. The Yeti butcher Marjorie also stood at the back, motionless. Unexpected changes in the field. An exclamation sounded from the audience. The 8-meter-tall Captain Days was unable to overwhelm Marigold. It was even gradually pushed back. That's really interesting, after all, it's about power. Marigold's figure keeps rising. The whole body swelled up. He got higher and higher, and when he stood up, he gradually became much taller than Deus. At the same time, Marigold's tail was wrapped around Dais's body, restricted the waist and arms, pulling hard. Gradually, Daisy's posture was distorted. Then he knocked Dees to the ground. Dees burst into bone fragmentation and screamed earth-shattering, I won't lose to anyone. The tail shot dash. Marigold's tail with haki turned into a spear. Strike hard in the belly of Dees. Dees flew out like a cannonball and hit the wall. Marigold threw the mace on the ground hard. Win easily. The gunfire on the other side stopped. Tizalo looked at the scene where the gunpowder had cleared in shock. And the snake monster on the opposite side is unscathed? Snake dance, does it look good? Sander Sonia shook his huge head. He actually raised a confident big smile to Tizalo. It didn't hit the knight with a single shot. In front of her cultivation experience, where is Tizalo's bullet aimed? She could see it clearly. The other party's movements are completely slow motion in her eyes monster. Tizalo gritted his teeth and pulled out a grenade. His only way now, only the sane will die. I only hope that Charmako-san can keep the promise. Let his beloved Stella free. However, the green hair flashed suddenly. The grenade thrown by Tizalo was hit and flew to a height of 100 meters. Boom! The scorching air wave exploded from the air. The power of this grenade is quite amazing. Even the surrounding stands can feel the heat waves. Tizalo was stunned. What hit his hand? It's too fast to see clearly. There is a green sea in front of him. The waves are generally surging. Tizalo immediately ran. There is no way to hit the opponent from this angle. But those green waves chased him, as if he could sense the direction of his escape, blocked his escape route, and turned into an 8-headed giant python, biting Tizalo's hands and feet. This is hair. Tizalo finally saw clearly. Snake hair combo. Yaki Orakai. Sander Sonia raised her head. The long green hair on the huge head was like waves surging. The strands of hair entangled Tizalo's body and wrapped it firmly. Tizalo struggled. A few shots were fired, but soon stopped moving. With a flick of his green hair, Tizalo rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. It looked like he was strangled and fainted. In the stands, Charmako Saint yelled, Tizalo, this trash. When the scattered sparks fell on the snowman butcher Marjo, the guy who had been standing still behind finally spoke. Boring. The air wave from high above was instantly blown away by the cold wind. Even the surrounding stands shivered. Suddenly snow fell in the sky. A cold wind blew across the arena. The temperature plummeted by 30 degrees. Lee Howard looked at the snowflakes falling on his palms and was taken aback. Could it be Logia's devil fruit ability? Get the quilt. A group of celestial dragons all knew how to run their noses and screamed. The bulletproof glass of the stands rises and closes with the ceiling, become a closed space. The warm wind blew in immediately. When I looked again, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on the ground. There are 2 big snowmen in the field. It is the kind that is piled up with snowballs. One is Captain Days, who is more than 8 meters tall. One is Tizalo. Marjorie the Yeti is not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he piled up snowmen very happily. He pushed 2 fainted people to the ground. In a blink of an eye it became 2 snowballs. Then he poured snow on his head exposed outside the snowball. I hate seeing blood. I don't like killing people either. Marjorie patted Deus on the head. The snow became thick under his palm. Soon it became a spherical shape. Then Macho didn't know where to take out the giant carrot. Make a tip and put it on Tizalo's snowman's face. He inserted the remaining part into Deus's face. Exclaimed from the stands, "Look, I became a snowman." In a blink of an eye, Captain Deus and Tizalo have become two weird snowmen. With a sincere grin, 783 actually had a somewhat original expression. In this way, you can't see that it is a human being, right? It's a monster, Marjorie said, pulling out a giant snow shovel from behind. The expression became hideous. The monster is going to be broken like this dash. There was cheers in the stands. Snowman Butcher. It turned out to be the Yeti habitat who specializes in killing Yeti. With a bang, the snow shovel shot at the snowman. Tizalo smashed a terrifying hole in the ground. Sandersonia's long hair swept away the Yeti Tizalo in time. But because of this action, the body became colder. The movement also stiffened. "Sister, I can't move." Marigold on one side made a difficult voice. Sandersonia also looked bad. A thick layer of snow fell on his body. Hancock was wrapped in a thick cloak, and it seemed cold too. Especially she was wearing an iron armor and helmet. The snowflakes on the metal surface are shiny. It has become a thin shell of ice. Sandersonia suddenly used his best to throw the sword out. He slapped Marjorie and pierced deeply into it, directly penetrated the other's heart. Exclaimed from the stands. Macho didn't seem to feel anything. Reached out to hold the big knife and pulled it out of my heart. It was like pulling out a fruit knife. And his body has no injuries. So far. There are not many people who can really hurt me, Marjorie said coldly. How so? Sanda and Mary were already too cold to move. Also aware of the seriousness of the problem, Saint Rosvard and Zaliali Yayan laughed loudly. Razwad said proudly, "Do you know why I am willing to spend such a big price? Snakes are the most afraid of the cold." Ha ha ha. Xiao Lulia smiled triumphantly. Moreover, the snowman is not a human being, and will not be affected by the petrification of the sweet fruit at all. A group of celestial dragons laughed. No wonder Saint Reswald is so emboldened. It seems that Deus and Tizalo actually made up the numbers. In the field, Marjorie shouted, "Don't worry, you will become snowmen soon." He raised a huge footboard, stepped down towards Sanda and Mary. Sanda and Mary were covered in snow, has been unable to move. I saw Hancock's figure whizzing over. Avoid the shadow of a snow shovel. Soaring into the sky, he flew a kick against Marjorie's belly. The 10-meter-high snowman was seen all over him, was kicked to the sky and fell down. Exclaimed from the stands. Marjorie exclaimed, "You can actually kick me. Why didn't you freeze?" Haki. Hancock didn't panic. How to deal with opponents that may encounter Logia. The owner had already explained it during the training. Even if it's as powerful as Logia, there are also weaknesses, especially the bigger the body. The effective hit area will be larger. Use Haki. Even those with no physical Logia ability can hit it, and you can wrap Haki with arrows to increase its power. Hancock raised his bow and arrow, shot at Maggio. The arrow that wrapped Haki hit the snowman's fur. Suddenly it was frozen. It's not that I missed it. It's that a thick layer of snow has condensed in the hair of the opponent's body to use as armor. Logia is invincible. Marjorie roared. No matter how strong Haki is, as long as I can't hit me, it's useless. A thick layer of ice condensed on his fur. Dig up the snow shovel. Smashed his head towards Hancock. Aromatic legs. Hancock avoided the attack and kicked it. It just hit a layer of ice. Under the sunlight, the colorful ice shell shattered. It's as if a huge ice snowman was kicked to pieces. However, at the moment of breaking, the figure of Marjorie the Yeti disappeared. An avalanche-like blizzard roared out of the ice shell. "Freeze to death you." Macho's crazy roar came from the wind. "Let you know what despair is." An astonishing Haki burst out of Hancock's body. He didn't even escape. Instead, he rushed straight to face the blizzard. Suddenly hit the spiked helmet against the blizzard. The call sign blizzard disappeared suddenly. Marger the snowman butcher with blood on his forehead fell on his back to the ground with a panic expression on his face. Sea stone. Marjorie looked at Hancock stepping on him in disbelief. "Why do you have sea stone?" Hancock's steps are full of arrogance. Haki was wrapped around his feet. One foot made a deep footprint on Maggio's body. "It's just a small sea stone, it's a concubine body." Hancock's thunderous voice came from the spiked helmet. Maggio was weak, and suddenly reacted. Hancock's helmet contains sea stone. No wonder she didn't get frozen. You can also knock yourself over and release your abilities. Sea stone is the nemesis of the capable. Once hit by sea stone, demon fruit power will become limp and unable to move. It's like drowning. Although the characteristics of devil fruit's ability can still be retained, but it can't be used. How is this possible? Marjorie felt that his worldview had been subverted. The prisoners carrying this helmet are all demon fruit power. It is necessary to use the sea stone helmet in order to block the opponent's abilities. But why can the opponent still move while carrying the sea stone helmet? Can he be so agile? Simply sea stone, my concubine doesn't care at all. In Thundera's voice, Hancock volleyed and stomped Marcio to the ground. If you are really invincible, then you won't appear here, right? Hancock glanced at the two sisters who were frozen, murderous in his eyes. There was a cruel and inhumane howl. Macho's huge solace twitched. Hancock beat him mercilessly. This is a foul. Marjorie, trembling, raised his hand in protest. He figured it out. Hancock is not actually capable, but wearing a sea stone helmet as a hidden weapon is really insidious. Saint Rosvard and Carulia opened their mouths wide. You can put an egg in your mouth. Howard laughed. It seems that I won the bet this time. Protest. It's a foul to use sea stone against capable people. Saint Cherma was crying bitterly. A group of celestial dragons shouted together. Unfair. A group of celestial dragons protested together. The arena director was forced to run over to number 1, looking nervously at Howard. Saint Howard, do you think it's okay? Howard laughed. You are willing to take off that helmet, I have no objection. With that, he took out the helmet key and dangled it on his finger. Then, listen now, Gorman must take off the sea stone helmet. The host ordered someone to remove the sea stone helmet. The helmet fell to the ground. Hancock closed his eyes. The person waiting for the helmet to leave. You're done. Yeti Butcher Marjorie activated his abilities without waiting for Hancock to turn around. There was a blizzard blowing towards Hancock. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Without the sea stone helmet, Hancock can also be frozen like everyone else. Hancock turned his head. He flicked the long hair that was brought up by the wind, and opened his eyes. Hancock said, "Want to know the secret of why the concubine body is so beautiful? Because the concubine has the beauty of 3 people." Hancock's hands formed a heart shape. To the snowman Marjorie, a sweet noise was made. Sweet fruit, love sweet wind. The blizzard all over the sky suddenly lit up with a layer of pink. Then the cold wind suddenly became warm. What a nice view dash. 10,000 people all over the arena exclaimed in unison. Call late dash. Lee Howard admires the pink snowflakes. What a beautiful view. When the pink faded, the snowflakes gradually turned into grayish colors. The saddle fell down like dust. The body of the Yeti Maggio also gradually turned gray. Part of the body still kept spreading out into a blizzard, gradually became a stone. It's so beautiful. In Maggio's last voice, the eyes have completely turned into stunning peach-hearted eyes, engraved with Hancock's beauty. Then it turned into stone. Xia Lulia was furious. Why is the snowman petrified? Hancock Thundera snorted. The concubine body is so beautiful. The sin of falling in love with your concubine body will turn your body into stone. Speaking, he lifted up to the sky and put on an extremely contemptuous look. Because Xia Lulia was in the high stands, Hancock tilted his head higher. It simply means the blue sky, and the ends of the hair should fall to the ground. Xia Lulia turned pale with anger. This goddamn slave. Celestial dragons is the sky. This stinky girl dared to despise God with this posture. Contempt all celestial dragons. Howard raised his hand to Hancock. Then the thumb fell down. Hancock turned around and kicked. Horse 0.4 Joe's huge stone head flew up and fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Let's go. Xia Lulia was furious. Turned his head and took a look. Saint Rizwad has also turned into stone. There was a scream in the stands. From the arena supervisor to the surrounding spectators, guards, half of the people have become stones. Saint Charmako opened his mouth and turned it into stone. Celestial dragons who have been petrified before. Now it's turned into stone again. Saint Howard's frantic voice of salute came from the court. Ha ha ha, got rich. Howard, you are too much. Saint Charles Rose didn't know where he came out. Looked at this scene in panic. Xia Lulia said angrily, where did you go? I went to buy the 3 sisters of Golgong to win, so I sat on the other side. Even Lee Howard couldn't help showing the same helpless expression as Zeluria. Should this be a beast or a genius? Why are you looking at me like this? Charles Rose sucked his nose and said shamelessly, when I saw Howard was so sure, I knew I would probably lose. I press his side so that we can make money even if we lose. Nene, am I very smart? Very smart. Howard nodded silently. This guy with a nasal nose looks like an idiot, but from time to time they will make amazing moves. Just when everyone felt that the matter was over, Tizalo's roar suddenly came from the field. Everyone was surprised. Tizalo is obviously the weakest one in this game. There are also some tricks that can be used in the beginning, but what can be done now? Was beaten to death by 3 Gorgon sisters? At this time, it wasn't the 3 Gorgon sisters that Tetsalo saw, but his beloved Stella, the woman he wished to see again even though he had become a slave. Tizalo, because of your existence, I am happy from the bottom of my heart. Stella shed tears like this and smiled at him. Taken like a dog by celestial dragons, this was the last time he saw Stella. Tetsalo showed 2 fingers. Suddenly he slammed into his eyes. All the people exclaimed in unison. Tetsalo gasped with blood in his eyes. In this way, it is impossible to be petrified, right? I can still fight. Hancock was stunned. Amazing man. Obviously there is no chance of winning. He was willing to blind himself in order not to be petrified. The celestial dragons all around cheered. Immediately, Sandersonia's tail twitched crisply. With a snap, Tetsalo flew in circles and fell to the ground. There was silence all around. The most speechless are Eli Howard and the 3 Boya sisters, because only the 4 of them know best. As long as you divert your attention with severe pain, you will not be petrified. With Tetsalo's injury, even if he doesn't get rid of his own eyes, he won't be petrified. But Tetsalo does it, probably begging to die. Save your lover's wrath. Poor guy. He didn't know the game. I don't know that after I lose, I can actually be saved with my lover. Suddenly someone shouted, kill dash. Some people also called, don't kill dash. Don't kill dash. Eli Howard raised his hand high and let the voice quiet down. Then thumbs up. Said a sentence that everyone will never forget. I respect Kui Desheng, and I won't kill people who don't have the will to survive dash, do not kill. There were cheers around and some cursed. There are even a lot of celestial dragons kids learning how to speak. And Xia Lulia's heart was pounding all of a sudden. In boundless pain. What to do? Brother Howard is really handsome. Tears of blood welled in Tetsalo's eyes. Unwilling to fall to the ground, completely fainted. Soon, the arena director was petrified. In a panic, he sent the sea stone helmet back to Hancock. After Hancock put on the helmet, the panic in the field gradually subsided. Look at the people who are petrified in the field. Some people are afraid, some people rejoice. But since there are already precedents, it is not too worried. Really. The trumpet bugs will greet St. Howard in every corner of the arena. Remove petrochemical, 100 million per person. Everyone who heard it was unpleasant. The arena director was sweating profusely. St. Howard. St. Howard. Many of our own have been petrified. A group of troubled celestial dragons stared. Damn, when did the arena director and St. Howard claim to be their own? But think about it. The arena is operated under the supervision of the 5 elders. And St. Howard is the default next generation 5 elders successor. Soon, St. Howard showed mercy. Detoxify everyone except celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, who placed a handful of bets on the Gorgon 3 sisters, also lifted petrification. The petrified celestial dragons' family members once again confronted the 5 elders. Soon, the 5 elders came to the arena. Take a look at this petrified forest of stone statues. AA laughed. It's really interesting, a shame. In the future, I will install some sea stone nets here, and give the CPO some special glasses. The 5 elders enjoyed it for a while as if they were swimming in the mountains. Get Lee Howard. Proposed to petrify all people. After all, this has already happened once. Always playing this set, resentment is too great. The 3 slaves who dared to defy the celestial dragons were too bold. You must die, you can't stay. Ha, I thought I could. Lee Howard is actually very sensible. Agreed immediately. He didn't even call the immortal. That means it's free. Etc. St. Reed called to Howard to stop. Why do you want to say? I was planning to, courtesy of Howard. There are so many petrochemical people, 100 million per person, tens of billions of berry at least. There have been a lot of accidents recently, and I also feel a little too much. That's why I originally wanted to pay homage to all of you for the money. 100 million per person. The 5 elders changed positions in an instant. Haha, the petrochemical is good. What's it called? The 3 Gorgon sisters. Not bad, very interesting ability. Anyway, it can be debited. 5 elders can be directly deducted from the heavenly gold tributes from various places. A bunch of celestial dragons getting P**********D won't help either. The accounts were quickly settled, and Eli Howard had made 30 billion on his own bet. And 5 elders also made more than 50 billion out of thin air. I feel very comfortable. In particular, St. Roswald looked distraught. Next time everyone supports me, I'm running for 5 elders. Okay. The 5 elders had a supportive look. This effect is better than expected. Now these bastards finally know the majesty of the 5 elders. In the past 100 years, not a single celestial dragons has been willing to run for the 5 elders. By this time, who to choose for the new 5 elders is already a big deal, but the appearance of Eli Howard changed this situation. 5 elders is willing to indulge Howard's mischief. Happy to see the bastards get so angry. After all, if there is no such strength, how can you be qualified for 5 elders in the future? My mother, Lao Zi, is also running for 5 elders. Celestial Dragon's furious voice sounded everywhere. 5 elders didn't care, but laughed together. So many people want to run for 5 elders. This is a great thing. Courtesy Howard, good job. Howard, holy, don't be too proud. Churmako-san uttered cruel words. Isn't it just betting on my wife? I'll play with you to the end. A group of celestial dragons around gave him thumbs up. Charmako Saint is a pure man. In fact, among the losers in the entire gambling game, the one who lost the least was his Churmak. Wife is arrested. It's time to change if you are tired of playing. There is no economic loss. Charmak Saint thinks that he is very smart even after thinking about it. So Churmako-san threw his more than 20 wives and a woman covered in gauze to Howard. Howard yelled, "Isn't this a corpse?" After getting the answer, still alive and disabled, Howard lifted the blanket and took a look. The face of this woman named Stella was so swollen that she couldn't tell. His whole body was covered with scars from soldering iron and whipping. There is only one breath left. How is this different from a corpse? Saint Niang Churmak grunted angrily. Put on a brother can afford to lose style and walk away. Those who win the bet are very happy. The odds are 600 million to 600 million. Such fragrant things are rare. Since petrochemicals can be lifted for free, it is also a rare experience to be petrified. In the future, I can also bet very happy to the 3 sisters of Golgong. There was a beast named Charo Saint who gave birth to 500 million. Actually made a fortune. I didn't frown even when I handed over the money to the petrochemical. Now celestial dragons are beginning to see such signs. It doesn't matter if you salute Saint Howard or not, but don't mess with you if you can't mess with it in the first place. In fact, when the gift of Saint Howard is rampant, it is actually good to follow to make a fortune. Especially many celestial dragons' kids start to learn Howard's style. It is a headache for parents. Captain Days and Tizalo were both trophies for Saint Howard. Mainly Captain Days was originally a fine mount from the collection of Saint Rizwad. This embarrassed Saint Rizwad. Lee Howard honked his horn, and the car was full of Charles Mark's wife. There are too many people to sit down, and 2 snake girls are required to help carry them. Then Deus crawled behind. On his back were a woman covered in gauze, and Tizalo who had passed out. Come on, other people can also sit on it. Is showing great power. Put the palms of the women on their backs one by one. The broad back was like a flatbed cart and seated 6 more people. Can you do it? Howard asked. Although it is a powerful recovery agent for combat. But I was seriously injured just now. I can. Days was very happy. Because Lee Howard didn't put a parasol on his back, he was also given a shot of recovery potion. More importantly, Eli Howard did not forget to ask for the list of slaves of his brothers. The value of Deus's slave was that he had 25 crew brothers. Only if the master takes the lives of these people can he firmly control Deus. Therefore, it is inevitable to transfer the ownership of these people. When the ceremony, Saint Howard's team passed in front of the Holy Gang in Rizwad. Saint Rizwad went crazy with anger. Xiao Lulia turned her head away from looking. Charo Rose was so happy that he danced. Nene 783, Howard, next time I will bet you to win, haha. Lee Howard reluctantly gave a thumbs up. You are great. The loud voice of the Rizwald torch rang from behind. Don't bet on Howard to win. Hey, why? I'm gonna bet him to win. Bet you to win and you will lose. I will definitely win next time. Rosvard's nose was crooked with holy anger. I know how to deal with this kid. Howard, you wait for me. I'm looking forward to it, Uncle Roswald. Eli Howard waved back. I'm not afraid that if he doesn't come, I'm afraid that there will be no more information. When there is no one, Howard glanced at Deus, who was crawling next to him. This guy is really strong. Lie down on the ground like an elephant. The air carts over 6 meters long looked one size smaller next to him. With so many people on his back, he crawled on the ground very smoothly and quickly. I like people who are emotional. I don't like writing people either. The voice of Saint Howard fell in Day's ears with a sense of sacredness. From now on, your brothers will be sent out by your family to work and earn money. Walking on my stomach like this is the last time. Thank you, Master. Deus will never forget the Master's kindness. Day's tears were streaming down, and he kept kowtow. The women on their backs screamed in fright. Master, this guy is also a man of affection. Days was talking about Tizalo on his back. Pray for the Master to forgive his behavior today. Although he can no longer fight, he can still sing. His little combat power has a shit. Eli Howard said. but the singing is still very good. Days got up harder. There is hope in my heart. He was most afraid of just now. It's the gift, St. Howard said. That guy is useless. After all, a blind gangster. Out, what use is it for the great celestial dragons? The value of singing is not even worth the cost of treatment. However, St. Howard did not hesitate to give orders to his agents. Give them treatment and see if the kid's eyes are saved. The girl's name is Stella. She is a slave who has been trained as a top singer since childhood, the kind that sell for big bucks. Originally, the little gangster Tetsalo praised Chien and wanted to redeem her, but on that day, it was bought by Hamik St first. This Tetsalo is also an infatuated person. He actually made himself a slave and entered Marie Joy's. In the end, he really found Stella's whereabouts. The day they met in Marie Joy's, Tetsalo roared in the cage while Stella fell to the ground, smiling at him. Stella Chermak stomped Stella's face under his feet and stomped hard. This woman dares to laugh without permission. Smile at other men. No matter how you step on it, are you still smiling? Hole. I'm going to put you in the water. Burn your face with a soldering iron. Make you laugh no more. Charmako was d off. It's rare to see you get so angry. Later, in exchange for Stella's life, Tetsalo pleads to die for the saint of Charmarko. He can do anything like eating history, killing people, and singing. He frantically pursued strength, and he kept creating miracles to survive. Become a worth-doubled slave, called Wonder Boy by Hamik. But from that day on, Stella couldn't sing. She would just cry silently. What Tetsalo didn't know was, every time he begged Saint Charmarko to heal Stella, Stella will be beaten badly after Stella Chermak. Anyway, even if he killed Tetsalo, he didn't know. Still working stupidly. In this way, Tetsalo abandoned his life and the dream of redemption for Stella, and Saint Charmarko got a lot of joy from playing with the two of them, and never tire of torturing Stella. All the women around were sobbing when they were saddened. Boya's sister was crying, it was so touching. Poor Tzalo. What did that fool do with blinding his own eyes? Sanda, in particular, regretted it. Hit Tetsalo too hard. Like this. Eli Howard found the heels that had been using Tzalo. With a swoosh, he jumped out of the car and onto Daisy's back. Put the golden heels on Stella's feet. He jumped back into the car again. Don't delay driving at all. It's okay to spend a lot of money, just get them cured, Eli Howard ordered. However, treatment can be really expensive. Guy Enns reminded. Also, you may be criticized by others. This is not something that can be solved with a single shot of the high-priced combat recovery agent. That kind of recovery agent can greatly improve the vitality of human beings, accelerates the recovery of the injury. But the body of ordinary people can't bear this kind of metabolic rate. And no matter how powerful the recovery agent is, there is no way to restore sight to a blind eye. Let the ordinary woman with scars get back to her original appearance. This woman clearly needs plastic surgery. First stabilize their injuries, and then bring me the best medical team in the world. Eli Howard had an indifferent expression. Don't tell me anything is worth it. If everything can be measured by money, then this world won't have a sincere smile, right? If someone thinks that I sympathize with the slave and make irresponsible remarks, then give me a smile and kill me. Yes, Kui de Sheng. All the secret agents around agreed loudly. Hey, you are the same too. Reed said to the people who had snatched the woman from St. Cherma. I'll go through the formalities for you to leave the Holy Land in a while, but there will be many encounters in the future. All smile for me to bear it back. All the women chanted happily. The three sisters Boya shouted together, the master is so handsome. Many women are so excited that they can go home soon, crying with excitement. And some women's hearts that were already dead suddenly came back to life at this moment. Throughout the night, the residence of St. Howard was busy. Officials of the world government came to revise the identities of those wives to untouchables. Then Marie Joyce was sent out according to the expulsion procedure. Watching those women can leave. To be honest, the hearts of the three sisters Boya were not very peaceful. If it was a year ago, they will be crying and begging Howard will send them away directly. But now they have understood. The moment the slave was branded from behind, the possibility of wanting to leave this sacred place Marie Joyce in a fair manner, it's gone. These robbed women are miserable, but compared with them and Stella and their slaves, but it is much luckier. Soon, the best medical team of the world government was called to the mansion. Take a doctor to the slave? The supervisor is actually celestial dragons, wearing the same high bun. In order to avoid infectious diseases, wear a bubble hood. If Kui de Sheng is sick, of course it will be fine. Slave injuries, just go to a vet. Please don't humiliate the old man with such a thing. Then these guys walked away. Lee Howard's irritation felt almost uncontrollable. But there is no way. In this Marie Joyce, there is no doctor who treats slaves at all. There is another way, Saint Howard. Guy Enns went on to come up with a countermeasure in time. First let the military headquarters send a medical team to stabilize the injury. Then call Drum Island. That's a big medical country. They can perfectly heal the injuries of these two people, including the blind eyes. The only problem is the new King Wapol. The 20 medical team will charge high fees for loaning doctors, even for the world government. Go for an appointment. After a while, Guy Enns reported back. King Wapol quoted 100 million berry, including the cost of bringing surgical equipment to the medical team. In addition, there are some medical conditions that cannot be carried, and we need to prepare ourselves. Give him, Saint Howard said viciously. I remember this kid. Then Howard called Spandane, the commander of CP9. Spandine, I have something I want to discuss with you. Saint Howard. Spanda's voice trembled with excitement. How can you talk and discuss with your subordinates? Just order it if you have anything. I use the medical team of the Drum Kingdom. Wapol dare to ask me for 100 million berries medical expenses. It makes me very unhappy. In addition, I am very interested in the medical technology of the Drum Kingdom, and I snatched it away secretly. This power, I feel I need master in my hands. Lee Howard was very impressed with the Drum Kingdom. It was originally a world-famous medical power. But after the new King Wapol came to power, he expelled doctors from all over the country. Only 20 doctors were left as his exclusive medical team, called Dr. 20. People need to pay sky-high medical expenses if they need to see a doctor. Everyone is sick. Wapol used this method to control the people and act recklessly. Understood, Saint Howard. Spandane was as excited as he was beaten up. The will of Saint Howard is justice. The subordinates must do their best to complete this task and do a beautiful job. Well, the 100 million berry will be yours after it's done. Working for Saint Howard is part of the subordinates' business. How dare to talk about rewards? Everything is for justice. Spandane puts down the power, immediately arrange for his subordinates to intercept the medical ship on Drum Island. He shouted justice in his mouth. Let the CP9 agents under them all feel. This time it was definitely for justice. 2 days later, the singer named Stella opened her eyes, and the room was completely dark. Still in the dungeon. I don't know if it's day or night outside. Stella only knows that when she was half alive, she was lost to another celestial dragons by Charmako. Then he survived. It's so hard even to die. In the darkness, a voice suddenly asked, Stella, can you hear me? Stella nodded. The body is very painful, but it seems to have been treated. Now you and Tizalo are my slaves. The haughty voice asked. As the new master, I can give you a wish other than release and death. How? Want to see Tizalo, or I want to live better by myself. As long as Tizalo works hard, I can let people heal your face. If possible, I hope I can never see Tizalo. Stella touched her hot face. Know what the hell he looks like now. I don't want Tizalo to see me like this. Why, that guy's wish is to see you. Eli Howard clicked on the answering phone bug. The phone worm rang Tizalo's voice. The expression is also very lifelike. Wish? If I want to see Stella, can I? Tizalo's voice asked. For a moment, a happy smile appeared on Stella's face. Although there are scars all over, distorted in terrible appearance. Even the teeth in the mouth were pulled out. Okay, Stella said with a smile. My wish is to never let Tizalo see me. She didn't need to think too much to know that Tizalo would definitely make this wish. Even if you can restore your beauty. Yeah, Stella affirmed her choice calmly. Tell me your reasons, maybe it can move me. Eli Howard said coldly. These two wishes are in conflict. If Tizalo can't see you, maybe he won't be able to work hard. The end is death. Or, do you want to see him die? No. Stella whimpered. I can use my voice to tell him that I'm still alive. He will still work hard. I just hope that he will always remember my beautiful appearance. If he sees me like this, the perfect look in his heart will collapse. Will he continue to sell his life? He may simply lose the motivation to live. With Charmako Saint, I have already figured it out clearly. Stella said happily. I hope he can live. If that's the case, don't you just choose to heal your face? Eli Howard expressed puzzlement. I don't need looks anymore. Stella said coldly, the noise was very hoarse. Beauty, what can bring myself is endless torture, and the shackles on Tizalo. What benefits can a beautiful woman get in front of celestial dragons? Good Zhao Qian, more humiliation and torture? In front of Tizalo? This new owner may not have imagined it. Many evil tastes of that Charmako Saint. Tizalo may be disappointed in himself. Maybe gradually lose patience, gradually weary and give up on myself. That's good, as long as you can survive. If I can, I hope I can look at him secretly. I wish I could see him, but he couldn't see me. In this way he can survive and forget me slowly. Stella was crying, but she said happily, "Yes, I want him to live for himself. Isn't such a wish okay? Or, is there a better way to play with us?" She was ready to be severely beaten by the new owner. After all, spending a lot of money to survive is just to be the shackles of Tizalo. If he died, Tizalo would lose his value, and he would die as well. The only way is to let Tizalo lose his patience and gradually start to live for himself. Being a slave is so powerless. It makes no sense to struggle tragically and uselessly, and to be greedy for the future. There was a heavy gasp in the darkness. Stella is terrified. Is there anyone else in the room? Suddenly the voice of Tizalo began to play in the answering phone bug. Wish. If I want to see Stella, can I? I don't need to treat my eyes. Haha, you guys just want me to sing anyway. I promise to sing sweeter than before. Stella screamed. What's wrong with Tizalo's eyes? Eli Howard suddenly opened the door. A strong light shone through the door into the room. Stella finally got used to the light. What appeared in front of him was Tizalo with his eyes wrapped in gauze. Courtesy Howard Road. This guy blinded his own eyes for you. It makes me think that both of you are useful. Cherish the present time, Tizalo said. In my eyes, you are always the most beautiful. Stella cried at once, and rushed to hug Tizalo tightly. The gift of leaving in the light. Howard's figure and footsteps are like a god to the two of them. A message came half a month later. The medical ship of the Drum Kingdom was attacked by pirates as soon as it sailed into the waters of the Gaia Islands. The crew and Dr. 20 were all killed, and expensive medical equipment was also robbed of the money. Wapol, the king of the Drum Kingdom, was half dead with anger. The expelled doctors were recalled again to form a medical team. Because the Gaia Islands have long been entrenched by many pirate groups, I don't know which wave of pirates did it. Suddenly, the Gaia Islands were rumbling. Marine sent an investigation team, but found nothing. However, this is just a small thing for the Holy Land Marijoys, so it didn't attract any attention at all. Marine headquarters was also overwhelmed by another incident that suddenly broke out. The whole Marijoys was stunned by the sudden incident. Lily decided to use the Murloc Fisher Tiger to challenge Hancock in the hands of Riley St. Howard. Fisher Tiger practiced Murloc karate. It's not demon fruit power. Only people who have seen him can know how strong he is. Because Tiger was not a wanted criminal before, there was no reward, but his ferocity can easily defeat Captain Days, which celestial dragons have witnessed. The best part is, they can ask Hancock not to take off the sea stone helmet during the duel. As Tiger is not a demon fruit power, he is not afraid of being hit by a sea stone helmet. Thus, 783 to defeat Hancock, who cannot be petrified and has weakened his strength, is basically a certainty. This day, Li Erdeshang put on a way to walk the way for the sky and teach his son who is not good at it, and St. Howard actually agreed to this duel. Celestial dragons have many speculations. Many people think this is St. Howard's opportunity to bow his head to confess his mistakes to Lily. But no matter what, the three sisters of Golgong are dead. For this duel, Lily started to treat Tiger in advance. Coaxing was also carried out. For example, after killing the three sisters of Gorgong, you can let him go home. Even the little fish can be released together. All kinds of scams. Tiger ate a lot. Physical strength returned to its peak state. Set off dash. Liard was ready to go to the arena to meet with the Rosvard Saints and others. But as soon as I left the house, it happened. Tiger suddenly grabbed Lerd Shang from his back and took him as a hostage. Then he ran all the way to the outside of Marie Joy's. Blow him to death. Detonate the slave collar. The CPO who was in charge of protecting Lierdchen pressed the button in surprise. But it was useless. Tang grass tile is punching. 10,000 tiles. Tiger beat the accidental CPO with a vicious punch. Another spray of water cannon blasted the door open, fleeing into a lake unexpectedly. Murlocs have no opponents when they enter the lake, but he is going to go out anyway. Tiger hid in the lake until it was dark, and was finally spotted by the army. Tiger therefore used Lerd Saint as a threat. Amid the screams of Li Erdesheng, he escaped smoothly all the way. The army surrounded, chased and intercepted all the way. I don't know how this Murloc can run like this. Finally blocked Tiger at the end of the red line below is a piece of Wanyang Sea. In a cry of exclamation, Tiger jumped down with Li Erdesheng. Several CPOs jumped off the cliff together to intercept. Tiger had expected it. Turn around and struggle to lose. Smashed the classed St. Lild against the mountain wall. CP0S can actually fly in the air. Casting Moonwalk, he was stunned to save Li Erdesheng. A CPO kicked Tiger to a heartbreak. The blood spattered across the sky and fell downward. Tiger screamed. Fall into the dark abyss. Wait until Lily is rescued. Tiger has long since disappeared in a sea of clouds. At this height, I was kicked in the center by Tempest Kick. I was seriously injured. Even a Murloc would have to die. The CP0 grabbed Lerd Saint. Climbed the cliffs like an ape. Give up the pursuit. Lidzhung suffered a broken body and needed to be sent to rescue immediately. This time, the medical team of the world government demonstrated their strength. Soon the life of Li Erdesheng was stabilized, but it takes a while to wake up. After all, Lily hadn't undergone any physical training. After waking up, I was afraid that the injuries on his body would be enough for him to lie down for a while. However, Tiger was not dead. More than 1,000 meters deep below the cliffs of the Red Line, a huge cave was dug out. Tiger fell accurately from the mouth of the cave. Then a piece of long green hair turned into an 8-headed python, surging like a green wave, biting Tiger between the sparks and fire. Wow! Sandersonia's snake hair entangled Tiger. Want to drag him into the cave. Unexpectedly, Tiger has completely lost consciousness. The huge impact almost pulled her out. Fortunately, at that moment, Marigold flicked his tail. Relying on the huge power of the snake's fruit, Tiger grabbed Tiger's tall body and pulled and died. Li Tsud was very surprised. No, there was too much bleeding and passed out. Sanda just spit out his forked tongue and sniffed it. Can roughly understand the opponent's situation. Rely on the heat-sensing ability of the snake fruit to strengthen the tongue, enough to perceive opponents in specific physical conditions hundreds of meters away. So catching Tiger accurately in the dark is just a piece of cake. Hancock skillfully grasped Tiger's slave collar. He snapped it off and threw it out of the hole. The Agai collar did not explode at all, falling silently into the sea of clouds, because the detonating device in the slave collar had been secretly destroyed in advance. This was kicked by Tempest Kick. It was very badly injured. Cough cough. Eli Howard expressed shock at the strength of CPO, able to be responsible for the security of Li Erdesheng, even if the strength is not as good as Guy Ensign, also have to be ranked in the top 20 masters of the camp organization. Give him a wound, let's go. Lee Howard took the 3 Boa sisters and disappeared quickly. Now it is trivial for them to climb a 1-kilometer mountain wall. They dug out this hole before Tiger fled. Eli Howard has described his escape route very clearly. Press Murlock's advantage. Just escape into the big lake by the road, then you can hide into the night. At night, follow the route to escape into the wild and you can find a message tree. Under the tree, there are traces of the tires of an air car. Run straight in the direction of the rut. Jump down from the cliff where there is a big rock. There is a hole where you can hide and breathe. It is invisible from above. Although Tiger's escape only happened in 1 day, but Howard has spent a year on this day. From groping routes, to prepare every detail. When Tiger woke up, he found himself saved. Some food was left for him in the cave. There are also climbing tools. Tiger recalled the middle of the night a few days ago in his mind. The gift that suddenly appeared. Howard had every conversation with himself. On the way down, you have to dig the foothold of the climb directly. Because in a year, you will climb up from this place again and set fires everywhere in Marie Joy's. All the slaves will escape Marie Joy's in this magnificent flame. Tiger remembered rejecting it. I didn't promise you, you can't refuse. Howard's voice is like a god. Because this is your destiny dash, you will regret it. At that time, Tiger was still able to call his weapon at the back of the opponent. But that early morning, when Tiger was carrying Lid St. Guy on the street like a dog, suddenly saw the beautiful big lake, it was discovered that there was really no guard nearby, as the other party said. He didn't even think about it clearly in his head, so he started to act. Now he is lying in a cliff cave 7 kilometers above sea level. He did not escape the joy of being born in the slightest. I only felt fear. There are other people who can't figure it out just like Tiger. Revolutionary Army. They were chased and killed by the world government, regardless of cost. A mysterious call informed Duraglong, who was the commander of the Revolutionary Army, of very strange news. Foreseeability. Doriage Long was stunned by the news from the insider of the government. Burn Marie Joy's, free the slaves. No, no, no. We never had this plan. Such a crazy plan is basically equivalent to suicide. But 5 Elders is very convinced that the Revolutionary Army will do this in a year's time. What's more interesting is that I suddenly felt that it is not impossible to do it. The voice in the phone bug said excitedly. Why, I have a feeling that someone deliberately planned this incident behind the scenes and led the matter in this direction. Because the military plan is like this. Once the Holy Land suddenly catches fire, then all CPUs will take protecting celestial dragons as their top priority. Escort them into Pangu City for the first time. Durag realized the huge opportunities in this one. During this time, no one will stop the slaves from escaping. The focus of defense is to protect celestial dragons in Pangu City. Even if someone sets fire around Marie Joy's, they won't be rescued for the time being. As for Marine, I believe a few guys will deliberately let the slaves escape. Garp. It's not just Garp, right, said the voice on the phone. If the ship of the Revolutionary Army is disguised as a tribute ship of gold in the sky, hide at the port, and pick up people later. I will pretend not to see it. I can work out several safe routes. However, the key is how to organize everyone to flee. These are thousands of slaves, running around in the chaos. It is difficult to guide the road to escape from Marie Joy's, but it's a long one. We need someone to sneak into Marie Joy's beforehand. In addition, we should also consider arranging some masters. The stakes are high, but I think there's a chance. If it is successful, then our influence will be greatly improved. If there is no one behind this kind of thing, it is impossible to start it. You send the detailed information. There must be some information that we can explore. A ruthless expression appeared on the face of the Revolutionary Army leader. Duraglong, I have a better way of infiltrating Marie Joy's and sending the slaves away. No need to do anything over there, and it's safer. What we have to do now is to find the real behind-the-scenes messenger of this great escape plan and find out the intention of the other party. It was so miserable that they were hunted down by the World Government Army in the past 6 months, and several branches were evacuated urgently. Since the world government believes so much about this happening, let's just make it real. Otherwise, this black pot is not a white back? The risk is high, but once it succeeds, the Revolutionary Army will have a foundation to gain a foothold in the world. Holy Land Marie Joy's. Now all eyes are on the House of Li. Everything seems to be related to the Li family lately. For the first time in hundreds of years, a slave has managed to escape from Marie Joy's, seriously wounding the celestial dragons. Eli St. Howard returns to the Eli family. All the agents and servants lined up in 2 rows by the roadside, knelt together and shouted, "Little Lord Howard, you're finally back." Xiao Luxai Qiangong couldn't see much sadness. Lying by the sunny pool in a colorful swimsuit, 2 handsome guys are giving her a massage. "Your father, that idiot," Lucy Xia said, drinking a cocktail. "I was beaten by a slave. We have lost all faith in the family. Now our family is a big joke. I see that you are very happy. I don't even want to leave the door. I'm so mad." Xiao Luqian said that she was not sad, she just felt ashamed. Li Howard looked at Lied Saint lying in the shade to one side. It was a little miserable. When Tiger fled, he jumped directly into the lake with Saint Laird and dug a hole to hide. After prolonged and repeated drowning and suffocation, Tiger's way of awakening him was to beat the sandbag. Fractures and whitening, cold and hunger are accompanied by endless fear. A full day of torture. What he's done to Tiger over the past few years, Tiger would be happy to do it all over again, and he kept his mouth shut not to scream. The doctors of the Holy Land reattached each of his bones. It's like dissecting him. Many thoroughly shattered bones and guts were replaced with artificial ones. Saint Lead saved his life. But the physical and mental damage may never be completely healed, especially at the bottom of the lake. Every breath of air that Saint Lil took was the stench of Tiger's mouth. This caused him great psychological damage. "Will you come to see my pitiful appearance?" A ragged sound came from Saint Lilder's throat. Eli Howard pinched his nose. "Dirty, what smells so bad? Are you pulling it in your crotch? Kill me. Let me die." Saint Lild suddenly howled hysterically. He was then pushed away by paramedics. The agents all around stood up straight and dared not speak. Such is the love between celestial dragons, how ruthless. "From now on, the head of the Li family will be you, Kuida." Lucy Xia glanced in disgust at the noisy Saint Leads. "I'm going out for a while." "Wait." Sissy Palace. A group of celestial dragons with high buns on their heads and bubble hoods rushed over from behind the bushes carrying their robes. Cried together, "Saint Howard does not deserve to be the head of the house. Yes, if he becomes the head of the family, the Li family will not be able to lift their heads at all. We can't afford to lose face." Eli Howard looked at the large group. Thought, "Long time, who are you?" "Damn. I'm your uncle. I'm your cousin. You're too much, you can't even remember what we looked like. My eldest brother has become like this now, and this family should have been taken care of by me a long time ago. I will certainly cramp all those slaves and use blood to cleanse the reputation of our Li family." Eli Howard kicked the man who claimed to be his uncle like a shooting star. "I am your uncle." Eli Howard howled at the other and flew into the air, then fell to the ground with a thud, his brain splitting. The CPO on one side flashed, looked over at the corpse, and reported it with a blank face. "Died." "What?" The horde of celestial dragons cried out. "Murder. Saint Howard has no right to inherit the Li family. He is a criminal." Ha 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 ha. Eli Howard laughed grimly. "It is necessary to cleanse the reputation of the Li family with blood, and it is not enough to use the blood of slaves. What are you going to do?" Celestial dragons felt very bad and called to the CPU next to them. "Stop him. Catch him." All the agents and CPOs stood up straight and motionless. Even if Lucy Xia hadn't said that Saint Howard would be in charge, nothing will change. Saint Howard's name has the word German in it. This is the orthodox succession power that both the world government and 5 elders agree with, and it is not a joke. Clenched his fists. approached the person who claims to be his cousin. What do you mean by wearing this bubble hood on your head? Yeah, I heard that your uncle has been sucking the stench from the mouth of the Murloc all day. There may be infectious diseases. Howard stretched out a finger. Finger pistol dash. A volley poked at the guy in front of him was a blood hole. Amid the screams, Howard waved his hand, and a head flew into the sky with blood. Wow dash. There was screaming all around, and many celestial dragons were directly paralyzed by fright. Eli Howard took the towel and wiped his hands. Send them to feed the dog. No, a celestial dragons knelt on the ground and knelt. I admit that you are the new king, patriarch of the Lee family. Suddenly, the meow sound of a broken bubble hood accompanied by the sound of Kowtow begging for mercy. What do you seem to be wrong? Howard laughed. I salute Saint Howard. Do you need to admit it? Without my permission, you are all sins alive. The crazy dog barking sounded. A few mastiffs tore those celestial dragons to pieces in a blink of an eye. Howard, look, the water in the pool is red. Xiao Lucia took off her sunglasses excitedly. Gudong jumped in. Swim in the reddish pool water. This is the blood-stained pool of celestial dragons, the most noble pool in the world. Ha 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 dash. 0, look for flowers. It's good if you are happy. Eli Howard didn't want to watch the scene, and walked away with his hands behind his back. Soon, the Holy Land Marie Joyce was talking about the regime change of Ligia. Ligia, the former royal family of West Blue Flowers. The crown was passed to Saint Howard's hand. No, Saint Howard went directly to the palace. One punch smashed the cover in the bishop's hand. In front of everyone, he put the crown on his head. Eggplant dash. Lee Saint Howard bared his teeth at the reporter's camera. Celestial dragons were shocked when they saw the newspaper. The Lee family's blood flowed into a river. The spies ransacked all the relatives who had opposed him. Collect all the property and slaves to the family. Too ruthless. All celestial dragons shuddered together. Immediately showed an expression of excitement. Stimulate dash. Immediately rushed to the auction house. By what used to be celestial dragons, now servants. The devas and children who were killed are very sought after goods. A woman can be a close maid. Children can work as servants or be sent to the government's secret service for training. If you are willing to give up the identity of celestial dragons, you can also go outside and be ordinary people. But almost no celestial dragons will accept themselves as untouchables. Ning Yuan became a senior servant. I dream of a forgiveness one day, or become celestial dragons again through marriage. Even the servants of celestial dragons. It's better than untouchables. Generally speaking, the status of their servants is much higher than that of ordinary people, because they are not slaves and have the blood of celestial dragons. What will happen to the celestial dragons falling into the world? Just look at Dong Quixote Huo Mingu's family. 5 elders had no reaction to this incident, including Li Desheng. When I received the report, he showed a knowing smile like it really didn't disappoint me. This is the replacement of the royal family. The royal heir should have the style of the king. Oh, if every family can do a major cleaning like this, life will be easier. 5 elders. There are too many celestial dragons now. The main reason why the heavenly gold is not enough to spend is that too many people spend it. In 800 years, the number of celestial dragons family is now more than 20 times that of the year. Not enough money is still secondary. There are too many fools to make trouble. But Lee Howard did not return to Lee's palace. It is more convenient to practice because I am used to it in my own place. Now Saint Howard has many high-quality slaves in his hands. It will be loaned to the world government at a very good price every day. Some celestial dragons will come to borrow when they are short of staff. Saint Howard's current reputation is not as bad as it was at the beginning, although it's still not good. But at least it was generous when lending slaves, and the fees were low, and often it's free when you're in a good mood. The only thing to note is, the loan slaves cannot be used too hard, let alone killed. Otherwise, Saint Howard will go crazy and the consequences will be serious. 1 month later, the Dr. 20 from the Drum Kingdom arrived at Marie Joy's. Spandane, the chief of CP9, personally led a secret escort. There were also many materials removed from the medical ship, all of which were sent to Howard's palace. From now on you are not Doctors 20 since it is in our Ligia, it will be called Ligia 20 from now on. I will provide you with sufficient patients, as well as all the medical and research facilities you need. As long as you do well, you can make any reasonable request, including going home to visit his wife and children. Now let me see your strength, go. Ligia's 20th birthday is overjoyed. The original anxiety was suddenly relieved. The strength of celestial dragons is so terrifying. You can easily build a palace and garden into a well-equipped medical research institute. St. Howard suddenly launched a free medical service for slaves. This really surprised the other celestial dragons. Actually, he needs an experimental body, right, live mice. I heard he was vomiting with the medical officers of the Holy Land. Because he was not treated for the slaves he won from the arena, he set up a research institute himself. What is Ligia 20? He also threatened to completely cure Li Erdeshang, completely surpassing the level of medical officials of the world government. This is good news. Throw those dying slaves to him for free treatment, right? In this way, it is worthwhile to buy a new slave. That's right. But there is no guarantee of cure, and it may kill 800. Wow, ha ha ha. This guy needs an experimental body at all. 5 elders agrees with this. The slaves in the Holy Land died too fast. It is completely regarded as a consumable. You must keep getting slaves in from the outside. It's not that I am afraid of public outrage. The key is this cost loss. It is totally unnecessary huge expenditure. Slaves die less, and they are happy to relieve financial pressure. Anyway, right, St. Howard's starting point is to heal Lily's injuries. No one can make irresponsible remarks about this. However, what is different from their imagination is, Li Erdeshang has never enjoyed the medical benefits of Li G20. At the Feast of St. Howard, Tizalo's singing sounded. Luxurious rotating colored lights were installed on a small stage with magnificent splendor. Tizalo's job is to sing here. But in the past it was just singing. It's really blind to sing. Today is his first day to regain his sight and see the light. Li G20 gave Tizalo an artificial eyeball. Better to use than real eyeballs. No abnormalities can be seen at all. And you can change it at will. Not only the eyes are regained. And to see Stella removing the bandage, Tizalo was very excited and carefully arranged the stage. Appeared in front of his eyes. It was Stella's familiar and happy smile with tears in her brilliance. Li G20's medical technology is really not a boast. Restore Stella's face and voice completely. The blonde Stella wore a noble golden dress skirt, wearing those gold high heels, sang the song they sang when they first met. Tizalo and Stella sang affectionately. No need to say anything, everything is in the singing. When Tizalo was wearing a pink suit and tapped on the stage, Stella also responded with a fiery dance. The banquet hall cheered loudly. The 3 sisters Boya shouted excitedly. Sander, Sonia and Marigold twisted their snake's waist and swayed in front of the stage. Days and many slaves sat in the corner with their jobs. Ligia 20 held their white gloves aloft like a neat piece of seaweed, wriggling there. For the first time I am so proud of my medical skills. Guy Enns praised the magnificent setting of the small stage. Tizalo has no real ability in fighting, and he is still very capable of doing this kind of thing. He should like gold very much. Howard suddenly said something quite profoundly. Tizalo particularly likes to use gold when decorating the venue, but he can decorate the golden color to be very high-end luxury without appearing vulgar. This is totally a gift. It can also be said to be a kind of love from the bottom of my heart. At first, probably because you like the gold high heels on Stella's feet? This color left him with a zeal that was carved into his soul? Golden Emperor. Lee Howard casually laughed. In the plot of the previous life, Tizalo was stimulated by Stella's death. After escaping, he eventually became the Golden Emperor among the kings of the Dark World, controls 20% of the world's wealth. But in fact, nothing is accidental, it has its own destiny. When the dinner was over, Howard saw Tizalo alone. Tizalo, in addition to singing, you will be responsible for all the trivial matters in the mansion, including money. Howard threw a shiny golden key to Tizalo. Tizalo was shocked and silly. Let celestial dragons take care of their wealth? Any amount of money may be a few bends behind the number he has handled before. Celestial dragons' arena bets are tens of billions at every turn. Daily expenses are over 100 million. Ligia 20 invested more than 5 billion in research equipment. This has caught up with the input of a country. I think you have a talent for managing this. Let's make an assumption. If one day, you and Stella escape Marie Joy's, what kind of life would you desire to live? Find a gutter to hide, or do you have any plans? Tizalo trembled all over. He dared not run away, absolutely not. But just think about it. What kind of life does he want to give Stella? That is by no means to hide in a ravine and hide one's name in the crowd. Gradually, ambition once again gave him almost crazy courage. He said what was in his heart. Even he himself felt crazy. I will pursue power and wealth, thirst for strength, form my own army, and build an impenetrable territory, because in this world, if there is no power and status, all precious things will be easily taken away, including life. The hard-earned wealth, ideals, women, happiness. Even everything is just a hypocritical and tragic bubble. Tizalo was shaking, holding onto the key firmly. If you can give me this opportunity, I will definitely do my best for the master. You have a year to get me to identify with you. In Tizalo's ecstatic eyes, Howard walked out of the room. A year's time. It's time for Tizalo. It's also time for myself. Open the envelope from the light. Eli Howard took out the wanted warrant inside. Nico Robin, regardless of life or death, 79 million berry. She is just an 8-year-old girl, but he was called the son of the devil. In the information sent by Spandane, it includes the photos provided by the whistleblowers every time Robin appears, because her bounty is as high as 79 million. Therefore, there is a huge pile of reported information. Most of them come from the family that adopted her, and the gangs who have taken refuge in. There is a detailed confession of the whistleblower at the back of each photo. Every word pierced Howard's heart like a knife. In just a few short years, have you been betrayed by so many people? My name is Robin, I am 9 years old, I can do everything. You're back, in fact, some people are looking for you. Hey, say yes, will the money be given to me? My name is Robin, I am 10 years old, I can do everything. The child is a good boy, but letting her be here would even be dangerous for us. Besides, this is 79 million. So much money. My name is Robin, I am 12 years old, and I can do everything. Hand over Robin. Marine is looking for Robin. If you don't hand Robin to them, we will all be killed. Robin was tenacious again and again. In the dark night, in the rain, in the sea, in the forest, in the ice and snow. Yee hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. In the torrential rain, the hunting Marine only heard her sorrowful laughter almost desperately. The record stays at the most recent one, Nico Robin, 15 years old. Robin, how dare you betray us? Catch her. Robin fled away coolly and calmly. A group of fools who are planning to betray her are left behind. Marine commented on Nico Robin, the son of a cruel, cunning demon, an evil girl who will bring disaster to the people around her. In the photo, Robin has grown from a little girl into a beautiful black-haired girl. Gaze at the world with deep eyes full of mystery. His eyes didn't look like a human being, but rather like a black cat. Lee Howard took this photo and couldn't let go of it for a long time. If I could come to this world a few years earlier, is there a chance to avoid the destruction of O'Hara? Let Robin not suffer such a miserable childhood? Unfortunately, this is not such a naive world. What I can do is to rescue Robin from the curse of fate as soon as possible. Is this the one who will be our companion in the future? Hancock asked curiously. She is not a slave, why do we need to save her? The shackles of slaves can be broken, and even the mark of the hoof of the flying dragon can be covered with larger scars. Li Tsud said sadly. 0.4 But the scars in my heart are not good. Especially, this scar is called a curse that shouldn't be born. Even when you are alive, people call it sinful. Rewards. Howard collected the photos. Tell the three sisters Boya about the destruction of O'Hara, and Nico Robin's story. Nico Robin's mother is a historian. Inheriting the legacy of the deceased husband, it is necessary to solve the mystery of 100 years of blank history. This is a subject banned by the world government from research. After speculating that Nico Robin's mother came from the archaeologist's island O'Hara, and scholars are still secretly conducting research on the text of history under the Tree of Omniscience, the world government decided to kill 100. The Buster Call was issued to obliterate the entire island. Nico Robin is a genius girl. From the snack flower fruit, I was squeezed out as monsters by the surrounding children. She as Hein longs to see her mother. The mother did not hesitate to abandon herself and choose to become a wanted criminal. Research on the historical text should also continue, in order to understand why the blank century-old history is so important. Nico Robin passed the archaeologist exam at the age of 8, and through my own observation, I learned the ancient writings that record historical texts. Sadly, with the help of the former Marine Vice Admiral Saul, he escaped. Saul became a traitor because he couldn't accept Buster Call, killed by Aokiji, witnessed the killing of his mother and the scholars who raised him. The entire island of O'Hara disappeared from the world into a sea of fire. Robin became the last scholar in the world who could understand historical texts and was called a wanted 79 million berry. From the day when she was 8 years old, Robin began her escape career. Listen to Robin's story. The two Boya sisters were crying. It turns out that there are more tragic experiences in the world than being a slave. Hancock snorted a little jealously. How lucky is Nico Robin to be loved by the owner? Those people are worth it. Howard sweats. You really lack sympathy. She destroyed 6 Marine warships full of O'Hara civilians, Hancock said with disdain. Even if those people treat her badly, they still belong to her clan. You didn't listen to me. Marine sank the ships and put the charges on Robin. Is that so? Hancock Sundara said. Then the concubine body is more beautiful. Yes, you are the most beautiful. The love for you is the most, no matter how love is not enough. Lee Howard quickly kept boasting, lest the jealous jar would be broken on the spot. Recently, Hancock's self-confidence has exploded. I was so confident that I started to be a little narcissistic. I don't know if the ability of sweet fruits is constantly increasing, which brings the influence of 06, but there are also benefits. No matter what, it's good to just praise her as the most beautiful. The wheel of history began to spin, and the track became clearer and clearer. Every day, the slaves of the Lee family would be sent out to work. The three sisters Boya and Captain Days will be sent to the arena to participate in the gladiatorial fight. Facing the mighty gladiators bought by celestial dragons everywhere, they often fell into bitter battles. But in the end they can win. Hancock's powerful petrochemical ability coupled with the foul sea stone helmet. Mary Groud with the power of wild king cobra and venom. Sandersonia possesses the amazing speed and power of a python. The combination of the three is almost an unsolvable combination. In addition, the strength of the tall Daisy is constantly improving. St. Howard's team of gladiators became the regular champions of the arena. Raijin Dujin. Other ordinary slaves also worked very hard. Due to a better diet, I am full of energy. Very popular in the labor market. Originally, the ritual family was the master slave owner. St. Howard's fees are very low, so almost every corner of the Holy Land Marie joys, every project has sent ritual slaves. Many celestial dragons began to give St. Howard slave bonus. The half-dead slaves were sent to Legia 20 for treatment and recuperation. You can use it after you get it back, and the cost is very economical. Gradually, Marie Joya's slave mortality rate dropped a lot. Celestial dragons began to take advantage of the gift family habitually. But under the management of Tizalo, he didn't know how to do it, but Legia made a lot of money. Lee St. Howard seems to be very keen on practice. To become the successor of 5 elders, the degree of hard work has discouraged the celestial dragons. The fool St. Howard. They were talking like this, while trying to find his face in the arena and everywhere. As the successor of 5 elders and the patriarch of the Lee family, St. Howard didn't bounce their noses on their faces, but he always took the 3 sisters of Golgong everywhere in Kabuto style. The slaves and spies in the house always showed a silly smile. Just like neurosis, it's just deliberately annoying. What does the slave look like? Whenever they see that kind of smile, a group of celestial dragons will be furious but helpless. Then bet frantically in the arena. Changed and wanted to let the 3 sisters of Gorgong be killed. Then he lost a big vote to Howard. Even 5 elders thought. Marie Joy's now seems to be centered on Howard. Every day celestial dragon's life is to discuss how to take advantage of Howard. This kid is so interesting, 5 elders can't help but think so. More importantly, if his hunch dream is true, so the importance to the world government is beyond words. I have a foreboding that the matter is approaching. Recently, I always dreamed of the Holy Land being flooded with fire and blood flowing into rivers. After Howard said so, Marie Joyce calmly strengthened his defense. All celestial dragons have secret agents around them who have received secret orders. Be prepared to escort celestial dragons into Panga City as soon as you receive the order. The army blocked the road to the Holy Land Marie Joyce. Carry out close interrogation of past personnel. What makes them doubly disturbed is, the Revolutionary Army has disappeared for some time. It seems that something big is brewing. They also got clues from the low-level personnel of the Revolutionary Army who accidentally caught alive. It confirmed that the Revolutionary Army seemed to be carrying out a plan related to Marie Joyce in the Holy Land. Soon, the news reached St. Howard's ears via Marine, and the reaction of Eli St. Howard is, Lousy is not afraid, Lousy is waiting. 5 elders specifically called Ritride for this, in order to let him understand that there are people who are more powerful than him in this world. As a distinguished person in Celestial Dragons, it is serious to enter Pangu City as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. So, in that early morning, Reward St. Howard was ordered to be accompanied by Guy Ensign depart early and enter Pangu City. The whole Marie Joy's residential area was full of rumors, and there were secret agents everywhere. It is difficult even to mix in a mouse. The graceful figure opened the curtains. The day to change destiny has arrived. Looking at the dawn on the horizon with bloodshot eyes, Howard kissed Hancock's forehead. It's all for tonight. Run to freedom, don't look back. Hancock cried. The concubine won't leave. Just let Sanda and Mary escape, and my concubine must always be by Master Howard's side. Where there is no Master Howard, there is no freedom of concubine at all. No, I don't even have my freedom here. Howard has never been so serious. You don't just run to freedom for yourself. Also for me. For everyone who gets caught here. You remember, it's past tonight. You don't have to call me master anymore. Forget about being a slave and live with pride. I will go to you when the time is right. When we meet again, I hope you can call my name directly. Like a real family. Yes, master. Sanda and Mary looked distraught. Say goodbye to each other with a kiss on the cheek to Howard. But the habit of addressing still cannot be changed. The concubine body will definitely make you proud. Hancock hugged Howard tightly. But the thought of not seeing Master Howard makes my concubine feel uneasy. No, I don't want to go, I can't do it. Sister, you will cause trouble to the master like this. Sanda and Mary forcibly tore Hancock away. Eli Howard walked to the gate, where Tizalo was already waiting. Today is the agreed period of 1 year. Tizalo relies on his heaven-defying ability to manage all his affairs in an orderly manner, and the total amount of property has tripled through investment. Tizalo is a little uneasy about whether he can reach the satisfaction of St. Howard. However, there seems to be something different about St. Howard today. Tizalo is not sure. What do you mean by Howard's words? Tizalo, you are bringing 10 billion berry tonight, and Stella, take the Days brothers to form a gang and chase your dreams. Today is a good day, don't let me down in the future. 10 billion. Tizalo almost took a pee. Just want to ask, but the occasion is not very suitable. In retrospect, Howard had already left with Guy Ensign Deus. Do you know what the master means? Tizalo asked. Suddenly seeing Deus' tall body straighten his body, raised his head and looked at the sky, 2 lines of tears shed tears. It's tonight. A sharp light of 800 rose in Yisai's eyes. Tizalo wakes up like a dream. He rushed to Stella's room like crazy. This is the only time. Reward St. Howard uses the automatic trail to go to Panga City. In the strange gazes of celestial dragons, Eli Howard tapped on the trail. It's the kind of dance that Tizalo often dances. In the crisp clatter, the slaves under the moving walk seemed to hear the sound of trembling soles. I heard the signal, it's tonight. The slaves placed in the progress road gritted their teeth, pushing the trail under the whip of the overseer. The moving trail rumbling softly. Send the gift Howard to Panga City. The overseers dozed off. These dead things are working hard today. One silent message after another spread among the slaves like wings. It's tonight. When the time comes, kill the overseer first and grab the key. Then set a fire in the mansion and rescue everyone. Don't worry, I will fight for my life. My wife and children are pleased. In the arena of the gladiator cell, 1 by 1 tall gladiators lay lazily on the ground. Squint your eyes and recharge your energy. In the city, a fire is a signal, and everyone will fight out together with their backs to Panga City. The important task of killing the birthplace is left to the gladiators, regardless of life or death. This is the last battle. Fighting with the pride of being a soldier, death will bring a few backs. When you do it, kill those few celestial dragons' lackeys first. The code is One Piece. Rewards Howard entered Panga City. The other celestial dragons don't know that today will be their unforgettable day. When night falls, everyone is expecting something. Will there really be a fire in the city? Who can set fire in the heavily guarded holy place Marie Joy's? And it will alarm the flames of the whole city. However, the flames were burning. It's like responding to expectations. Fisher Tiger climbed the 8,000-meter red line. In the secret cave where he woke up, there is a brand new road map. The locations of guards and fuel depots are marked. His task is to go all the way into the residential area and set fire to the fuel depot. He followed the route and killed it easily. This road was his escape route a year ago. Sneak upstream from the river into the moat into the city. Then you can dive into the big lake, and the fuel tank is right by the lake. As a Murloc, there is no difficulty in killing a few guards on this waterway. He thought for a long time and thought about running away. But in this year, due to his escape, the price of Murloc slaves has tripled. Especially young and beautiful mermaid girls, who can sell for 80 million berry. He couldn't pass this level, too many Murlocs were taken away. St. Howard is a demon, but he can only take a gamble by listening to the demon's orders. I have lived enough. With such determination, Tiger once again returned to Marie Joy's. The moment he threw the torch into the fuel tank, the flames skyrocketed. Just a few breaths are longer than a year for Tiger. Immediately, the whole Marie Joy's roared one after another. One piece. In an instant, the entire Marie Joy's was in flames. Surprised Fisher Tiger. How many people are setting fire at the same time? It's Fisher Tiger. When the guards heard the sound, they were shocked when they saw the corpses all over the floor. Tiger roared, and the fist wind blasted dozens of guards together. Pounced at the celestial dragons passing by. Okay, the celestial dragons is sitting on the slave's back, watching the excitement. Suddenly, I was surprised to see that the agent responsible for protecting myself was knocked down. The guards around became bloody under the fist wind that was too fast to be seen. In the arena, the chief guard and dozens of guards turned into a stone statue in front of Hancock. Then the key to the cell was quickly thrown into various prisons. Release the gladiators first. Kill dash. The gladiators armed themselves with the fastest speed. Follow the instructions of Sister Boya and Dees to kill them separately. Throwing torches all the way around. Go to hell. Slave collars will explode when they leave the arena, haha. The guards of the arena wore strong armor. Fully armed and lined up, blocking the gate of the arena. The gladiator who was waiting to rush out was blown to death by the slave collar. Slave collars cannot be opened, and attempts to destroy them or leave the designated area will explode. Then they watched in panic as the gladiator rushed over. There is no explosion. Why? Days smiled with a group of tall gladiators, grabbed the giant axe and chopped the guard's phalanx to pieces. Idiot, all the slave collars were petrified long ago when they were fighting Kukan. All the gladiators rushed over with a grinning grin. There are no slave collars to make trouble. The guards are just a bunch of scum. This is a secret. Hancock can not only petrify humans, but also objects. When in the arena, and when healed in the hospital, those slave collars still look like slave collars, but the two spherical explosive devices have turned into stone inside and out. Below the moving trail, the supervisor was suddenly stabbed in the back. Immediately countless slaves rushed forward and took the key. Hole, how dare you rebel, you can't escape. The supervisor did not understand why. The explosive device that wanted to activate the slave collar failed. Most slaves still don't know what's going on. Someone yelled at them. Tell everyone, women and children will automatically walk down the trail. Men go and set fire. Quickly, tell everyone, turn your back to Panga City. Avoid the main road. The entire Marie-Joyce was in chaos, and celestial dragons went to Panga City to take refuge under the leadership of the CPO in a panic. Follow the evacuation manual. First go to the main road for protection, then use the fastest speed to enter Panga City. Once the incident occurs, all secret agents and defenders immediately protected celestial dragons and evacuated from the main road. Many celestial dragons were picked up by CPO in their dreams. The city is already in chaos. The killing was everywhere, and no one dared to stay. The automatic trail has been abandoned. The slaves who were mounts sensed the opportunity, and resisted like crazy. Celestial dragons, who usually don't even travel very much, can only be quickly left behind their backs by the agents. This is, the military commander-in-chief Chester Nini Saint awakened from a dream, watching Marie-Joyce burst into the sky, realized shocked. The prophetic dream of Saint Howard has happened. It's not a celestial dragons who just made a few nightmares to toss the military. It really happened with incredible accuracy. Everywhere, what the hell are the defense forces doing? Chester Nimi made Whitebeard tremble constantly. Even before the clothes were worn, he rushed out to catch the ringing phone bug. The Revolutionary Army was directly embedded in Marie-Joyce for arson. Everywhere, the defense forces were not attacked. Voice report on the phone. There are too many fireplaces, and the enemy's forces are all over the city. According to the plan, immediately, escort all the nobles of the world into Panga City, hurry. At this moment, St. Chester Nini regretted not paying attention to Howard's foreseeing dream. The Revolutionary Army has long been waiting for a short vacuum in Marie-Joy defense. As soon as the CP-0s escorted Celestial Dragons away, the real climax of the riot began. The Celestial Dragons mansion near Panga City was the first to be attacked. The slaves were freed and rushed to the outskirts of the residential area. At first there were secret agents and Celestial Dragons guards who were hunting around. In a blink of an eye, the crazy slaves merged into thousands of people, gushing toward the periphery like a tide. In the palace closest to Panga City, Celestial Dragons has already entered Panga City under the escort of the CPU, but there are still many secret agents guarding the house. The flames ignited all around without warning. In chaos, a large hole was broken in the wall of the courtyard where the slaves were held. Damn it! Several secret agents shot to stop the masked man who rushed into the mansion. Who are you? We are a revolutionary army. Surrender! The opponent rushed up in the face of the bullet rain. The bullet hit the body and was bounced off. Kill them! The secret agents are not to be outdone. Several masters greeted each other with fist and foot. Angrily, two very capable revolutionary forces were surrounded by a large group of secret agents and fell into a bitter battle. What do you think this is? This is the mansion of St. Charles Rose. Reinforced secret agents continue to appear. The offensive is getting fiercer. The spy headed with a grinning smile. Panga City is behind him, and CPO will come over immediately for reinforcements. Damn it, time is not enough. The Revolutionary Army was anxious, and someone took out the phone worm. We need reinforcements. Retreat. Suddenly a huge Lion Majesty shadow flashed. A patch of venom has been sprayed on the agents. Let them scream, and soon fell to the ground motionless. The Revolutionary Army was stunned. Demon fruit power, is it also a slave? The slaves in the cage cheered. Marigold is here to save us. Marigold slashed the slave's cage open and cried, "Don't mess!" Everyone runs with how. All slaves, even young children, obeyed Marigold's instructions very well. The three Gorgon sisters were like the sun in the eyes of the slaves. They laughed at celestial dragons wantonly in this dark world, brought courage and hope to all people. Sister Golgong, thank you for your help. We have all the rescue points here. People from the Revolutionary Army rushed towards the palace next door. A man wearing a cat's head mask, short stature, and a little cat-like rushed over. Said to Mary, "I am Lindebach, a cotter of the Revolutionary Army. Please tell your honor, the roadmap has been obtained by our Revolutionary Army. Please organize everyone to follow your planned route to the woods 20 miles outside Marie Joy's. Our Revolutionary Army has established a transfer point to the Four Seas and Sabayati archipelago there. Very good. Marigold breathed a sigh of relief. The master has confessed that this place is too close to Pangu City. The battle must be resolved as quickly as possible. We will help. Sanda has gone to the palace next door. Concentrate your forces and move quickly, just as Eli Howard judged. The Revolutionary Army has already sneaked into Marie Joy's with a large number of manpower to cooperate in the operation. Howard did it on Earth, they still find it incredible. However, because of this person, the plan will be successful. Marigold is convinced. All the slaves who participated in this project were as convinced as she was. You will never forget your kindness until you die, Mary. The slave who had obtained the key and advanced through the handcuffs on the ground, picked up the torch and shouted, "Everyone, all the money, follow me to escape." "Let's go." "I won't go, and leave the task after the break to me, haha. I want to avenge my wife." The slave who had long wanted to live picked up the gun on the ground. Chase in the direction where celestial dragons fled. The first cordon. Marie Joy's defenders knew that the situation was serious when they saw fire everywhere. The East Warehouse is on fire. The arena is on fire. Report, there is a fire in the home of Saint Rosvard. There is fire in the southeast. There is a fire in the west. There is a slave riot under the trail of Fifth Avenue. Ah dash. The alarms and screams of the phone worm frightened everyone. The entire residential area of Marie Joy's was on fire. Slave upheavals everywhere. It is exactly the same as the worst predicted. Because the residential area of Marie Joy's is huge, it is impossible to fully defend in a sudden situation. Don't attack. The garrison headquarters in all regions have fallen into panic. In this case, it is completely unknown which direction to face the defensive regulations. From a logical point of view, there should be a revolutionary army coming in from the periphery. Therefore, the deployment of the defense line is backed by Pangu City to the outside world. But the situation is now. A giant wielded a huge iron ball meteor hammer. A roar knocked down the tower that was blocking the road. Under the firelight, the reflections of the plate armor and shield merged into one piece. The gladiator set up his chariot and rushed forward with his shield. First, the turret was captured from behind. Those are gladiators in the arena. An emergency report came from the guards. The barricade can't be held. They are coming to the garrison headquarters. A slave ran by. Don't worry about them. We will be surrounded when we go out. Spandane screamed as the garrison commander. The life of the official is the most important. Why do all those slaves run away from here? All CP9s are withdrawn to protect the life of the officer. But, will you be held accountable? The men are a little guilty. The outside stronghold was broken by the slaves. If you don't go to the rescue, it seems that it will cause catastrophe? St. Howard once said that as long as this garrison headquarters does not fall, it is my credit. Spandane roared. Here is a large amount of munitions and important secret files. Those barricades outside lousy shit. So, under the command of Spandane, slaves in the tide rushed through the lanes next to the garrison headquarters. The number has already exceeded 2,000. Spandane was terrified after seeing it. This is more than 2,000 slaves. There are 300 gladiators inside, and many of them are wanted criminals with a reward of over 100 million. The gladiators didn't go head-to-head here. They broke through the barricade and went to the outer line of defense. The secret agent reminded him, "Sir, should you report that the slaves seem to be breaking through from this direction in an organized way?" hole. Sponda exploded with a shot of his head under his hand, splashed with blood, and was shocked all around. "If you report, don't you expose your cowardice 800? He is not stupid by Sponda. If any of your staff wants to report this kind of thing, it is clear that they can't get along with themselves. Does it matter how many slaves run away?" Spandane yelled. The safety of celestial dragons is the most important thing. If the escaped slaves are blocked, they will be desperately bound to attack celestial dragons. Besides, what does the slave running out have to do with us? It's so dark, I can't see it at all. I will kill anyone who wants to talk too much. In the darkness, many revolutionary troops disguised as slaves were leading the crowd to flee. After the Revolutionary Army cotters mixed into the Holy Land, it didn't take long to find that the escape plan was more feasible than they thought. Slightly deter the garrison command. Sure enough, they shrank. Recall the masters and go to Asheim to save their lives. The most shocking thing about Durag, leader of the Revolutionary Army, was the man behind the secret organization is actually a celestial dragons. This gift St. Howard can do this for some reason. It would burn Marie Joyce to help the slaves escape. Although there is no direct contact, but it seems to completely believe that the Revolutionary Army will complete the second half of the plan. Assist slaves to go home. At first they thought it might be a trap. But soon, from the information touched and the planned route received secretly, they confirmed the authenticity of the plan. Because of the identity of the celestial dragons, they can never be discovered. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army decided to take the initiative to carry this scapegoat. Doreg was shocked and admired more. Regarding the choice of the route, the St. Howard even had a thorough understanding of how the security command would react. Commander Spandane, who gnashed his teeth on the Revolutionary Army, it was really shrunk in the headquarters and didn't come out, a guy. This is not only a trick, but also a coup. Greatly shortened the escape route and reduced casualties. Now the biggest crisis has arrived. Can you break through the outer line of defense in the same way before the chasing master arrives? Many women and children crawled out of the tunnel on the moving walk. The guard has been beaten by the gladiators and the Revolutionary Army, but they can only live to the edge of the district and cannot cross the outer defense line. The deployment of troops on the outer line of defense is 10 times that of the inner line of defense. Marine, Army, and CP police forces have all invested considerable forces. The CPO day that escorted Celestial Dragons to Panga City confirmed the safety of Celestial Dragons in Panga City. Will return to the residential area to hunt down and suppress. For freedom, rush dash. In the earth-shattering cry, the gladiator wearing a strong armor withstands the rain of bullets and simultaneously launched attacks on the 4 strongholds that might break through. Destroy the city wall, the Revolutionary Army shouted. Attack the main gate and attract the attention of the enemy. The explosion sounded, and in the screams, countless masters fought desperately in the flames. A gust of wind suddenly came to the head of the city. Destroyers generally overturn barriers. Hundreds of soldiers who fired at the crowd were directly blown into the sky. Then the wind condensed into a tall man with tattoos on his face, struggling to pull the organ apart. It opened a gap for people to pass through the thick and heavy door. Durag Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has appeared. Soldiers screamed in the bunker. Quick reinforcements. The Revolutionary Army is attacking the Holy Gate. If I'm the bait, the real escape direction should be smooth. Drago Long looked at the dark shadow that was approaching him with a solemn expression. In Pangukan, the development of the situation also greatly exceeded the expectations of the world government. The first is that all of a sudden there are fires everywhere. Immediately there were warnings of an attack by the Revolutionary Army. Tried, the holy prophecy comes true. The military executives who knew about this were all heartbroken. The future is not real and difficult to change. This time the Revolutionary Army's attack did not come from outside the city. Instead, it sneaked in and launched directly from the city. They freed slaves and set fire everywhere. The whole Marijois was in flames. The garrison command was also attacked. As a result, Pangukan didn't know where to send the army for a while. Be sure to keep everyone safe. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Kong, has arrived at the city head of Panchinj to command the battle. Just moved in with several bloody celestial dragons. And several celestial dragons have died. That's exactly what Eli Howard said in a dream. There is a CPO report. Suddenly, a slave rushed over from the dark corner and shot celestial dragons a few times. Others have bombs strapped to their bodies and are determined to perish with the celestial dragons. Reno is dead. In the ancient city of Pan, the celestial dragons who fled in embarrassingly had lingering fears. Told him not to ride slaves, but he didn't listen. The slave went mad and wanted to run away. Reynolds Saint activated the explosive device of the slave collar. As a result, he was hugged by slaves and killed himself. CPO is also very helpless. Celestial dragons is so headstrong, I can't persuade them. Kong hugged the bloody celestial dragons one after the other, kneeling on the ground and howling loudly at the sky. Holy, it's too late to come down, it's too late. See the celestial dragons fleeing in a hurry. He stood righteously at the gate of the city, posing an imposing manner. He shouted loudly, don't be afraid, I'm Kong here. Seeing me Kong, all saints, and all palaces are safe. No one can break into the ancient city of Panchinj guarded by my Kong. This can definitely move many celestial dragons with the actor's acting skills. No matter how late, he felt like a Chester Nimai saint who was running for his life. A group of disgruntled celestial dragons rushed up to them. Someone slapped him in the face. What are you doing, Commander-in-Chief of the 3rd Army? Someone grabbed his beard violently. Whatever you say every day where your beard is there is justice. Hurry up and get to the end of the world. Chester Nimai-san kept screaming. Beard was ripped off by a group of angry celestial dragons. This fire is considered to have destroyed everything in Chester Nimai St. The real evening is not guaranteed. Even celestial dragons will not survive in Marijois from now on. Litri did not have time to care about the life and death of Saint Chester Nimai. Standing at the head of the ancient city of Pan, looked at the fire from time to time in the silent night, listened to the explosions one after another. Looking at the celestial dragons and the blood-stained corpse who were desperately fleeing into the city by the CPO, he exhaled forcefully. for revenge, and for others to escape smoothly. Many people choose suicide attacks. This is not by my own arrangement. There were 5 or 6,000 slaves in Marie Joy's. At least half of them don't want to live. This is also impossible. It is impossible to let all the slaves escape without paying any price. Damn its Revolutionary Army. They released all the slaves to create chaos. Don't worry about the slaves. If they can't escape, find the Revolutionary Army. Let the Marine Army come in for reinforcements. The ancient city of Pan was in chaos. Fortunately, however, there was an emergency plan led by Marine Marshal Kong. The strategy to protect the celestial dragons in the first place has been very successful. Not a few celestial dragons have been killed. CP0 got a clear order to desperately guard the passage from the residential area to the ancient city of Pan. It is necessary to ensure that all celestial dragons are withdrawn into Panchange City before the siege of the Revolutionary Army can begin. That's how well planned it is, and a lot of celestial dragons got hurt. Kong gets praise from 5 elders, because the 5 elders are also grateful to many celestial dragons. This time thanks to the foresight of 5 elders. It was as if God helped formulate such a quick response plan. Otherwise, I don't know how many celestial dragons will be assassinated by the Revolutionary Army. A lot of celestial dragons just got beat up by their families' agents and left. After entering Panchange, the celestial dragons realized what happened. This is an escape from the dead. What a horrific attack was known from the full-scale blaze of Marie Joy's. The number of the Revolutionary Army invading may be 10,000. The 5 elders don't care about the damage from the fires. Saw that most of the celestial dragons were already in town in time. I felt like there was nothing to worry about. All they really care about is whether or not Howard's prophecy will come true. Now, since it happened just as Eli Howard described it, then it proves that his prophetic ability is real. As for the military commander-in-chief, Chester Nimist, he was dying from the beating at this moment. Wait until this event is over. Just let him get out of the Holy Land and cancel the holy name, the post of commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Let Kong, who acted well in this incident, take over. Actually, I am also very curious. Eli Howard saw 5 elders coming, and asked simply, why not let the 12 gods come to suppress the riots? The power of the 12 gods should not be wasted in these places. 5 elders explained vaguely, the existence of the 12 gods is the top secret of the world government, and even the celestial dragons don't know it. Li Disheng explained, if the existence of the 12 gods that can destroy the world is known to the world, it will not make the world stable, but it will bring great panic. Ritz probably understood. The 12 gods are taboos like nuclear bombs or biological and chemical weapons. Report. The spy's report was heard over the phone. Fisher Tiger was found in the city. He crawled in from the Red Line side. It is certain that he was the first to detonate the fuel depot to set fire. He killed celestial dragons when he saw it. He killed several CPOs along the way, and went to the Lee family who once imprisoned him. Tiger is here to avenge. Kong was excited. Where are the Lujia people? St. Howard was called into town early in the morning, but the Palace of Liberty and Xia Luxikian has not come yet. Why? Kong felt this was simply unreasonable. St. Lurdy is with St. Rizwad. I took a group of masters and a few slaves to St. Howard's mansion. I also told everyone not to tell St. Howard, and we haven't been able to get in touch. When the fire broke out, Xia Lucy was bathing in the palace. It seems to be some kind of ritual to rejuvenate. Now what? Now it's still washing. The voice of the CPO on the other side also sounded crazy. Xia Lucy Azen Palace, come out soon. No one can disturb my yaxing. Xia Lusikian's voice sounded annoyed. At the same time, another phone bug rang and someone reported it. Impel Down said over there, St. Riswald, they seem to have something wrong. Why does Impel Down call? 5 elders is kind of. What is the connection between the Holy Land and the Deep Sea Prison? Because St. Riswald called the Grand Prison at St. Howard's house and asked for the release of some prisoners. These idiots. 5 elders took it all and waved to CP0 beside him. Go and see. Broken. I'll go see it too. Take advantage of the fact that 5 elders can't stop it. Lee Howard leaped down from the head of Panga City like a meteor and dashed towards the house. Guy Enns immediately followed and jumped down, following Lee Howard closely. 5 elders wanted to stop it. But first came the Ligia shot, and secondly, CPO has passed. It is estimated that there is no danger in Howard. Just let him go. Lee Howard usually ran along the avenue with lightning. St. Lyde and St. Rizwad specially took people to their homes when they were away. There is no doubt that it is not peaceful. The most important thing now is to be able to let the slaves in my own family escape safely. In the plan, Hancock will release the gladiator in the arena first, and Sanda and Mary went to help the Revolutionary Army rescue the slave fence nearest to Panga City. Due to the scattered action, the 3 sisters of Boya were supposed to go home and join together and leave together. but now there are several top CPOs in the strength of the past. This is no joke. In the palace of Chou de Sheng, the headquarters behind the Great Escape, there is a big battle going on at this moment. The saints of Lurd and Rizwad sat swaggering on the backs of the slaves. A CP0 stood beside each other. Look at Hancock with a fat and strong face with a beard. He wore 2 ponytails. The giant slave in his short skirt fought hard. The cold sweat on Tizalo soaked his clothes. Keep nodding and bowing, persuading them to stop. A special agent had a big mouth, and Tizalo was beaten up and flew out. I don't know how such a strange accident happened. The Saints of Reed and the Saints of Rizwad suddenly heard that Saint Howard had been summoned into the city of Pangu, immediately moved a mind to take advantage of the emptiness. This is an excellent opportunity to clean up those few slaves who looked very awkward. Eli Howard is not there, no one can stop them from killing these slaves. Time goes back to half an hour ago. Tizalo and the slaves here are waiting. The original plan was for everyone to join together here to kill together. As a result, Sundar and Mary have not returned yet. Saint Lild and Saint Rizwald came with the CPU. Why are you alone in the Three Sisters of Golgong? 2 CP0 agents brought Hancock, who was wearing a sea-stone helmet, over. Hancock protested. This is Saint Howard's palace. No one else is allowed to enter, even celestial dragons. Don't look at who Lao Zi is. Lily was furious. Tie her up for me, I want to enjoy it. Saint Rizwad laughed loudly. By the time Howard comes back, you are already a corpse. Then you guys can enjoy it. There was a murderous look in Hancock's eyes. Both CPOs were surprised to see Hancock stretch out his hand. Open the sea-stone helmet. Wow dash. Why do you have the key? The Saints of Lead and the Saints of Rizwad were taken aback. The 2 CPOs quickly turned their backs to Hancock. Keep your body in front of them to prevent the 2 celestial dragons from being petrified. A sound of horror sounded all around. The people who followed were petrified. Even the 2 big guys who were used as mounts turned their heads, shining in their hearts. It became 2 stone statues lying on the ground. It can be petrified if you don't see it. Marrow mellow. Hancock stood proudly on the court and flicked his long hair. The abilities of the concubine body are invincible. A scent of hair drifted by, and the spy with hanging eyes suddenly exclaimed with a look of intoxication. Not good. Then it turned into stone. The 2 CP0 hurriedly waved their palms at a high speed and set off a gust of wind, blowing marrow mellow away. Even a strong person like CPO is not sure whether he can resist petrochemicals. I can only twist the beginning and not face Hancock. It is really embarrassing to protect 2 celestial dragons, idiots. Bring Mori here. After the panic shout, there was no answer. Saint Rizwad turned his head to look. The spy with the iron chain was also petrified, and the giant dressed very pervert turned his face as if he hadn't heard it. Saint Rizwald yelled to the giant. Hurry up. Do you want your sweetheart to fall to the ground? Okay. The fat giant patted his little skirt reluctantly. Struggling to pull the iron chain around his neck, the sound of the chain sounded. 0, look for flowers. The spy's arm holding the chain was torn off. The man fell to the ground and broke in 2. Both CPOs screamed in anger. You do this deliberately. Wearing a mini skirt, a giant with double ponytails, and shaking his chest, the giant poked his nostrils. What are you talking about? They didn't mean it. With 1 foot he smashed the petrochemical agent next to him to pieces. Saint Letter and Saint Rosvar also cried together. You are so deliberate. Hancock looked at the fat-faced giant in a short skirt. Suddenly panicked. What is going on with this bad feeling? Gross dash. Hancock turned his head and almost threw up. Is this guy a man or a woman? He has a beard and chest hair. It's disgusting to deliberately sell cute while wearing a mini skirt. Although, I'm sorry. The giant named Mori raised a huge fist helplessly. The fists are also covered with dark hairs, but pretending to be shy. The Nujia's sweetheart was caught by them. If the Nujia doesn't defeat you, sweetheart will be killed. The huge fist roared without warning. Hancock's eyes were dark, and a gust of wind had reached the front door. Hancock stepped aside between the sparks and sparks. There is already a big hole in the place where he just stood. Hancock was taken aback. The giant moves so fast. And what kind of weird boxing technique is this? The action of the shot was very strange, and I couldn't touch the routine. Not only is he completely immune to his petrochemicals, and while shooting nonsense there, the slave's name is Mori, but it sounds a lot like Molly. How about it? Is it a cute name? Mori's fist blocked Hancock's attack. Keep calling back. Aromatic legs. Hancock was anxious. Kicked Mori's fist. The skin of Mori's fist was quickly petrified. Mori screamed in surprise. Ahem, what's going on? It's petrified. Hancock said proudly. Even if it is a stone, the concubine body can be petrified. What? Celestial dragons and CPO on one side screamed in shock, but then Hancock's face changed. Petrochemical didn't even go further. Haki. Mori squeezed his fist hard, and the layer of stone skin on the surface of his skin shattered and peeled off. Awesome. Mori's expression became serious. But if the fist wind blocks it, it's okay, right? You pervert. Hancock cursed and put on a defensive posture. This chubby pervert giant. Far more powerful than it looks. Where did this pervert, celestial dragons come from? Ha ha ha, good job. Lily was holding a mirror. Carefully watched the situation in the field through reflections. Seeing that Mori could restrain Hancock as they expected, he was overjoyed. Subdue this woman and you and your love will be free. Saint Rosvard kept making promises. Anyway, it's not to fulfill the promise, all depends on his own mood. Mori said suddenly, didn't you say that the deers who are impelled down can also be released? Presumptuous, shouted Saint Roswald. It's impossible to think about it. I haven't said this before, I haven't said it at all. Be careful. I saw Hancock being driven by Mori's fist wind to roll over here several times in a row. Mori raised his fist high. When Hancock escaped, he suddenly struck them with a punch. Saint Led and Saint Roswald screamed in horror. The fists collided violently. The two CP-0s steadily withstood Mori's attack. You do this deliberately. The four yelled together. Mori played stupid. How could it be deliberate? The Nugia has been fighting hard. Fists chased Hancock's twinkling figure. But the left, and right are not leaving the four people around. He muttered, I said before. Never said it. The Saints of Rizwad and the Saints of Lead cried out in unison. This damn BT suddenly take the opportunity to sit on the ground and raise the price? Hancock saw the opportunity and stormed. Mori chased Hancock and beat him hard. The violent fist wind kept wrapping up the stone play. The two CP-0 kept drinking. Iron body. Tempest kick. Finally, Mori and Hancock's joint attack was resolved. The mirrors in his hands were all shattered. Absolutely on purpose. Several people screamed in fright. Saint Led and Saint Roswald quickly closed their eyes tightly. All right. Saint Roswald was so frightened that he quickly took out the phone worm. 8-0 push forward city? Let go of Mori's disgusting B.T associates. Don't talk nonsense, a bunch of small pendants will be put away as soon as I bought them. The life of my Saint Roswald is now under threat. So it happened that Impel Down called 5 elders to report. After hanging up the phone worm, Rosvard Saint called out to Mori, kill Hancock immediately. If I have a 3-something long and 2 short term, all your disgusting companions will be put to death together. Mori immediately became happy and apologized to Hancock. Sorry first. After finishing speaking, he hit the ground with a punch. Under the fist wind, a strange wave suddenly appeared on the ground. It's like a quagmire hit by a boulder. Waves surged. Hancock's feet were soft, and he fell to the ground. The ground has become soft, what's the matter? Demon fruit power? Hancock's face changed. Before being buried in the quagmire, kicked a few times and flew out. Ha! The ground is petrified? Mori looked at the ground Hancock had kicked with interest. All around became slime, but there became a hard rock. That's why Hancock can get a foothold and escape in time. This woman is not simple, she is really a genius for fighting. The fragrant legs of the concubine body can be petrified no matter what. Hancock swept his long hair proudly, looking at the thick smoke and flames rising all around. A huge chaos has been heard in it. What happened? Lily also found an anomaly in the surroundings. A CP-0 jumped into the air. The kick stayed for a few seconds. After falling, he was shocked and said, the Revolutionary Army has attacked Marie-Joy's, we have to leave immediately. Let Pangu City send someone to protect us. Lily was shocked. Saint Roswald asked. I didn't bring the 5 elders phone worm, did you bring it? No. Lord Holy Way, someone usually holds it. The two turned their heads to take a look. The agent who usually held the phone worm was petrified. Even the phone is petrified. Do not worry, Roswald said with a guilty conscience. It's very remote here, and the Revolutionary Army won't come. Even if they come, we are not afraid. As long as a few hostages are taken, the Revolutionary Army will not dare to do anything. That's right. Lierdchen's eyes lit up. There are many women and children, and doctors. Hey, go to the individuals and take them as hostages. The voice just fell. Eli Howard's palace suddenly exploded with a bang, and it collapsed in half. With sand and rocks all over the sky, the palace was instantly a sea of flames. What happened? The saints of Lead and Rizwad were scared to hide behind the petrified slaves. I saw a woman in the dust and smoke coming out of the tunnel holding a torch high. Behind her, where the dust and smoke dispersed, countless slaves were hurting and carrying their children, rushing towards the distance. Stella! Go away! Several slaves shouted. Stella glanced at Tizalo, who fell to the ground. "No, I want to go with Tizalo." "You go first, I have to wait," shouted Lily. "Grab them. Just use them as hostages." But the CP0 agent blocking him in front of him smiled bitterly. "If we leave, no one will protect the second saint." There were a lot of subordinates, but now they are all petrified and broken by that Mori. "It's okay. Let's hide here, it's enough to leave one person." "Go get me back those slaves," Li Sheng ordered. There was a noise around me. Mori and Hancock are still fighting hard. Mori can turn the earth into clay, but Hancock can petrify clay. The abilities of the two people restrain each other. No one can help each other for a while. Stella said, "If you want a hostage, it's enough to have me alone?" Reed Saint recklessly said, "No, never let a slave go." The CP0 passed by Stella. Naturally, he grabbed Stella first. Throw it in front of another CPO. Stella fell into the opponent's hands in an instant, but there is no expression of fear on his face. It's just that the palm of the hand touched the opponent inadvertently. At this moment, Tizalo, who died on the ground, suddenly jumped up, caught the necks of Saint Rosvard and Lurd Saint together, and slammed them together. The faces of Saint Rosvard and Lurdy Saint collided with nosebleeds. Tizalo smiled. "It's kicked off. It's in the game. That B asterisk 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 D is pretending to be dead." The CPO who caught Stella immediately dropped Stella, rushing towards Tizalo at a speed faster than the naked eye. Prisoner's arrow. Hancock volleyed and blew a kiss. Kizun hit the CP0 who was about to defeat Tizalo incomparably. The opponent was about to avoid but slipped. He made an inexplicable sound and turned into a stone statue in a blink of an eye. Another CP0 who was about to chase the slave suddenly stumbled and tripped to the ground. Just stood up wonderingly. I saw Marina's fat body with big thick legs and a small short skirt, and the frightening fluff was hitting me underneath. "No!" He screamed and wanted to get out of the way, but when the system is activated, my feet stumbled into a pit for some reason. Then he slammed into the opponent, trousers, caught between the two fat hairy legs of the giant. "Okay dash." Mori struggled to pinch his legs and let out a howl. "You can't do this in battle. Don't move, I hate it." Hancock had a chill. This guy sounds like he's enjoying it, right? CPO's body, inserted, struggling under the little skirt, rolled his eyes. "Zero. Nightmare, how could it be so unlucky? Don't want to live anymore, let me die." There was a crisp sound of bone cracking from the clamp legs. The hard-cocked CPU softened. The face of Lily de Saint Riswald and Saint was full of blood. Still couldn't help screaming at Mori. "You do this deliberately." Mori was holding his legs and hung a short skirt, tucked the skirt, bottom, and CP0 in. "Stop the pursuit of Hancock." "The captive's loss?" "As expected, you still have a hand hidden." Hancock snorted coldly. "Don't worry, because the concubine body is absolutely wrong for you to use this trick, it's really disgusting. Come and save us." The Saints of Lead and the Saints of Rosvar were carried by Tizalo. Saint Riswald yelled at Mori, "Don't worry about Hancock, come and save us." Stella picked up a gun and pointed it at the two people's heads. "Close your stinky mouth." Stella slapped the hands of Saint Lild and Saint Riswald. Two loud slaps. "Your good luck ends here," Sage Rosvard exclaimed with a swollen face. "When we die, all your companions will be killed." Mori scratched his head embarrassedly. He lifted his mouth and cocked his butt. The CP0 under the little skirt twitched constantly. From time to time, the legs propped up the short skirt. "But you are in the hands of others, what should the slaves do? The people around are going crazy. Don't sell cute." At this time, a few crackling sounds turned to the front, for tall CP0 suddenly appeared on the court. After looking at the situation, he took out the phone worm. 5 elders? The situation is not good. Saints Led and Riswald were captured by slaves and became hostages. Come and save us. The Saints of Lead and Riswad were overjoyed. Good luck, right? An earth-shattering haki radiated from the 4 CPOs. The flames all around were rushed to the other side in an instant, almost extinguished. Hancock's face changed. These 4 people are not affected by her charm power. "Why, Boa Hancock?" One of the very tall CPO sneered twice. I pressed the sunglasses on my face. "We have been equipped with this infrared sunglasses since after the accident in the arena. In my eyes, you are just a colorful shadow." After speaking, the figure flashed. He appeared in front of Hancock for an instant with a punch in the head. Hancock swept back against the ground instantly. After dozens of strokes, the aromatic leg was blocked by the opponent. "We knew the weakness of your aromatic legs a long time ago, and can be blocked by haki." The opponent punched Hancock upside down and flew out. 2 shadows that were too fast to see clearly flashed again. Both Tizalo and Stella were cut in the neck with a hand knife and fainted. The supported saints of Lourdes and Rizwad were rescued in a blink of an eye. There is also a CPO staring at Maury viciously. Crotch. Why is there, Yang, alone under that little skirt? And by looking at the clothes, he knew that he was his colleague. Maury said quickly. Ah, I am not the same with them. Saint Rizwald said, kill him. Ha. Maury was stunned. I hate it, haven't we already said it? Hancock squatted on the ground with his stomach wrapped around it. The punch just now was too heavy, much heavier than Guy Enz's fist during the match. After all, Guy Enz would keep his hand, and the other party would kill himself without hesitation. Are you wondering why the difference in strength is so big? The opponent asked. Hancock nodded. Looking at the CPO who kicked Maury to the other side, the shock in my heart was beyond words. After all, people with more than 2,000 Deo powers can become CPOs. The man said coldly, showing the number 3 embroidered on his chest pocket. The 4 of us are CP0, rank no 2 to 5 exclusively by 5 elders. The Deo power value is more than 4,000. Those craps are just a shame in CP0. With that said, no 3-foot will kick the petrified CPO into pieces. While talking, Maury had been beaten to the ground by another man with the number no 2 on his chest. Weep to Saint Rizwald. How can you cheat, Nugia? Saint Rizwald cried out, looking at ease. ****. Don't think I will spare you the things you did on purpose just now. Go to hell. While speaking, he took out a remote control in his hand and pressed it hard. However, the expected explosion did not happen. Maury stretched out his hand, and the clay collar around his neck had turned into soft noodles. Sarcastically said, are you trying to detonate this? All people are blinded. Yes, is there a huge loophole? This collar can be destroyed by this guy at any time. This huge fat guy looks stupid, but he's actually super good at pretending. 06 Maury aggrieved, holding, but, lying on the ground. The Nugia is just for the beloved to listen to you all the time. Go to hell. No 2 raised his foot. Suddenly the ground softened, and Molly's huge body fell into the ooze and disappeared directly. No 2 was taken aback, made a few clicks in the air, and landed on a solid ground, not in the middle of the road. Let him run. The whole ground suddenly turned into a quagmire. All people's feet became slime. No 4 and no 5 instantly grabbed Lourdes and Rizwad and jumped into the air. But both Tizalo and Stella were instantly swallowed by the mud. Hancock kicked it out, petrified the silt into the air. But he was hit by the no 3 punch that was chasing him so that he flew out and hit the wall. Before landing, no 3 has flashed over. He grabbed Hancock's hair. Knee hit hard on Hancock's stomach. Hancock screamed. He spouted a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The tough haki severely injured her internal organs. Let her realize the strength gap between herself and the other party. Are you going to die here? Hancock lay on the ground, feeling every bone cracked. It's really embarrassing to lose to someone wearing sunglasses? Dear, yes, I'm sorry, I actually let you down. Sanda, Mary, don't come back. Ha ha ha. Lily rushed over happily and kicked Hancock. The ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* holy sight of Lurd. Lu, the slave brand behind it, the hoof of the flying dragon, shouted Lily. You hold her down for me, don't make her look back. No 3 is very helpless. Desheng, now is not the time to do this kind of thing? Besides, this is the slave that St. Howard has ordered no one to touch, right? And it's still at St. Howard's house. The situation is critical now. Saints Led and Riswald went to St. Howard's house to make trouble. The asterisk 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 D. Li Erdesheng was touched, and when he reached Nilan, he was furious. I just want that kid Howard to know the consequences of offending Lao Zi. He kicked Hancock hard on the head, stomped Hancock's face into the ground. Hancock lifted his face laboriously, unexpectedly hard, and forced a smile. Not good. The No 3 of the film immediately pressed Hancock's head to the ground. Take out a pair of sea-stone handcuffs to Hancock up. Li Erdesheng, who was almost petrified, turned pale and was furious. What is the rampant slavery? Lurdshen punched and kicked again. Then he rode on Hancock and pulled Hancock's hair hard. He grinned and immediately let you be obedient. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly changed. Do haki rushes against the ground, making no 2 to no 5 together. Haki exposed and resisted. The rushing haki caused the burning fire to go out instantly, and the flames rose into the sky. A fist with a howling fist blasted on Lurd's body. Battered Lurd Saint through the wall. Fly straight into the palace where the fire was still burning just now. St. Howard? St. Rizwad and the 4 CPOs all exclaimed. Are you crazy? This punch could have been prevented. But when it became clear that the one who made the shot was REI Howard, the CPO present chose to close the shot together. No one thought that Howard would kill a female slave, his right biological father. What dash? Lily screamed and ran out of the palace burning fire. Save me. Howard picked up Hancock, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Saint Laird ran around in flames. Smoke was blowing from his body, his eyes were no longer able to see. Just running around like crazy. Save me. In fact, it is also good to be seriously injured by Fisher Tiger before. Many organs and bones in the body have been replaced by artificial ones. It is stronger than the original body's life and stamina, so it has not died after so long. But no one rescued him. No 3's eyes jumped. The footsteps just moved. Eli Howard said solemnly, "Did I let you go?" St. Roswald was stunned. "Howard, you are crazy." "No, you are crazy." Eli St. Howard let out a wild laugh. "I've never been so awake as I am today. You rubbish that has been killing people, I should have killed you long ago." St. Lild groaned miserably. "Howard, I was wrong, help me." Eli Howard raised his leg and kicked a tempest kick. A leg wind whistled and turned into a long sword light across the palace. The wall collapsed suddenly. St. Lild was buried below, causing the screams to stop abruptly. Everyone present was stunned. Salute St. Howard, killed his Dorilda? Eli Howard turned his head away. With a relieved expression on his face, he said solemnly, "My father, he won't be as inhumane as you. You just look like my father, but you're not at all. You don't even know what the words right and virtue mean." St. Roswald exclaimed, "St. Howard is crazy. Get him." Tempest kick? The 4 CPUs gasped. "You can tell just by this foot. St. Howard's strength has almost matched them." St. Roswald turned his head and ran, suddenly bumping into a tall figure. Looking up, it was the Lee family's CP0 Guy Ince. "Guy Enns. St. Howard is crazy," cried St. Roswald. "Have you seen it too?" Eli Howard said solemnly, "Kill him." "What?" St. Roswald thought he had heard it wrong. Guy Ince's big hand grabbed St. Roswald's head. With a click, the head of St. Roswald was directly protected, and the blood spurted wildly. "No," exclaimed Guy Enns, "do you want to die?" Celestial dragons killed their own father, and of course the 5 elders judged. They couldn't take a shot at Eli Howard. But Guy Ence's identity is CPO, he must not do anything to celestial dragons. Even if you are ordered to do it, you will be executed afterwards. Guy Enns is trying to die? Guy Enns showed his white teeth and said indifferently, "I follow St. Howard's orders. For anyone who breaks into the house, kill without mercy." As soon as the voice fell, Guy Ence's figure flashed to No 2 in an instant, punching him in the face. Iron body. No 2's face instantly became harder than an iron plate, and he was punched and flew backwards. No 3 was about to start, and his heart was cold. A long sword has passed through his heart. Immediately, he picked it up diagonally, and split from No 3's shoulder, splitting his upper body directly. No 3 fell to the ground in disbelief, looking at Eli Howard with the long sword. "This sword is so powerful. Iron body is penetrated like thin paper. His tempered body is like tofu under that 800 sword." Elder's sister. At the same time came the shouts of Santa and Mary. 2 huge snake shadow arrows jumped in. Pick up Hancock lying behind Eli Howard. "What's going on here? How can celestial dragons and CPO show up at a time like this?" Courtesy Howard Road. "Everyone else has already left, and the 3 of you are leaving too. You don't have to worry about it here, is it?" No 2 senses something is not quite right. "Kui de Sheng, are you deliberately letting the slaves escape?" In this way, everything on the scene is easier to understand. Could it be that tonight's fire and this chaos were all designed by you, Kui de Sheng? If so, isn't the so-called prophecy likely to be a hoax directed and acted by St. Howard? From the analysis of the scene, those slave collars that did not explode look like they were petrified, and Hancock's ability is petrochemical. It is entirely possible that she has the ability to petrify non-living things, and she can do this only if someone opens her sea stone helmet. No 2's face was ugly, and he said loudly, "St. Howard, you have violated the laws of the celestial dragons, and you must be taken back to Panchinch to be handed over to the 5 elders." Saying that, he pointed to the 3 Boya sisters. "Arrest them, they are important evidence." No 4 and No 5 flashed in an instant, blocking the retreat of the 3 Boya sisters. No 3 was gasping for breath, but he wasn't dead, his body was twisting, and the wound was healing at an astonishing speed. Is life returning? Eli Howard snorted twice, careless, but he didn't let him die. No 2 said loudly, "Howard Holy, don't you think that by joining forces with Guy Enns, you can suppress your subordinates? Stop your crazy behavior, the 5 elders will forgive your crimes, after all, you are the successor of the 5 elders." "No, damn you," Eli Howard shouted. "I should have had this consciousness long ago, even if I am an enemy of the entire world government, I must save them today. Saying that, Eli Howard took a deep breath. Jiangguan set off a wave of waves. The golden sword aura with a strong killing intent, solidified into a round of blood-red moon, pressing down towards No 2. No 2's eyes are full of bloody moonlight. In the horror, he dared not retain his strength. Instantly strengthened his legs and escaped from the sword light. However, the green sword aura followed. A mess of blood was left on his body. The blood that came out was actually blue. Guy Enz took the opportunity to shout and punched No 2 on the back. Is it a false move before? No 2 crawled out of the big pit, and it was all right. His legs broke through his pants and became longer and longer. The wound disappeared instantly. A second later, what appeared in front of Howard was a pair of weird long legs with jagged and hard carapace. This is the leg of a grasshopper? No, the thick barb should be locusts. Lidzeda secretly said that it is not good, and I have never heard of this kind of devil fruit. And No 2's eyes have become worm eyes covered with a hard shell. Locust fruit, Wushuan Tempest Kick, Maimang. No 2 yelled and disappeared in an instant. In the next second, a strong flash of light suddenly exploded in front of Guy Ensign. It was actually a sword light gathered by a dozen Tempest Kick. It exploded in front of Guy Enz like a ripe wheat ear. Guy Enz was taken away without a chance to react. The iron body, which was like a copper wall and an iron wall, was broken, and blood splattered across his chest. Every Tempest Kick is as powerful as a swordsman. No 2 fell on the ground with a creak, and said proudly, "The strongest thing in Zoan's devil fruit is not ancient animal fruits, but insects. The king among insects is the locust. The so-called six-style cut and round feet are created from the movements of locusts, but only with legs and eyes like mine can you show the true posture of the feet in feet." Howard was speechless. Are you a lie? This is a story made up of narcissism. Give up resistance, Saint Howard. No 2 persuaded again. You are the noble celestial dragons. Any crime can be forgiven. There is no need for a few slaves. No 2 turned his head and took a look. The eyes almost stared out. A pair of locust eyes protruded like Ultraman. Eli Howard also glanced back. No 4 and No 5 fought with the three sisters of Boya in a panic. The ground was constantly surging, making it difficult for them to stand firm where they left. Mary and Sunda, who have snake feet, have an advantage on the muddy ground. Hancock, who was badly injured, was gone. Same as Tizalo and Stella, who disappeared before. Damn, it's Gopher. No 4 screamed frantically and threw a punch to the ground, but it happened to hit the foot of No 5, who was unstable. Wow dash. No 5 felt that he was broken and rolled on the ground with his foot in his arms. What are you doing? You are. No 4 is very annoyed. I've been getting in the way here, are you with them? A big pit suddenly appeared under the feet of the two of them. In an emergency dodge, the pervert giant Mori suddenly jumped out from behind. A punch to No 4's back. No 4 actually noticed it. I used Month Step to step back in the air a few times in an emergency. Fleeing from under the fist, just hit No 5. No 5 could have avoided it, but it happened to be hit by Mori's fist. Without even a little mental preparation, 2 teeth were lost from the fight. Did you deliberately? You are. 2 people fight together, stop it. No 2 was almost mad. Unexpectedly, Mori of pervert didn't run, and there is the courage to attack. No 4 and No 5 panted. Stand with No 3, who managed to recover from the injury. Looks embarrassed. Not quite right. No 2 is keenly aware of the problem, but can't determine what is going on. Lee Howard immediately understood what was going on and laughed loudly. It seems that good luck is already tilting towards me quietly. Fortune strengthened. The ground behind Howard became soft. A pit appeared immediately. Stella stretched out her hand and touched Howard's foot. Strengthened fortune. Mary and Sanda leaned over immediately, and their long tails were slapped by Stella's hands. Is it the fruit of luck? No 2 was taken aback. Devil fruit was auctioned at a sky-high price of 1 billion on the black market. It turned out to be bought by Saint Howard and fed to the slave. After experiencing countless misfortunes, let you know how great the good fortune you have accumulated is. Stella took out a gold coin in her hand. Reflected in the light of the fire, it was held up high in front of everyone's eyes. I want to use this gold coin to defeat you. As Stella said, she bounced the coin high with her thumb, flew to the sky and fell in the sight of everyone. Nothing can happen at all. Tail cannon. Marigold suddenly flicked his tail and knocked the gold coin flying. The gold coin flew straight to the front door of No 3 with a light of fire, and No 3 immediately lifted the iron body and blocked it with his arm. Doesn't it hurt or itchy? The gold coin flew to No 2 at a faster speed. There are countless gold coins in the compound eyes of No 2's locusts. Wushuang Tempest Kick. No 2 kicked the gold coins away. The gold coins fly back faster. No 4 was taken aback. This is Ben himself. Slap the gold coins flying. But the gold coin accelerated by Wushuan Tempest Kick actually has the power of a bombardment. So No 4 also exerted its full strength. There was a loud bang. the gold coin was bounced away. He hit No 3's right eye at close range with a more terrifying force. At the same time, No 5 let out a scream, because No 4's palm hit his face after flying gold coins. No 5 turned around and fell to the ground. His head hit the big knife in Marigold's hand. The blade was inserted into the mouth and passed through his head. The people around were stunned. Marigold shouted, shaking the big knife in his hand. "Gross," Stella said coldly. "When your hand hits me, your doom is already doomed." Several CPOs remembered. When she first came, it was No 5 who cut Stella's neck with a knife and knocked her out. Could it be that at that time, No 5's luck had been sucked away? Several people's minds were blank, because according to the existing records, those who have the fruits of luck will eventually win. There has never been a record of being killed. Basically, every generation capable of transporting fruits died of accidents caused by excessive luck. But how can you let the other person die by excessive luck? With a bang, No 5's corpse with a severed head rolled to the ground. Even if the life is returned to cultivation, it is impossible to survive. As a supermaster of 4,500 power, he hasn't even been able to show his strength. The expressions of No 3 and No 4 changed drastically, and they attacked Stella together. However, Marigold and Sandersonia stood in front of Stella, so they couldn't kill Stella instantly. What's even more bizarre is, their strength is clearly far above their opponents. But the opponent's luck was so good. Actually, every blow can be received just in time, just blocking their way. Obviously Marigold was playing against No 3, but he slashed on No 4. Sandersonia missed No 4 with a bite of venom, but it just sealed the No 3 lightning offensive. Stella yawned unexpectedly, leaned comfortably on the softened clay, watching the scuffle around. "Unreasonable," No 4 growled. His body continued to skyrocket, and he turned into a huge torrent several feet high. Under the sense of crisis, No 4 took out all the strengths. The tall body covered by haki doesn't care about the chopping of weapons and the erosion of venom. The fist turned into an iron hoof the size of a table, and he slammed down at Stella with a roar. However, the ground underneath the foot has turned into soft clay. Stand unsteadily with one foot down. No 4 held on hard and didn't fall. The iron hoof was still falling toward Stella like a meteor. With a boom, it hit the clay pit beside Stella. No fight? Torin No 4 pulled out his hoof. Aim at Stella. The convergent line of sight from the tip of the hoof can find the weakness of the opponent. Under the scan, this woman is full of weaknesses? No 4 said viciously. Thousands of meteors dash. Unexpectedly, at the moment of the shot, suddenly the palace on the side exploded twice. A gas tank flew out and hit No 4 in the face. The preparations for the shot were all in vain. "As long as you can hit me." Stella yawned gracefully. No 4 was full of fire, and kept calling like crazy. The ground swayed, causing Marigold and Sandersonia to scurry around. No 3, who was at war with Sanda and Mary, found that every shot he had failed. Sanda and Mary, who bounced around on the ground, had to be hit by their finger pistol every time. However, he escaped from his hands because of the ground shaking, falling, and rebounding. This ground is softened into clay. For Snakefoot's opponents, it is an advantage, but it is very disadvantageous for oneself. No 3 is going crazy and yells at No 4. "Follow me, for money, to get rid of these two long bugs first." No 4 turned his head, and the trembling ground bounced Stella over. A slender jade hand was so naturally pressed on the huge hoof of the Tauren. "Ah, my luck is so good." Stella squinted and smiled. "I will accept your good luck, not good." No 4 suddenly felt bad luck. Stepped into the clay pit and tripped oneself. With a click, "My ankle is smashed." This fool. No 3 was frightened. The ability to transport fruits is really heaven-defying. This ability is unsolvable. No way. No 3's body began to beast. Bird's fruit, eagle. His feet turned into eagle claws, and a pair of wings suddenly spread out behind his back. However, at this critical moment of transformation, a hole suddenly appeared behind him. Tizalo jumped out of the hole. He held the sea stone helmet that originally belonged to Hancock. One round up and hit No 3 on the head. Sea stone. No 3 was beaten to the ground. "You just attacked Lao Zi." Tizalo coldly used his spiked helmet as a hammer. One by one, the left and right wheels rounded and hit No 3's face. No 3 is completely powerless to fight back. Tizalo had done enough and put the sea stone helmet directly on No 3's head, locked up with a chuckle, and continued to beat. "What are you idiots doing?" No 2 can hardly understand. Screamed frantically. Just about to go to help, Howard coldly stood in front of him. No 2 said, "St. Howard, since he is determined to betray the world government, his subordinates can only offend." Lee Howard chuckled. "I know I'm probably not your opponent yet, but I didn't plan to fight you fairly." A tall figure stood up behind. Guy Enns has repaired his injury, and a shocking haki erupted. Saint Howard, please order. Guy Ensi's whole body is covered by haki. Since I can't keep up with No 2's action, then you have to consolidate your defenses and prevent yourself from being fatally injured. In addition, he also hides a stunt. No 2 disdainfully said. You are just a very ordinary dog with fruit ability. 6,000 Deo powers, is it possible that you still want to work with me? No 2 with 10,000 Deo powers? Doberman fruit. Guy Enns activated his hidden ability, only fate is dash. Courtesy Howard Road. Guy Enns, get rid of these scum that broke into the house. Woo dash. After receiving the order, Guy Ensi's eyes suddenly lit up with fierce light. The thick mane broke through the suit, and his hands grew sharp claws. The face has also turned into a look like a wolf. Werewolf? No 2 was shocked to feel that Guy Enns' power was skyrocketing, doubling. This is impossible. A few years ago, Guy Enns had absolutely no such power. Can you double your strength just by accepting the master's order? The power of the vocation, look after the nursing home dash. Guy Enns snarled. Haki broke out. The ground was like a rolling thunder. Guy Enns punched No 2 in the stomach in an instant. No 2 relied on Superman's reaction speed to jump back and ease the injury. 10,000 strength? No 2 got a punch, probably estimated the fighting power of Guy 800 Enns after beastization. This is not good. No 2's figure disappeared instantly. Then the light of countless tempest kicks condensed knives clung to Guy Enns' body and exploded. Guy Enns roared. Waving his paws, he took tempest kick forcibly. His body was scarred in a blink of an eye. Eli Howard also swung his sword forward, flanking Guy Ensign. Although the movement of No 2 is so fast that it is invisible. But if two people flanked, there is a chance to catch the track. Jin Kunlun cut an invisible shadow. A spark was sputtered, and No 2's legs appeared immediately. No 2 holds his hands and uses his legs to open the sword in Howard Hall. The legs of the locust covered by the iron body effect are all barbs. He almost took Jin Kunlun away. Guy En's arms were covered with blood, but just licking with his tongue, the fierce light in his eyes became brighter. At the same time, his injuries healed quickly. Can't keep up with my speed, you are just taking a call. Ha ha. No 2 has no injuries on his body. He bounced his long jagged legs. Even if you hit me, you won't be able to cause any injuries. Then he glanced back at Howard. Saint Howard, even if you go together, it's useless. Stand up proudly with a pair of grasshopper legs. With the hardest skin and the fastest speed, locusts are the strongest animals. No, you are just a bug. Lee Howard's eyes flashed, and he grinned. Silkworm, don't even know how to escape. Wushuan cut. No 2 flashed. Suddenly the foot is soft. It didn't produce enough speed to disappear, but stayed in the air instead. After making a few funny kicks in the air, he fell to the ground with a snap. Looking back, the originally solid ground became soft and muddy, and the fat face of a disgusting giant appeared, looking at him triumphantly in the pit. Guy Enns snarled. A punch in the face of No 2. No 2 kicked back. There are countless tempest kick in an instant. Lee Howard blocked by Jin Kunlun, and Guy Ensi followed suit. No 2 was furious, and as soon as he settled, there was another pit waiting for himself. No 2 directly exploded a piece of tempest kick at his feet. It all hit the giant's fat face. Mori yelled and escaped into the pit. No 2 used moonwalk several times in the air to avoid the pursuit, falling to the ground in embarrassment. Suddenly there was a pain in his leg. No 2 was shocked to see a few blood stains on his locust legs. His legs are harder than steel. Ordinary swords will break when they hit the iron legs. Now there is a wound? How is this possible? Saint Howard not only captured his actions, but also caused damage? Rejoice! Howard's face rose in triumph. The power of the 6-type vacuum of God. People who have only studied Marine 6 styles won't understand, right? What surprised No 2 even more is yet to come. A gust of wind came, and suddenly there were 2 more people in the field. A red-skinned murloc with a height of 5 meters. There is a huge dragon's hoof brand on his stomach. He was covered with blood, and his expression didn't look right. It was Fisher Tiger. All humans deserve to die dash. Tiger suddenly yelled. Howard cast a hostile look at Leaf Rewards. Howard was a little surprised. Since Tiger returned to the Holy Land to set fire as planned, it should be his own. Why do you have such a strong hostility towards yourself? Calm down, Mr. Tiger, there are good human beings. The wind gathered into a brawny man with a tattoo on his face. A wild hair, well-developed muscles, and powerful eyes. This is Durag Long, leader of the Revolutionary Army. Durag Long shouted into the court. Mori, what are you still delaying here? The giant in a miniskirt immediately emerged from a hole like a fat gopher. I'm here. Durag kisses. Doriage said to Howard. Introduce, let's see, I'm the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Duraglong. This one is our Western Army Commander Mori, exclaimed all around. What? This be.t giant bought by celestial dragons from Impel Down prison, actually the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army played too deep in this game of chess, right? No wonder Mori played with Hancock for a long time, it seemed to be a waste of time. And the guy accidentally injured celestial dragons' agents. But this hairy giant, big sweet potato-like guy is twisting and writhing in a mini skirt. Why is there a person caught in the middle of the thigh? Is it dead? Must have died long ago? The leg is still there, pumping, thrusting. Durag Dragon! No 2 exclaimed, aware of the seriousness of the matter. Celestial dragons colluded with the Revolutionary Army. No 2 said to himself. It must be reported to 5 elders immediately. St. Howard, the heir to 5 elders, is actually involved in the Revolutionary Army. If this kind of thing is not dealt with immediately, but it will lead to terrible consequences that endanger the world government. And the strength of Durag Dragon is unfathomable. Not only the biological son of Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral, he was already the #1 master in the new generation of Marine. Now he is called the most dangerous person in the world by the government. No 2 is not sure to deal with so many masters at the same time. Then you can only save your life to report the letter. The power of locusts, natural disasters dash. No 2's face became savage and became a mouthpart of hope. With a mouth, even the face and chin are open to the side. Spit out a piece of green juice, turning into a thick mist. Go to hell dash. A pair of transparent locust wings suddenly opened behind him. While spitting green juice, he washed up into the sky, shrouded everyone under a green poisonous mist. Do not want. No 3 and no 4's complexion changed drastically, and they immediately evacuated from the battle circle, trying to escape. No 4 trip, stand up and trip again, bumping into the thick green fog. Ah dash. In the miserable howl, the Tauren, who was as tall as a mountain, shivered and fell down in foam. The whole body was covered with slimy liquid. It gradually shrank and dried up and turned into a terrible appearance. No 3 wore a sea stone helmet and was weak. He was able to push Tizalo away and jump into the air to start moonwalk. However, a whirlwind suddenly rolled up his body, making it difficult for him to escape. Don't panic. Durag Dragon's hands were opened. It seems to be in control of everything in the world. The air became extremely dull. The thick fog that the sweat turned into should have spread to the court. At this moment, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, and hit No 3. No 3 looked through the gap in the helmet with a green mist that was rolled up by the whirlwind and fell to his palm. The body was swaying in the air, struggling desperately on the moonwalk. But the speed is completely impossible to compare with the wind. Wow dash. In the screams, No 3 also fell to the ground and quickly turned into a painful corpse. A few people on Howard's side watched all this. Can't help but take a breath. Duraglong probably the ability of Logia Fruitstorm Fruit. This power is really heaven-defying. Although No 2's foot speed is very fast, but the flying speed is not fast. Originally, locusts are this virtue. I usually jump around and my flight is not agile, and it is greatly affected by the wind. He protruded from the left to the right in the wind, but it seems unable to break through the vortex formed by the storm. The cage of wind. Doriage Long said solemnly, who can help? Don't let him run away. Let's stop wasting time in this place, right? Howard looked at No 2 who was bumping in the air, frowning. Should be afraid of fire? Tizalo took out 2 grenades and threw them towards the sky. With 2 loud bangs, the thick green fog turned into a flame and exploded from the air. No 2 screamed and fell to the ground with a fire rain. The wings had been burned, but there was no serious injury. You can't stop me, No 2 said viciously. In a flash, it only jumped 2 meters. Not as good as moonwalk jumps far. Because the ground under my feet suddenly collapsed and turned into a sludge pit. The fat giant embarrassedly, wrapped in a mini skirt. Oh, I just saw the slave house and have to leave. What? So you can't bear to be a slave? The people around couldn't help going crazy. No one says I can't bear you. I come. Sandersonia twisted the snake's tail to interrogate it, and sprayed a piece of venom at No 2. Everyone smelled a stench. No 2's body was eroded by venom, and he was still immortal, relying on the defensive power of the iron body. And the corroded flesh and skin quickly recovered with the power of the return of life. A terrifying face carried a fierce look. Why is it so strong, solid? Fisher Tiger shouted. The muscles all over his body bulged, and he took a full blow. Merman Karate, 20,000 tiles. Tiger flew up and kicked No 2. No 2 raised his leg to block it, but almost cut off Tiger's leg. Tiger screamed and looked at his nearly broken leg in shock. I'm a Superman with a power of 12,000. No 2 is surrounded by so many people, but it can still be distinguished. Even if you die, you have to pull a few backs. Suddenly a delicate figure flashed in front of him. Hancock blew a kiss. Red lips, with a pink heart drawn out. As Hancock's palm turned into a flying arrow, prisoner's arrow dash. No two's insect compound eyes. Numerous peach heart arrows flew towards him. There is no feeling of wanting to avoid it at all. Instead, he grinned with an idiot smile. What a nice view dash. There was a crack. The captive arrow hit No two's heart. From the heart, it turned gray and soon turned into a stone statue. Lee Howard smashed the stone statue of No two with a punch. This be asterisk 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 D. It must be so good now. At this time everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not a group fight, it would be impossible for this guy to be an opponent, let alone keep him. No two has such strength, how powerful should no one be? Doriage Long said solemnly. St. Howard, I express my admiration for your courage as celestial dragons who dares to resist the world government. This is nothing. Eli Howard said naturally. I have companions. They are my courage. There is only a faint sentence. The hearts of the three sisters Tizalo, Stella, and Boa were warm. Hancock hugged him, his flushed face coquettishly. Howard, my lord, is the courage of a concubine. Concubines' heartbeats for Master Howard. Go, Lee Howard said, let me see you off. There must be no living mouth. Tizalo carefully killed all the corpses again. A group of people rushed towards the outer defense line quickly. Durag waved his arms. Wind of freedom dash. A violent wind rolled up several people. From the sky, flying over the fierce firelit outer wall of Legia by night, rushed toward the outer defense line. Everyone was shocked by this wonderful experience. Riding the wind to fly in the sky like a bird, Hancock used his clean, white arms to die. He died, and he bowed to Howard's neck, just reluctant to separate. Howard looked from the sky and saw the entire Marie Joyce glow. The Revolutionary Army launched attacks everywhere. Even the Central Avenue is in chaos. So many armies in CP0 are the bodyguards of celestial dragons. They were all so ashamed that they desperately escorted celestial dragons into Panga City. How did you mix so many people in? Howard couldn't help asking. Secret, Durag said. This is really the top secret of the Revolutionary Army that cannot be leaked in the slightest. Because it's about the safety of the comrades lurking in Marie Joyce. If St. Howard wants to join our Revolutionary Army, it's a different matter of course. Durag Long asked. How? Do you want to join us and leave? The risk of staying here is great. No. Lee Gionde shook his head. The strength of the world government is not something you can resist. This time it's just that they didn't take it seriously. If I go with you, you will become my burial objects in a blink of an eye. All right. Then we will try to keep each other's secrets. Our Revolutionary Army and Tiger Brothers will recognize all actions and hope that there will be opportunities for cooperation. Doriage Long said. I wish there were more celestial dragons like St. Howard. There is none left. Lee Howard's face said this was quite ugly. Since Don Quixote's house is over, it hasn't been there. Or I wouldn't make you think. It's a great honor. Doriage couldn't help asking. With such a big risk, why is St. Howard sure to succeed? Especially with so many rescued slaves, you might guess that you are behind the layout. Once captured by the world government again, everyone who escaped tonight may leak this secret under severe torture. This requires a lot of luck. Howard laughed. I'm lucky. When he saw Lucky Fruit from the Devil Fruit illustrated book, suddenly received news that devil fruit was auctioned on the black market, he didn't hesitate to use Celestial Dragon's terrible wealth to snatch it. When he decided to send the fruits of luck to Stella, all those who knew were surprised. Including Stella herself was moved inexplicably. Fortune is actually the key to making things go smoothly. Tizalo is the steward on the bright side, and Stella works behind the scenes. Everything went smoothly under the continuous improvement of good luck. When Stella thought that she had to find a way to get in touch with the Revolutionary Army, immediately, an old Whitebeard knocked on the door and pretended to sell drugs. All the F asterisk 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 G meds you got. Pluton Rayleigh Dash. Litride recognized this person at a glance, and called out the person's name word by word. Pluton Rayleigh, the second character of the former One Piece Roger, the world's first-class master. Someone who has been secretly helping the Revolutionary Army gather intelligence. This has been understood enough in the plot of the previous life. Rayleigh, who was intimidated by St. Howard's precognitive dream ability, needs no more nonsense. After the two sides exchanged enough information, Rayleigh left easily. Since a Celestial Dragons is willing to take on the biggest problems and the most risks in organizing the escape of slaves, providing routes, and deploying military forces, why can't the Revolutionary Army risk their lives to gamble? Not to mention, the Celestial Dragons also have precognitive dreams, he promises. I see a future where we can definitely succeed. Murloc Fisher Tiger remained silent. suddenly said to Eli Howard. Even if you stay, no one will doubt it, but you will surely regret it. Lee Howard was stunned, patted Fisher Tiger's shoulder, and said seriously, "Hope you can let go of your human stereotypes, courtesy Howard." Tiger suddenly cried out in tears, "If you dare to hurt the Murloc Kingdom, I won't let you go even if I die." "Brother Tiger, what's wrong with you?" Maury patted Tiger on the back. "Be careful, here we are." A tall city wall appeared in front of everyone. Even a giant with a height of tens of meters could not cross such a city wall. 500 meters high, it is like a cliff that is straight into the sky and cannot be seen at a glance. Divide the residential area of the Holy Land Marie Joy's and the Red Line outside into two worlds, the Wall of Heaven. For ordinary people visiting Marie Joy's. 0. Look for flowers, a forbiddingly large wall, perhaps. It will make all living beings feel their own insignificance. For the slaves in Marie Joy's, this is a cliff that will make you despair when you see it. Eli Howard has always wondered how such a terrifying wall was built. Celestial Dragons has a lot of works that are grand and marvelous, and most of the fortifications and gates are the size of the Kingdom of Giants. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to get thousands of people flying over this wall in my ability. Duraglong said helplessly, "Ordinary people will be killed, and I can't let thousands of people land safely." "Why did you come here?" A large group of armed men of the Revolutionary Army surrounded a tall, thin man with yellow and white hair. The coat he wears is also divided into yellow and white. It looks like the whole person can be divided into two halves. This man was one of the senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army, Lightning Imazuna. Now there are more than 5,000 slaves gathered in the streets behind. Imazuna patted the wall in front of her and said desperately, "But this wall still can't be opened. I have tried it, but my ability is not good. There is sea stone buried in this wall." 00 saying that, he held up a goblet in his hand and poured a glass of red wine. People in the Revolutionary Army were all mad. "You're a little nervous." Imazuna drank it all. "I'm desperate." "It doesn't look like it." There was a frenzy all around. "Leave it to me. Bring me my trident." The sweet potato giant Maury yelled and made a cute little swan pose. Received a huge trident from the Revolutionary Army. Alternatives: Maury, Jasmine, change. The trident was thrust into the ground. The whole ground was like spaghetti, and it was floppy and rolled up with a fork. Then a large pit appeared under Maury's feet, extending continuously towards the ground. All the people were ecstatic and burrowed from the ground. "Hey!" Exclamations came from the bottomless cave. "My head, this block, the root is good, deep. Wow, there's water. Everyone is sweating wildly. It depends on this BT. If not, then there is only one way to forcibly kill. Casualties will be high." Maury started frantically looking for a way out. How could the roots of this wall be so deep? What is even more hopeless is that once you dig wrong, water will come out. Could it be that when this cliff was built, it was considered that someone would dig a tunnel? There are more and more slaves around. Everyone was staring at the small piece of night sky at the top of the cliff with expressions that were almost desperate. The fierce fighting sounds of the Revolutionary Army continued to be heard from the phone bug. "No way, the army is here, get out. Marine Admiral is here. CP8. The police force is out. The army appears at the east gate. It's impossible to force a breakthrough. Insist on stay, must create more chaos, can't make them aware of the direction of the breakout. Someone is here in Pangus City. Alas, the spies have all come out. A large number of CP0s have begun to be cleaned. Take the tunnel. Water has entered the tunnel. Run away. Sengoku dash. I saw Sengoku of the Buddha. What? Shouldn't Garp be in charge of the road?" All the cotters and slaves of the Revolutionary Army who heard about it couldn't help but feel cold. In the darkness, several children's cries sounded. At first there were only one or two, and I could still cover my mouth desperately. But soon, many women fell into despair and sobbed. A group of Marine soldiers rushed over, shocked. "Hey, there are so many slaves here. They are all black heads." The slaves found were shocked. In the panic, the black iron fences suddenly rose from the ground like magic. Turned into a cage, hundreds of people were locked up in an iron prison that appeared out of thin air. Black prison Tin Nana? Courtesy St. Howard? In this case, we met unexpectedly. Tina is different from the little girl a few years ago. Long pink hair, tied up, with sunglasses on his head. There was still a cigarette in his mouth, which looked a bit like a bad girl. The past few years have been a bit difficult for her. The instigator is this St. Howard. As a result, she has some gossip no matter where she goes. In a bad mood, I learned to smoke without knowing it. And Howard's change made Nina couldn't believe it. This man is now so tall and full of power. There is no Revolutionary Army here. Eli Howard stood firmly in front of Nina, commanded in a tone that couldn't be denied. Bailingna, take someone to other places. The black cage opened. Like a torrent of life flowing into the entertainment, the body, and the interior, it releases all people. Marines around also put down their guns. Nina moved the smoke, and said uncomfortably, "Don't call my name casually, you make it familiar." "Lee, why are you in this place?" Una suddenly realized that she couldn't say Howard's identity. The Revolutionary Army must be among this group of slaves, but the celestial dragons are also there. What is the magical situation? Don't worry, the slave has nothing to do with us. A Marine vice admiral wearing a coat of justice appeared in the darkness in time, and said solemnly, "Listen to everyone, the order is for us to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Go inside and look at the fire." "Yes." Marine left temporarily. Nina turned her head and said bitterly at Howard, "No matter what tricks you are playing, remember, you owe me." Eli Howard laughed. "Nina is a good girl. Is it a friend from Marine?" Hancock asked sourly, "Who is she?" "Well, my friend in Marine. It's my benefactor." Eli Howard was still puzzled to explain. Durag Long appeared behind him with a gust of wind, and said in a deep voice, "If St. Howard has any hole cards, please use them quickly and come out. There is not much time left for us." Lee Howard looked at the sky and felt it was not good. Hanga City has begun to suppress both internal and external. Perhaps the departing Marine can help them by some time, but definitely not too much. "Don't worry, it will succeed." Eli Howard snapped his fingers at Stella. "Stella, Zalo, let's go in and take a look." Eli Howard made a hint to Stella. Stella entered the cave with Howard. It was dark. The burrow made by the clay power keeps going down, because Maury was frantically looking for a way out, has become a crypt like a maze. Maury sat on the ground panting, completely collapsed. "Dig dozens of tunnels. As long as it gets deep enough, water will come out. This is a real cliff," which makes one sigh of despair. "The army is here." All the people go into the cave and hide. The Revolutionary Army screamed in panic. "Don't make a sound, hide in first." Crowds poured in, hiding densely in the tunnel. Maury struggled to dig out a huge space. It is the size of a football field. Thousands of people were all hidden in, and then the ground was restored to its original state. A CP-0 fell on the ground and stepped on it, and then left with a weird feeling. The sounds of troops and armored vehicles continued to sound from the ground overhead, and the dust fell softly. Due to the rush of time, the thickness of the soil above the head is only 1 meter, and it may collapse at any time. All the people desperately held their own mouths. Tears burst into tears. The tunnel is airtight. If you dare not leave the connected tuyere, if you don't open the way, you won't be able to hold on for long. Maury, keep digging forward. Lee Howard grabbed Maury and pushed against the wall. Then Stella kicked Maury in the A***. "Good luck kick." Stella gave Maury all the good luck she had. Impossible to succeed. Maury himself was desperate. The trident plunged down and rolled up hard. "Ha, no water." A few minutes later, Maury cheered in the cave. "Ha ha, luck. There is a gap here. Oh, there is a hole under the root of the wall? Without water, I can walk." Everyone was overjoyed and immediately followed in. The walls of the cave were wet, and water dripped from the top of the head. But it was so lucky to get there. The tunnel that Maury dug was huge, because he himself is a giant. Even the tall giant gladiators can easily follow behind the crowd and pass. Be sure that the moat has been passed. Maury went all the way up and found the soil layer covered with tree roots. Let the tunnel lead directly into the silent woods before daring to pierce the soil above the head. It depends on whether it is alive or dead. All people prayed desperately in their hearts. Many people have fallen weakly due to lack of oxygen and have fallen into a semi-conscious state. Fresh air finally came in, and Howard took a deep breath. Maury poked his head out and took a look. Safe. Durag Dragon turned into a gust of wind and rushed to the entrance of the cave. Use your own ability to transport fresh air into the hole. Howard jumped out of the hole. It was surrounded by a dark forest, and it was facing the correct escape route. Fortunately, there are rocks on both sides blocking the main road to Marie Joy's. Not afraid of being discovered, Maury laughed. "Haha, luck." A group of people rushed to cover Maury's mouth. "Laugh so loudly and want to die." Maury whispered, "No more, no more, I have a fart." The faces of the people behind changed. The air in the cave was filled with wind by Durag. If at this time the sweet potato giant put a shocking bottom, doesn't the way of escape become a gas chamber? Aromatic legs. Hancock directly kicked Maury's A***, petrifying him. Seal a tragedy in time. Hancock was not petrified until everyone was out of the tunnel. A stimulating voice rang from Maury's high fart. Durag Long waved his hand to the sky, and his face was full of black lines and sent this bottom into the sky. Maury touched his head and laughed embarrassedly. "Hey, sorry. The Revolutionary Army fought until all the slaves had crossed the outer line of defense before they received the order to retreat. Continue to set fires around Marie Joy's, create chaos, and then evacuate in an orderly manner. 0. Wait until Panga City has completed the containment of celestial dragons. 5 Elders is still worried about the Revolutionary Army launching a general offensive against Panga City. Judging from the casualties received, many people in the CPO were killed. This was completely unexpected. If they dare to launch an attack on Panga City, then destroy them all in one go. 5 Elders is not worried. Notify the 3 armies to encircle and suppress the Revolutionary Army. However, when the order was issued, the Revolutionary Army had basically completed its evacuation. Under the disturbance of Durag Long and many senior officials, the sight of the army was drawn to other places. Finally, hide, escape, escape. Mori restored the clay tunnel to its original shape, and no one could tell that a secret road was once hidden here. The army and secret agents stationed outside Marie Joy's began to encircle and suppress. Look everywhere for the whereabouts of slaves and the Revolutionary Army. In the dark night, all the slaves were rushing for life. There are people in the woods. Ah dash. Hancock kicked his opponent into the air and fell to the ground as a stone statue. Go! Lee Howard blocked the bullet that came with his sword light, helped the little girl who had fallen from the ground, and threw it to Mary. Master Snake G. The little girl resisted the fear and hugged Marigold's body firmly. Sander Sonia caught up. He was also full of children, all rescued Murlocs. After I come to break, you take your children and go quickly. Eli Howard gave the order to die. Hancock called. I will never leave Master Howard alone. There's really no way you can do it. After the two broke off, they led away the pursuers, running wildly under the moonlight, calling to each other. Don't stop. Go. I don't know how long it took to run. There are no more chasing soldiers behind him. Eli Howard panted, his face full of excitement. Master Howard. Hancock was also panting, even though his life was hanging by a thread, he was excited. Well, we succeeded. Only a date between my concubine and Master Howard. My concubine wants to go slowly. Hancock looked shy. What? Ceremony Howard is speechless. 0.4, so you are happy about this? At this time, let's hurry and escape. But my concubine can't run anymore. Hancock acted like a baby. Lee Howard had to hold her in his arms and ran wildly under the moonlight. Hancock nestled softly in Howard's arms. Enjoy the wayward happiness. How beautiful the moon is, and how beautiful is the taste of freedom. Hancock thought secretly. This situation will never be forgotten in a lifetime. 20 miles of woods outside the city. With tears of excitement on their faces, everyone held each other's hands tightly. Still alive. Done. It is the last step to escape successfully. Many people run away crying all the time and dare not look back, for fear of seeing the high wall of Marie Joy's again. For this great escape, hundreds of people have abandoned their lives to buy time for everyone. Those who decided to seek revenge from celestial dragons and arson for everyone to fight until the last minute. Marie Joy fire could not be extinguished until this time. The Revolutionary Army also paid the huge sacrifice of dozens of outstanding soldiers. Howard frowned, watching as many as 6,000 slaves waiting densely in the woods. If so many people cannot be moved quickly, they will be spotted by the army at dawn. What method will the Revolutionary Army use to send away so many people? All the people were divided into 5 groups. People from the Revolutionary Army came over to command. People who live in East Blue stay east, West Blue west, South Blue south, North Blue north. If the family lives in the middle of the Grand Line, they will be sent to the vicinity of Sabayati, and then everyone will find a way to go home. Quick, move. Be careful to speak in a low voice. Eli Howard saw Pluton Rayleigh again, the old white-beard man with glasses. After a night of fierce fighting, but still unscathed. Oh, it's not. Pluton Rayleigh looked radiant and not aged at all. It's not good to call out Howard's name in front of outsiders, but the expression is already the face of an old rogue who has been familiar with each other again and again. Have you discussed it yet? Where are you going? If you are on the Grand Line, come with me to Sabayati land. According to the agreement, you have to send them directly back to 9 Snake Island. Eli Howard re-emphasized to Rayleigh, who simply agreed. Pluton Rayleigh speaks volumes. Although it doesn't look very reliable, it is actually a person who attaches great importance to commitment. This is something Howard really believes in him. Although it's nice to get out of here, Hancock said sadly. But I really don't know how to live without seeing Lord Howard. I'll find you, Eli Howard said. But not very soon, 1 year sooner, 2 years later. What? Why is it taking so long? Hancock hurried. My concubine thought it was a month at most. The people around are speechless. You may not be able to escape back to 9 Snake Island in a month, right? There's still a lot of important things to do. Eli Howard gently lifted Hancock's face and gave him a kiss. Obviously wait for me on 9 Snake Island. I will definitely find you. Before that, we must work hard to cultivate and return to life as soon as possible. My concubine knows. Hancock said shyly, shaking his flushed face. My concubine will always be waiting for Lord Howard on Nine Snake Island. I will work hard every day. Eli Howard also admonished Sandersonia and Marigold. You must practice well. Awakening life to return to control their own body changes. Get rid of the stigma of slavery completely. Then he also took care of Tetsalo and the others. The Dees brothers, Tetsalo and Stella, have already discussed it. We also decided to go to Sabayati Land together and set sail from there. Sabayati Land is an important transit station with developed commerce. Together, these people are already a very powerful pirate group. Tetsalo has a lot of gold in his hands. There are the Dees brothers as thugs. And Stella's luck. If it can gain a firm foothold in a developed city, it is easy to develop into a powerful force. Big Brother Tiger. Those Murloc children have already formed a pile and ran towards Tiger. It was Aladdin at the head. Not just Murloc children. There were other adult Murlocs bought by celestial dragons, all looking at Tiger with excited eyes. Go home. Tiger stroked Aladdin's head and took the Murlocs away without saying hello to Howard. Then, everyone board the ship according to the selected area, and don't mess around. People from the Revolutionary Army are in command. Ferry? Eli Howard was puzzled to see. In the woods, many rafts have been built out of those huge woods at some point in time. The so-called ship. In fact, these rafts are surrounded by some railings that can prevent people from falling out. In the middle of a huge forest, a large open space, and dozens of these boats, appeared because many trees had been cut down. To be able to make so many ships without being discovered, the Revolutionary Army is also fighting. One boat for every 100 people, don't mess around. The people of the Revolutionary Army looked confident. But here are the woods, not the sea. All face to face. Could it rely on Maury's clay power to turn the ground into a mud puddle and escape in a boat? But everyone immediately sat down under the command of the Revolutionary Army. Densely huddled in the raft, hugging the railing beside him. When everyone got on the boat, the woods were empty. Where the crowd left, there appeared a giant man as tall as a man. He is almost 7 meters tall and wears a hat with ear decorations on his head. Holding a huge book, he is sitting on a tree stump and reading quietly. His sunglasses glowed like an oil-green beast. It's hard to imagine anyone reading a book in such a dark woods. Bear, let's get started, Pluton Rayleigh said to the man. Eli Howard saw this man and was instantly excited. Bartholomew Can. I see. He is the king of the kingdom of Salbei. The ability of the flesh ball fruit. Has the ability to bounce everything. No wonder Durag Long was reluctant to say more about how the Revolutionary Army got in. It must be through the channel of the Salbei kingdom. Bartholomew, the bear just needs a wave. Just send the Revolutionary Army into Marie Joy's like pinball. Then prepare here to assist the slaves to escape. Look at the huge axe leaning against the stump. Bear has been working hard here for many days, right? Behind great events, there are always many heroes who are silently paying. Bartholomew Bear closed the book in his hand and stood up. At this time, it can be seen that the big book in his hand is a Bible. He raised his thick palm, really as generous as a bear's paw. There is a high pad in the palm of the hand, which gradually begins to turn red, to light up in the dark night, to the light of freedom. If you were traveling, where would you like to go? Bartholomew Kuma's voice is low and magical. The slaves sitting on the boat cried together and said in unison, Sabayati dash. Nose palm snapped on the raft in front of him. The huge raft full of Hancock, Dice, and others disappeared with a swoosh. It's like magic that disappears out of thin air. Eli Howard knew that the ship had taken people to its destination at nearly the speed of light. The meatball fruit, the great ability to bounce everything, even tiredness and pain. Bartholomew Kuma wandered off and dropped a palm. A boat full of people disappeared out of thin air. Only a whirling breeze was left on the surface. When the Revolutionary Army soldiers also took the last boat and disappeared into the air, Bartholomew Kuma suddenly felt someone hug him from behind. Although the height of the other party can only hug the thigh, but he could feel that there was a special feeling between him and him. Bear, thank you. Eli Howard was very excited. No one in this world would understand why he was so grateful to this person in front of him. Bartholomew Kuma was silent. I don't know why, and I don't know the person in front of me. It was the first time to meet someone who was not afraid of him and acted so affectionately. Because there are too many secrets in this operation, he did not ask any more questions, and he will not now. If you want to travel, where are you going? Bartholomew Kuma's palm lit up and asked blankly. Pan Ancient City. Eli Howard said. Just now, I have killed Saint Roswald for you, in later memory. 10 years later, he lost his sense of self because he was forced to become an experimental body of the world government. The Barolomi bear became a special item available for rent at Marie Joy's. He was humiliated by the holy Roswald rented as a mount for a lot of money. This is also the reason why he hates Saint Roswald and kills him. Bear Hall fell, and Eli Howard disappeared. Bartholomew Kuma patted his head in confusion. Saint Roswald? What does it have to do with yourself? I don't remember having anything to do with a scum like Roswald Saint. But forget it, don't think about it, there are a lot of troubles. What happened today will be discovered by the world government soon. In order not to implicate the citizens of the Salbei Kingdom, he has already become the king. Bartholomew Kuma's palm flashed against the ground, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. At dawn, the army saw only an axe in the woods. His Majesty Bartholomew, king of the kingdom of Salbei, purchased the wood here to build a summer palace for a certain saint. Someone checked the records. For the time being, 817 can't explain what's wrong with the tree stumps all over the ground. But the footprints of slaves do disappear here. The secluded waters of the remote Sabayati archipelago. A raft appeared out of thin air, and then crashed into the sea. Everyone shouted together, but no one was hurt. Coming. Immediately, a large ship responsible for receiving them greeted them. Hancock screamed in surprise from the sea. Come on, what a joke. My concubine hasn't said goodbye to Lord Howard yet. Then there was an unbearable sound. How are you going to say goodbye? Eli Howard was flying in the sky, wrapped in a cyclone. For small cyclones make their way ahead. It looks like a paw print when combined with the large vortex that wraps Riken's body. The Milky Way was streaming down the sky, and Eli Howard stretched out and looked up at the stars. Marie Joy tall containment passed in a flash. From the sky, it looks like a scar on the red line. This kind of flying experience is really rare. It's a pity that the destination is not far enough, and it only flew for a while before falling. Boom! Lee Howard crashed into Lee's palace. Punch out 5 circular pits in the shape of paw prints on the ground. Hey! Eli Howard climbed to his feet, in awe. Is this the home of the Lee family? The bear guy can play really accurate. Eli Howard stomped on the ground. Destroy the spherical pit. So as not to reveal the secret of Bartholomew Kuma's help, Lee Howard just saw his surroundings, when several figures came to him. Guyans was also among them, with a troubled expression on his face. What's wrong? Saint Howard, are you all right? The speaking CPO is not very big, and it is a man with a mask on his face and a little stout. The voice was a little shrill, and it sounded a bit like a woman. But Eli Howard knew that this chubby guy was a real man. Moreover, he is the first master in combat power in CP0. The 5 elders rarely favor anyone. To put it bluntly, all other than celestial dragons are minions. But the Spanda family is an exception, quite reused all the time. The Superman with 20,000 Deo strength in front of him can be said to have a combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. But like a pug, he thumped and jumped in front of him. It was only 1 centimeter away from the forehead, and I could touch my toes, crying bitterly. The servant is late. Sissy Palace she. Sissy Palace she. Eli Howard was taken aback. Immediately rushed into the palace where a large group of agents was guarding the scene, pushing away the guards in the way. A strong bloody smell came. Eli Howard suddenly fell and slipped. Immediately, he was shocked by the scene in the palace, and he was completely dumbfounded. Because I don't like going home. So he hadn't seen it here for a long time. I saw that the walls were covered with specimens made of young women and children, and there were more than 100 copies. In the huge bathtub of Xia Luqian Palace, it was filled with viscous scarlet blood, and Xia Luqian's corpse was lying there, with her severed head floating in the blood. Surrounded by bodies of bodyguards, servants, and CPO, one by one was beaten to pieces. Blood flowed out of the palace and smeared Howard. Eli Howard remembered Fisher Tiger's unusual reaction at this time. Immediately understood everything. Fisher Tiger dash. Eli Howard yelled, then felt a little dizzy and weak. As a human being, it's impossible not to be angry when you see this scene, right? Can't blame Fisher Tiger though. But in this world, although reluctant to admit it, but Chien Chiengong still loves her son very much after all. Spendax, who was beside him, was already sobbing. So gentle, so beautiful, Xia Luxai Chiengong, the damn thug actually had the heart to kill her. Eli Howard stood up and kicked the bloody tub to smithereens. The blood poured out like a flood, staining his whole body red. I won't forget the blood. Eli Howard swears in his heart. This holy place of Marie Joy's, the most undeserved and most egregious sin, has taken away my beloved parents. In another world, they were such kind, good parents. So guilty, it's this twisted shrine, Marie Joy's. So the Hanagu of the Donquixotes is right, this Marie Joy's is a place of sin. After staying here for a long time, I'm afraid I'll go crazy too. Lee Howard held the body of Xia Luxai Chiengong, and laughed a lot. The laughter was very crazy. The holy site of Marie Joy's is once again on fire. But this time, it was the Rei family's palace that was burned to the ground by his master. The celestial dragons of Pan-Gukun looked at the fire and began to get excited. Yes, they are not sad. Already excited to rebuild his new palace and buy new slaves. The slaves ran, and the only loss was their face. But the face thing, mainly the world government and the 5 elders will take over. They just take the opportunity to lose their temper. Why can't the entertainment activities in the arena be held? It was already bad. Not enough money to spend, not enough people, all need compensation. Early in the morning, the whole world was stunned by the fire in Marie Joy's. Are you going out for a while? The 5 elders wouldn't be surprised by Eli Howard's decision. Okay. Courtesy of Howard for good reason. I'm going to screw Fisher Tiger's head off with my own hands and get my slave back. Fisher Tiger is a murloc and not easy to deal with. 5 elders advise. Don't worry about this matter, the world government will put pressure on the Murloc kingdom to force Tiger out. The holy way of right. However, we are not against you going out to relax. After all, the palace has burned down, and the well-trained slaves have also run away. You should have understood through this. A slave is a slave. No matter how nice you are to them, once they smell freedom, they will run away. Another 5 elders said. Eli Howard leaned back in the chair with an expression of disapproval. I don't think so. Free slaves should be cute too. Free slave? The 5 elders all stood still, then laughed, which was an interesting statement. I also want to run a boat across the sea, and stay here and face you old guys every day. I feel very boring. Reed spoke his mind. I'm going to travel around the world, maybe I can get the One Piece before those pirates, how about that? Alright. The palace is still being rebuilt anyway. The 5 elders are very understanding. Everyone is young. For Howard now, the shrine is rather boring, like a nursing home. Or, will you do a little duty and go to Marine to be governor? That's too rigid. Courtesy Howard Road. I plan to be a Marine from Monday to Thursday, and fly the pirate flag from Friday to the weekend. What fun. You send me another wanted notice, only to be caught alive, ha ha ha, as long as you are happy. The 5 elders thought about it. However, don't go to too dangerous places yet. After all, your strength is currently only second-rate. Now Howard is an orphan who has just lost his parents. Advertisement: any request should be pampered. As for One Peel, don't take it seriously. It's not a secret to 5 elders at all. As a treasure hunt, it is still very suitable. Speaking of enhancing strength, Eli Howard asked, what if I use devil fruit to enhance my strength? Is it okay? Hey, aren't you afraid of becoming unable to swim? 5 elders was surprised. I didn't know how to swim. 5 elders looked at each other. There's nothing wrong with it. However, if you eat devil fruit, you will have weaknesses, you will not be able to swim, and you will lose a lot of fun. For celestial dragons, eating devil fruit is quite a loss, because it stained his noble lineage. But Howard can mess with even slaves. I definitely don't care if I say it. If you don't eat, there are weaknesses. Everyone has shortcomings. I think it's fun to have devil fruit's ability. It would be a pity if you don't experience it. Howard asked cheeky. I am so pitiful now, is there any particularly powerful devil fruit you have treasured for me to eat? Yes, but, 5 elders kindly reminded. Once you regret it, it is very likely that devil fruit can only be released by dying. Let's talk about that when it's dead. Howard didn't care. The biggest feature of this world is the ability of devil fruit. You have to experience it before you can reincarnate in vain. Oh, there is another very important thing, I forgot to tell you. Li Desheng gave a light cough. It's about your marriage. Under pressure, Alabasta agreed to Princess Vivi's request to be engaged to you. Naturally, we exempted Alabasta from the heavenly gold for many years. Real? Lee Howard was delighted. Ha ha ha, you old guys are interested. Let's talk. What do you want me to do? Go to Marine as governor, right? Several other 5 elders saw Howard said this. I thought this marriage was not in vain. Laughing unkindly together. If you don't answer the phone, we will reconsider this matter. A few minutes later, Eli Howard walked out of 5 elders' sight with a platinum phone bug with a happy face. This phone worm looks very noble, especially in line with his status as the world's top aristocrat as the successor of 5 elders. Oncoming is the palace of St. Charles and Carulia. Brother Howard, what are your plans? As brothers and sisters who died as well, the two suddenly felt close to Howard again. I heard that you burned the palace and all the slaves ran away. Why don't you come to our house? Xiao Lulia took the initiative to invite. At least there is someone in my family who can serve you. St. Charles Rose said with a snot. As long as you swear not to hit me, I won't make such an oath. Howard snorted. In the future, there should be many times when I want to beat Charles Rose Saint. I heard that Fisher Tiger, the Murloc slave did it. Xiao Lulia said bitterly. From today, all Murlocs are our enemies. I want to destroy those Murlocs, and even the Murloc kingdom. What Tiger did has nothing to do with the Murloc kingdom. Furthermore, the Murloc Kingdom is under the sea, 5 elders can't help them, Howard said with a sullen expression. It's uncomfortable to take revenge on such troublesome things, Chien de Zhao, so let's find a cool place and stay honestly. I will leave Marie Joy's early tomorrow morning. I haven't seen you for a long time, ha 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 ha. When I think of not seeing your stinky faces, I feel very happy, Xia Lulia said sadly. Brother Howard, why are you doing this? Even if you liked slaves in the past, I would like to forget them. I always Howard interrupted Zalialia's confession. Speak bluntly, I still like them now. Also, this time I went out to meet my fiancée of Howard. I'm sorry, Lia, I don't mean anything else to you, I already have a partner, haha. Fiancée. Xia Lulia almost broke down. Who? When was it decided? The 5 old guys arranged it, you want to take care of it. Howard waved away, feeling very good. Unexpectedly, 5 elders treats himself so well. Not only can you ask the army for devil fruit, and also got a good news. King Cobra of Alabasta has agreed to marry Princess Vivi to himself as a price to avoid the heavenly gold. It's just that Princess Vivi is only 4 years old this year, and the marriage promised to be discussed after the age of 16. When Howard was gone, St. Charles and Carulia Palace exchanged glances. Eli Howard all the way to the headquarters base. The new commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Kong, is already at the door, waiting. Take advantage of the opportunity brought by St. Howard's dream of prophecy and excellent acting skills. Kong lived up to expectations and was promoted to chief of the 3 armies, and it has been promised that it will be possible to settle in the Holy Land Marie Joy's in the near future. Naturally, St. Howard, Kong must show enough gratitude for helping himself a lot. I heard that some new devil fruits have been saved this year? Eli Howard asked. Is there Logia? Kong said embarrassedly. Actually, it has always been. What? Eli Howard remembers when he visited himself before. There are only very poor Zoan devil fruit. Please St. Howard and his subordinates go to Niaku. Kong laughed a few times and explained. You also know the troublesome guys. Always come to ask for devil fruit, and then take it to my slave for fun. This has greatly affected the combat effectiveness of the army. Eli Howard nodded, very understanding. So, is there another warehouse? Well, the internal inventory contains devil fruit that can't be flowed out casually without 5 elders' instructions. Suddenly 2 nasty voices popped out from behind. It turns out that the 5 old immortals even hit a hand. It's boring. St. Charles Roth appeared before his eyes with his nose. Zalialia Palace looks like we are relatives. Go, brother emperor, we will help you pick. Kong was almost crazy. He cast murderous eyes at the adjutant who brought these 2 guys in. How do you watch the door? The adjutant almost fainted. These 2 guys said they were with St. Howard, and he believed them. Celestial dragons, where would they dare to ask more? 2 saints, palace. 817. Kong is very serious. Without the direct order of 5 elders, everything in the internal library is untouchable. We do not touch, we just take a look. Xia Lulia said that she didn't mean to leave at all. St. Charles yelled, can't you take a tour? My father is dead, I am Charles I now. Believe it or not, I will show you your face. Giving face, it's a terrible threat. Kong looked helpless. I have just been promoted and the foundation is unstable, so I can't offend celestial dragons at this time. As I said beforehand, these devil fruits are very dangerous and really can't escape easily. Kong's soldiers commanded. You must accompany you all the way. Eli Howard's face cramped, but Xia Lulia smiled. Brother Howard, let's go. Let it go. Eli Howard followed irritably. Anyway, reach out and don't hit the smiley person. And after all, it was Zaluri who ate devil fruit for the 3 sisters of Boa. This has made the 3 sisters of Gorgong. Fate is so arranged, and Howard can't help it. Soon, a sturdy building that was not very eye-catching but very strong appeared in front of us. There is also a warning sign at the door. Demon fruit power is forbidden to approach, because even the surrounding fences are sea stone. The gate can only be opened by the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Kong, and this is also one of the important rights of the commander-in-chief. In the room, Lee Howard saw more than 100 devil fruits neatly displayed with transparent covers. It's completely different from what I've seen before. Wow, there are 8 Logia. There are 3 more Eudemons. Eli Howard looked straight. Paramecia Rho dash, a guy, Rho, all dazzling. These 11 devil fruits are the strongest. Kong introduced. Devil fruit of the nature and Eudemons department can only be bestowed by talents above Rear Admiral in the headquarters, and must get the approval of 5 elders. Generally speaking, it must be possible to become the backbone of Admiral to have this opportunity, and which devil fruit to be given was carefully negotiated. Unfortunately, I mistakenly bestowed a devil fruit before, and I blame that B**************************** Dgarp. Kong gritted his teeth now thinking about it. The fruit of the wind? Eli Howard smiled bitterly. Garp applied to his son Durag. At that time Durag was the backbone of Marine. No one thought he would betray the world government and form a revolutionary army. So since then, the granting of these high-level devil fruits has become stricter. Kong introduced these 11 devil fruits. What fruit is there? St. Charles Rose suddenly interrupted. I see there is another showroom. There is the taboo devil fruit, Kong said impatiently. I thought, these two guys who got in there shouldn't get into trouble. Taboo? Nay, doesn't it sound great? St. Charles Roth encouraged. Howard, how about picking a taboo? Don't mess around. Kong Fire Avenue. Forbidden devil fruit is not a joke. If you eat it, it will be finished. They came to the showroom on the side. There are more than 200 devil fruits here, densely packed on shelves like cabbage. First of all, their personalities are very bad. There will be no benefit after eating it, but the ability to drink water is simply lost. Kong pointed to many devil fruits without nameplates and said, there are many more, unknown devil fruit, or simply, poisonous. Poisonous? Well, everyone who has eaten is dead. That's why no one knows the specific characteristics. This is the most reasonable explanation. The risk of eating such devil fruit is very big. After some fruits are eaten, people become monsters, and they cannot survive and die. What is the effect of this fruit? Xiao Lulia saw a fruit with a name, but she could not read. This is a blue devil fruit. On the surface, it is rolled one by one. It looks pretty, like an upside-down blue pine cone. This is a difficult fruit. The sergeant guarding the warehouse took a look, quickly looked through the picture book and said, anyone who eats this fruit will have the ability to fall to the ground in difficulty. It's embarrassing, isn't it? No, I'm embarrassed, I'm down. The sergeant said. Follow record. There are 3 people who have eaten this fruit by mistake before. It was difficult after eating, and I couldn't recover until I died. So, it is the taboo devil fruit. Haha, this is interesting. St. Charles Roth opened the cover and took it away. The sideshow will be fun, I'll take it to the slaves. St. Charles. Kong hurriedly stopped. Because such devil fruit will harm people, the army will put it away. Shut up. St. Charles Rose put it in his pocket carelessly. Wait for the slave to die, and then take it back when it is discovered. Don't tell me that you can't even use this kind of stuff, then I'm going to put on little shoes for you. As he said, he took 2 devil fruits with unknown names in his pocket. Kong, wearing small shoes, what a terrible threat. Kong had to be treated as invisible. Xiao Lulai Yayan was also excited. Let those guys fight to get devil fruit, it's so ugly. Then found out that if you eat it, you will die, ha ha ha. This kind of seeing show makes people excited just thinking about it. Oh shit. Kong scolded a few words in his heart. I don't know who would be unlucky. Anyway, it's not me. Business is current. Kong invited the 2 guys out, not daring to let them stay here. Then Howard discussed with Kong in detail for a long time. The attributes of these devil fruits are very good, and it is difficult to decide for a while. The subordinate recommends this fruit, the rainbow fruit. It's really cool. Kong recommended it. As soon as the sky is full of clouds, the colorful rainbow builds a takeoff bridge, which can refract all attacks. What kind of ability can be expanded? It is really exciting. Maybe it can connect to another world. It's too fancy. Rely Howard frowned, connected to another world, joking? This is also good, empty fruit, originally reserved for me to eat. Kong feels a little distressed, but I like swimming. It can turn the capable person into a sky or create a vacuum. Whether it is to enhance combat power or develop special abilities, it is very strong. It is said that it can create space on its own and realize the magical skill of moving the universe. The predecessor's ability was limited, and he didn't develop too much ability. But if it's St. Howard, I think it will be a pleasant surprise. What about the others? Eudemons can also be considered. This werewolf fruit can transform into a werewolf. Activating ability to stand with guy ends, it will have a very special effect. Okay? A werewolf and a kobold, like brothers, ha ha ha. Kong laughed cheaply. Then C. Howard had no common laughs, and the laughter weakened. Would you like to try the legendary Eudemons, the fruit of the water avoiding beast? The only devil fruit who is not afraid of water. But if the master is not good, you may not be able to take a bath with water. Should you be a mount? Lee Howard is not too interested in Eudemons. Because I don't want to become strange as soon as I activate my ability. Is there no water system? Lee Howard took the earth fruit and looked at it, and asked casually. As the most advanced fruit of the soil series, the earth fruit is really a bit ordinary. If the user's ability is not strong, it's probably the same level as the lower level fruit, Shishiguo, the assimilation of Pika. Maybe it's only a bit stronger than the pervert clay fruit of the sweet potato giant Mori. There is also the crocodile, the user of Sansan fruit. I think of what I have learned in previous lives. All the fruits of this line are BT Howard doesn't want to use earthen things. ice, fire, light, and the lush fruits of the wood series are all used by marine. Dark fruit, gravitational fruit, a lot of powerful fruits have their own owners. Howard knows without asking. Water is incompatible with devil fruit itself, so theoretically there will be no fruit with water power. There is a fruit of rain, here in Paramecia, but it is not very expandable, and the strength of Yu-Gi-Oh will be greatly reduced in dry places. Using too much will affect the mood, and the character of the predecessor is very gloomy. Howard gave up. Abyss fruit, weathered fruit, forest fruit, summer fruit, haze fruit, these are very strong. Kong introduced it for a while. There are also the fruits of prosperity, which is very suitable for the ability to manage the country. Withered fruit, this is a bit ruthless, and it has the ability to destroy a powerful country. It's still empty fruit. Eli Howard accepted the other's suggestion. Listen to people's advice to eat a full meal. Originally, the devil fruit that Kong kept for himself was definitely good. Besides, it is also possible to develop the ability of space. The fruit of smog, something that should be destroyed just listening. The best choice, the subordinates complete the formalities immediately. Kong complimented. Saint Howard has a bright future and must cover us all. It's nice to hear Howard wants to run away. None of these old cunning guys can be dealt with, because the entire storage room is built using sea stone, so be sure to eat devil fruit after going out. Kong took him to the lounge and ordered the empty fruit to be delivered. In order to avoid any accidents, this powerful devil fruit is better eaten at the headquarters of the three armies. Kong gave a virtual demonstration of the correct posture for eating devil fruit with his hands. Let's just cut it up elegantly and eat only a small piece, because it's hard to eat, it tastes like urine. Devil fruit will take effect when it tastes. It doesn't matter if you eat a small piece or a whole, it's the same. The devil's power will directly enter the body, and the rest will be thrown away directly. It is useless. Good. Howard waited for someone to bring the plate and fork, so don't bother. Kong left Howard alone. Because when I eat devil fruit, it's hard to eat, and I feel sick and vomit. The noble Saint Howard would naturally not want to be seen embarrassed by people eating shit and vomiting. After a while, the door behind him opened. Someone came in with a dining car. There is also champagne for mouthwash. Lee Howard looked at the empty fruit, feeling a little excited. Finally, I can experience the feeling of being a capable person. It will be very interesting. Suddenly a woman covered Howard's eyes from behind. With a fascinating fragrance, he screamed, "Brother Howard, guess who I am? Zaluria, don't make trouble." Eli Howard really feels annoying sometimes. The only woman who called herself Brother Howard was Zaluria. However, just half of the time. Lee Howard's mouth was suddenly stuffed with a small piece of fruit. A fork with a small piece of fruit stuck into Howard's throat. What the hell? Lee Howard suddenly felt a shit-like smell spread in his mouth. Hey, Howard wanted to vomit, but it was too late. Even if I spit out the scum in my mouth, I have already bitten it. With the smell of urine, everything is over. Devil fruit is such a strange thing. It takes effect as long as you eat a little bit. The rest of the fruit is useless. Ha ha ha. There came St. Charles Rose and Xia Lulia dancing and dancing, wearing army clothes, an apron, and a stolen dining car. What did you eat for me? Howard suddenly felt soft and collapsed to the ground. St. Charles Rose held a small piece of blue devil fruit in his hand, laughing triumphantly with Zalulia Pallas. Difficult fruits. Zalulia Pallas smiled triumphantly. Brother Emperor, you will be mine from now on. Don't lose your temper at me anymore. I will take care of you forever. St. Charles Roth held up the fork and devil fruit, snotting his nose and jumping around happily. Nene, I will take care of your property from now on, St. Charles Rose. We are a family, Nei. With a boom, Kong smashed the door and rushed in. Howard turned pale in fright as he watched Lee collapsed on the sofa. You two bastards. Kong smashed through the window and flew out with a punch from St. Charles and Charluia. Hey, Howard slumped on the ground, smiling wryly, to the careless. What is fate? It seems that this empty fruit can only be eaten by you. Unexpectedly, never expected. I have worked hard for 4 years, and I have even played CPO strength. Will be destroyed in the hands of an idiot like St. Charles. Keep the empty fruit under St. Howard. Kong's mind was blank. Soon, 5 elders arrived. 2 bastards. Do you know what you did? 5 elders was furious. Howard has worked hard for 4 years. It can be said that high hopes are placed on him and he can become the successor of the ultimate combat power in the future. If this is the case, it is difficult to eat the wrong devil fruit. Charles Saint and Zaliali Yayan were beaten severely. They were banned for 2 full years and were not allowed to leave the residential area. Do not enter Pangu City, lest it be annoying. However, these 2 rammers looked smug. Many celestial dragons gathered around to praise and cheer. It's like the hero who saved the reputation of celestial dragons. Not even 5 elders. At last, St. Howard was stunned. This is something that even the elders can't do. What is a 2-year ban? Marie Joya's residential area is so big, there is nothing to ask for. Is there a way to spit out this damn devil fruit? Eli Howard wanted to die. Such a low-level mistake would actually be made. If you are known, how will you laugh at Luffy's idiots in the future? You can only die once. 5 Elders was helpless, unexpectedly, only said in the morning that such a thing happened so soon. Do not. Eli Howard was taken aback, he was dead if he died. This is the top secret of the government. Li Desheng was very distressed. Stop your heartbeat. After death, it is determined that Devil Fruit's ability has disappeared, and then resurrected, but it may fail. If you fail, there is still a way to save it. You can let newbies bring you back to life, but on the soul level, it will become a puppet of newbies. Not a last resort. I really don't want to suffer this kind of crime. No. Lee Howard wanted to refuse, but it's really better to die than to have been so hard. Even talking and gasping are exhausting. What kind of bad devil fruit is this? Harmful. Send him to see Dr. Vegapunk first. 5 Elders sighed. See if there is a safer solution. At the very least, I can make a wheelchair. Li Desheng ordered. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. 0. Look for flowers. If Alabasta knew about it, he would probably divorce. Even Eli Howard hadn't thought of it himself. We'll see Vegapunk in this situation. Known as the brain that leads the world for 500 years, the greatest scientist in the world. Naturally, it is impossible for the world government to mess up such talents. He can only conduct research under the supervision of the government. Dr. Vegapunk's greatest contribution. It is the discovery of the descent factor and the unlocking of the conditions for Devil Fruit's ability to communicate. He has also made many great inventions. For example, marine ships can pass through the calm belt without being attacked by sea kings. Install mechanical limbs on animals. It even cultivated the legendary man-made creature dragon. But his greatest achievement. Still created the first man-made devil fruit. This heaven-defying laboratory is not in the Holy Land Marijois, and the island under the jurisdiction of the government is called Punkhazard. The island is located in the second half of the Grand Line, but people from the government can go down from the other side of the Red Line and take the shortest route to arrive. It can be considered as going to sea. Howard was sitting in a wheelchair, and Guy Enns pushed carefully behind him. I didn't expect such an accident to happen, and this accident caused Marine to send a vice admiral to accompany him. Marine's boat is really big. The charm of that huge ship cannon will only be felt when I witness it with my own eyes. Howard looked at the ship's side as high as a mountain in amazement. Guy Enns pushed his wheelchair into the boat. In front of us is the endless sea. The sea breeze is blowing, listen to the seagulls. Howard took a deep breath of fresh air. This is the root of New World. As celestial dragons, a place that is difficult to reach. Anyway, leave Marie Joy's. The mood is very good and the air is very fresh. St. Howard, subordinate Kizuru, with a somewhat lazy voice. A flash of light flashed in front of him. Marine Vice Admiral wearing a yellow striped suit and a justice coat appeared, nicknamed Kizuru, a sparkling fruit-capable person named Polusalino. With a cigarette in his mouth, he scratched a black curly hair and let out a puff of smoke helplessly. A **** hole. Guy Enns yelled. So rude in front of St. Howard. Knowing that St. Howard is so uncomfortable now, I deliberately show off the power of devil fruit. Hey Ming Ming, it's terrible, Kizuru said slowly. There is no expression of fear. If it weren't for his subordinate John Taomaru, he was an experimental subject of artificial devil fruit. He didn't want to run this jow at Punkhazard. The successor of 5 elders who can't stand up after eating taboo hard candy? Kizuru suppressed his wish to laugh, but his eyes were already shaped like crescents. A **** hole. Dare to laugh. Guy Enns was about to get angry and was stopped by Howard. Guy Enns, don't do that. Kizuru Vice Admiral, this time I will have to work hard for you. Shake hands, I want to shake hands with you, Howard said weakly, trying to raise a hand tremblingly. Kizuru didn't want to shake hands with celestial dragons. However, the other party tried to reach out when he was so unfortunate. Don't care about your own rudeness. Kizuru reached out and took Rei Howard's hand. This is what the subordinate should do, alas? Kizuru softened like noodles. Marine was stupid all around. Kizuru felt weak. Even devil fruit cannot be activated. It felt like being handcuffed by sea stone. What happened? Kizuru Vice Admiral, please hurry up, don't have to give this gift. Eli Howard said shamelessly with a face paralyzed. Is this the ability to paralyze the fruit? It's a hit. Kizuru was still limp on the ground, unable to stand up at all. This intractable fruit is simply. Howard sighed. No kidding. Ask people to quickly support Kizuru Vice Admiral. After leaving Li Tide's side, Kizuru gradually recovered and his body returned to normal. In fact, I am not sure whether it will affect others. Howard sighed. It seems difficult candy can actually affect others. Does it have to be touched to activate power? Kizaru shook his legs for a moment. As long as it doesn't touch the opponent's body, it's not dangerous. The point is, before letting others collapse, I am paralyzed first. This devil fruit is so funny. Kizaru couldn't help his eyes bend again. The asterisk 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 D. You still dare to laugh. Guy Enz was so angry. In fact, it is not without remedies. Kizaru thought of something more interesting. August 17th made people take a sea stone handcuff. It was handcuffed on one of Lee Howard's wrists. Are you planning to use sea stone to imprison Devil Fruit's abilities? It's not the same as a capable person. It will be as soft as paralyzed. Is there a difference? Hey, don't tell me. Eli Howard felt that he could at least have some strength, although still very weak. But I can barely move my body, right? Kizaru explained. Although needing sea stone will make demon fruit power weak, but relying on haki can withstand part of the sea stone's influence, at least able to move the body. And the ability to be hard to fruit is really hard. After sea stone restrained Devil Fruit's ability. On the contrary, it will be a little better, able to restore most of the original physical strength. Good. Rely Howard helped the ship's side to stand. After walking a few steps, he knelt down again with his legs soft. Kizaru flashed for an instant, appeared in front of Lee Howard and stretched out his hand to help. Oh, why give this big gift? Howard won't be slumped when he meets the gift now. Because Devil Fruit's abilities were imprisoned by sea stone handcuffs. However, things are not the same as Huang Yuan's conception. There was a click. REI Howard locked the other half of the handcuffs to Kizaru's wrist. Kizaru was suddenly weak. With Lee Howard's head and shoulders leaned into a ball. Those who didn't know thought they were good brothers. So stupid. All the Marines around looked speechless. Haha, St. Howard, really an interesting person. There are also many Marines who think so. So Marine ship set sail. The Vice Admiral class warships of the headquarters are not ordinary warships. The muzzle of the cannon is 1 person high in diameter. It can hold 2,000 Marine soldiers. Any pirate ship will run away watching the wind when they see it. Lee Howard and Kizaru lie on 2 chairs together, enjoying the view of the sea. Are there any pirate boats? No. You must call me when you see it. Lee Howard is looking forward to seeing the scene of the battle. Kizaru looked flattering. Well, St. Howard, your subordinates can go around and find out if there is a pirate ship. Marine all around thought from the bottom of his heart. Kizaru Vice Admiral tried to escape the sea stone handcuffs. Is there no bottom line for this? Okay. Lee Howard asked to open the handcuffs and release Kizaru. It's enough to be a joke. It doesn't make much sense to be with a wretched middle-aged man. The sea stone handcuffs hung on the left wrist like an ornament. Howard stood up laboriously. It seems that I have become more comfortable after a long time. Understanding in previous lives. The influence of sea stone is related to the strength of the capable person. If the power of the capable person is strong enough, the influence of sea stone will be weakened. Hancock can overcome the influence of the sea stone helmet, and he can certainly do it himself. The embarrassing thing is, at the same time, he needs the ability of sea stone to suppress Devil Fruit. What the hell is this? Find a balance? Struggling. A kind of waves like waves suddenly echoed in my heart. Lee Howard was startled. Is it an illusion? It's going to change? But the weather is very good, and there is no cloud in all directions. Eli Howard can only think that this is his own illusion. This hard-to-cover fruit is really evil. However, the ability to make the opponent difficult and soft once encountered is still very strong. As long as it can solve this problem, if you won't be stumped, it is not unacceptable. Eli Howard began to think hard. What was the root cause of the collapse? Devil Fruit's abilities are the essence beneath the surface. If it stumbles, what about dead things without life? Eli Howard held the mast wickedly. In the bottom of my heart, I muttered, are you getting softer, getting softer? With the barrel of the gun still, Eli Howard himself felt wicked. This ability is so annoying. For a moment, I didn't want to live anymore. After half a month of sailing, Punk Hazard has finally arrived. Along the way, Kizaru found an unlucky pirate ship. Kick off people's masts, forcibly staged a naval battle. The battleship facing the naval headquarters Vice Admiral. The pirates are desperate. But the surrender was also rejected? Why? Until the pirate ship was bombed to pieces. Several pirate leaders and Marine officers and soldiers fought enough to be exciting and enjoyable. Marine accepted the request of the pirates to surrender. Wait until the pirates learn that it is to satisfy the bad taste of celestial dragons. They all cried, it was too much. Marine was greeted by a huge black dragon. Eli Howard cried out in excitement, even though he had known it for a long time. It was really shocking to see it with my own eyes. A fire-breathing dragon as high as a mountain. Flying high in the air, roaring at the sea. This guy is Vegapunk's pet, Kizaru said. As long as this guy is around, no one's going to come to Punk Hazard and make trouble. Handsome. Eli Howard would love to have Guy Enns take him to sit on the dragon's back, but thinking about his current virtue, forget it. Punk Hazard is home to many Marine units, called the Scientific Unit, featuring many of Marine's most advanced equipment. The entire island is quite large. A very large scientific research base has also been built underground, great for doing some dangerous secret research. Eli Howard meets a young Marine with a huge axe and a red belly kabuto. He is almost 2.8 meters tall and has a huge belly, probably because this belly is as big as a peach. So it's called Zhan Tao Wan? This is the first person to eat the artificial devil fruit and gain the power. However, it is said that the devil fruit was just a failure. He was previously under Kizaru. Now he is a full-time bodyguard for Dr. Vegapunk. Welcome. Dr. Vegapunk is wearing a lab coat. It looks like a very ordinary person. Who knew that there was so much wisdom in his head? After learning what happened, Dr. Vegapunk said, I suggest you to be patient for a while, until I find a safe solution. Eli Howard likes the way Dr. Vegapunk speaks. Don't give them special titles just because they're celestial dragons or whatever. Very equal dialogue, giving people a very comfortable feeling. It is still a very immature experiment to safely peel devil fruit, and the danger is too great. Dr. Vegapunk brought Eli Howard into the tightest laboratory. Not even Kizaru can enter. You let me in. At this time, a tall and thin man with a strange shape shouted from behind. The man has long dark blue hair, wearing a pair of horn-shaped hair accessories. My guy Sakharin is a genius in the science force. It's a pity you don't have this level of authority. Dr. Vegapunk drove him away without mercy. There was even some disgust in the tone. In front of Eli Howard is a huge space, enclosed studio with many sea stone builds. After closing the gate, we'll be in the enclosed space of sea stone. There is absolutely no escape for demon fruit power. This is not a prison cell. Our purpose is to seal the outflow of something resembling a demon soul in devil fruit. Let's just call it the devil factor for now. It's kind of like the consciousness of a plant, a sort of physical law. A person can't eat 2 devil fruits, or they will explode. It's common sense, but there are very special exceptions, Dr. Vegapunk said. What I am currently researching in 0.4 is the artificial devil fruit and how to make people have the power of 2 devil fruits at the same time, and overcome the corresponding weaknesses such as fear of water. The researchers raised the curtain. A huge fish tank was revealed. Inside was a very arrogant-looking shark with sharp teeth. When you see someone, Mimi hits the wall of the tank and bites. This experimental body is very representative. I like fish because fish is safe. Vegapunk doesn't care about the viciousness of sharks. He ordered someone to fetch a pink devil fruit and threw it into the fish tank. This is devil fruit I made myself. It's just a failure, so it doesn't matter. The shark swallowed the devil fruit in one bite. Immediately showed the expression of eating shit, foaming at the mouth and writhing in the sea. Half a minute later, it suddenly changed its body. The color turned pink, and the body became gradually slender. A pair of dragon horns grew out of its head. Become a pink arowana? And then it drowned? The thing writhes in the water feebly and panicked. As with all demon fruit power, the appearance is still changing, and it has turned into a small pink jiaolong. Although it has 4 claws, it is useless, and it still swings its tail like an arowana. Dr. Vegapunk. Because it was originally a fish. Just like the murloc, even in this case, you can still breathe in the water. You see, it has the ability to become a dragon. Because of the combination of its own factor and the demon factor, it becomes this form. If it's a human, we know that people who eat devil fruit will fall into the sea because they cannot swim, unable to breathe and drown. But fish will not drown even if they eat devil fruit. Does this look hard in the water resemble St. Howard? Sure enough, after a while, the pink arowana is out of strength. Just stay weakly in the water, but will not drown. Vegapunk waved his hand. An automatic arm fell from the sky. Catch the fish simply. Then he cut off the faucet with a chuckle. The pink arowana quickly recovered as a shark corpse. We will eat it later. Vegapunk licked his tongue. This kind of thing has been done more than once. He opened a sea stone box with an apple in it. The miracle happened very quickly. The apple turned into a pink devil fruit. Wow! Howard opened his eyes. So if you want to strip devil fruit, you have to do something like this? In this way, devil fruit can be captured from those with dying ability. This is an amazing discovery. And this man made Evil 06 devil fruit that can turn into a pink dragon. Probably the one that was later eaten by Momonashuk, right? It turned out to be a failed work in the laboratory. The devil factor chooses the fruit of the plant to parasitize, and it will give priority to the delicious ripe fruit, because fresh and delicious fruits are easier to eat, and after eating the people or animals, they will get magical powers. It's the result of the fusion of one's own factors and demon factors, so even if different people eat the same devil fruit, the power gained is also different. This is the result of the fusion of two factors. Eli Howard nodded. That's why Hancock will be so beautiful after eating sweet fruits, because she is beautiful. Dr. Vegapunk said proudly. I found descent factor from this research. By extracting the factors of those who have the ability to eat devil fruit, it can also create artificial devil fruits. Howard, holy, although others are crippled after eating hard fruits, you may not be able to. Vegapunk cheered Howard. Don't you think you stood up strong? I used sea stone to town it. As soon as Howard took off the sea stone handcuffs, it was immediately difficult. Wow! Dr. Vegapunk's eyes gleamed. It seems to have seen a good test subject. Don't give up hope. Let's study your bloodline factor first. Tianlong human blood is very perfect. This is a rare experiment. Howard gritted his teeth. Okay, but if you experiment with me, you have to make me a devil fruit weapon. Make a deal, Dr. Vegapunk said. That's very simple. Although objects will not eat devil fruit, but if the extracted blood factor is injected into an item, it's like injecting a part of soul into it. It's just that the soul is more idiot, and the devil fruit used must be Zoan. So Ari Howard became the subject of Dr. Vegapunk. Some blood was extracted for analysis of descent factors. 2 days later, Dr. Vegapunk scratched his head. It's strange, your blood factor doesn't look like paramecia. Okay? Eli Howard is sitting in a very advanced automatic wheelchair. You can even go up and down stairs easily. And its power is actually carbonated drinks. There are 3 major categories of devil fruit: Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan. Their factors are quite different, just like blood types. The devil fruit you eat has the factor characteristics of Logia, but it's very special. This descent factor is completely unresponsive to experimental stimuli. It's like being in a dormant state. It's really weird. Dr. Vegapunk scratched his head. Completely immersed in the research, can you make a mistake? I'll go to the toilet. Howard pressed the handle, and the wheelchair took him away. This is a higher technology than the previous life. Howard was surprised. Just got out of the elevator. Suddenly a weird person like a thin bamboo pole jumped over. Howard jumped. It is Guy Saccharin, who is not too much to see by Vegapunk. Because of later generations' understanding of the plot, Eli Howard knows this guy is an evil scientist who likes graduated weapons. And it has been Guy's technology of man-made devil fruit. Howard, holy, Guy Saccharin said diligently. Subordinates can safely strip devil fruit. Ha, I know you. Courtesy Howard Road. You are that Guy Saccharin. Yes. Saint Howard, we must give you this opportunity, Guy Sakulang said excitedly. Vegapunk just wants to use Saint Howard as a guinea pig. Guy Saccharin, is the most powerful scientist. Your mastery is in the study of weapons and murder, right? Rewards Howard is blunt. Understanding of previous lives. What this guy calls safety is all deceptive. Doesn't care about the life or death of the experimental subject at all. Completely as a guinea pig. It will also deceive the subject to be grateful to him. Guy Sakulang was very excited. Wow, Saint Howard knows so much about the next. The best thing in the next is to make people die without pain. Ka la la la. Guy Saccharin let out a very weird, signature laugh. Saint Howard, don't hesitate to leave this task to me. Ritride had not had time to refuse. Guy Sakulang suddenly turned into a cloud of poisonous gas. Poisoned Howard to faint. Then it turned into a whirlwind and took it away. Guy Enns waited outside the corridor door. I didn't know that Howard had been taken away by the people in the research room. When Howard woke up, he found himself soaked in the sink. What are you doing? Howard was weak and wanted to yell, but there was an oxygen tube in his mouth, and he couldn't speak. Guy Saccharin looked crazy. The research on pedigree factors is weak. If I can safely peel off Saint Howard's devil fruit, let me be the head of the science force, haha. Use my best gas to make Saint Howard die, then give first aid right away. If you accidentally fail, it is said that Saint Howard lost hope of living and committed suicide by jumping into the sea. Hi luo 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 luo. Wow dash. Why did I say it all? Saint Howard didn't hear anything, right? With that said, Guy Saccharin simply toggled the switch. The arm turned into a cloud of poisonous gas and poured into the atmosphere. Eli Howard noticed that the gas injected by the trachea in his mouth had changed. Is this gas? No dash. Howard was going crazy. Not dead? Ha! Guy Saccharin was very surprised. Having injected such a large-scale poison gas, Howard is still struggling? Lee Howard turned purple, struggling to tap the glass of the sink. Too painful, this feeling of suffocation. Hurry up and desperately mobilized his life to return to prevent himself from being poisoned. This unscientific. Guy Saccharin was angry. Why did the poison gas fail? This is the gas he used to create. Why does it fail at such a critical time? Increase concentration. God, this concentration is enough to melt flesh and blood into scum. St. Howard is still struggling? Hole. The door was blasted open with a punch. Guy Enns rushed in, knocked Guy Saccharin away and hit the wall. Guy Enns couldn't wait for St. Howard to come out. Upon asking, it was discovered that St. Howard was missing. Immediately afterwards, the olfactory enhancement of the dog fruit is activated. Then I found it all the way. Guy Saccharin's face was crooked. Why can you hit me? I have turned into poison gas? Guy Enns's eyes were all murderous. Haki exudes from his hands. Wrapped in the color of the armed forces, it turned into a black iron fist. Go to hell, D. Wait a moment. Guy Saccharin pointed at the sink suddenly, as if grabbing a straw. Look, it works. Guy Enns looked back. The glass of the sink has cracked several textures, and the water inside has turned into a faint purple due to the poisonous gas. Then, with a purple bow, Howard smashed the sink 817 by himself. With a bang, it rushed out with the water inside, coughing on the ground. D. Howard's forehead violently. Wait a minute. Guy Saccharin called. Look, you have strength. Howard stayed for a while. It really is. I smashed the sink on the edge of life and death, and now I am standing on the ground, not weak. How did it happen? Lee Howard was confused. Try to wrap the armed haki around his fist. The fist immediately became as hard as iron. I can control my body? Lee Howard is overjoyed. How did this become purple? Will you become a purple elf in the future? Congratulations, St. Howard. Guy Enns is very excited. If you use power. Eli Howard thought about the ability to activate. Immediately the whole body collapsed. It was like a puddle of mud. Wow dash. In the shocked eyes of Guy Enns and Guy Saccharin, Howard melted. It was like a puddle of muddy water, with the purple color of gas and poison flowing into the sewer. St. Howard, dead? The poison gas melted into a pool of water? Guy Enns and Guy Courant were frightened. Not my problem. Guy Saccharin tried to escape away with his tears turned into a cloud of poisonous gas. He was knocked to the ground with a punch by Guy Enns. D. Guy Enns braved black arrogance. Toxic gas cannot penetrate at all. Guy Enns raised his iron fist and squatted at Guy Saccharin. Guy Saccharin was beaten and fell to the ground with a tilted face. Help dash. Stop. Dr. Vegapunk brought someone in time to stop Guy Enns' further beating. Where is Kui De Sheng? Guy Enns, trembling all over, pointed at the row of clothes left on the ground. Dr. Vegapunk picked up his clothes and looked at it. There are no special residues. Relax, St. Howard is not dead. Dr. Vegapunk patted Guy Ensign speak very confidently. I already know what's going on. We'll just wait for St. Howard to come back together. All ears are the sound of running water. It was pitch black before my eyes. Eli Howard felt like his body was throbbing. Suddenly, a bright light came out from the sewer, and in front of him was lava. Since Punk Hazard's lab is underground, so the sewer was actually sprayed into the crater? With a bang, Eli Howard felt himself burn to ashes. Damned. Why build a laboratory in such a dangerous place? These scientists are crazy. Amazingly, consciousness is not lost. Instead, it felt like my limbs were spreading, evaporating, flying into the sky with the heat wave of the crater. A gust of cold wind blows, and Eli Howard finds his body congealing again. But it is not a person, it is a mist of water, falling down with the rustling of the mountain wind, condensing into a ball of water. I became a waterman? Eli Howard was so surprised that he almost screamed. What is the difficult fruit? Its truth is the waterman fruit. No, Vegapunk says, it's a Logia devil fruit. So, the fruit of water that shouldn't exist. The water polo was surging, rolled down the hill, scattered on the reef. As a wave came, he was swept into the sea. Eli Howard surging through the sea feebly, just like a slime. With a bang, a wave washed him back to the reef. Eli Howard is dizzy, lying naked on a stone. Looking at his jelly-like body, is it difficult that the candy is actually a slime fruit? This time, I almost drowned. What to do? The body seems to melt. Is it difficult to find a freezer to freeze it before it can be formed? Eli Howard thought about getting up. It turned into a puddle of water, roaring on the ground. It's impossible to speak like this, and it's hard to control. Even if you want to make handwriting on the ground, it is not easy to do. So even if you want to condense into an adult form, you can't do it. At most, it is to change the direction of the flow, and it is also very laborious and difficult to maintain. What's more, the water flows down with gravity and returns to the sea. Eli Howard fell back into the sea numerous times, was washed back to the beach by the waves, have to climb back. Eli Howard gritted his teeth and wriggled up the hillside. No matter what, you have to climb to the top of the cliff. You can then follow the road to Marine Base. A team of Marines is looking for St. Howard's whereabouts. Suddenly a cloud of rain hit him. What's the matter? It's raining? Several people looked at the sky in confusion. The waves can't go this far, can they? I'm here. Eli Howard wanted to get their attention, but it flowed away against the ground, and he couldn't stop himself. From the sky came the roar of a huge black dragon. He seemed to be circling with his wings outstretched a little uneasily. Damn it! Could it be the dragon peeing? The Marines were talking privately. I heard that celestial dragons ate the wrong devil fruit and was paralyzed. He, I'm really glad to hear it. Ha! Those are celestial dragons? Don't celestial dragons wear a bubble hood on their heads? Maybe some people don't care. They're all the same ugly anyway. A group of people giggled and walked. The quest to find the celestial dragons was completely ignored. Suddenly the person in the front slipped. Involve all the people into a ball. What's the matter? The ground is slippery and dew. Wow dash. A group of people rolled, crawled, and slipped. Rolled down the hillside and fell dizzy. After a long time, a group of people were puzzled. The road is dry and there is no water? Eli Howard is a little smug. Let you speak ill of Lao Tzu. Wait a minute, water? Eli Howard's eyes suddenly lit up, and he understood. Become water yourself. Isn't this the hard fruit of paramecia? But the fruit of water, which is theoretically impossible. Logia devil fruit. Because the power of water was originally in conflict with devil fruit's ability. So whoever eats the fruit of water will be like the drowning fish. Although he can't drown, he's paralyzed. That's right, that's what happened, the mystery solved. It's not hard to prove this. Because Eli Howard is not like everyone else. He first awakened and returned life. The return of life can control one's own bodily functions at will, even if the body becomes water. You can also feel the presence of every cell in your body mentally. This opens up the possibility of mobilizing capacity. Reward Howard returned as soon as he started his life. I immediately felt that my body seemed to be under control. The scattered currents gathered together and turned into water polo, like a slime that can control actions. It's easier to walk this way, but it is still very hard to overcome gravity. And now there is a new trouble. It is necessary to keep the life returning to not be difficult. Go back and tell Guy Enns and Dr. Vegapunk the good news. Eli Howard strolled towards the laboratory. It's not late, just get out. Now I am in the camp of Marine Scientific Corps. But the camp is quite large, and I don't know if I'm taking the right path. In order not to let people be killed as a suspicious monster, Eli Howard carefully avoided the crowd. A building suddenly stopped Howard. Looking at the 4 words hot spring bath at the door, an evil idea suddenly appeared. Man's romance, he. Although he is not a transparent person, he is quite close. Wait a minute, there is a possibility. Lee Howard suddenly flashed in his mind. It's difficult to walk naturally because being a slime has no feet, so it's very tiring to jump up. To overcome gravity requires a bit of skill, and put a lot of effort into it. But what if it turns into water vapor? In theory, water vapor is used as a gaseous state. It is much easier to condense into any shape, so maybe you can restore your human form? Once restored to human form, the ability to return life can be fully utilized and the form can be fixed. According to the experience of being evaporated by magma, he can mobilize the high-frequency vibration of his body to directly make his body become water mist. In this state, the body is the most flexible, because the gaseous state does not cause a paralyzing effect. This is also the reason why I will be weak in the water and immediately stimulated after the magma evaporates. It is necessary to give it a try, definitely not for peeping. This is to test the ability. Watching a group of female Marine soldiers walked into the door of the hot spring bath, Eli Howard immediately lost his sanity and walked in. In a fog, Eli Howard rushed into the sauna. It turns into steaming water vapor, floating in the heat of the hot spring pool. It succeeded. As long as the life is maintained and returned, it can be condensed into any shape, including reuniting into one's own body. Lee Howard carefully disarmed Devil Fruit's abilities, reinvented into a human form. He was so excited that he wanted to scream, "Conquer the power of the fruit of water." Come to think of it, it was lucky for the laboratory to open the sewer into the crater. Next, as long as you maintain the return of life, you can maintain the actions of ordinary people normally. If you can develop the ability of the fruit of water to be able to control the flow of the outside world, maybe it can completely solve the weakness of fear of water. Eli Howard thought. A group of female soldiers in bathrobes walked into the bath surrounded by a 2-meter-high beauty. Ladies' bathroom? Eli Howard was taken aback. It turned into a puddle of water again with a splash. If a group of women Marines sees a naked man standing in the women's bathroom, I'm dead. Ha, that's not. Ari Howard suddenly saw who the 2-meter-high beauty is, Jun Momuzagi? I met once in a meeting before. Jun Momuzagi, Vice Admiral, known as Marines' #1 beauty? Although the average Marine female soldier is also tall, many of them are more than 2 meters tall, but the tall beauty still stood out from the crowd. With long black hair curled up on the head, a face with melon seeds, a charming face with all kinds of amorous feelings. With 2 long, white and straight legs, she is an absolute beauty. There is an inconspicuous beauty mole on the right side of her chin. It makes her mouth look very sexy. Momuzagi Vice Admiral is so beautiful. A female soldier complimented. Even we looked overwhelmed. The T-Vane Vice Admiral, that ugly monster, is embarrassed to pursue Momuzagi Vice Admiral? Don't take a P***s and take a picture of yourself. How many times has he proposed marriage? It's not too annoying. 5-8 times. Momuzagi sighed helplessly. Opened the bathrobe, revealing a black spider tattoo on the outside of the thigh. Peeping aside, Howard almost cheered. Happiness came too suddenly. I don't know what to do anymore. Hey, Jun Momuzagi's long legs came towards him. He stretched out his foot and poked in gently. Jun Momuzagi tested the temperature of the water with his toes. Slowly stepped into the soup pond. No way, I really want to go out, I will get sick. Jun Garden Momuzagi told herself this many times. Lie in the pool for 2 full hours. Just left. No, I can't come here anymore, Jun Momuzagi told herself. A transparent stream of water broke away from the hot spring. It turned into a thick fog and escaped silently to the men's locker room. Condensed the human form in an unmanned corner. I grabbed the Marine uniform that I didn't know it was and put it on. Leave the same. Unexpected big gain. Lee Howard was ecstatic in his heart, and he couldn't think of a way for the master to practice in the water under this circumstance. He was accidentally taken into the hot spring by Tao Mian. Although it will be weak when it is submerged in water, but the liquefied state will not be lifted, nor will it be drowned. It's just relatively weak. As a man's original strength, the level of his control ability has improved by leaps and bounds. It is simply a method of controlling the ability to awaken quickly. The focus is on this layer of the water, the changes brought about by the difference between cold and heat. Just use vibration to create a temperature difference. You will get endless power. So effortlessly control the changes inside the body. All it takes is a ripple, properly used, and you can set off a huge wave. Next, if the ability of Devil Fruit is used proficiently, you can definitely find a way to move freely in the water. Overcome the weakness of Demon Fruit Power's fear of water. But the truth of this ability must be regarded as a secret, because this will be your own killer copper, a unique trick to save your life. Lee Howard got dressed and quickly escaped from the bathroom, which hapless clothes was worn by himself. I'll be mad after a while. I can't reveal my secrets, so I'm sorry. Several female soldiers passing by pointed at Howard. Hey, look at that guy, he's so handsome. Eli Howard is almost 2.5 meters tall now. He is definitely a tall and mighty handsome man, because of the arrogance of a world nobleman. 817 is particularly prominent in Marine. Saint Howard? The Marine soldier standing guard at the gate of the quarantine area recognized it with the photo. Why are you wearing Marine's clothes? No way, Eli Howard deliberately said, not afraid of embarrassment. Fell into the sea for a long time, and almost drowned. Is that right? He. The Marines snickered in their hearts. Although it has been repeatedly asked to keep it secret. But the joke that Celestial Dragons ate defective candy has actually spread. Become a well-known secret in the base. After half an hour, Guy Enns and Dr. Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of Howard safe and sound. The beaten half-dead Guy Saccharin screamed, "This is all my credit. Let me be the supreme leader of the scientific force." No, grab him for me and throw it into Impel Down, Eli Howard said viciously. Do you think Lao Zi can't hear Lao Zi? That's all joking, my experiment will never fail, and it will succeed in the end. Guy Saccharin yelled in tears. The current research project can't do without me. Saint Howard. Dr. Vegapunk accidentally said something nice to Guy Saccharin. It's true, I don't want to take over the projects that Guy is working on now. Anyway, the result is good, we should still thank Guy Sakulang. Yes, I am very important to the government. Guy Saccharin hid behind Vegapunk and cried. Anyway, it is my credit, you should thank me. Look at you guys beating me like this, aha. But I don't want my secret to be known by others. Eli Howard's face showed the cruel smile of Celestial Dragons. What secret? I don't know at all. Guy yelled, he was still at a loss. He really doesn't know. Dr. Vegapunk conscientiously persuaded. Giza is a scientist at our base after all. His mind is also a valuable asset. I'm also responsible for this kind of thing. I hope St. Howard can see to my face and let him go this time. After all, if you take him away, those presided over projects will also be put on hold. I don't know how to explain to the government. Then we might as well make a bet, you will regret it. Eli Howard blinked at Vegapunk and said deeply. Half an hour later, Five Elders was very happy to receive a call from Howard. So, the problem of intractable fruits is solved? Dr. Vegapunk is indeed the most powerful scientist. So the ability to control difficult fruits need to maintain the state of activating the life return? Ahem, this is tiring enough. The Five Elders were relieved. But then Howard talked about the prophetic dream that made them big. It won't be long before Punk Hazard will have a terrible accident and the poison gas will leak, Lee Tsud said. Before I visited Punk Hazard, I didn't know this place was Punk Hazard. Anyway, I can be sure that the gas leak accident was caused by Gaisakulang. The scientific force was almost wiped out in the accident, and I dreamt it. Many years after the accident, this island has become an ice and fire island of half ice and half fire. I don't know what happened. This is incredible. Five Elders discussed. Gaisakuran's research is dispensable, but Dr. Vegapunk's research results must not be lost. The entire pedigree factor team must be retained. Immediately start the transfer. Five Elders exhorted. Howard, just supervise you there. What? I don't want it. Courtesy Howard Road. I will supervise? Supervise what I know will happen? Isn't it boring to ask for it? Wait a minute, are you going to let me take the blame, idiot? Li Disheng cursed. You are celestial dragons. The bases of marine and scientific forces in Punk Hazard are the property of the world government. After all, it is our property. No one can make you a scapegoat. Oh, okay, but I don't want to delay it for long. Eli Howard looked reluctant. In this case, if Gaisakulang is taken away directly, maybe the future will change? Five Elders was taken aback, and then quickly reached a consensus. It's very, worth trying. But to be safe, let's transfer Dr. Vegapunk's research results properly. Eli Howard's suggestion was immediately approved by Five Elders. As a result, the telephone at Marine headquarters rang. Soon, the order reached the head of Vice Admiral Kizaru of the headquarters. Kizaru is lazily soaking in the hot spring, drinking small wine. Unexpectedly, such a tricky command suddenly fell on his head. I almost cried, didn't he? Originally wanted to enjoy the paid vacation of a hot spring trip. I just took this errand, but I didn't expect it to get bigger. The expression of Jean Momomaru, who had been bathing with Kizaru in the hot spring, suddenly changed. He jumped up from the pool with a splash. Dr. Vegapunk is in danger? Hey, that St. Howard actually has the ability to predict. What he said is a near certain future. Kizaru briefly revealed a little bit of inside information. After all, Jean Tao Maru is his confidant, responsible for the security of the science base. I immediately activated the emergency evacuation plan. Jean Tao Maru left in a hurry. At the same time, the battleship formation of Naval Headquarters departed from the base under the command of Admiral Sengoku. There is also a judicial ship. Drove toward Punk Hazard mightily. Is it St. Howard's trailer again? Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku looked serious. The entire fleet is aggressive, as if on the verge of an enemy. St. Howard has confirmed the accuracy of his foresight ability to the military. So the probability that Punk Hazard will have an accident is close to 100%. Because Marine Marshal Kong has been promoted to Chief of the Armed Forces, Marshal Marine is now vacant. We'll choose between Sengoku of Buddha and Black Arm Zephyr. Marine Hero Garp once again refused to be promoted to Admiral. It's because I don't want to be a candidate for the Marshal. Zephyr has made it clear that he wants to support Sengoku's promotion to Marshal. So this appointment will soon come down. Before Marine's performance in Marie Joy's, Five Elders was quite satisfied. If the Punk Hazard matter continues to be handled properly, the Buddhist Sengoku has a more perfect deed. It is bound to take over the position of Marine Chief Engineer. This is what Kong wants to see. Soon, the fleet arrived in Punk Hazard, and began to transfer researchers and results. The reason is that the Earth's crust is unstable and volcanoes may erupt. Moving? Unstable crust? The state of the volcano is pretty good. We still need geothermal resources. Dr. Vegapunk was surprised. It takes some time to sort out the data, and all the instruments need to be taken away. The embryos and blood samples in the cold storage need to have storage conditions. Don't panic. Moving the research base is a big job. Everyone is busy. But some people suddenly felt that it was a bit bad. Gaisakuran looked at the prison justice ship on the sea. There was a drum in my heart. Gaisakuran, the results of your experiment need an acceptance report. CP9, the Anise lobby agent wearing a black suit, appeared in front of Gaisakuran with a serious face. The next budget depends on your research results. From now on, stop all further experiments and prepare the acceptance report. Gyro Rolo. Guy Sakurin let out a weird laugh, then continued his hand. Why do you have to accept it so suddenly? Isn't it moving? Less long-winded. The agents began to direct Guy Sakurin's men to turn over the cabinets. Archive data. Is this wrong? Guy Sakurin was sensitively aware. It seems that there is no place for him in the arrangement after the scientific unit moves. The whole punk hazard is busy. Momuzagi, who was on vacation in Jun, also received the order to assist in completing the task. But it doesn't seem to be of much help. After a busy day, Zaiwan Daoman passed by the entrance of the hot spring bath. Can't help but stop. If a volcano erupts, there will be no such good hot springs anymore, right? Jun Momuzagi suddenly felt a pity. Just wash it again? In the mist of hydrogen. Many hours passed without knowing it in the water. Howard, who was training in the hot spring, also found that special feeling again. Momuzagi didn't go to help early the next morning. Where is Momuzagi Vice Admiral? Sengoku was very busy. Go to the hot springs. Reporting from his staff, Momuzagi Vice Admiral said, it's a shame that such a good hot spring disappears like this. Go again? Ha, I went again. For half a month, Jun Momuzagi was completely addicted to the hot springs. I have to soak for several hours every day. Momuzagi Vice Admiral really likes hot springs. The female soldiers on the base all said the same, but she only likes being alone in the corner. It's a pity, it's a rare opportunity to talk a few more words, but I don't have a chance. Yes, Momuzagi Vice Admiral looks so beautiful. The female soldier's comments made an ugly man holding a flower tickled. This person is very old. He looks like a middle-aged uncle, wearing a vice admiral coat, wearing a bowler hat on his head. There was an ugly warm waistband wrapped around her waist. He has a big belly. It doesn't fit and looks awkward. It is Vice Admiral that has been pursuing the T-vein of Jun Momuzagi. Is Momuzagi Vice Admiral still inside? The T-dolphin has been standing here since morning. It is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Still in it. The female soldiers glanced at each other. He smiled tacitly and left. It seems that the 59th marriage proposal is about to take place, and refused for the 59th time. The T-dolphin waited until it was almost dark in the afternoon. I saw Momuzagi walking out with a small wooden basin. There are wine bottles and some leftover hot spring steamed buns in the basin. The contented expression on his face looked shocking. Momuzagi, marry me dash, do not want dash. Momuzagi was taken aback. Without even thinking about it, he smashed the small tub on the face of the T-dolphin and left. The curtain in the bathroom opened. Howard is also wearing a Marine soldier's clothes. He came out holding a small wooden basin from inside. It feels amazing. Eli Howard hummed a song. Gang glanced at the tea factory that was smashed to the ground by the wash basin. Ha, what happened? T-vein Vice Admiral's nose suddenly protruded from under the small tub, become a long pig nose. He sucked hard, then jumped up and shouted, "Who are you?" The Marine soldiers all around were taken aback. T-dolphin Vice Admiral's failed marriage proposal is not uncommon. It is curious that there is a follow-up. Li Tide was also surprised. T-dolphin, as a candidate for admiral, has the title of color and animal composition. This pig nose is too good, right? Me. Eli Howard laughed. You can't control who I am. There was a crisp sound. The long knife around the T-dolphin's waist was unsheathed, withstood Howard's throat. T-dolphin is very serious. Why do you smell like Momuzagi? Then the T-dolphin's face changed, gradually fell into despair, crying incoherently on his face. Such a tall, yet. Are you mixed bathing? Stay in it for so long and come every day. I knew there was a problem. Woo, I'm going to kill you. The T-dolphin carried a strong wind. A fist struck Reed. However, with a bang, the wind dissipated. His fist was actually blocked by a thick palm. How is this possible? Cha-dolphin was taken aback. A Marine recruit. Can you take your own fist? Howard has no fear. I'm not something you can kill. The Marine soldiers all around cast admiring eyes. This tall and handsome Marine recruit was suddenly blocked by Marine Vice Admiral. It can still be blocked without fear. It's really cool enough. Who are you going to kill? Momuzagi went and returned. One punch knocked the T-dolphin flying aside. His face flushed with anger. Fortunately, someone caught up and called her to tell her something was wrong. The DT dolphin didn't know if he was rejected too many times. What's wrong with my mind? Do you want to get angry when you see the handsome guy coming out of the back foot? There are also words that are prone to rumors. In front of so many people, she said, and people are in the hot springs. Isn't it corrupt, her reputation? Hey, handsome guy? Only then did Momuzagi clearly see the Marine recruits in front of him. He is 2.5 meters tall and mighty. The slightly open neckline reveals strong muscles. with a noble temperament that is not angry and prestigious. So handsome. So handsome. Momozagi's face flushed immediately. I don't know what's going on in my heart, I just feel that this man is in good tune with me. Momozagi quickly drove away the messy thoughts. When I look at the other's age, I am a little younger and half shorter. But speaking of it, it's really just a little bit worse. It's really just a little bit worse. Momozagi felt as if he was convincing himself. Coughed slightly. I'm sorry, my little brother. Her voice feels very cordial. Like a confidant big sister, Marine likes it all. It's okay. Howard smiled heartily. I have seen Momozagi Vice Admiral. Thank you Vice Admiral for helping me out, otherwise it won't end well. Saying that he stood up and respected. Momozagi smiled like a flower and said generously, AAA, brother, you are too far-sighted. Don't be old Vice Admiral. Vice Admiral's name. Everyone is Marine, and they are about the same age. This difference in age is completely negligible. Momozagi tried desperately to convince herself. It can be ignored. Seriously, the urging people at home are going crazy. There were just a few people around. The height and ability are displayed here. During the same period, none of Akainu, Frog, and Kizura were normal in Marine. Or it's an ugly pig like T-Dolphin. I also have a sense of crisis. I think I will be a leftover girl. That's different. Howard immediately complimented him. But the posture is not low, and there is a strong confidence in the words. I have long heard that Momozagi Vice Admiral is the most powerful swordsman in Marine, and I wanted to find a chance to ask for advice a long time ago. Momozagi's eyes lit up. Are you also a swordsman? It just happens that I haven't had anything to do recently. The Marine soldiers around were dizzy. What does it mean to have nothing to do? I can't find you for anything, okay? And what's the matter with these two people? And they left together while talking. Cha Dolphin climbed up from the ground with a face, looking at the backs of the two people with a dazed expression. What's the feeling of looking like a newlywed couple side by side? The Marine soldiers next to him are snickering. T Vice Admiral, is this going crazy with jealousy? That's great. The two people wouldn't meet at first, so they still have the blessing of Vice Admiral, hee hee. The whispers on one side stimulated the T veins like a needle stick. Oh, I'm not alive anymore. T Dolphin rushed away in tears. It turns out that those two people didn't know each other before. In the end, did someone know you? Not reconciled, too reconciled. They must be broken up. On the beach of Punk Hazard, the setting sun went down. The cool sea breeze blows Momozagi's face in pang. She felt extremely expectant. What to do? If you cut him with your hands, will it hurt his self-esteem? What is his name and which unit is he from? I haven't heard of it before. But this handsome face seems to have been seen in a meeting somewhere. 0. Look for flowers. In a meeting? He might not be an ordinary Marine soldier. After all, I dare to ask my Marine Vice Admiral for advice. Shouted the female Marine on one side. Hey, Momozagi Vice Admiral, with so many questions, it's better to ask the other person directly, right? Ah. Did I speak out? Momozagi was taken aback and recovered. Hate, but I still kept thinking in my mind. Did Smoker graduate this class? I feel that they are about the same age, so I think Smoker will know when I look back. I don't know how bad someone's name is. Really, that guy won't introduce himself. Female Marine on the side. Momozagi Vice Admiral, it's better to calm down when competing with each other. Momozagi's heart was messed up. Suddenly remembered one thing. Immediately passed the famous knife Jin Saluo in the hand to the female Marine soldier next to her. Hey, I forgot, how can I use Jin Kun Luo at this time? It does not matter. Eli Howard's voice suddenly flashed up to him. He held a rare sword in his hand, which looked very expensive in the scabbard. The style of the long sword of the flower country, the scabbard is engraved with gold strands with cloud patterns. So fast. Everyone around was taken aback. Unexpectedly, this handsome recruit who appeared suddenly has such a high level of strength. Momozagi wasn't too surprised. You can tell from the other party's conversation and the temperament exuding from the body. The opponent must have considerable strength. Momozagi explained. Brother, this knife is too fast. I don't think it's fair to use it to practice against you. Jin Luo. Lee Howard is also a little curious. The golden holy sword for the king. It is possible that King Slow is one of them. To be able to have such a knife, Momozagi's family background must be unusual. Yeah. God Jin Saluo is the patron saint who destroys evil in the world. Momozagi pulled out Jin Saluo. The blade's body flashed with a cold light. Everyone in Joe felt like they had been cut, their eyelids jumped. Eli Howard also drew his sword. This sword does not feel sharp, but it is very heavy. The body of the sword was actually bronze, but it glowed with golden light to the tip of the sword. My sword is called Jin Kun Lun, and it is also one of the golden holy swords. Howard moved his wrist. This sword is still so heavy. It's as if your strength, no matter how much you increase, the sword will always be so heavy. Another golden holy sword. A light of surprise appeared in Momuzagi's beautiful eyes. This is to build a holy sword for the king. Civilians are not eligible, because the golden sword will never choose a person without the blood of a king as its master. Momuzagi Vice Admiral, please rest assured, I also want to find an opponent who can play fairly, so I have the courage to ask Momuzagi Vice Admiral for advice. Salute. Howard gave salute first and said loudly, "Mysterious swordsman, marine recruit, dare to ask Momuzagi Vice Admiral about swordsmanship." Momuzagi heard what he said was interesting, so he didn't rush to ask his name. The same gift was given, saying his name, Marine Vice Admiral Jun Momuzagi. Howard's hand shook, and a haki rose up. Armed color enveloped the sword. However, Jin Kunlun's sword gleamed with a gleam of jasper light, buzzing. Attracted by Jin Kunlun, Jin Saluo also buzzed in Momuzagi's palm. It seems to be induced to fight. It also brought out Momuzagi's sword spirit. Momuzagi's complexion became serious. All those messy thoughts disappeared in an instant. There was only one brilliant swordsman in front of him. "Then you're welcome." Momuzagi waved his wrist, and Jin Luo instantly leaped a sword aura and whizzed towards Howard. With a sharp ding, the two swords fought together. Momuzagi and Rei Howard cross each other. With eyes facing each other, they all felt a sense of desire. The marine soldiers around were staring in shock. The goddess in their minds, Momuzagi Vice Admiral, waving Jin Saluo and played against a recruit who hadn't even heard of the name. The body and footsteps of both sides are unimaginable. Jianguan cut the setting sun to pieces, cutting through the sea. Silent earth coiling raised fine sand, but thunderously shattered the reef. Every moment of arc staggering. It's all a beautiful picture scroll frozen in the sunset. The Marines were fascinated by it. This is a juggernaut-level duel, and it is definitely not something you can see in ordinary times. Dolphin Vice Admiral opened his mouth wide, kneeling on the ground, weeping silently, has completely lost the courage to spoil the situation, especially Marine Rear Admiral Stoloberry. A second swordsman Kendo Master said solemnly, "Don't you understand? They are talking with swords. This kind of language cannot be understood by people other than swordsmen at all." The Dolphin grabbed the opponent and shook madly. Say it quickly, what are they talking about?" Stolo's August 17th Berry Rear Admiral was taken aback, and explained under the coercion of the Dolphin. "Just get to know each other's personalities and preferences. For example, it was originally to obey the etiquette and greet first, but I didn't expect to talk to each other. When I got closer, I saw that they were long-lost friends. They were in great harmony with each other. That little brother's sword represents the sea, mountains, and moon. It is a sword of strength and power. And Jin Piluo is the patron saint, representing the soul, gods and Buddhas, beliefs and beliefs." The Dolphin's eyes were bleeding. "Speaking of people, just asking, where are you from? It's actually not the first time we met. Really? It makes people happy. Can you say this with a sword? You lie to me, I don't believe it." The Dolphin's voice became hoarse. "How beautiful is that little brother's swordsmanship. It's like the sea rises up with a bright moon, opening the way to the sky. This is an expression of pursuit. And Jin Saluo is the bright moon in the sky, and the gods and Buddhas overlooking all living beings are inviting him to come and talk." Puff. Kamai's mouth is bleeding. "You see, their swordsmanship is like dancing. Obviously this is the first time to fight, but it seems to know the other party's rhythm completely, and power can match speed. Obviously it's a completely different kendo, but the co-production is not at all worried that the other party will not be able to pick it up. This is called parataxis, inter-spirit." "Oh," Momuzagi Vice Admiral said, "it would be nice to meet earlier." The other party said that they had known each other a long time ago, but at the time Momuzagi Vice Admiral didn't look up and down. Momuzagi Vice Admiral said, "Hate it, impossible." Stoloberry Rear Admiral continued to translate the sword. With a puff, the T-Pulse spit out a big mouthful of blood. The sword light flew on the beach. Ordinary marine soldiers can't see the figures at all. Suddenly a whirlwind rolled up the waves. Suddenly the beach exploded. The silhouettes of the two swiftly staggered. The impact of the swords intersecting is like a clear rhythm, but it is full of haki. Stoloberry Rear Admiral continues to explain, "There is no murderous aura in the sword aura, but I don't accept defeat, and I really want to know the other party. It's like a one-on-one love at first sight." It was found that the other party is particularly in sync with oneself, and as the fight becomes more familiar with the opponent, the behavior becomes more intimate. So in this situation, even if there is a gap between the strengths of the two sides, there is no way to tell the winner. This is like acting like a baby between lovers. There is no winning or losing. "Hey, why did you vomit blood? Hey, this trick is really beautiful. Perfect." Every double sword in Ming is like a bowing together. This is the swordsman's date, A **** hole. Beast. Dolphins' eye sockets burst and bleed, jumped up and patted each other's neck. What husband and wife worship, what date? Why do you deliberately say this to stimulate me? You forced me to say it. Starrowberry Rear Admiral thinks the Dolphin is completely crazy. I never said that the husband and wife worshipped, let go and rush to the street. Rei Howard and Jun Momuzagi were equally shocked by each other's swordsmanship. Although there is no intention to use any killer moves, but it is very clear that even if it is a real fight, there is no difference between the winner and the loser. Who taught your swordsmanship? Jun Momuzagi panted, eyes full of joy. This is the first time in this situation, cultivated in the sword domain. Lee Howard resisted Momuzagi's attack, also very surprised. How can there be such a familiar feeling? Are you also a disciple of the sword god Bear? How is this asking for advice? It is a combination of two swords, and you can fight others together. Wait a minute. Howard suddenly figured it out. These days, I'm afraid it was the hot spring that accidentally soaked everything in Momuzagi. The other party's habitual movements, heartbeat, and breathing. As a result, the two sides are too in sync. It has almost reached the state of communion. There is a flaw. Momuzagi suddenly saw Lee Howard distracted. Shows super long legs. Lala hacked out two Tempest Kick, followed by a Knife Wind, and released a beautiful big move. From all directions, the Shura Heavenly Girl sword. Eli Howard saw a spider tattoo on his leg flashing suddenly. He reconnected his feet on his stomach and was kicked into the air. Then the sword light exploded on all sides of the world. Momuzagi's figure turned into 8 arms. Like a goddess, she cut herself firmly. What am I doing? How can I use the celestial sword on a newcomer? Momuzagi, who woke up, panicked and looked at Howard, who was covered in blood. Brother, are you okay? How could it be okay? The knife cut into the bone. It was so happy just now that I couldn't stop it. Stoloberry Rear Admiral said, is this a breakdown in a relationship that incurs punishment? In sword language, this is derailing, when the dating atmosphere is just right. Suddenly I saw other beautiful women wanting to do something about it. So the feeling of being slapped with 8 big slaps by his wife rounded up. Howard smiled wryly. Momuzagi deserves to be an admiral candidate. Slightly relaxed, he was hit by 8 swords. The sword intent is dignified and solemn, and the sword energy is simply innate. I'm convinced that I lose. Fine. The swordsman asks for advice. What if I don't feel happy? Lee Howard looked at Momuzagi, who was panicking. Stand up nonchalantly. The blood on the body is gone. It took Momuzagi's advantage for so many days. It should be slashed a few times. Momuzagi Vice Admiral will look down on me if he keeps his hands. Lee Howard took a deep breath and the wound healed quickly. 0. Let me see. Momuzagi pulled away the marine uniform on Howard. Hey, are you the return of life? The only trace of wound. It is disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon there were no scars left. Ahem. Howard coughed twice, a little embarrassed. Momuzagi's hand grasped himself. More than 100 people were watching around. There are also stretchers prepared by the emergency class. As soon as I ran over, I saw Momuzagi Vice Admiral caring about the handsome guy. Stand aside awkwardly. There was no injury to the handsome guy, only enviable muscles. Momuzagi also reacted. Hastily put Howard's clothes together, disturbing. Smile while patting. AAA, you are too far-sighted, brother. Don't always be Vice Admiral from now on, just call me Momuzagi. How about that, or I will ask you to avoid sister. Lee Howard put the knife in its sheath and hung it around his waist. The scabbard swung slightly, gently touched Kim Kunluo in Momuzagi's hand. It's like there is some kind of gravity. It does not seem to need help. The emergency team turned to see the Dolphin Vice Admiral bleeding from 7 orifices. The clothes on his chest were stained red by the blood that was vomited out. Just lift the stretcher to take care of it, brother, since I have such strength. Momuzagi blushed. I don't even know your name. Sister, just call me Howard. Lee Howard very gently took the coat of justice from the female soldier. I don't know how to put Momuzagi on so naturally. Momuzagi also accepted it naturally, and said happily, okay, then I'll call you Ming brother. Which unit are you in? At Naval Headquarters. Lee Howard touched his pocket to show Momuzagi his ID, but obviously I didn't bring it, and the clothes were in tatters. There is really a small book for the head inspector. It was sent by a commissioner from the world government. Secret troops. Momuzagi said it was understandable. Ha. No. Howard laughed. I'm really a newcomer to Marine, and I have joined Marine in less than half a month. 0.4. Now come to Punk Hazard to do something. Then what did you say you heard about me? Did you fool me? Momuzagi pretended to be angry, with a moving voice, and was completely drunk. No, I ran into Sister Meng during a meeting at ABP a year ago, but there were a lot of people back then, and I was not as tall as I am now. Sister Rabbit won't look at me directly. That's it. Luckily you joined Marine later, hee hee. Then you have to tell me everything later. The two of them chatted and left, and the Marines behind them were all stupid. What is going on with this feeling of being left alone? Are all people treated as air? The female Marine soldier who was responsible for getting the clothes for Momuzagi looked at the back of the two people intoxicated. The atmosphere is great. There was a pop on the stretcher, and the T-Dolphin vomited blood and rolled to the ground, convulsing constantly. Stolo Berry Rear Admiral said, "Looking at this situation, you can give up." T-Dolphin kicked his leg and fainted. Lee Howard and Momuzagi talked and laughed. "I plan to change clothes and go to the bar for a drink. Improve your understanding." Surprisingly, the phone worms of the two people rang together. There was a loud bang, and the flames skyrocketed. Then a thick purple plume of smoke emerged from the experimental base, spread to the surroundings. Both people were taken aback, and there was chaos all around. What? Smiley Lab exploded? H2S bomb? The voices from the two people's phones were almost the same. It's just that Sengoku of Buddha called Momuzagi, and it was Guy Enz who called Howard. Poruzalino has sent Dr. Vegapunk away. But there are still many researchers and Marines in the laboratory. The voice of Buddha Sengoku was very angry. Damn it, all staff will immediately get on the boat and evacuate Punk Hazard. There was chaos all around, and many people pointed at the top of their heads. Look, poisonous gas dash. With the flames of the explosion, the purple-black poisonous gas leaked from the experimental base, and it went straight to the clouds, condensed into a terrible Shinigami-like shadow. Immediately, a shock wave was propelled by the heat wave. Countless animals rushed out of the woods in the center of the island. A flock of seagulls was enveloped by poison gas. In a blink of an eye, it fell head down. The raindrops covered the ground and the sea. Howard was furious. That be asterisk 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 D. Guy Sakaran. Jun Momuzagi also changed his face, and said to Howard, "I'm going to direct the evacuation, Brother Howard. Leave the island immediately. Be careful." "Okay, Sister Rabbit, be careful." Courtesy Howard Road. "I still have subordinates in it. Hey, don't go in." Jun Momuzagi's eyes were pouting. Howard's figure disappeared with a swish. "I was extremely worried. But where your responsibilities are, you can't be distracted." Jun Momuzagi shook his head and shouted around, "Everyone, board the ship and evacuate. 06 don't want anything, get on the boat right away. It's just a matter of speaking." The black mist of the poisonous gas explosion has enveloped the center of the island. The pungent smell can be smelled far away. A group of soldiers from the scientific unit had just escaped from the laboratory. The throat screamed. The eyes stared like goldfish. Foaming at the mouth fell to the ground. The people present were so frightened that they ran into the sea without life. Jun Momuzagi boarded the warship under his command. He immediately ordered people to lift the anchor and steer the ship away from the leeward area. Those who didn't have time to board the ship would hold wooden boards and boxes, wandering out for life. All the boats on the warship were put down, towed by a cable to help those who can't get on the boat to escape for their lives. Suddenly a golden statue of Buddha rose on the island. It's getting bigger and bigger. One palm set off a frenzy. Sheng Sheng pushed the poisonous fog backwards back. Jun Momuzagi knows. This is the Admiral Buddha Sengoku using his ability to prevent the spread of poisonous fog. By time for the people in the base to escape. But the entire island is now covered by poisonous fog. Just a few minutes. This huge island has been completely covered by poisonous gas. Jun Momuzagi pointed helplessly to his mouth. In just an instant, all the people on the island died. She can see faraway places in her sights and colors. People kept falling to the ground, convulsing and dying. The poisonous fog condenses into a cloud of horror like a demon. It's like laughing at the golden Buddha light. And what Momuzagi thought was, the man, and the beautiful hot spring, are gone. Her legs softened and she sat down on the deck blankly. Damn it! The Buddha Sengoku waved his giant palm frantically. One after another violent wind was set off. But compared with the poisonous gas covering the entire island, this is just a pitiful struggle. The palm wind rolled up the poisonous gas and pushed it back, but it will only make the poisonous gas churn, become taller and thicker. A golden light shuttled back and forth across the island. Throw one person after another into the sea. No way, hurry up. Jingguang is Marine Vice Admiral Kazuru. He grabbed the Sengoku of Buddha and dragged him away forcibly. The poisonous fog has spread behind him. There was only a gap left in the way of escape. Punk Hazard is over. The poisonous fog spread to the outside of the island for 1 mile, and Marines searched and rescued everywhere. Big explosions continue to occur on the island, and fires are lit everywhere. the dragon pet raised by Dr. Vegapunk flies in the sky, angrily spewed flames at the poisonous gas, but it will only make the island burn more violently. Damn it. In the underground secret room of the base where the corpses are everywhere, Guy Saccharin was slapped by Howard and Guy Enns in bioprotective suits. He fell to the ground in sea stone handcuffs. Do you think you can escape from my hand? Howard sneered. Release the poison gas and hide. This kind of careful thinking is too easy to guess. Guy Saccharin protested. Why should I be arrested? Isn't it because of what you did? Lee Howard sat on a box with Erlang's legs tilted. Once the body becomes elemental, it doesn't matter what poison gas is. I'm doing research that the government asked me to do. Guy Sakulang yelled unwillingly. Why? Because you take me as a fool. Eli Howard said coldly. No one likes to be a fool. Get out of here now, and use your power to purify the poisonous gas on the island. Don't tell me you can't do it, because if you can't, you can go to death. I really can't do it. Even if it is purified, the poisonous gas will spread again. Just let it spread naturally in 100 years. Wow, don't kill me, I can try it. At least we can make anti-drug clothes. Hi luo. Guy Saccharin was almost killed by Howard. This errand has been tossing for several days. The surviving soldiers of the Science Corps closed the door and hid in the base under the command of Eli Howard. Waited until the poisonous gas diffused several days later. The rest was purified by Guy sprang into a temporary passage. Then he escaped safely wearing gas-protective clothing. When an Ice Lobby's prison ship took Guy Saccharin away, Punk Hazard is basically finished. Because of concerns about the spread of poisonous gas, the previous Marine fleet has already evacuated. Momuzagi was also forcibly taken away. There is no way to completely remove such a large area of poisonous gas. There are still many residues left in various places. After inspection, Marine pulled Punk Hazard up the barbed wire, put a sign with a pollution-restricted area. It may not be suitable for human habitation for 100 years. Eli Howard returned to Marie Joyce and gave a short report. Because he escorted Guy Saccharin to prison. Need to cross the red line by land. And the places I want to go are almost all on the other side of the red line. Sure enough, it happened. 5 Elders was also helpless with this result. Because you found out that you will be accused of guilt, do you detonate the gas bomb and want to escape? This Guy Saccharin is really crazy. However, fortunately, Dr. Vegapunk was transferred first. If one day at night, the consequences would be disastrous. I thought about it with fear. 5 Elders suddenly felt that Howard's foresight ability was so useful. How many celestial dragons would have died if the Marie Joyce fire hadn't been prepared in advance? Maybe it's half dead. Punk Hazard if not prepared in advance. The scientific forces have to be wiped out. All research results of Dr. Vegapunk will be lost. The current casualties are only 1/10 of that situation. Give you a vacation and have fun. The only requirement of 5 Elders, it is to ensure the smooth flow of the phone, so that you can always contact us when you have something. Eli Howard did not reveal the secret of his devil fruit ability. As 5 Elders said, known ability means weakness. Especially the attributes of Logia are too obvious. It is possible to be caught by someone's weakness. At Naval Headquarters, a big ship has been prepared according to his instructions, and Lee Howard already has a route in mind. Now is the time to set sail and find your little buddies. Maybe in the future, in a long time, there will also be a brand new historical record. The first year of St. Howard, see Circle Calendar 1508. St. Howard, the king of the world, set sail from Naval Headquarters Marineford, started his own journey. Eli Howard kept thinking, stepping on the deck of his own battleship, 2000 Sunny equipped with Marine's most advanced technology. The bottom of the ship is equipped with sea stone, equipped with a power turbine that can freely traverse the calm belt, and the most advanced cannon. The main gun consists of the 3rd Gate battle cannon, can launch a Buster Call scale blow. 817 is such a ferocious boat. The hull and sails are decorated in a very beautiful style. Colorful sails hang from the 9 masts. 3 abstract birds are painted in it. Symbolic gift St. Howard. The bow is also 3 colorful Madara sunbirds. Arranged in a row, it will be very comedic when the bow passes by St. Howard. Legia 20 wore bird head masks together and happily waited aside with a suitcase. There are many men, women, and children with them. They all looked happy. St. Howard fulfilled his promise. After working for a year, they are allowed to go home to visit relatives and bring the family back. The family members who learned that they were not dead were ecstatic. Being able to leave Drum Island is even more of a joy. Walpole's tyranny made the people dared not to speak up. It couldn't be better to be able to escape. The world government applied for a new account for them. Let them leave the Drum Kingdom legally. Although Walpole is very popular in this regard, there is no alternative. Celestial dragons can do whatever they want. Obviously Zhang sank the medical ship and snatched the Dr. 20. So what? Could it be that Wapol still dared to confront the world government? Ritride laughed for a while when he heard that Wapol was so angry that he was making smoke. I can't help but worry a little for the residents of Drum Kingdom. Wapol has naturally recruited a new Dr. 20, continue his practice of threatening people with health. But this will also be the process of his own destruction. The people of the Drum Kingdom can only be liberated if they experience labor pains. Li Jia 20 felt that he was lucky, because we can have sufficient funds to conduct medical research, and use his own technology to save people. Instead of making money for the king, their family is also very happy. Although it is necessary to live on the ship temporarily, but this huge ship is like a luxurious cruise ship. You can take them to sightseeing around the world. Except for Ligia 20, Lee Howard also augured an excellent chef team of 20 people. The crew and family members of these positions alone accounted for as many as 150 people on this ship. In addition, Marine has more than 1,000 senior veterans and elite recruits. The total number of crew members reached more than 1,500. Still very rich, because the maximum passenger capacity of this ship is as high as 4,000 people. It's an out-and-out giant ship. Buddha Sengoku stood on the boat with a look of anxiety, waiting for Howard to come and accept it. The previous disaster at Punk Hazard can be said to be a major mistake, but it was said by the courtesy Saint Howard. It turned out to be a satisfactory result in 5 elders, 2 skins on the human mouth. And Saint Howard's mouth is 2 pieces of skin that can determine whether he is promoted or sent to prison. He immediately received a notice from Kong. He will be appointed Marshal Marine soon. Sengoku was very disturbed about this. He was promoted to make a fortune, and the officers and soldiers who died stayed on that island forever in just an instant. It is impossible to even accept the corpse because of the influence of the residual poisonous gas. As the culprit, Guy Sakharin will not be executed. This is definitely not in line with the justice in his heart. This left a huge shadow on him. At the same time, I also understand why the prophecy of Saint Howard makes 5 elders so important. Not only do I have to rely on Saint Howard's good words to get rid of sin, and in the end, Saint Howard has to capture Guy Sakharin, and let Guy Sakulang purify most of the poisonous gas. Obviously avoidable, the subordinates did not do well. Sengoku of Buddha had a sad face. When he came up, he confessed his mistake to Howard. Eli Howard disagreed, said that Marine has done a good job. Dr. Vegepunk's research team and results have been properly transferred. The scientific force secured 2/3. This has completed the task perfectly. The future has a strong and great inevitability, and hope to change the future will produce serious uncertainty. Guy Sakharin guessed that he was going to be arrested because he saw the judicial ship going desperately and detonating the gas bomb to take the opportunity to escape, cause the disaster to break out early. He didn't even think of this kind of thing. The prison ship of Nice Lobby docked not far away. Guy Sakharin has been taken on the Red Line. After a special interrogation, he was thrown into another prison ship, sent to the Impel Down prison in the Calm Belt southeast of Marie Joyce for permanent detention. Mad scientist like this. Eli Howard felt that he should be executed soon, but unfortunately, because of his master's science and technology and the research and development funds that have been invested, but he had to save his life. Sengoku also felt very upset about this, but there is no alternative. What about Jun Vice Admiral? Lee Howard thought he could see Tao Mian. No matter how dull you are, you should know your identity, right? Momuzagi Vice Admiral. Buddha Sengoku sighed with a sad tone. She's still dealing with funeral affairs on Punk Hazard's side. After evacuating her subordinates safely, she followed the aftermath to Punk Hazard again. A person she likes is missing on the island. She said she would find that person's body anyway. What dash? Howard screamed in surprise. Moments later, Jun Dowman received a call from Marineford. Sister Rabbit. I'm fine, I'm worried about you. The phone worm has a noble and unrestrained expression, which is a remake of Howard. Very good. Momuzagi's eyes were red. You, idiot, do you know how worried I am? Haha, flattered. Rewards Howard repeatedly apologized, began to honestly explain. Actually, I am the inspector of the headquarters. The escort of Guy Sakharin is a secret mission. Now I just got down from Marie Joy's. Sorry. Sengoku of Buddha was standing on one side, watching Lee Howard lay in his seat, cocked his foot on Marshal Marine's desk, talking to Momuzagi Vice Admiral about something that shouldn't be heard by him. 1. It's embarrassing. This gift Saint Howard. To be honest, it's not like celestial dragons. He often does amazing things and never wears a bubble cap. I'm not too particular about dressing up. It will not comb a tall bun. So it is hard to imagine that he is a celestial dragons. It's no wonder that Momuzagi Vice Admiral didn't think in that direction at all. and it seems that Saint Howard didn't directly penetrate his identity as celestial dragons. I am probably worried about the disgust of the other party. After all, normal people would stay away from celestial dragons. Don't say anything else on the phone, Momuzagi said firmly. If there is anything you want to tell me, I want to hear you say it in person. Can I treat this as an official date? Howard sighed. But this time I go to sea, I don't know when I will meet Sister Rabbit again. It doesn't matter how long. Momuzagi's voice is very decisive. Shows the decisive charm of being Vice Admiral. Whether it is 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 8 years, I will listen to you personally tell me. This is Marine's emotion. It is necessary to give up the happiness of many ordinary people for the justice in the heart. Most people can only see their family members once in a few years. Only after retiring can he enjoy family happiness with a whole body of injuries. When I hung up the phone, Howard was still worried. About the crew, Sengoku of Buddha is still not at ease. Since the sailors on the ship are mostly veteran recruits, there are no officers with high combat effectiveness. Is it okay? It's okay, Lee Howard said. Originally, I wanted to provide a more relaxed environment to bring recruits and provide for veterans to provide for their retirement. The elite Marines who have formed combat effectiveness should be dispatched to places where they are more needed to maintain justice. Any difficult situation encountered, Guyens and I will solve it. In the future, I will recruit some powerful partners myself. It is great to have Saint Howard as Marine Inspector. The Buddhist Sengoku stands at attention and salutes from the heart. I haven't been so happy for many years. The world government has many inspectors sent from the military committee, but none of them are good birds, including the governor. They are all related to celestial dragons, licking, and assholes. Not doing business, just thinking about domineering. And Rei Howard as the real celestial dragons. And it is the successor to 5 elders. He is such an honest person. This cannot but make Sengoku feel extremely fortunate. What Sengoku insists in his heart is absolute justice. If the ruler of the world government is not a good bird, so what hope is there for this justice? Fortunately, the appearance of Saint Howard lets Sengoku see hope. Although Lee Howard just hung the title of Headquarters Inspector, but this appointment is dry stuff. Whether it's Marine, Army, or World Police Secret Service, you can all intervene. The actual authority is far above that of the governor. Because Howard is celestial dragons, you can kill whoever you want. Even celestial dragons. Run to a place outside Marie Joy's. If you were killed by Howard, that wouldn't make sense. When Howard boarded the 10,000 miles to Sunshine, the crew is basically in place. The prison ship heading to Impel Down will also set off together, leading the way ahead. Such a huge battleship. It was renovated into a luxury cruise ship for vacation. Of course the cost is huge. But for celestial dragons there is money, and everything is not a problem at all. Although only a few people know that Howard is the identity of celestial dragons. But everyone knows that this is the inspector's ship. What makes all the crew members secretly cool is that now everyone can enjoy the benefits of world government. There is an exquisite restaurant in the cabin, huge kitchen, medical research room with advanced facilities, and because of the huge hull, it is very stable. Basically no turbulence is felt during steady sailing. Speaking of luxury places, except for the soft artificial turf on the deck, there is even a swimming pool that can be opened, use constant temperature circulating water, and can be used as fresh water reserve. When the ship set sail, all Marine officers and soldiers in Marineford looked enviously. He cursed in a low voice, corruption. Then I looked forward to it from the bottom of my heart. One day when you get old, you can complete your last service at sea on such a ship. The recruits on the ship were even more elated. You can get on such a ship just after leaving Marine school. I'm so lucky. It's just that everyone has a little question. Why is it called 2000 Sunny? 10,000, is it not enough? The first stop after the 2000 Sunny departed from Marineford. It is the big prison Impel Down located in the calm belt. Because of the tight guards. Located in the hard-to-reach calm belt. Guarded by an entire fleet day and night. There are also a large number of giant sea kings in the sea. Impel Down is known as the Bronze Wall and Iron Wall. It is basically impossible to escape. It can be said that there is a gathering of criminals. The 2000 Sunny drove into the calm belt. The sail fell silent as he watched. Then, the power engine began to roar. The turboprop pushed the ship into the calm belt smoothly, although it has gone through sea trials. But the people on the boat were still a little nervous. The sea stone installed at the bottom of the ship can make the ship emit the same waves as the sea, so it won't attract Sea King's attention. However, this cannot prevent Sea Kings from accidentally hitting the ship. Eli Howard is not too worried. Close your eyes and feel the waves of the surrounding sea. In order to practice the ability of fruit and fruit to awaken, he works hard every day. The trouble with devil fruit is, If you don't want to be embarrassed, you must keep your life back at any time. This is simply being forced to practice. But these days, I have almost got used to the detention. Only fall asleep at night will be paralyzed when you open your eyes in the morning, you will return to normal again. This is basically the same as a normal life state. And the ability of water and fruit is being developed a little bit by oneself. Since there is no precedent, all explorations must be done on their own. At this time, cooperate with your keen observation haki. Eli Howard clearly felt the waves of the sea, just like sonar. With the rippling of the current, I can clearly feel the water 10 miles away. What the hell? Is it really that big? Eli Howard felt the underwater creatures as large as islands. The body length reaches several kilometers in length. Some are fighting, although the ship is huge, but a boat the size of a football field. Compared with a sea kings the size of an island, it is basically the existence of filling between the teeth. The giant sea kings hardly care about such a small boat, because there is not enough food. A little around east, 5 nautical miles. Eli Howard ordered. Yes. The helmsman immediately executed. Immediately the sonar reported. There are sea kings in that direction dash, just to see. Eli Howard speaks amazingly. If you want to stop, stop immediately. Hey dash. The crew were all terrified, but they had to strictly follow the captain's orders. 2,000 sunnies stopped on the mirror-smooth sea. Since there is no wind, the sea is as quiet as a lake. Eli Howard stared at the left side of the ship's side, feeling the waves on the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, 2 giant sea kings rushed out of the sea. One end bit the neck of the other end, crashing down on the sea. The monstrous waves were set off at this moment. Swing the 2,000 sunny aside. Wow dash, exclaimed all. The hull remains 2 nautical miles away from the giant sea kings. Even so, watching the giant sea kings fight up close is also really thrilling. A splashing fish scale flew over. It was the size of a house and fell on the sea not far away. It smashed the water column as if a cannonball exploded. Let's go. Howard smiled when the sea kings disappeared under the sea. This scene left a deep impression on the crew who didn't know the captain yet. A powerful sight. It can even capture the movements of sea kings more accurately than sonar. The inspector. The 830 is definitely close to the strength of Marine Admiral. Immediately, the giggling crew members became serious. The look of awe at Eli Howard from behind was also awe-inspiring. After 2 days of sailing, the big prison advance appeared in front of the city. The prison feels like a giant dark tower. In fact, the part on the sea is only 1/8 of the whole building. Its main part is all below the sea surface. The administration is divided into 6 levels of prisons and detention centers. The stronger the criminal, the lower the prison. Even the top crim's in hell. The detainees are basically all criminals with a reward of more than 10 million berry. The world government takes life imprisonment instead of the death penalty for these criminals. A big reason is to consider the problem of devil fruit. If those criminals with heaven-defying abilities die, devil fruit will also reappear somewhere in the world. In this case, it is very likely that a ferocious ability person will be born again. At the same time, let the criminals live rather than die. Most of the time it fits Marines' emotions better than just killing them outright. At this point, Warden Magellan was squatting in the toilet, and Deputy Warden Domino. He was brandishing his whip and yelling at the toilet door. Get out of here quickly, you disgusting lady. Domino frowned. The inspector ship is already in sight, and the prison ship escorting Guy Saccharin has docked first. A guy. Having said that, Magellan's face was ashen. When nervous, this stomach is even more exaggerated. The chatter is incessant. Due to the side effects of poisonous fruit, he uses his stomach for 10 hours a day. Basically only 4 hours of free time. It would be rude if you didn't come out in time. It's the inspector of the headquarters of the 3 armed forces, and he personally arrested the big criminal who poisoned hundreds of Marines, Guy Saccharin's strong man. Domino's whip snapped against the toilet door. On one side the tall jailer trembled from the saddle. Someone who dared to speak to Warden Magellan in such a stern tone. It was only Deputy Warden Domino. Although Domino's position is only Deputy Warden, but she is arguably the most powerful woman in Impel Down. Not only was she one of Marine Admiral Zephyr's most valued disciples, the strength is amazing, and there is an unfathomable hard backstage. There is a secret in the deep-sea prison. This beautiful Domino is a celestial dragon's savior. I heard that celestial dragons is very noble and likes Domino, so she could turn a sparrow into a phoenix at any time, become a world aristocrat directly, no matter who offended Domino. In the end, she just had to give that celestial dragons a call. High-ranking government officials immediately dressed and turned into criminals. Even celestial dragons fled when they heard Domino's background. Domino, you asked Hanyabal to go and say I have something important to do, Magellan said helplessly. In my situation, if I'm rude in front of the inspector, hey, tell Han Yabao, don't be rude. Magellan is the power user of the Logia devil fruit poison fruit. In terms of strength, it can be said to be on an equal footing with Marine Admiral, but he has a serious weakness. It is the side effect brought by poisonous fruit. Will have frequent diarrhea. Moreover, it was so dizzy at the first episode, there was no solution. Although the Deputy Warden Han Yabao is inferior to Magellan in terms of force, but this time is particularly reliable. Impelled down on the dock, the prison ship is ready to transfer prisoners, and when the 2000 Sunny entered the port, all the guards showed extremely yearning eyes. Too luxurious. The flagship of the headquarters inspector. It is not at all comparable to the rubbish style of the hillbilly governor. This is how the Emperor Kun feels in front of the world. When the bow of the ship, the three sunbirds' prows passed in turn. The presence is silent, especially the comic effect that has been mocked. The deputy chief of Warden Han Yabao is very tall. It's like a big-bellied evil spirit, but it's kind of funny. He wore a yellow-green striped hat in the style of the Egyptian pharaoh. His upper body was naked, showing a big belly like a devil. Standing in front as the main person in charge of the welcoming team, he looked proud. The number 3 impelled down. Chief Warden Shiryu holds the rank of Vice Admiral. He was tall and dressed in a black guard uniform, wearing a large brimmed hat with a skull emblem. There was a cruel smile in his eyes, holding the famous knife Thunderstorm in his hand. Even when I was waiting, I couldn't help but wipe the love knife with a cloth. The whole impelled down is on strength. Except for the Warden Magellan, Shiryu is the tallest. And behind Shiryu is impelled down's number 4 character, Major Domino. Due to repeated contributions to suppress the riots, but also backstage, Major Domino was promoted to the 3rd grade in 3 years. It can be said that it is necessary to have strength, and to have results with achievements. And most importantly, Domino has blonde hair and elegant temperament, which is the face value of impelled down. The 2 young crew members of Thousand Sunny all fixed their eyes on this beautiful uniformed beauty with splendid temperament. A piece of color. Mimi's eyes whispered non-stop. Han Yabao took another peek at the report in his hand. Not much information. Never heard of Howard before. But such a big battle is definitely not what ordinary inspectors can get. Domino, Han Yabao asked in a low voice. Is this Master Kui to a particularly high position? There are also different levels of inspectors. There are different jurisdictions such as places and special assignments. The highest level inspector of the military headquarters. That is the governor of the armed forces. You can sit on an equal footing with the chief teacher during the enrollment period. Once the criminal facts are found, people below Admiral can be arrested directly. Well, I heard it was appointed directly by 5 elders. Domino reminded in a low voice. Such people must be important members of the world government. The confidant of 5 elders. Never offend. Salute. Howard stepped off the boat, and all the Marines and the prison guards stood at attention and saluted. Your Excellency, since the Warden Magellan is still urinating, the Deputy Warden Han Yabao will be in charge of meeting him. Han Yabao greeted him immediately. While saluting, he took the opportunity to give Magellan a needle. I thought to myself, hey, as long as the governor has a bad influence on Magellan, it will lead to a bad impression of the Marine headquarters and even the headquarters of the 3 services. My Han Yabao opportunity is here. All the prison guards around sighed helplessly. Such a good opportunity to discredit. The Warden Magellan believed that Han Yabao would miss it? Hole. Guy Enns, who was standing behind Howard, was furious. Why didn't you come to greet him on the grounds of pulling Baba? How dare Magellan humiliate? Eli Howard stopped Guy Enns in time. Magellan would have diarrhea, which he had known for a long time. Although it sounds outrageous, it is true. It's okay, Eli Howard said. I'm not here to see Magellan this time. Isn't here to find Magellan, is it coming to see me? Han Yabao suddenly had a dream of getting promoted and getting rich. I saw Lee Howard walked past Han Yabao, and walked past Shiryu of Rain. Stop in front of Domino. It's been almost 4 years. Domino has changed a lot. From a little girl who was a little bit crying, she became a big beauty with full of temperament. She is wearing a pair of red-brown sunglasses, wearing a brown jacket and shorts, wearing a big brim hat. The sloping brim and curly blonde hair blocked his right eye. Inside the jacket is a white shirt. A black tie is worn on the neckline. Pair with dark red high boots and dark red long gloves. With eyes facing each other, Domino has a cold face. What are you doing? Sir, do you want to poke me? There will be no results. Eli Howard laughed. Domino, it's been a long time. It's been 4 years. I always remember you saved my life back then. Huh? Domino took off his sunglasses a little. Sir, did you admit the wrong person? Han Yabao stopped in a panic on the side. Master Inspector, Major Domino is Celestial Dragon's fiancé, can't. Celestial dragons? Eli Howard frowned in wonder. How could Domino have such a background? Yes indeed, Han Yabal went on to explain. Major Domino saved St. Howard's life, and he could become a world noble at any time. Salute St. Howard, isn't that me? Eli Howard wondered. Why is there such a rumor? Domino, it's me. I'm Lee Howard. I've grown taller, maybe a little bit. Isn't it? Domino's face suddenly turned red. All stammered. St. Howard, that's. How can this be the same as the Celestial Dragon's boy who was the same as the Bean Sprouts back then? So mighty, so handsome. Are these two completely different people? It's okay. Eli Howard took Domino's hand. Because you are my savior, as long as I can do it, my wishes will be fulfilled. You can tell me. The fingers squeezed lightly in Domino's palm, a hint. After all, the relationship between the two is not just a savior. Domino is the first person Eli Howard meets in this world. She is also the first woman who has ever had a special contact. It's just artificial respiration though. No. Domino's, flushed and visibly flushed, was out of breath. But she remembered the very thoughtful voice. Yes, after Eli Howard was rescued. Talking to them again is this kind of thoughtful and gentle feeling do not want. Eli Howard is a little puzzled. No, Domino just fainted. Han Yabal has reacted. This is the celestial dragons that Domino rescued. Han Yabal immediately took a long knee and slid to the front with his knees. Then a head banged on the ground. St. Howard is coming. Please forgive your ignorance. I don't know if you still remember. Every time you come with Ershen and Xia Luxixi Palace, you will be received by your subordinates. St. Howard was in danger last time because of poor marine protection. However, it is definitely not the responsibility of the subordinates. My subordinates have always regretted not escorting St. Howard directly to Marineford. Eli Howard reluctantly asked Han Yabal to stand up and speak. Once you know you are celestial dragons, all civilians are to kneel and bow their heads to speak. To tell the truth, I don't like this set very much, and I will make no friends. That's why I didn't say a word about the identity of celestial dragons. The names are all written Howard only. I came out as a headquarters inspector, so don't think I'm celestial dragons. Reed stressed. This is a secret, please try not to spread it out. Han Yabal ordered immediately. Everyone here today is locked up and impelled down. What? All the kneeling people screamed in fright. Get your heads down, assholes. Want to die? Han Yabal meticulously executes the etiquette of hosting celestial dragons. Eli Howard knows that when the celestial dragons are gone, Han Yabal won't be doing this. In fact, it's just to show it to celestial dragons. So I watched him play with great interest, and didn't care about it too much. After all, Han Yabal doesn't know what kind of temperament he is. So everything has to be done very carefully. Top nobles and celestial dragons often come here to buy suitable slaves. And Warden Magellan is not good at socializing. So it's usually Magellan who is hosted by this guy Han Yabal with the help of Baba. So Han Yabal's connections are also very hard. Bring out Guy Sakharin, Eli Howard ordered. The prison ship suddenly became chaotic and someone shouted, "Not good." Guy Sakharin didn't know when he escaped. What? Exclaimed all around. Watching a poisoned spy in a seastone chain were Guy Sakharin's clothes. With the chauffeur headdress tied to his head, Howard folded his face. The judges at the Anise lobby were furious, and the agents looked embarrassed. Oversight. Eli Howard felt very unhappy. Because of disgrace before the jailers of Impel Down. Although the escort process is in charge of Anise lobby. But Guy Sakharin was not put in Impel Down. Instead, it ran halfway. I know this future. There should be a way to avoid it. Guy Sakharin escaped on the judicial boat. He has the ability of gas fruit. As long as the seastone chain is opened, you can break free and fly away. There must be a traitor helping him. Notify the CP agency to investigate. Eli Howard reports to the 5 elders. There must be a traitor. Then wanted. 5 elders takes into account the dangers of Guy Sakharin. The wanted amount is set at 300 million berry. There must be celestial dragons behind this. The 5 elders briefly discussed it. I think if celestial dragons didn't intervene, no one can get news in an environment like Anise lobby and rescue Guy Sakharin. Most of it is done by people who have interests in Guy's research projects. 5 elders said to Howard. Forget it, then you don't have to worry about it. After a brief period of confusion, the humiliated prison ship drove away and went to Anise lobby to be investigated. Lee Howard looked at the greeters who were still waiting at the dock and told Han Yabal, I am very concerned about Major Domino's physical condition, and I want to be alone with her for a while. I will visit Impel Down later. Yes. Subordinates must make arrangements properly, Han Yabal said, lying on the ground. After a while, Howard was taken to Domino's room. The Domino deputy warden is resting inside. St. Howard invites in. Several jailers rubbed their hands. With Han Yabao, with a suspicious smile, they walked away wittily. Speaking of the celestial dragons, isn't that the fiancé of Domino's deputy chief warden? At least they heard that. Lee Howard pushed the door open and went silly. In a prominent place on the wall facing the door, hanging a huge picture of myself and Domino. Naturally, it was 4 years ago. As the two people were on the boat, only the two of them were in the photo. It looks like a photo of a newlywed trip, and there are words underneath. Courtesy St. Howard and Domino's sweet journey. Date attached. But this is definitely not a honeymoon. Lee Howard looked at the rest of the room with a weird mood. The dark is not much better than the cell. There is no decoration on the wall. Blocks of solid bricks are directly exposed. A sturdy bed, dressing table. A wardrobe full of clothes and boots. It is these 3 kinds of furniture, carrying all the normal life of a young girl in bloom. The other half of the room was filled with weapons, mats for physical training, dummy, and sandbags. Some places still carry bloodline. This side of the room can still look like a girl's dormitory without looking at it. 0, look for flowers 0. When you see this side, you will feel that this kind of life is terrible. Domino fell on the bed because it was too sudden, still holding a whip in his hand. Howard sighed. Take off the leather boots, sunglasses, coat, and quilt for Domino. Eli Howard sat silently on the corner of the bed, recalling the first meeting of 2 people. Domino was the first person I saw in this world, but because Maureen was afraid that he would shoot Domino, but it made a mess of her life. What's the matter with the picture of yourself hanging on the wall? Howard doesn't think Domino will have a crush on him. After all, at that time I was just damn at celestial dragons like beansprouts. In the silence, Domino woke up in his room. It was a dream. Celestial dragons who became a handsome guy came to inspect him pell down. Then he said he wanted to marry himself and become a nobleman in the world. Wow, the sparrow becomes a phoenix. My father followed Fi Wang Tengda, and the family became rich. I also wear a wedding dress, so happy I don't want it. Domino covered his eyes with his arms. Feeling better, a little bit, sit up. Wow dash. Domino looked at Howard. There was a scream. Then came back to reality from the dream, shrunk into a ball in the quilt. Then kept kowtow. I'm sorry, I said, don't be so afraid of me, right? Eli Howard held Domino's shoulder helplessly. Calm down, you are my savior. But, celestial dragons. Domino's face flushed, and he didn't know what he was talking about. I know, because I am afraid that I, as celestial dragons, will make impolite demands of you. So Maureen sent you and Una to work in remote places and hid them. I can understand this. After all, celestial dragons are almost all animals. Lee Howard stood up and looked at the same environment as the cell, feeling a little uncomfortable. But I didn't expect to send you to such a place. Howard dissatisfied. Zephyr and they are really enough. How can girls come to such a place? Don't blame Zephyr, it's my own choice. Domino calmed down a bit and explained hurriedly. Because it's close to home, I can often go home and have a look. Lee Howard, it's close to home. Domino hugged his knees and blushed. I'm timid, love family, greedy vanity. My family is a small civil servant of the government, and my parents are ordinary people. I actually don't have much ambitions. Like Nina and the others go to the front to catch the vicious pirates. I haven't seen my parents for several years. I can't do this kind of thing. What's the matter with this picture? Lee Howard understands that girls love their homes, but this photo is too outrageous, right? It was the idea of Deputy Warden Han Yabao. Domino's crying answer surprised Lee Howard. Once celestial dragons came to buy a slave and accidentally ran into me. The old man celestial dragon said he wanted me to be his 62nd wife. Thanks Deputy Warden Han Yabao told him that I have this kind of relationship with St. Howard. The celestial dragon's complexion immediately became ugly, and he left without daring to say a word. Also, Deputy Warden Han Yabao keeps this matter secret. At that time, we felt that St. Howard's name was also so powerful in celestial dragons. In celestial dragons, he is definitely a notorious alien, and the 6 relatives don't recognize him. In his own name, he is really an idiot who can kill most of them. Domino said, the first year I came here was difficult. A lot of people bully me, the criminals are terrible, and the boss is terrible. There are also government officials who come here from time to time, all wanting to take advantage of me. But since then, as long as they say so, they all ran away. And many people come to me to keep it secret. Then Han Yabao went to find a picture of the time and hung it on the wall. The person who broke into my room without permission saw the photo. I'll be so scared that I change my attitude immediately. That way everyone will believe it. That's it. Eli Howard laughed. That said, Han Yabao is really a nice person. Yes, although it seems a bit too wanting to be a warden. Domino said good things to Han Yabao sincerely. But Deputy Warden Han Yabao is someone who can consider the weak. And he is very wise, I respect him very much. Let's not talk about Hanyabal for now, courtesy Howard Road. You are very wronged in this environment. There is no need to avoid me at all. Either you, or 830NA. I swear that I am the kind of person who fully respects the wishes of women. This time I came just to take my boat. How about, think about it. If you don't want to go with me, I will transfer you back to Marineford's naval headquarters. Being a clerical job, close to home, no, I really didn't get used to it a year ago. Domino blushed and looked at the whip on the table. However, now I am fully accustomed. After several years of tempering, I finally understand the life I want. Domino hugged legs and opened his heart. I saw Nina. There are many teachers and classmates at Marine. Domino's voice gradually changed from cowardice to firmness. I saw them all wounded, and many friends died in the cruel battle. They sent the criminals over and handed them to me. I swear to them that I will never let criminals escape in my hands. Absolutely, we must make them pay the price for the crime they have committed. Suddenly Domino jumped up from the bed and threw it into Howard's arms. Howard, holy! The voice in Domino's throat was trembling. I finally understand the life I want. Can my desire be fulfilled? Hey, Howard was stupid. Happiness came too suddenly. I want to keep working at Impel Down, but I'm afraid that the lie will be exposed. Domino said with a hint of crying. Without your protection, I am dead. Domino was crying and trembling. It's my fault. In the past few years, I have beaten many people in your name. In the beginning it was just to drive those people away. Later on, I couldn't live without Saint Howard. Can't live without. Howard was kind of affectionate. Domino cried. Later I used to bully people in the name of Saint Howard. If they find out that the marriage contract with Saint Howard is a lie, those people will hate me to death. Lee Howard understood right away, haha laughed. In the beginning, it was just to drive away those stinky pigs. But later, those who were driven away begged for mercy with fear. The attitudes of the surrounding people also began to change. A crying little girl gradually became strong in front of everyone. Then, the objects of dealings are Shiryu's murderous bosses and murderers. Is the real Domino Chief awakened? Of course you can use my name, Domino. Howard turned around. He held Domino's shoulders, stared into her eyes, and said softly, Domino is willing to be my wife. It is an honor for me. Don't be afraid, and don't have to force yourself. It's okay to be timid, love family, and greedy for vanity. There is also Domino, who keeps criminals in order to uphold the justice in my heart. It's all real Domino, and I like this kind of Domino very much, Lee Tsud said. Actually, when I came this time, I wanted to invite you to live together on my boat, but there is absolutely no compelling meaning at all. Now since you want to stay in the deep-sea prison all the time, it is naturally possible. I respect you very much. So it doesn't matter if you just need a name, or you really live together. All decisions are subject to your wishes at any time. Saint Howard. Domino flushed. Pressing his hands on his chest, he felt his heart beating non-stop. The sound became as subtle as a mosquito. She suddenly took the initiative to stand on tiptoe, raised her face, and closed her eyes. 2 hours later, Domino was radiant, brandishing a whip, and walking in a prison full of criminals with leather boots. With the real engagement, she finally felt at ease. Even the leather whip in his hand feels twice as reliable as before. Eli Howard followed Domino. Admire the guilt-filled scenery of this deep-sea prison. Crimson Hell, Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell, Freezing Hell, Eternal Hell. Impel Down consists of 6 hells. Every floor has an incredible huge space and cruel scenery. Many criminals came to Impel Down and couldn't survive for a day. Other powerful criminals were sentenced to freezing and imprisoned in hibernation. Walking around inside is like visiting 18 layers of hell. All kinds of strange jailers and monsters are so interesting. Humanoid monsters, like blue orangutans or something. There are also big and small beasts such as human-faced lions and sphinxes. There are red-eyed wolves. As long as Domino's whip rang, all would be obediently like a puppy. It seems that Domino has been mixed in this big prison under the sea. The prisoners here are all prisoners offering a reward of more than 50 million. Suddenly the alarm sounded. No. Some prisoners have escaped from prison. I saw a murderous criminal who fled on the way to the cell, waving his handcuffs and strangling the jailer's neck. Yelled with tears, "Let me go, or I will kill him. You are not human. You are too cruel. You are dead anyway. Lao Zi fights with you." Red magic whip dash. There was a crisp sound. The whip in Domino's hand came out so fast. Draw it in the arms of the criminal at a speed too fast to see clearly. The other party made a proud cry, and I don't know why the whip was so painful. The arm flicked away, and the jailer immediately took the opportunity to roll aside. "The deputy chief guard is here," the jailers cheered. The whip strangled the other's neck like a maniac. Pulled hard by Domino. The burly man over 3 meters high fell down on his knees. His face hit the side of the sea stone cell fence. The neck was strangled and gurgled. Cruel. Domino changed the crying look in the room. Exuding the cold temperament like an iceberg, he spit on the opponent's face and kicked. The man more than 3 meters high foamed at his mouth. There was a blood stain on his face and his spine was broken. Make a terrible cry. The weak you killed don't think so, Domino said without mercy. The whip flew up and down in the cell. The screams were endless. Now that you regret it, know the pain, remember those who were hurt by you, use your tears to atone for them. Howard looked inexplicably excited. Domino seems to be very obsessed with this kind of work. It wasn't until the criminal was motionless that he straightened up. I wiped my sweat comfortably all over. Throw it to military wolves for dinner. Now they will be a little behaved, right? Wait until the jailer drags the criminal to leave a bloodline on the ground and walk away. Howard applauded Domino on the side. Deputy Chief Warden, great job. No one here is innocent. Domino used the blood from the whip. But they are all murderous guys who offer tens of millions of rewards. Anyone who runs out will harm countless civilians, and jailers are often killed. Under such tight detention, Howard was taken aback. Well, don't underestimate how despicable they are, it will surprise you. Domino looked at the criminals in the cell in disgust and said, for their own sake, they can do any despicable behavior. Use companions as stepping stones in blazing hell, taking away the food from the companion, and herding the companion to the beast, just to escape. Aren't there 1 or 2 spineless people? There are no spineless people, only spineless criminals. 0.4 Domino said categorically. As Domino continues, the amount of rewards offered by criminals will become higher and stronger. Occasionally there are criminals who deliberately provoke the base. It's like this can show one's wickedness in front of other criminals. And Domino can manage this kind of scene. The whip brought blood and beat the criminals who offered tens of millions of rewards to Barry's crying father and mother, in the memory of previous lives. Because Domino does not have much plot, it gives the impression of being an assistant behind Magellan and Hannibal. The force is not very high, but this scene just now completely refreshed Howard's 3 views. Because I have tasted the Iron Fist of Love by Garp Vice Admiral Lee Howard knows that haki with armed color control to ultimate can achieve very special effects. It can cause irresistible pain without causing serious injuries. Even using the iron body for defense is completely ineffective. The worst thing is, the wound caused by haki's penetration into the body is difficult to heal. Even the return of life is difficult to eliminate. And Domino's whipping vaguely has the effect of enhancing pain. The people who were drawn were rolling in pain, even lost the ability to act. Domino, have you been taught by Garp Vice Admiral? Eli Howard asked. Hey, yes. Domino glanced at Howard in surprise. Sure enough, there are many things I don't know about St. Howard. The Scarlet Whip was only trained when it came to the big prison, and it is difficult for even those with the ability to resist. Domino said proudly. Being able to serve as the deputy chief of guard, he has to deal directly with criminals every day. Must be the best force in this Impel Down. Naturally it is not blowing. The chief warden Shiria can draw a tie with Warden Magellan, and I can be ranked 3rd. Domino's voice is full of pride. Although life here is not comfortable, but the feeling of being trusted by everyone is unprecedented. I heard that Chief Warden Shirio has amazing swordsmanship, and I really want to learn it. Ritz could not help touching the hilt of his sword. Now with his own swordsmanship, he might not be the opponent's opponent yet, right? After visiting the big prison, they went all the way to the 4th banquet hall. Everyone was sitting in jeopardy, waiting for the gift Howard drove over. Many offices of Impel Down are on the 4th floor, including Warden Magellan's office. Howard stopped everyone from attending the ceremony. Tell Guy Enns to send someone to complete Domino's marriage registration. The jailers present were very excited. Sure enough, Major Domino is the person that Impel Down can't provoke the most. At the beginning of the banquet, a group of weird guys came to toast in turn. This is a big deal, and Domino and Celestial Dragons, the deputy chief warden, got the certificate. But, is Domino going away? I won't leave everyone, because I like it the most. Domino's face showed a rare red. He shook his face with happiness. No matter who it is, I want to bully my dear wife Domino by power. That is absolutely impossible. Beat him to me, Lee Howard said solemnly, especially to Hanyabal. Even Celestial Dragons, just beat me up. There was cheers in the prison. The jailers were as excited as the prisoners who escaped. This means that St. Howard gave Impel Down a privilege to do things in his name. In this way, many unreasonable requests from Celestial Dragons can be rejected by Domino. Master Howard, long live Dash. Master Howard, long live Dash. Hanyabal waved 2 fans and danced cheering shirtlessly. A group of jailers all jumped together. Warden Magellan finally rushed over. I was relieved to see that the atmosphere was very good. Hurry up and make amends to Howard. This man looks like a tall demon. It has a pair of goat horns on its head and a pair of devil wings on its back. It's really like the king of Yama in the temple of Yama. Because of a mouth, it is possible to spew out poisonous gas. The kind of poison that is 1,000 times stronger than Guy Saccharin's gas. All people will stay away from Magellan. Don't come over. Hanyabal pinched his nose and exclaimed. Food becomes poisonous. Everyone present began to wear gas masks as quickly as possible, waiting for Magellan to leave before eating. So Magellan stood far aside, presciently and interestingly, lest the gas sprayed out of his mouth injure the headquarters Inspector Howard. Even the phone bugs in the banquet hall wore gas masks, so as not to be affected by the poisonous gas in Magellan's mouth. It's okay, I'm not afraid of poison. Unexpectedly, Lord Governor Howard refused to put on the gas mask, and took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Magellan. Lee Howard has always liked Magellan. During the chat, I asked a lot about the ability and skills of Logia-capable people. Although Magellan's poisonous fruit is Paramecia devil fruit, but it is somewhat close to Logia devil fruit. This characteristic is very similar to one's own fruit of paralysis, especially with the cheating side. Lee Howard took Magellan aside to talk carefully, so as not to affect other people's meals. While chatting, he complained that he was also a victim of the cheating devil fruit. When you talk about this silly topic, it is unstoppable cursing and grievances. Magellan was overjoyed, and a few words resonated very much. So what kind of experience and all kinds of cheating encounters kept going out? Hey, because I am a poisonous person, I like to eat poisonous things the most, which can enhance my ability. Really? Then what should I eat? Haha, but my stomach can't stand it, so I have to stretch it for 10 hours a day. My ability is cheated until I am awake, I have to keep alive and return it. After chatting for a while, Magellan felt that he had a good relationship with Howard, and even called him a brother. Hanyabal and others looked at Magellan with weird expressions away from him. Magellan kept squatting in the toilet because of her stomach ache. Came here after the banquet started. I don't know Howard is celestial dragons, and because Hanyabal later ordered confidentiality, so the jailers who knew about it didn't dare to say a word. Logia 20. Howard snapped his fingers. Wait a minute, check the body of the warden Magellan. Look at whether there are any remedies for this poisoned stomach. Yes, the 20 famous doctors stood up together, their eyes shining. I didn't want to eat anymore, so I ran back to prepare experimental equipment. Those capable of poisonous fruit. What a precious experimental subject. There is no more ultimate condition for studying the effects of toxic substances on the human body. Although Magellan didn't expect much, but I am still very happy that someone is willing to think about him. Next, Howard stayed in Impel Down for nearly a week. Talk to Magellan about the development experience of devil fruit every day. Improve your relationship with Domino. By the way, let's find out how the whip of love makes people more painful. It hurts so much that devil fruit's ability can't even come out. The most powerful thing is after a brief discussion of sword skills with Yuji Shiryu, Magellan felt that the headquarters inspector could not be injured. So I went on the court and had a big fight with Shiryu. Eli Howard enjoyed it very much. When the poison giant soldier appeared, it was really shocking. It was simply Shinigami coming. There is no way to match it except Logia. He also benefited a lot from the wonderful ability exercise methods such as the poison channel. In a sense, Magellan can be said to be his teacher in devil fruit ability. What's even more incredible is, the chief warden Shiryu is able to deal with monsters like Magellan by virtue of his swordsmanship. Although it is impossible to win, it does not fall behind. Before leaving, Logia 20 finally developed a pill. Can temporarily neutralize the toxicity in Magellan's stomach, and it forms a protective film in the intestines and stomach. Make him comfortable for a while, until the effect of the medicine disappears, or he struggled to activate the poisonous fruit ability again. This made Magellan overjoyed. I never thought that Howard's ship doctor had such a high level of medical care. This is to him Magellan is more precious than anything else. Only brothers who are true to each other can do so much for him. Goodbye Dash. Domino looks like a melting iceberg. Reluctantly waved his handkerchief to Howard to bid farewell. Master Howard, don't forget, Domino is waiting for you in the big prison Dash. It was embarrassing on Thursday and Monday. This sounded like waiting for Saint Howard to go to jail. Magellan waved his hands with emotion. Brother Howard. Good trip all the way Dash. There was another embarrassment all around, and this sounded even worse. Like a curse from the Hell Lord. Outside the 3 islands arranged in triangles, Impel Down, Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort and Ice Lobby, there is an open door of justice. But these incredible gates are not just gates that prevent people from passing through. At the same time, they can also control ocean currents in the triangle area. When the huge gate blocks the ocean currents, a Uzumaki will be formed in the triangle area. This allows government ships to travel to and from the 3 islands on dedicated fast ocean currents. When 20,000, the Liangwang disappeared outside the Gate of Justice. Domino's obsessive expression gradually returned to the iceberg. Report to the deputy chief warden. New criminals are here. The crisp sound of pop. Leather whip caused the screams of criminals. This is Impel Down 8:30. Eli Howard looked at the gate of justice. Although it failed to increase the crew, but it can be regarded as a major event. Impel Down is a very important place for myself. When 12 years later, Summit War comes, the wave of the new era will inevitably come to Impel Down. I don't want innocent people to die here, and I don't want guilty people to escape here. Impel Down will be the key to the new era. Only 2 days later, the 2000 Sunny arrived at Judiciary Island on the dedicated ocean current, the gateway to the world government. The gate of justice towering over the clouds stands on the sea. The logo of world government is painted on the door. The 5-star cross is a metaphor for the authority of 5 elders. The existence of N-Ice Lobby symbolizes the supreme law of the world government. It is also the base of secret services, secrets, spies, and troop CPG. Spandane has been waiting here for a long time. Seeing the ceremony, Howard immediately rushed over to greet him with his knees. Saint Howard. His subordinates have mastered Nico Robin's latest whereabouts. Howard was overjoyed. Where? Please Saint Howard allow his subordinates to stand up and speak. Spandane's courtesy is very thoughtful. After getting permission, I happily presented the latest information I got. Somewhere in South Blue. Howard is a little dizzy. This range is too big, right? For Robin, Howard has never been able to help, because she ran too fast and too far, and never do more stays in one place. Seeing a bad opportunity, she would leave everything behind and run away quickly. Over the years, her fleeing footprints have spread all over the world. Most of the time, I am looking for untouched monuments. So for CP9, Nico Robin, who has been on the run, is also a very headache. Before, I couldn't get out of Marie Joy's. Now that he can finally move freely, the primary goal is naturally to find Robin by all means. The subordinate already has a perfect plan. Spandane pulled out the map. Nico Robin's goal is to find historical text, so we intend to throw a bait. Let a gang release the news and find someone who can interpret the text of history. In this way, Nico Robin will throw himself into the net. The location is on Gaia Island on the Grand Line. Spandane laughed sinisterly. Why did you choose that place? Because there once really had a historical text. Spandane explained. A long time ago, there was indeed a historical text there. Guarded by a strong tribe, no ships are allowed to approach. But one day, when someone finally found the tribe and the historical text, the whole island disappeared mysteriously. The action of the world government to recover the historical text has also failed, but there are still some monuments in the forest there. These will surely convince Nico Robin. Good, very good. Saint Howard Longy enjoy. It just so happened that I was going to see my fiancée Vivi on the island of Santon where Alabasta is. We'll live there for a while. Gaia Island is just ahead of the route to Saint Tin Island. Sponda was overwhelmed by the praise. It turns out that the future queen of St. Howard is Princess Vivi of the Nefertari royal family. It really matches. The subordinates have ordered someone to prepare an engagement gift and send it to Alabasta. If you have a gift, just give it to King Cobra directly. Lee Howard secretly said. This reminded himself. Also have to prepare a gift. Although Princess Vivi is only 4.5 years old now, but the royal family of Nefertari has a noble lineage comparable to celestial dragons. Because the ancestors of this royal family are also one of the 20 kings who built the world, but because he is unwilling to leave his people. So I gave up entering the Holy Land Marie Joy's. So also as the descendants of 20 kings, Princess Vivi and Howard match each other in terms of identity. Must be treated like a queen. Alabasta is now in constant trouble, but he was unwilling to violate the group training. So this marriage was supported by 5 elders and King Cobra from a political perspective. King Cobra was not willing to sacrifice the happiness of his daughter, but the heavy heavenly gold can be avoided. Received military assistance from the world government. For the current Alabasta, it is too important. By the way, on this sea road, my subordinates especially recommend the newly opened sea train in the city of 7 Waters. Spandane suddenly talked about a topic of interest. The sea train is open to traffic. Howard stood up suddenly. Yes, just connected to a nice lobby. Spandane reports. The laying of rails connects a nice lobby and the city of 7 Waters. There is also a route from San Fadru to the island of San Pablo. You have to experience this. Eli Howard is very interested. Speaking of the city of 7 Waters and the sea train, can you please introduce Inyazi Spandam? Spandane's plan is naturally to use this opportunity to pave the way for his son. Inyazi has a very bold idea and hopes to be supported by Saint Howard and 5 elders. Late? Okay. Eli Howard remembered. This damn Spandam was later tortured and Robin Isheim begged to die. He also killed the Master Tom, the master craftsman who built the sea train. in this world. Speaking of Howard's most hated character, Spondum is definitely in the top 3. Lee Howard tilted Erlang's legs. How to clean up the thoughts of Dammit's father and son. Then he saw a purple-haired guy pushing the door open. He galloped and offered his knees 20 meters away. Glide all the way and then bow down in front of him. Is this kowtow pose an ancestral stunt of the Sponda family? The person being worshipped does have a feeling of being superior to others. Subordinate Spondum, the current CP5 chief, has the honor to meet Saint Howard. It is a great honor and fear. Spondum knocked his head to the ground. Get up. Howard resisted the disgust from the bottom of his heart, looking coldly at Spondum's natural dark circles. This is probably a genetic characteristic of the dead panda family? Die Panda, I heard that you have a very important proposal. Lee Howard deliberately called the other party a dead panda. Yes, Spondum thought he didn't treat him as an outsider. The whole body was soft, and he crawled forward 2 steps. Keep kneeling, report. The craftsmen who discovered the City of Seven Waters have weapons that can destroy the world. A copy of Pluton's construction plan. Originally, the battleship Pluton was built by the craftsmen of the City of Seven Waters. They have terrible thoughts of distrusting the government. Actually, there is a copy of the drawings passed down from generation to generation. Shouldn't it be destroyed immediately? Lee Howard knows the consistent proposition of the world government. Anything that can endanger the government must be sealed up or destroyed. But that was a policy hundreds of years ago. Subordinates dare to believe that such things should be kept in the hands of the government, in order to deal with the dangerous situation that may arise. Spondum analyzed the situation and set it all right. In case there really is a second One Piece to appear. Started the Pluton, we need another Pluton to fight against. Howard nodded and looked at the report presented by Spondum. You mean, you can be sure that this copy of Pluton's construction plan is in the hands of Tom, the craftsman who developed the sea train? Yes. Spondum had a wry expression. I just hugged my thigh directly in front of me. Subordinates need to get the approval of 5 elders. So I want to get the consent of Saint Howard first. The meaning of Spondum is clear. Their father and son are loyal to both 5 elders and Saint Howard, because it is determined that Saint Howard will be the heir to 5 elders. So such an important thing must not bypass Saint Howard. The policies of hundreds of years ago really shouldn't be so reluctant. Eli Howard nodded. I think what you said makes sense. After all, the world was peaceful at that time, but now it is the age of the big pirates. With the approval of Saint Howard, I feel at ease. Spondum was overjoyed and knocked his head on the ground again. Then you go and see 5 elders. You can convey what I mean, just say that Saint Howard also agrees that there should be some flexibility. Lee Tide thought. It is definitely a good thing to be able to persuade 5 elders bit by bit to make some changes to the current world government. It is more reasonable to change the world bit by bit than to overthrow the world government. The dead pandas can just go to 5 elders to be cannon fodder for themselves. Dismissed Spondum. Howard didn't want to look at that face too much, lest he couldn't help but beat him directly. The aversion to this person accumulated in previous lives is deeper than imagined, but the Sponda family can still use it for a long time. After all, there are some grudges, and it is better to take revenge in person. So, is Saint Howard going to take the sea train? Spandane asked. Subordinates immediately go to arrange a special government train. I suddenly lost my mood again. Courtesy Howard Road. After catching Nico Robin, let's sit together again. It's really meaningless to be alone. Saint Howard. Things must be done well below. Spandane couldn't expect Howard to attach so much importance to Nico Robin. What was stolen must be something very important. Then I am waiting for your good news. Eli Howard got up. He didn't want to stay in an ice lobby for a while. Howard boarded the 2000 Sunny and ordered, cross the calm belt and head to East Blue. Our journey has begun. The 2000 Sunny crossed the calm belt and drove towards East Blue. After sailing along the Red Line for half a month, arrived in the sea near the Kingdom of Goya. At this time, an unusual pirate fleet appeared in the East Blue waters where marine was the most securely managed. Pirate dash. An alarm sounded on the 2000 Sunny. Lee Howard looked at the pirate ship, which was not very big on the sea, questioningly, and the sails above. Red hair pirates? If you think about it carefully, it might be time for the red-haired Shanks to return to his hometown in East Blue for a while. Luffy at this time was only 6 years old. It was during this period that he was affected by the red-haired Shanks. I became interested in becoming a pirate, and determined to become the Pirate King. Guy Ends flipped through the wanted warrant. A reward of 2.2 billion berry. Howard, holy, this is a terrible pirate. He was once a crew member of One Piece Roger and was very active in New World before. Lee Howard is big, the money is good, called. Raising sail. Catch up dash. They ran away dash. The soldier reports. Still within range, do you want to sink them? Lee Giande shook his head. Absolutely no cannons. Use the semaphore to stop them. They run faster. Rely Howard raised his head. I rely on, why are we flying the Marine flag? There is also a Marine logo on the host. Which pirate group can't see such a big battleship? It will definitely be sunk within range. Guy Enns explained. This boat is designed like that. It is a merchant ship who usually hangs colored sails. When you encounter a pirate, hang on Marine sail. Change it now. Marine sails are not allowed without my permission. Rely Howard ordered. Tell red hair pirates to hold a cocktail party. What dash? The Marine soldiers exclaimed. What a shit, New World is offering a reward of 2.2 billion pirates. Can firing a gun work? Now we are the Delhi Chamber of Commerce, not Marine. Reward Howard told. Call me the captain. The red hair pirates, 2 miles away, ran fast. With such a big Marine battleship, it is very troublesome to bombard it with shells. At a glance, it is known that this is an Admiral-class battleship. There must be a powerful dying guy on it. Even they may not be able to retreat. Jesus, Bulletin. You idiot. Why didn't you find it just now? The red-haired man in a straw hat cursed. They hung the sails of merchant ships just now. After seeing us, Marine's sail suddenly rose. It's too cunning, the man named Yasop explained. Standing in the watchtower, looking nervously with binoculars. Hey, they said to stop the boat immediately. Who wants to stop? A fat man under the mast. Holding the elbow in one hand, he kept spraying into his mouth. The other is holding the sail rope. Actually, only relying on the strength of one hand allows the sails to eat up the wind. Sail at the fastest speed. If you are seen, you will be shocked. Huh, did they lower their sails? Redhead Shanks saw Marine's mainsail lowered from a distance. It was replaced with the original colorful sail with 3 sunbirds painted on it. Yasop called. Idiot, who will be fooled if you change the sail back now? That is, treat us as idiots. I think they are idiots. Redhead Shanks nodded in agreement. Hey, they played semaphore again and said they would have a cocktail party. Stop the ship. Redhead Shanks believed suddenly. There was a sound, because the boat stopped too abruptly. Yasop fell from the watchtower. The 2000 Sunny slowly chased up. The people above are very nervous. St. Howard, this is too dangerous. Guy Enns persuaded. The opponent is a powerful pirate group. Keeping our distance, we can use cannons to drive them away. We have no chance of winning when we get close. Wow. Rely Howard ordered. All the Marine soldiers went to the cabin, disarmed and rested. And Guy Ensign. Tell everyone to pay attention. We are the Delhi Chamber of Commerce. Just call me Master Howard. Why does St. Howard take risks? Because I want to know if this group of pirates is really all-inclusive. Eli Howard said excitedly. This may determine my attitude towards certain pirates of 830 in the future. In fact, Howard first went to Goya Kingdom to see Luffy as a child. Make sure that the main events of this world are in line with the original timeline. The appearance of the red-haired Shanks proved this point. Soon, the redhead Shanks and Luffy will meet. This makes Luffy determined to become a pirate. However, an idea came out almost immediately. Will my appearance change this future? If you have a slight influence on the upcoming events. For example, what happens if Shanks's arm is not broken? So, Howard decisively gave the order to have a cocktail party with the red-haired Shanks. Wait until the red-hair pirate ship and the 2000 Sunny are side by side. There are no Marine soldiers ready to fight on the deck. The people at Red Hair Pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Because this distance has been reached. The other party did not plan to use the cannon. There is no need to be afraid even if you start your hands. Ordinary Marine, it is absolutely impossible to beat them in close combat. Rely Howard stood on the side of the ship, looking over the people on the ship. Then he stayed on Shanks with an idiot-faced red-haired Shanks. If you don't read the wanted order, no one would know that this is a great pirate offering a reward of 2.2 billion, right? Standing in the crowd is too inconspicuous. Lee Howard picked up 2 bottles of good wine and threw them at Shanks. The wine bottles roared at the speed of a cannonball. Shanks caught it quite naturally. Good wine. Shanks naturally knows the goods. This is the first-class goods. Since it was our suggestion, we will naturally take care of the drinks. Salute. Howard laughed and gave a graceful salute. My next one is Howard from the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This is the Deputy Captain Guy Ensign. How about the venue being on your boat? Yasop and others nodded again and again, which can be said to be very sincere. Have a cocktail party on your own boat. In other words, it will be safer for the main crew member of the other party to come to his own site. If you want to go to the other party's ship, there must be thousands of people on such a big ship. If you gush out from the cabin, this boat is so good. Shanks looked envious. Ignore the stopping gesture of a large group of people including Yasop. Wow, double deck, is there a swimming pool? Why don't you drive it on your boat, so that the wine won't have to be moved? We can drink very much. Yasop and the others scrambled their faces. There was really no way to take Shanks as an idiot. No problem. Rely, Howard said readily. Then ask the band and the chef to get busy and tell them to take out the largest bowl for wine. Suddenly, there was lively on the top deck, and wine barrels lined up in a row. The symphony orchestra composed of 20 musicians began to play strong music. The people at Red Hair Pirates put down their guard, picked up the glass and drank vigorously. Very fast food truck pushed over. Lee Howard's favorite kebab has a mouth-watering aroma. Barbecue in West Blue Hana no Kuni. Shanks drooled stupidly. Open with Howard. In a blink of an eye, 100 skewers were put into their mouths, and their stomachs were bulging. Hiccup with satisfaction, return life, and digest. With a crash, the bulging belly lit up and returned to its original state. Reed brushed his teeth without caring too much, and said with enthusiasm to Shanks, "Please have fun, it's really awesome." Scream. Shanks' mouth was greasy. Although I don't want to admit it, the barbecue is still the best of West Blue Flower Country. I heard that somewhere in the Grand Line, there is a giant chef who can use the volcano as a pot to make volcanic dishes. Lee Howard yearned. I really want to find a chance to taste it. Really, huh? This is an important piece of information. Shanks has completely ignored Howard as an outsider. Wine, wine. Cheers to our honorable friend, Captain Howard. So after a binge drinking, the several ladies in charge of the hospitality can no longer keep up with the speed of pouring. A guy, because this group of people drank too quickly. But why did Captain Howard invite us? Yasop felt a little uneasy if he didn't ask clearly. Actually, this is Marine's ship, right? Although many decorations have been done, only Marine has such a boat. And the cannons on the ship and the uniforms of the soldiers are all Marine. It's just being withdrawn now. Jesus cloth. Shanks went on fire and smashed the wine glass on Yasop's face. Are you going to humiliate our friends? Since the other party worked so hard to lower the Marine's banner. Naturally, he is unwilling to affect the interest of the cocktail party because of his identity. Sorry, I also know this question is a bit ridiculous. I'm sorry, when I didn't ask. Yasop retreated out of respect for the captain. Rely, Howard said it's okay. When the Marine flag is hoisted, we are Marine. I am the inspector of the world government. But when the Marine flag is dropped, I am me. Howard disagreed. There are 1,000 Marine soldiers on this boat. Half of them are recruits, and the other half are veterans who are about to retire. I temporarily borrow these soldiers as sailors. Marine, the consideration over there is to temper the recruit. But I didn't expect to meet such a powerful group of you as soon as I entered East Blue. Ha ha ha. Howard laughed. Cheers. Don't worry, I don't want the rare trip to be full of sadness. I see. Yasop felt relieved all at once. The other party's answer was very sincere. Although there are many people on the other side. But basically they are veterans and recruits. In fact, the combat effectiveness is not high. So there is no threat to them. Sorry. Yasop raised his glass and self-punished 3 glasses. Drinking wine is really ignorant to talk about identity. Cheers. Shanks thought this was very interesting. Clinking glasses with Howard heartlessly. The two laughed and drank in one fell swoop. What are you doing? At this time, the waitress's scream suddenly sounded at the top of the stairs. You can't go up without an order. Oops. Howard was taken aback. I saw a group of young Marine soldiers rushing in. There are more than 100 people. The Marine soldiers who took the lead shouted with red eyes. It's time to take them down, right? Lee Howard's face sank, and the Marine recruiter who took the lead shouted. Actually, I'm holding a cocktail party with the pirates, and I don't plan to do anything with them, right? We cannot accept. Shanks' crew members ate meat and alcohol very calmly. It's silent as if I haven't seen it. The opponent's crew disobeyed the captain's order, which is a very serious matter. As a guest catching up with this kind of thing, the atmosphere is very embarrassing. Shanks heads, the crew below is rude. Lee Howard was not angry, but bowed to Shanks and apologized. I'm sorry to disturb everyone's interest, but if that's the case, it's better to be busy next time. Fulfill Marine's obligations. Help any time. Shanks knew exactly what Howard meant. Lee Tide ordered. All Marine soldiers are invited to line up on the deck. Anyone who wants to go to war can come up. As the captain, I will give you a clear explanation. So the horn sounded. There was a rush of footsteps below. Countless Marine soldiers rushed up with guns in their hands. There are veterans who are dissatisfied with the old, and there are recruits with dissatisfied faces. Marine soldiers stood on the upper and lower decks. Lee Howard filled the glass, raised it to Shanks, and said, "It's Shanks, it's a headache for me to have such a subordinate." Shanks also raised his glass and smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter, Howard is the master, thinking about not drinking your wine for free." The soldier next to him said angrily, hole. My family was killed by pirates." Then he raised his gun to Shanks. At this moment, A tyrannical haki radiated from Shanks. It burst open and enveloped the entire deck. The soldiers around rolled their eyes and suddenly fell softly. The 2000 Sunny shook slightly. It was like a huge ripple spreading from the upper deck. In a blink of an eye, thousands of soldiers all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. There is no one sober. It's really scary, because it is too close. REI Howard also had to release haki with all his strength to resist. Shanks Yinglang said, "Is this okay?" "Perfect." Howard clinked glasses with him. "Drink." Redhead Shanks haki. "It's not something ordinary people can afford." Suddenly, the pleasant voice rang again. "Ah, even the band and the chef have fallen." "Sorry, ladies," Shanks said. "In that case, I will sing a song." Shanks sat down in front of the piano and suddenly played it surprisingly. The sound of the piano is warm and unrestrained, with the style of boat song. The banquet was held until late at night. Howard suddenly said to Shanks, "I was drunk for a while and had a dream. It was about your future. Would you like to know?" "Jing Zhou, is the other party going to use any tricks?" Lee Howard said, "Just take me as drunk. Our destination is Goa Kingdom, but I won't stay long, so we must first in Windmill Village. I met the man you cared about most in your life. To save that man, you lost an arm." Eli Howard pointed to Shanks' left arm. Shanks asked seriously, "Did Howard chop off that arm?" "No, it's a sea king's." "Giant sea kings?" "No, there are only ordinary little sea kings that are tens of meters long." Courtesy Howard Road. "I am very happy today, I take you as my friends, so I told you. Sometimes I can dream about the future. Please be careful of sea kings, don't jump into the sea during the Goa Kingdom." It was all around for a while. Yasop burst into laughter suddenly. "Is it just the kind of sea kings in the ditch? This dream is too ridiculous. Man? Wow haha, if this kind of dream is true, Shanks will like a man, wow ha ha ha. Congratulations, Shanks." The people around all laughed. Shanks laughed. "What kind of dream is this? Save me some face." "Shanks, have you ever thought of becoming the One Piece?" Howard asked suddenly. There was still silence all around. Shanks was dumbfounded. "Speaking of it, now the most qualified person to become One Piece is undoubtedly Daddy Whitebeard." But speaking of dreams, Shanks became proud. "Yes, of course I have such a dream. If this weren't the case, I wouldn't be a pirate at sea. Your current awareness is not enough." Lee Howard drank his own wine. "Haha, don't worry, it will be different when you leave East Blue. I look forward to learning from you like that in the future." "It sounds like the result of this dream is good. Did I earn it?" Shanks heard a subtle feeling. "Yes, it's a beautiful dream." Howard sighed, laughing and crying. "Even if you lose an arm, you earn it. Respect for beautiful dreams dash." Shanks held up the wine glass in his hand. Clink glasses with Howard. Everyone laughed. Early the next morning, Lee Howard woke up with his head wrapped, and really drank a lot last night. Guy Enns handed a hot towel. Wiped Lee Tread's face. "Life is returned, and alcohol is discharged." Rely Howard turned it around. "Use the tips of your fingers to drain all the remaining alcohol into the cup. This concentration can be used to disinfect Ligia 20 as medical alcohol." Howard got up and looked around. The soldiers were still early. Yasop's shout came from the Red Hair Pirates boat on one side. "Howard is home. Let's go first, the redhead is still drunk. When we meet again, Shanks said he would invite you to drink better wine." "Okay." Howard waved his hand and watched the Red Hair Pirates ship leave first. A group of Marine soldiers showed up until noon. They only woke up one by one, facing each other in aghast. Some people shed tears and sorrow for their cowardice. Some people lost their faith for a while and stared at the sea blankly. "Stand at attention. The captain is here." Eli Howard picked up the megaphone worm. Looking at the messy deck, said loudly, "Are there anyone who hasn't woken up? Wake up if you haven't woken up. What the weak talk about justice will only humiliate your clothes. This is an opportunity for you to get close to the powerful pirates active in New World. Farts are P***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** right? When such a pirate picks up the butcher knife, do you still have the courage to rush for the justice in your heart? How many people have started to retire? It's not a shame to say it, because as long as you enter the Grand Line, you will keep dealing with such powerful pirates. Don't always say that the pirate killed your family. First ask yourself if you have the strength. Think about it. If you rush forward, is it for justice? You can't even do 10,000 push UPS an hour, so what can you do to get revenge? Thinking that if you join Marine, there are so many people who are powerful? What is the difference between you who are talking about justice and the ruffians on the street? The scene was silent for a while. All people are like frosted eggplants, righteous minds. Howard shouted loudly at the frustrated group of people. But, if you can't beat the opponent, it's embarrassing to do it. What should I do? Looking at the other party swaggering away from your own eyes? As a Marine, can you allow it? I think so, at least still have the courage to have a toast with the other party, right? The soldiers were moved, and some veterans smiled calmly. I told you already. Master Howard is definitely not an ordinary person. Rely Howard gave the order loudly. All Marine, 10,000 push UPS per person, let's go before you finish. Yes, Captain. The 2,000 Sunny under the scorching sun are a majestic scene. The next day, the 2,000 Sunny arrived in Goya Kingdom. As the most beautiful country in East Blue, the Kingdom of Goya is a model of the isolation policy. Throw out all the bad things. All the streets were clean and spotlessly cleaned. Windmill Village is just the most remote village in Goa Kingdom. Leave everyone behind. Howard came to Windmill Village by train alone. Saw the Red Hair Pirates boat in this remote fishing port. Showed a knowing smile. They will stay in Makino's banquet bar all the time. Once you find that bar, you can find Shanks the Redhead and Luffy. Revisit the route of East Blue from Windmill Village. Take a look at Luffy and his little friend. Then the end of this East Blue route is naturally Caucosia Village where Nami is located. 4 flowers. The East Blue route is finished. Enter the Grand Line from Upside Down Mountain and you will arrive at Alabasta. Although it was a circle, it might be just right. Strolling in the streets of Windmill Village. This small village feels very good. Only then will I feel that it is a truly leisurely time, and I can forget the sorrow. I was looking for a bar in Makino. A stubborn little boy rushed over. Knocked away Howard, who was about to ask for directions. Annoying, don't get in the way. The little boy pushed the stunned Howard away and ran away. Luffy, Ritride called out. The little boy stopped nervously and asked stupidly, how do you know my name? Lee Howard wanted to say, I'm here to pick you up, but it is not good for ye to be exposed so early. Howard gave a light cough. Little brother, I'm looking for a group of pirates. The leader is a guy in a straw hat. Shanks, do you know where it is? Did Shanks tell you about me? Luffy suddenly relaxed. I was so scared that I thought it was someone sent by my grandfather. That's all Marine. Yes, I remember it was Makino's banquet bar. Eli Howard tried to remember. Actually you are lost? I'll take you there. Luffy smirked happily. That fellow Shanks, he must be in the bar now. Looking at Luffy, who was running fast, Howard followed happily with a small jump. The teenager in front of me would never have thought of it. What kind of fate exists between himself and him? Makino's banquet bar appeared in front of him. What a good place, full of joyous sounds. Someone inside was playing the piano and drinking in broad daylight. Lee Howard deliberately released a hint of haki instead of knocking on the door. The piano sound stopped abruptly. The whole tavern was quiet and looked towards the door. Little Luffy opened the door and jumped in. I'm coming. Oh, Captain Howard. Shanks greeted him enthusiastically and took Howard's hand. This time it's my turn to buy you a drink. It's not a boast, but there is wine from my hometown here. East Blue's wine is the best. Hey, why is he not yours? Luffy was a little dumbfounded. Howard smiled. Do not mind the details. Touched Luffy's stabbing head and sat down in front of the bar. Say hello to the charming proprietress Makino in the bar. Worthy of being the most beautiful bar proprietress in the entire East Blue, Makino has a fascinating smile on his face. Even pirates or strangers can feel the charm of her kindness. There was cheerful laughter and music in the bar again. Good wine. Howard cheers to Shanks happily. Then he took out the purse and poured a handful of gold coins on the counter. Madam Boss, the money is yours. Hey, Howard is the master, don't look down on people. Shanks stopped Howard. That's it, I want to invite you today, right? I know, you think it's delicious too, right? Want to buy wine, right? But no, haha, Shanks said proudly. All the wine and all the stocks here have been bought by us. I know, but this is not today's wine money. Eli Howard explained. This is the repair fee for the bar later. Suddenly, the bar was quiet again. Makino was also taken aback. Yasopp said nervously. Could it be that you have left your weak companions and come to arrest us alone now? Puff. Courtesy Howard drinks and eats. You look too high on me. Yasopp. If you start, I will definitely not be your opponent. Where is? Shanks poured over again enthusiastically. I don't think I can beat Howard's boss. How? Do you want to find a time for a contest? Hit. Little Luffy started booing before anyone else, eyes gleaming. You're also a very strong pirate, aren't you? Of course I'm very happy to have the opportunity to compete with you Shanks, but certainly not here and not now. Litride clinks glasses with Shanks quickly. Oh, I'm so envious, you have such a good partner. The big man following you. Shanks couldn't remember Guy N's name. Isn't it also strong? He's my bodyguard. Eli Howard Head Boulevard. Next time I must replace the crew with real partners. Respect partners. Shanks and Red Hair Pirates all toast and walk 8:30 relax. Shanks knew how Eli Howard was feeling. It took us more than 10 years to get these partners together. By the way, what did you say about the repair fee for the bar? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Just as he was talking, the door was suddenly pushed open by a group of bandits. A group of bandits in tattered clothes broke in fiercely. As Eli Howard knew about the plot in a previous life, the bandits glanced at the pirates and the bar with contempt. Start to say words that humiliate all the pirates. And the people at Red Hair Pirates looked terrified and didn't care. I'm a wanted man with a bounty of 8 million berry. Bandit boss Sig showed off proudly. Eli Howard really wanted to squirt. If you know that head sitting under that scary looking straw hat here, the reward amount is 2.2 billion. Don't know what to look like? Little Luffy was P**********D. An expression of fear that the world will not be in chaos. Hit them. Bandit boss Sig to Makino. Today we are not here to make trouble, we are here to buy wine and give us 10 barrels of wine, Makino said helplessly. I'm really sorry, but the wine just sold out. Shanks hurried over to apologize. I'm so sorry, we ran out of wine, but if we have a drink together, there is still some. After speaking, he immediately brought a glass of wine to invite Sieg to put out the fire. Seeger took the glass from Shanks' hand. Throw the glass directly on Shanks' head. Fragments and booze fly around. Shanks actually endured it all. The surrounding pirates also acted as if nothing had happened. Facing the humiliation, he swallowed his breath and watched the bandits leave. Little Luffy cried, "Hit them! Shanks, fight back!" Shanks looked angry. A look of indifference. Eli Howard sighed in his heart. You won't understand without going through a lot of things. If there is a fight here, although it can be happy for a while, but back to Shan Chang will come for revenge. Makino's bar will suffer sooner or later. Little Luffy also gets revenge. But now is the time to change the future, right? Sig was about to go out. Suddenly, he tripped over a foot and slammed his head into the doorframe. The bandits were stunned. Who did it? The man was sitting at the bar just now. Hide in the corner when you see them coming in. Eli Howard held a piece of glass in his hand and said coldly, "Hey, it hurts me. The *****D, how dare you find fault?" The bandits raised their knives. Sieg waved his hand to stop the noise of his subordinates and said viciously, "Madam Boss, this time it's not that we are making trouble. A fat sheep is automatically delivered to the door. Would you mind if we invited your guests to sit with us?" "Do not." Makino was trying to persuade. Eli Howard said, "It doesn't matter, I have just paid the repair fee for the bar." All of them had incredible looks on their faces, watching Eli Howard punch Sig in the stomach. Yamashiro's boss, Sig, felt that his body was about to explode. The pain of this punch was something he had never tried in his life. Little Luffy opened his mouth, watching Likuide transformed into thousands of fist shadows at an unbelievable speed, beat a group of bandits flying everywhere. "Stop!" Shanks grabbed Lee Howard's wrist, a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. Immediately, he opened his eyes and squeezed out a smile. "Show face. Well then, your face must be given." Eli Howard kicked the bandits out of the store. "Look at Makino's bar, the doors and windows are all shattered, and a piece of the roof is torn." The bandits carried the boss and fled. It was terrible. Yasop was shocked. "Howard Master, you knew there was going to be a fight before you came in?" Eli Howard nodded. "I said, I can predict the future." "Wow dash." Little Luffy's eyes lit up. "Teach me." "You go." Shanks' face was gloomy, and he suddenly took the initiative to salute Howard and leave. Surrounded by a stunned, persuaded, "Hey, Shanks, the reason why the Howard family is going to shoot is because of you. You know this is going to happen, so why bother?" Shanks slapped the table, very angry. "In this case, it can also be said that the whole thing can also be said to be caused by you?" "Hey, Shanks, I can't say that." The pirates around me persuaded. "Shut up!" Shanks yelled. Everyone didn't dare to speak, only Luffy was crying incomprehensibly. "Shanks, why are you angry, Shanks? I don't understand." Eli Howard asked with a sigh. "Shanks, why can't you hold back? Being poured over your head by a hairy thief is what you call a mind? For your momentary refreshment, this store and the people here may be implicated." Shanks Fire Boulevard, you said you'd be leaving soon, and so did we. What's going to happen here after we're gone? Don't cause trouble when drinking in other people's stores, this is basic courtesy, even bandits understand the truth. The ********D. So, cut them down and it won't happen again? Eli Howard frowned. "Whether it's a pirate or a bandit, if you kill someone just by pouring a glass of wine, I can't agree with your judgment." Shanks exuded haki all over, said seriously. "So, in order not to make things bigger,